Chapter 971. Li Longji looked at Zhang Xiaobao and thought to himself, since you know that I'm going to ask you, how can you not know what I'm going to ask? Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao was playing dumb, Li Longji said to the woman, tell Xiaobao what I just said. The woman knew who Xiaobao was. That Zhang Xiaobao who had given birth to a child that looked like Zhang Xiaobao, and the one beside him was naturally little fairy Cuckoo. This time, the woman wasn't nervous anymore. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and whispered, good, very good. They're a pair. How did these children grow up? Look at them. Zhang Xiaobao could tell what the woman was trying to say from the movement of her lips. He quickly interrupted, I heard it just now. The villages are scattered, and transportation is inconvenient. Many of the villages have a small population. I really don't have any good ideas. Money doesn't help. After saying this to Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao turned to the woman and said, Sister-in-law, I'll get someone to send you back in a moment. I'll think of a way to solve the problem of the children's safety. This matter is too important, and it can't be taken lightly. The woman only understood the first part of Zhang Xiaobao's words. She didn't understand the second part, so she thanked him again and again. She led her son, who was still eating, back to the cabin. She didn't need to return the clothes she was wearing. She was lucky because her son was wearing Li Jun's clothes. They were around the same age, and they fit quite well. After the woman left, Li Longji was worried. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, you really can't think of an idea? I've never seen you in such a difficult position before. Zhang Xiaobao patted his head in distress and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan also frowned. To Li Longji, this was a small matter, but to her and Zhang Xiaobao, it was a huge matter. The problem of the children's safety and guidance seemed small, but it was thousands of times more difficult than the questions in the imperial examinations. It would affect a country's system and involve many aspects, which would give rise to even more difficulties and problems. Li Longji didn't think that it would be difficult. Spending money was like having merchants pay for schools. If the merchants couldn't do it, he would do it himself. His bank had a lot of money. Xiaobao, you can use my money as you please. Settle this matter well and I will reward you handsomely. Zhang Xiaobao didn't reply. He cursed in his heart. Of course I can use the money from the bank as I please. Do I need you to tell me that? If I really do things well, the child's happiness will be my greatest reward. What kind of reward can you give me? Gao Lisher was also worried and asked, Xiaobao, you usually have a lot of ideas. Look, you did a good job with Operation Chaoyang. You even solved the problem of the older children. Wouldn't it be easier for the children? How is it so easy? Why didn't I notice? Zhang Xiaobao mumbled. He rubbed his temples and said, wait for me to go back and think about it with Cuckoo. After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Li Longji to say anything. He pulled Wang Wan and went straight into the cabin. He didn't even care about his sister, who had just dried her hair and ran out to continue the barbecue. The two of them went into the cabin one after the other. Zhang Xiaobao leaned against the couch and said, oh my God, Li Longji is just standing there and talking. A full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's complaints, she wanted to laugh but couldn't. This was because she knew what Zhang Xiaobao had to face. After thinking for a while, she asked, Xiaobao, can we have a woman in each village who is responsible for taking care of the children? She doesn't need to do anything else and is only responsible for looking after the children. What do you think? No. As soon as Wang Wan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaobao immediately objected. For example, there are 20 families in a village with 9 children. 5 of them are studying in school. Every day, they have to walk for more than 2 hours to go to school and then walk for another 2 hours to come back. Or they can just live in school. There are still 4 children left. They are still young and can't go to school. It's too far away, and they can't live in school. They can't bear not seeing their family for a long time. According to what you said, it's not a problem to find a woman to take care of the remaining 4 children during the slack season. But since it's not busy, why let her take care of the children? It's better for the mothers to take care of the children themselves. During the busy season, normal women also have to work with the children. In your village, there are 20 families, and one of them is idle. Even if there is only one child, the other 3 mothers have to do her work. Each of them has to do 1/3 more work. Do you think it's possible? Wang Wan shook her head. Impossible. 1/3 is too much. How can we divide the work equally among the villagers? Why should we? That's called eating from the same big pot. Those who benefit and those who don't benefit will have to contribute, and those who don't benefit will naturally not do it. Zhang Xiaobao asked again. The 2 of them had a heated discussion about the problem of preschool children. It wasn't because of Li Longji, but because they wanted to do better. They were worried about the road conditions and transportation. Outside, Li Longji didn't plan to return to the cabin, so he barbecued with Xiao Bei and the others. Li Jun and Pan Air also looked on eagerly. Xiao Bei thought for a moment, then asked someone to bring over eggplants and lamb slices for the 2 little guys to eat. The 2 little guys were very happy. They didn't care about what they ate, as long as they played with them. Xiao Bei, what did you think of when you were saving people? Li Longji suddenly asked. Xiao Bei lowered his head and smiled. The expressions of the other 8 children were also very rich. This was because their older brother had said that the most disgusting thing was when a person did something at a critical moment, and someone insisted on asking them what they thought. For a question like this, there was a formula for the answer. One was that I didn't think of anything. The situation was very tense, and I only thought that I had to save people. My older brother had said that this person was also disgusting. Since you didn't think of anything, then what did you think of? There was also another formula, and that was. Uncle Emperor, when I heard someone cry out that they had fallen into the water, the first thing that came to my mind was that this was my Tang Empire. The person who had fallen into the water was most likely someone from my Tang Empire. Moreover, they had fallen into my Tang Empire's water. I couldn't just watch and do nothing. Secondly, the reason why I made this decision was because of you, Uncle Emperor. You are the Emperor, and I often accept your teachings. You taught me to be a caring person, a kind person. Thirdly, I thought of my grandfather. I remember that when I was very young, my grandfather. Xiao Bei. Li Longji interrupted Xiao Bei's words in a deep voice. He really couldn't bear it anymore. It was too fake. Those who could face this kind of statement calmly were all capable people. They were even more capable than him, the Emperor. Xiao Bei chuckled twice and fed Li Jun and Pan Air a mouthful of eggplant. He said, okay, I'll tell you the truth. At that time, I first thought about where the person who had fallen into the water was. I had to see them before I could save them. After I found a shadow, I directly jumped. When I jumped, I found that the cotton robe was too much of a hindrance, so I had no choice but to take it off. Fortunately, I moved quickly and took it off in the air. Otherwise, it would have been more difficult for me to jump down. I even had time to adjust my position when I entered the water. It was so painful to hit the water directly. After entering the water, I didn't think about anything else. I just swam towards the place I just saw. The place I said I saw was not the original place. The water was still moving, so I had to calculate the position. All that was left was to swim as fast as possible. As for the movement and the frequency of the chi summoning, I have already practiced it to the point that it has almost become instinct. There's no need to think about it. When I caught the person under the water, all I thought was, don't die. That's all. Swim, swim. Li Jun opened her mouth and pointed at the grilled fish. Xiao Bei nodded, yes, it's swimming in the water. Jun is really smart. Wait for sister to pick out the bones and I'll give it to you to eat. This fish was caught by Xiao Bei. She woke the child up and taught the others to take care of it. She swam to the side of the boat and grabbed a fish that was watching but not helping. She gouged out the fish's eyes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to catch it. She then carried the fish with the rope in her arms and boarded the boat. Li Longji was also clear about the origin of this fish. He really admired it. He had seen heroes catch fish with their bare hands in the Yellow River, but he had never seen a child catch fish with her bare hands. Seeing Xiao Bei, as a child, patiently pick out the bones in the fish and feed the meat to the younger child, Li Longji felt a sense of enjoyment in life. Thinking of children, Li Longji became worried again. He sighed again and asked Xiao Bei, how do you think we should arrange for the children who aren't in school to be protected together? Look, it was the adults who brought the children to work today, but the children fell into the water. Take the money and choose a place. When the adults work, put the children there. Set up several places like this in a county. Xiao Bei flipped the fish over as she spoke. The side that she had just eaten had already been eaten. Children were also very good eaters. But a village is very small. There are only a few children, and it's also very far from the county. If we arrange for someone to take care of the children, we'll have one less person to work. The children can't walk too far by themselves. It's troublesome. Li Longji also thought of this point and blurted it out. When Xiao Bei was feeding Li Jun and Pan her again, the two children couldn't eat anymore and turned their heads away. Xiao Bei put the meat in his mouth and said, let's move together. A few villages or a dozen villages together, and choose 2 or 3 people to take care of the children. If they can't work, we'll give them money. Uncle Emperor, you have a lot of money in the bank. This year, you have 100 million strings of string of money. How much money does a village have? You can take out a small portion, it's enough. Li Longji didn't take Xiao Bei's words seriously. He was just saying it to vent the depression in his heart. When he heard Xiao Bei mention moving, he smiled and said, the adults work far away. It's still not enough. Why not? It's better for the adults to work far away than the children who can't go far by themselves. People who do business like to have more people. Farmers, didn't you release a lot of military horses? When people work faster, they can make up for the time lost. Military horses are not farm horses. They can be ridden. When they reach a place, they can rest for a while before working again. Uncle Emperor, horses are really important. When there are more horses, they can work faster. They can be several times more efficient than a person. Xiao Bei ate 2 pieces of fish and remembered that there were other people who hadn't eaten yet, so she sent the fish over. Xiao Hai took the fish and said, it's not several times more efficient. It's dozens of times more efficient. How much is the difference between a person's land and a cow's land? Horses plow faster than cows. I reckon that older brother and older sister will have to worry about food in the future. That's right. It's not easy to deal with more food. Li Longji agreed. Suddenly, he was stunned. He stared at Xiao Bei and asked, what did you just say? What did I say? Xiao Bei was startled. Quick, call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo over. Li Longji didn't need Xiao Bei to repeat himself. He already had an idea. He ordered people to call Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. While Li Longji and Xiao Bei were talking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also discussing in the cabin. If there's no other way, then let's combine the villages. Children can't run back and forth, but adults can. Besides, with military horses, it's convenient to travel. Horses can be ridden. Since we can't eat from the same big pot, then let's use a centralized model and form an incentive system. It looks like we need to get more oil and use the diesel engine on farming as soon as possible. That way, there's no need to be afraid of the distance. The diesel engine is so fast. After going back and forth, it's back to efficiency. Only when people have more time can they rest, have fun, and take good care of the children. When the people sent by Li Longji arrived at the door, Zhang Xiaobao summarized the two people's thoughts. There was a knock on the door, and the person said that Her Majesty had summoned them. The two people walked out. Wang Wan said while walking, after combining the villages, the conflicts will become more prominent. Many villages are mainly based on surnames. The competition for the village chief position will be very fierce. There will also be more conflicts between small interest groups. That's the matter of the local officials. If the local officials are not capable and can't handle the affairs of the villages, then we will let Xiao Bei handle the local officials. Zhang Xiaobao delegated the responsibility. Wang Wan paused for a moment. It looks like we have to do more promotion work for Li Longji. Once we have the film and phonograph, the publicity work will be easier to do. We still have to finish the cartoon first. Xiao Bei asked a few days ago, and the standards of the current artists are too low. Just ask them to draw a simple cartoon. As for expressing too much of the style from the lines, it's not like it's a landscape painting. Don't they understand that simple is the most popular? Don't tell me they want the children to see whether the lines of the characters and scenery in the animation are bold and graceful. If they really want to express it, they can just use the actions of the characters and the environment in the animation to render it. Why bother with the lines? Just draw a 2-meter-tall bear with a fierce expression. Even if the children are stupid, they won't think that it's gentle, right? Speaking of this matter, Zhang Xiaobao started to criticize the person he had found to draw the animation. There were many artists who insisted on doing this and that. Even if they could use their brushes to pierce through 1,000 layers of paper, could it be reflected in the animation? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked along the way. When they arrived at the younger brother and sister's barbecue stall, Xiao Bei was roasting chives. It was not that she wanted to eat them, but she was really setting up a stall to sell them to the other people on the ship. Chives for 1 copper coin for 3 skewers was considered very cheap. Because it was already early winter, if she sold 3 skewers, she would earn 1 copper coin for 9 skewers. Next to her, Xiao Yuan was roasting squid neck. This was not for sale, so he planned to eat it himself. Of the 5 skewers, he would eat 3 skewers. He brought 2 skewers for Zhang Gang and helped Xiao Bei roast 4 skewers of garlic. When he sold them, he would earn 1 copper coin for 2 skewers. Li Longji and Gao Lishir, as well as Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, were watching from the side. Li Longji lamented to Gao Lishir. These were really Zhang Xiaobao's younger siblings. It was not a matter of money, but the way they thought about how they could earn back the money they spent by eating barbecue. It was really difficult for them to decide to spend 3 million string of cash without hesitation when they were at Hong Farm. Gao Lishir expressed his agreement. Empress Wang smiled but did not say anything. Even Wu Huifei, who did not get along with Zhang Xiaobao and the Wang family, could not put her resentment on Xiao Bei and the others. This was because when Xiao Bei and the others were seriously roasting things for every copper coin, they could easily throw away the goldfish bags and silverfish bags when they were saving people and then say that it was worth it. The strong contrast made Wu Huifei blush with shame. She could not judge Xiao Bei and the others. She knew that Xiao Bei and the others had a precious candy house. The things inside were really good. It could be said that they strived for perfection, but they were also really expensive. Ordinary people could not afford them. However, it was such a candy house that when Xiao Bei and the others followed Her Majesty outside the city, they were willing to take out a large amount of candy to give the children in the capital to eat. If one said that they were stingy, that was right. They haggled over every penny. If one said that they were generous, that was also right. If one said that they were very afraid of death, there were two experts beside them whose movements could not be seen clearly. They were usually surrounded by guards. If one said that they were willing to sacrifice themselves, Xiao Bei would be the first to jump in without hesitation when he knew that someone had fallen into the water. Wu Huifei was momentarily at a loss. She muttered, Xiao Bei and the others should not be in heaven, but they definitely do not belong in hell. Where exactly are they? In the human world. Wang Wan, who was walking over, happened to hear it. She added, it has nothing to do with Maxim Gorky. Then who is it? Wu Huifei asked passively. A person who talks about the Haiyan. But I don't care, because we have the Shuiyun. The Haiyan struggle is self-defense, while the Shuiyun's fight is for the common people, Zhang Xiaobao explained. Wu Huifei knew who the Shuiyun was. It was the male eagle that the storyteller said, who dares to fly in the sky, alone guarding 1,000 miles with a soaring eagle. It was said that when one eagle soared to the sky, the other eagles retreated. Just like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when they were in their respective fields, no one dared to go against it. When the moon was full, the stars would dim. Li Longji did not care about the riddle. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I just asked you two about the matter. You still haven't thought of a solution, right? Hee hee. I was eating barbecue when I suddenly thought of. I thought of this matter, so I asked Xiao Bei. Guess what Xiao Bei said? Let me give you a hint, the problem has been solved. Hee hee, hee 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 hee. Li Longji wanted to say that he had solved the problem himself. If it were any other official, he could only tacitly agree and not say anything else. But when he saw Xiao Bei working hard for every copper coin, he really could not say it. How shameless would that be? If he really dared to say it, Xiao Bei would only reply with an innocent smile and he would jump off the boat. That was because there was no place in this world for his face. It was too big. Zhang Xiaobao did not ask for the details. He first went to his sister Xiao Bei and asked, how much are you selling it for? 3 skewers of Chinese chives for 1 copper coin. If I sell 3 skewers, I'll make a profit. Is it expensive? Xiao Bei's Chinese chives were almost done roasting and she asked as she sprinkled seasonings on them. It's not expensive. You're too honest. Normally, you sell 3 skewers for 1 copper coin. It shouldn't be the fresh Chinese chives that you eat. It should be brushed with gutter oil and then roasted with Chinese chives that are about to rot. Zhang Xiaobao spoke about business. Ah. Xiao Bei's hands trembled. Then what if I get a stomachache? Aren't you going to rub sauce on the Chinese chives? You can mix the anti-diarrhea medicine into the sauce and rub it on the Chinese chives and you won't get a stomachache. Zhang Xiaobao continued to give ideas. Then if I rub flu medicine on the Chinese chives, will it be able to treat colds? Xiao Bei deduced. Wang Wan's eyes widened when she heard this. Zhang Xiaobao, you're going to teach Xiao Bei this. With your status, do you really need to do this? Zhang Xiaobao understood that Wang Wan was not talking about his current status. He smiled and said, I'm just playing with Xiao Bei. I have to let her know some of the dark methods. Only then will she be able to hold up the light. After speaking to Wang Wan, Zhang Xiaobao turned to Li Longji and said, Your Majesty, what did you want to say just now? Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Li Longji did not say anything. He was already dumbfounded. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao did not use his methods on Great Tang. Chapter 972. The chives are ready. Who wants more? Xiao Bei shouted. Someone immediately came in to take the chives and give Xiaobei the money. After Xiaobei gave the change, he took the chives and left with satisfaction. They were not craving for barbecue. If they wanted to eat, they would go to the kitchen and tell the chef, who would cook for them at night. They were just there to play with Xiaobei. Xiaobei didn't think too much about it. He happily accepted another roasted hairy egg deal. He took out the cooked hairy egg and skewered it on a bamboo stick to roast. This egg was not an accident during the incubation process. It was man-made and stopped from hatching. There were no germs in it, and it was specially made for the guards of the inner courtyard to eat. It was a non-medicinal supplement to strengthen the body. The 9 children all had work to do, but they were not busy. After roasting the egg, Xiaobei was not busy, so he did not have to worry about it for the time being. He turned his head to listen to his brother. Li Longji had already told Zhang Xiaobao what he had just said to Xiaobei. After Zhang Xiaobao heard it, he did not say that he and Wang Wan had also thought of it. It was not important who had thought of it, and there was no need to deliberately prove that he was smart. Xiaobao, tell me, what do you think? Li Longji asked. It's okay. Since your majesty is willing to pay, why not add another one? Zhang Xiaobao could not come up with a better idea. It was too affected by technology. Li Longji was looking forward to Zhang Xiaobao's idea. Wang Wan also wanted to hear what Zhang Xiaobao had considered. Zhang Xiaobao first helped Xiaobei flip the egg and said, each family will have 2 children and let them raise them. For every child born, the imperial court, your majesty, will take out a portion of your own money as a reward to the person who gave birth to the child. The child must be alive. The initial rule is that it can be 20 strings of coins or 30 strings of coins. Then, every child will receive a sum of money from birth until the age of 15 as child support. For example, 3 strings of coins a year is not a small amount. This money is enough to raise a child. A child can earn 3 times a year, and the discount is 250 copper coins a month. You won't even need to use up all your clothes and food. You can buy toys and storybooks for your child. Li Longji listened attentively, but more than that, he didn't understand. If the person speaking wasn't Zhang Xiaobao, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold himself back from slapping him. Isn't that stupid? If I have money to burn, why should I give money to someone else for giving birth to a child? The merchants were willing to pay for the school because they needed people with knowledge to work in the future. There was a rule that merchants who did not pay were not allowed to work with graduates of the school. Merchants had another purpose, and that was to sell their goods. As long as they were large-scale merchants, they would not fork out the money, and the people would consciously not buy their goods, forcing the merchants to fork out the money. But why would he care if the people had children? They would have children of their own and were willing to have more. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, Li Longji asked in doubt, Xiaobao, do I have enough money? If we really do as you say, won't there be people who don't work and just focus on giving birth to children? If those who are willing to work find this way to slack off, what will the country do? Gao Lisher also felt that it was impossible. Xiaobao, do you think there will be problems? There will be. Zhang Xiaobao nodded, there will be many problems, but there is no need to be afraid. There is a circle here. There will never be a lack of welfare, tax, production, consumption, and conflicts. It will just keep shifting, cycle by cycle. As for me, I am only in charge of medical care and education. I will not provide any help to the elderly with children. I will only increase the punishment for the children who don't want to retire. If there really comes a day when it reaches that level, it means that the social system is rotten to the core and needs to be reshuffled. Wang Wan fell into deep thought. She understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. If there came a day when the government needed to use other means to provide help to the elderly in society, it would mean that the income of the individual was not enough to support the elderly, and it would also mean that there was a decline in morality. When the government provided help to the elderly, not only should they not praise the means used by the government, they should instead question how the government had turned society into such a state. Then they realized a problem. This government was not a machine. It was full of living people. This government did not appear out of thin air. It had gradually developed to this point under the influence of society. Everyone in society, or rather, their ancestors, were responsible for this. Then, when did it start? Wang Wan could not think of a reason. Zhang Xiaobao could not think of a reason either. He could only guarantee that he could still control it. If he really wanted to find a reason, then he would take it that people followed the laws of the earth followed the laws of the heavens followed the Tao, and the Tao followed the laws of nature. The blooming and withering of flowers, the rolling clouds, and the development of society could not escape this circle. As such, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan began to face each other in silence. Li Longji and Gao Lishir could not think of what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were thinking. They could only consider the problems in front of them and the problems that might arise. Li Longji's thoughts were very simple. He was worried that there would be a day when he would not have enough money. When Xiao Bei shouted in alarm and hurriedly sprinkled seasonings on the hairy eggs to get someone to take them, Zhang Xiaobao and the other three came back to their senses and listened to Xiao Bei apologize to the guard. "I'm sorry, I was distracted and one side of it was burnt. You eat it first, and I'll cook it for you again. It's free, and I'll cook it for you later as well. I'm sorry for wasting your time, so consider it my compensation, okay? If you don't agree, we can still discuss it again." Xiao Bei handed over a few strings of hairy eggs and sincerely said to the guard. Although the guard was part of the seedling protection team, Xiao Bei did not want to use her authority as a master to pressure him. After all, her current identity was that of a businesswoman. She had always believed that businessmen who only knew how to shirk their responsibilities and did not know how to protect the interests of their customers would not be able to do business for long. Unless the government and the businessmen protected each other, then, as her brother said, society was on the verge of a reshuffle. Of course, Xiao Bei did not know that the reshuffle that her brother was talking about did not mean that there would be a reshuffle tomorrow. Perhaps it could still persist for a few hundred years. After all, there was the suppression of force. However, when it really could not be controlled, the people who connived and promoted this situation would pay the price with their lives. No one could blame anyone. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who thought too much and tired themselves out, the life of the guard was much happier. He only needed to train hard, protect the people of the main family, and then live a happy life with the main family. He did not need to make any policies in the Tang Empire. If one had to say that he had to pay more, it would be the current situation. He held the skewer of hairy eggs that had been roasted on one side and said to Xiao Bei, "As a buyer, I have to say something." "Say something. Then say it. Just don't scold me. Being scolded is not within the scope of the compensation I promised. I can only compensate you in terms of money and attitude. This attitude does not include being scolded by you." Xiao Bei corrected her identity as a businesswoman and emphasized the extent of what she could bear. The guard thought to himself, "Even if you want me to scold you, I don't dare. Who in the Tang Empire dares to scold you?" "However," he said, "when I said that I wanted to buy hairy eggs, you did not ask me what kind of hairy eggs I wanted to eat. This shows that you do not value me. Do you admit this?" "Ah. Yes, I did not ask." "Okay, then what kind of compensation do you want?" Xiao Bei wanted to explain, but the guard did not let her. If she took the initiative to explain, it would show that she was guilty and quibbling. "First, you have to compensate me with a skewer of chives and then satisfy my request for the heat of the hairy eggs," the guard said. "Just a skewer of chives? You are not allowed to go back on your words. Hairy eggs, what do you want?" Xiao Bei was overjoyed. This person's request was too low. "I like to eat hairy eggs. I want to eat hairy eggs on both sides. You have to roast the other side of the hairy eggs as well. The guard made his request seriously. Xiao Bei was stunned. She nodded and said, "Then give me the hairy eggs in your hand. I will continue to roast them. This is simple." "Thank you. I will roast another set of hairy eggs for you. This is not a compensation, but a reward. In the future, I will definitely ask others what they want first." The corner of the guard's mouth twitched slightly, but he still looked serious as he nodded. Zhang Xiaobao could see that the guard was nodding with difficulty, probably because the texture of the black hairy egg was really not that good. Xiao Bei happily turned around and continued to roast the hairy eggs. Zhang Xiaobao bowed slightly to the guard and said, "Zhang Yong, thank you." The guard called Zhang Yong by Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly returned the bow and said, "Young master, please do not be like this. This is what I should do. I am a member of the vigorous protection team, not a cavalry that is only responsible for killing." After Zhang Yong finished speaking, he went out and continued to perform his duties. Li Longji sighed with emotion again. He understood Zhang Yong's words. The vigorous protection team was more powerful than the cavalry. Not only did it protect the safety of the people being protected, but it also took care of psychological matters. Otherwise, how could the seedlings grow strong? The vigorous protection team was a laughable and childish name, but it was a group of people who made their enemies tremble. Those who could enter would be honored because of this name. After sighing with emotion, Li Longji returned to the previous topic. "Xiao Bao, will I really not run out of money?" "Not at all." Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, "Actually, I have wanted to do this for a long time. This is called the central government stimulating consumption. But in the past, the Sinongxi Temple and the Ministry of Works could not keep up with the pace. I have endured for a long time, but it is about time now. When this policy is implemented, there will be a burst of consumption in a short period of time. Within a year, not only will Your Majesty's money not decrease, it will instead increase like a geyser. That will be the time when I need to be busy. I need to promote productivity while suppressing the depreciation of the currency. Because I have decided to enter the circle that was mentioned earlier." Li Longji and Gao Lisher still did not understand. They only felt that the circle should be very large and difficult to control. Otherwise, Xiao Bao would not have made an expression that looked like he was going to commit suicide outside the Meridian Gate. Wang Wan comforted, "It's fine. At most, we can use unconventional methods. First, we will come up with a law. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be dealt with. There is no need to draw a fixed line there. The true balance is not left, right, and not in the middle. We have to act according to the situation. I am not worried. Don't we have a way to divert the domestic conflicts?" Zhang Xiaobao became relaxed again. Wang Wan took a deep breath and nodded. "Xiao Bao, in terms of calculation, I am really not as good as you. Did you think about many things during the imperial examinations? Especially when you were talking to your father?" Wang Wan recalled. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao was very happy. Then, the people from the Ministry of War came and gave the idea. Gao Junmin and the people were happy. Then, Jiang Tsin from the Sinongxi sent vermicelli. Zhang Xiaobao told the other party that he would give up his family's technology. Then, he expanded the capital and said that he would give up military horses. After that, he planned to go to the original place of the Turkic Khaganate. After a year, he would stabilize Japan and Xinlua and start to attack Duoshi. In other words, even if the preschool children incident did not happen today, Zhang Xiaobao would still push the Tang dynasty's economy to explode. Then, when it was the most difficult to control, he would send troops and shift the economic pressure in the country. When he won against Duoshi, he would have military benefits, economic benefits, and resources. Politics would also be more stable. This was the true ability and style of an international swindler. Li Longji and Gao Lishir were also aware of the series of actions Zhang Xiaobao had taken since the imperial examinations. The two confirmed once again that Zhang Xiaobao did not want to be emperor. Otherwise, he would have succeeded long ago. Li Longji looked at Xiaobei, who was working hard to finish Mao Dan, and said softly, "You guys have to work hard and learn all the skills of your brother and sister." Then, he looked at his eldest son, Li Jun, who had eaten his fill and was sleeping in his mother's arms. His eyes swept over Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. He pondered for a moment but did not say anything. When Gao Lishir saw the emperor's action, he took a deep breath and looked at Li Jun in a different light. Zhang Xiaobao also secretly observed for a moment. He helplessly shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to scheme. Sometimes, some things are forced. Running away will never solve the problem. Since that's the case, let's face it head on." Wang Wan exhaled. "Actually, it's not that big of a deal. It's fine if we progress quickly. If there are problems, we'll find a way to solve them. If we don't consider the environment, I can fight until the end right now, so I'm not worried about losing. But it's precisely because of the environment that we can't avoid that we have to push forward bit by bit. I don't want to rely on advanced weapons and go deep alone. In the end, others will suffer a crushing defeat and lose more than just the lives of a group of soldiers. Yes, we can't lose. I'd rather increase the cost than bring craftsmen and technicians with me just to save time and money. I'm willing to take the risk of being attacked if the supply line is too long, but I definitely won't bring non-combatants with me and let others have a chance to steal them. In that case, if one of our armies is completely wiped out, the enemy will only steal weapons and ammunition, as well as clothes and food. They can take people as slaves, but if they want to." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish, Wang Wan interrupted, "If they want to rely on the finished products of firearms and ammunition to develop technology, we'll tire them to death. I can give them 100 telegraph machines, but they won't be able to copy them. Even if we give them diesel engines, they won't have the metallurgy skills." Li Longji listened from the side and felt extremely proud. How many people were jealous of the great Tang's industrial and agricultural system? He could easily fly into the sky with a hot air balloon. This is what it means to be an emperor. How could the other small countries dare to declare themselves kings? Have you ever flown before? As he thought about it, Li Longji's mind became restless. He stood up and used a pair of tweezers to pick up a few oysters from the barbecue in front of Xiao Yuan. He dripped 2 drops of soy sauce on each oyster and sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions. He smiled at Xiao Yuan, who had been robbed of her food, and brought it back. He first tasted one oyster, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it. Then, he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, I'm always bored in the palace. Look, I've created a pear garden. In fact, I have nothing to do. When you go to fight Duoshi, can I hold the fort for you?" Empress Wang and Wu Huifei, who were chatting, suddenly stopped talking. Gao Lishir, on the other hand, opened his mouth wide. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan nodded at the same time and said, "Sure, it'll be fun to lead the imperial troops." "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, you." Gao Lishir didn't need to close his mouth. He directly pointed at Zhang Xiaobao. "But..." Zhang Xiaobao spoke on behalf of him and Cuckoo. "But, while we can guarantee your safety during war, we can't guarantee that your majesty can adapt to the climate. You have to train and adapt for a period of time. Otherwise, the doctors may not be able to think of a solution." When Gao Lishir heard Xiaobao say, "but," he was relieved. Empress Wang and Wu Huifei continued to talk about the fabric of the clothes. Li Longji was most annoyed by Xiaobao saying, but, and so on. Once he said that, his wish couldn't be fulfilled. But now, he was the one asking for help, so he couldn't be angry. Otherwise, without the support of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, the officials would definitely not let him go. Thus, Li Longji asked softly, Xiao Bao, you usually have the most ideas. Think about it, how can I adapt? How can I go to the original Turkic place where you are going to spend a few months after the new year? When Xiao Bao heard Li Longji's words, he fell silent again. He used his sleeve to take 2 oysters, one for Wang Wan, and the other for himself to eat after it cooled down a little. Xiao Yuan came over with a small bowl in his hand and said, Brother, sister, I have oyster sauce here. It's pure. I'm not afraid of salty. When I have time, I'll make real oysters for you. There's no need to roast oysters. They're only delicious when eaten raw. I have to process them first before I choose. I don't want you to get sick from eating them. Zhang Xiaobao signaled his younger brother to put the oyster sauce on himself. Wang Wan also hadn't eaten yet, so she waited with him. Xiao Yuan, when we go back, I'll treat you to good food. Li Longji also pushed the oyster over. Oh, there's also Uncle Emperor. I forgot just now. Xiao Yuan deliberately said. Li Longji endured it. Who asked him to snatch other people's things? He was in the wrong. Zhang Xiaobao slowly ate the oyster, then smacked his lips twice and said, Your Majesty, you don't have to go to the original Turkic place. There are soldiers everywhere. It's cold and not lively there. You can go to the original Tubo place after the new year. Li Longji gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan an oyster each and asked, Is it fun there? It's not fun, it's to adapt to the climate. Not only do you have to go to the original Tubo place next year, you have to go there more often. It's best if you go there 3 times. If your body can take it, you have to go for at least a month each time. Zhang Xiaobao replied. 3 times. Isn't that too much? Li Longji wanted to go, but he was afraid that others would object. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, It's not much. If not for the fact that you still have to stay in the capital, this subject would want you to stay there for half a year. The last time you go there is when this subject and Cuckoo go on an expedition. This subject has to ensure that the supply line is unimpeded. Furthermore, there can't be only one supply line. Wang Wan added, That's right. Although it's a forceful attack, I don't want too many people to die. Ammunition is just money. I want to continuously fire the cannons. Even if the other party is only one person, as long as he can pose a threat to the soldiers of Great Tang, I'm willing to bombard him with 10,000 cannons. My air force can't keep up, and I don't even have a plane. Therefore, I'll use the artillery battalion to make up for it. I request that every member of the special forces at the front be equipped with a radio. Even if I lose the support of the air force, I want to reach the level of a single soldier. If he sends a report, I will fire the cannons. Even if he says fire at me. Chapter 973. Wang Wan's tone was firm, which meant that no one could refute her words. Li Longji was excited when he heard this. He wished he could become a scout and rush to the front. Xiao Yuan, who was delivering the oyster sauce, also became excited when he heard that there was going to be a war. He took the bowl of oyster sauce and quietly returned to his seat. He pulled Xiao Bei over and whispered to him. Xiao Bei contacted them one by one. After this batch was done, they did not take on new jobs. A group of children gathered together to discuss something. Gao Lisher was also very happy. He had the official position of a general and wanted to go to war. He thought that once the war started, he would go to Tubo with the emperor to win the hearts of the people and help Xiao Bao ensure the supply line. Then, when the front line was smooth and there was no danger, the emperor would go to the front line personally. First, it could increase the morale, second, show the emperor's power, and third, relax. Empress Wang was also very excited. She waved her fist and said, Fight, Cuckoo, fight for me. When the time comes, His Majesty and I will hold the line for you. She was like this. When Li Longji wanted to be promoted, she helped to plan. Unlike ordinary women, who were worried and helpless, she took the initiative to help Li Longji. It could be said that she was learned from her family. However, later on, because they did not have children, Li Longji, as the emperor, needed women who could fight. Coupled with Wu Huifei's excellent genes, she fell into a passive position. But because Wang Wan liked her, everything changed. She was still the empress, overseeing the great Tang imperial harem, and she had a son and a daughter. At the same time, she learned more tricks, but the things in her bones did not change. She still liked to play sports with the palace maids in the imperial harem. She also wanted to participate in the war. Now, the opportunity came. Wu Huifei, who was beside her, frowned deeply. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan rose at an unstoppable speed, she played two small tricks. When others easily saw through and counterattacked, she was afraid. She knew that Wang Wan and Wang Wan had a bottom line. Because of her own identity, the extent to which she gave in was greater than the other county magistrates who caused trouble in Sanshui County and the officials who caused trouble in other places. However, she would not indulge them endlessly. Now, she no longer planned to overthrow Empress Wang. She only wanted to stabilize her position. However, after hearing the conversation between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, she did some calculations. If Wang Wan was willing to throw down tens of millions of cannons for the life of a soldier of the Tang Empire, it would require an astronomical amount of manpower and money to produce and transport supplies. Thus, worried that Wang Wan would destroy the foundation of the Great Tang in one battle, she had no choice but to speak up. Cuckoo, Xiaobao, those who like to fight will surely perish. According to your plan, it will be a waste of manpower and resources. Do you really want to squander all the capital that you've saved up over the years? Duosher is very far away from our dynasty, why would he take the initiative to find trouble? Is it really because he had some friction with Duosher in Tubo that he launched an expedition? You have to know that a superior army should break the enemy's schemes. Why not use the momentum of an army to force them to retreat, just like the Tubo and the Turks? Sister, you can't think like that. We have to fight for our country. It's better for us to fight than them. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? Empress Wang saw that Wu Huifei wanted to make trouble and interrupted. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao sighed at the same time. Then, Wang Wan signaled Zhang Xiaobao to speak. Zhang Xiaobao had long been used to taking the lead. He explained, I also don't want to fight. I want to subdue the enemy. However, the Duosher tribe won't surrender. They are expanding very quickly. There will be a battle sooner or later. Since that's the case, let's fight. If we don't fight, where can I get oil? If we dig up all the oil in the Tang Empire, won't we leave behind war preparations for our descendants? After Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan added, it's inevitable to use the people, but it won't hurt the money. War is a very profitable business. The prerequisite is to win. I'm confident that I can beat them strategically and tactically. I guarantee that I have an absolute military advantage. Zhang Xiaobao nodded repeatedly. In fact, there was oil in the sea, but he couldn't extract it. He could only stare at it. Even oil on land was not easy to extract. If he wanted to extract oil from Daqing, it would be troublesome. He could only dig. Wu Huifei didn't deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, but she had always been concerned about the Tang Empire. A few days ago, she learned about the separation and collection technology of the diesel engine and oil. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaobao mention it, she asked, can you make the diesel engine run and can be filled with oil? Do you have Duosher? I've seen the cans. They are very good for burning, just like methane. It's a pity that you can't light a methane lamp. Yes, Duosher has it. It can't be judged by just having it. It's very rich and convenient to extract. It's relatively convenient. It's better to leave it for them to use in the Tang Empire. Zhang Xiaobao first answered the first question and then introduced the second one, methane lamps, yes, oil separates. In fact, there is something more convenient than methane lamps that can be used as a lamp. It's kerosene. To be honest, if we only use kerosene for lighting, it's better to use methane lamps and steam to generate electricity. That's because it's a waste. It has more uses. In my opinion, oil is more precious than gold. Gold can only be used when the military force between countries is equal, but oil can determine whether the military force is equal. There was no doubt that Wu Huifei's genes were excellent. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she understood that the black thing had many uses and could even determine the outcome of a war. She then asked, if we win, can my son, Qing, help? Yes, if he is willing and can withstand that kind of environment, it's not a problem to let him lead a large number of troops to guard the strategic location. I believe in him. Zhang Xiaobao gave a quick affirmation. When these words came out, other than Wang Wan, everyone was stunned. Wu Huifei was especially affected. How magnanimous and confident must one be to dare to say this? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agreed to let Li Qing lead a large number of troops to guard the strategic location. It was very useful to the Tang Empire and could even determine the strategic location. Firstly, it showed that they were open-minded. Between the interests of the Tang Empire and their own selfishness, the two of them were willing to choose the former. They also believed that they wouldn't use this to blackmail them. Secondly, they were showing their strength. If there was a problem, they would be able to solve it immediately. Just like before, they didn't care if the other party caused trouble. If they really wanted to deal with the other party, it would be a piece of cake. Your Majesty, why don't? Wu Huifei said gently to Li Longji. Before she finished her words, her meaning was clear. Li Longji did not look at Wu Huifei. Instead, he looked at his son and said, Qing doesn't have much to do recently. He's looking for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to ask about his knowledge. He's also playing games with Jun and Pan As an older brother, he should act like one. Gao Lishir had been with Li Longji for many years. How could he not understand Li Longji's meaning? He said, Your Majesty's words are exactly what I'm thinking. When I look at Xiao Bao, I feel that they're very good. After I took Xiao Bao as my adopted son, I chatted with Zhang Zhong in my spare time. Zhang Zhong even said that he was worried that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were smart and would scheme against their younger brother or sister to fight for the family inheritance in the future. Later, when he arrived at Luzhou and learned that his wife was pregnant with twins, he was busy helping the people and mountain people in Luzhou deliver the babies so that the doctors could familiarize themselves with the twins. It was only then that he learned that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were very caring toward their younger brother and sister. When he saw the abilities they had learned, he was at ease. The two of them were willing to give up the family inheritance with a smile. In my opinion, Li Qing isn't inferior to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. At this point, if Wu Huifei continued to say that she did not understand, she would be pretending. When she looked at Li Jun, the first thought that came to her mind was that Great Tang might have another crown prince. The son of the first wife was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao responded with a slight pout. Hence, Wang Wan smiled non-committally. Her thoughts were the same as Zhang Xiaobao's. It was not because of one's identity that they would let one do whatever they wanted. Instead, it was because of one's abilities. If Lu Shan were to step up, it would be a real trap. Wu Huifei's heart sank for a moment, but she quickly recovered and said, speaking of Qing, she's slow-witted. She can't compare to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, but she has a good heart. She'll definitely help Great Tang for a long time. She understood that as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were around, her son would never be able to rise to the top. This was the result of birth. Li Jun was lucky enough to be by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side at a good time. How many skills did she learn from them? Looking at Xiao Bei's 9 children, it was clear that they had nothing to do with their birth parents. This was because they did not have the same parents. All of them were by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side almost every day, receiving their education. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were all elites. They were really smart. Although Xiao Bei was usually the only one making a fuss, the other 8 children were not stupid at all. They just let Xiao Bei take the lead. Even the children of the royal family were not as fortunate as them. They would not scheme against each other. Every time they encountered a difficult problem, they would immediately work together to think of a solution. For example, just as Wu Huifei was thinking about all kinds of things, Xiao Bei and her 9 children walked over majestically. As usual, Xiao Bei took the lead. The other 8 lined up with Xiao Bei as the center. Not doing business? Zhang Xiaobao asked with a smile when he saw his siblings coming over. Yes. Xiao Bei was a little nervous, so her smile was the brightest. She was like this when she was nervous, thinking that she could confuse others. However, she definitely did not know that her brother studied psychology, and her sister was also proficient in interrogation techniques. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled and waved his sister over. He hugged her and asked, "What kind of business are you going to do?" "Or candy house. Opening a branch to Duofu. Are you going to say that the sweetest thing is the honey pastry from Baby Candy House, and the happiest way to eat it is to taste it with your family?" Wang Wan burst out laughing. She had already thought of this when Xiao Yuan left just now. Xiao Bei pouted and nodded. Then, she said with grievance, "The saddest thing is that when you think of many ways to hide your goal, you realize that there is nowhere to hide." Ha! This time, even Li Longji laughed. The other 3 also laughed. "Brother, we can also help. Really, we can fight anyone. We have been worried at home since the last time we fought against Tubo." Xiao Bei saw that there was no way to make her brother fall into the trap, so she could only say it directly. "Of course. How can my siblings be bad?" Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty, "But selling candy won't work. Go back and think of other business. Tell me when you have thought of it. When the time comes, I will bring all of you to war." Xiao Bei became spirited. She jumped out of her brother's arms and said to the other 8, "Solve it. Retreat. Go back and discuss. I don't believe that there is anything that the 9 of us can't do." Chapter 974. When the moon crept up from the east, the fleet was already brightly lit. Singing, dancing, drinking games, poetry, and the aroma of barbecue and hot pot mixed together and permeated the night sky. It didn't feel like the emperor was on an inspection tour, but more like a party on a flower boat. Feng Xiaojingyi and the others were currently hiding in the cabin, eating biscuits and drinking water while learning the techniques that they had spent a lot of money to buy. This was what Wang Wan appreciated, but that didn't mean that she would let it go. The 3 of them listened to the commotion outside and felt an indescribable irritation in their hearts. They wanted to rush out and shut everyone up, or even let a group of pirates take this opportunity to rush onto the ship and kill the Tang Emperor and Zhang Wang's 11 children. However, they were very clear that there was no chance for a sneak attack. Behind the scenes of singing and dancing, there were many people who were working harder than them. Not to mention eating biscuits, even breathing needed to be controlled. There were layers of defenses, not leaving any blind spots. Xiao Bei and the others didn't come up with a good idea even after dinner. They decided to go to sleep first and rest up before discussing and doing their homework for the day. Empress Wang also coaxed the child to sleep. Even when the child was fast asleep, she sang a lullaby over and over again. Every time her gaze swept across the child's peaceful face, a smile would appear on her face. Li Longji was very happy today, so he drank a little too much. He gathered with Gao Lisha and a group of eunuchs and palace maids to brag. The palace maids and eunuchs rarely saw the emperor like this, so they carefully accompanied him and occasionally praised him. They waited for a long time, but the generals who couldn't wait for the military selections to find their opponents and compete on a small sand table. Often, a general would rush out of his own room and scold his opponent for being shameless. He wanted to turn the military battle into a one-on-one duel between generals. The technicians of the Ministry of Works gathered in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss new techniques. Some simply brought their tools and ran into the steam engine room to accompany the machines. Only when they heard the familiar sounds of the machines did they feel at ease. There were many common people gathered on both sides of the river. The speed of the fleet was not as fast as the transmission of the telegram. Wherever they passed by, even if the officials knew that the emperor would not look at them, they still had to bring the people from the yamen out to show respect. The yamen runners also had relatives, so when the yamen officials were on the move, they would follow many common people to the riverside to watch the fun. When the days were better, the common people found that there was relatively less entertainment. It should be very fun to see the emperor's boat. The most popular was the woman whose child had fallen into the river and was rescued. When she returned home with her child, the whole village, regardless of age or gender, had surrounded her house. When the crowd saw her, she turned into the moon and was held by the stars. Normally, if a child fell into the water and returned home, he might be beaten by the men at home. However, the woman's husband didn't dare to do anything. He even spoke softly. There was nothing he could do. After all, the woman had met the emperor. In the future, the power structure of the family might change. While the woman was answering other people's questions, she took out the gifts that people had given her when she got off the boat and distributed them to the villagers. There were pieces of cloth that were tied together, and there were also pieces of candy that were put in a small bag. They were all gifts. When the people in the inner courtyard sent the gifts, they explained to the woman that after meeting the emperor, they must be surrounded and asked when they returned to the village. If they didn't send some gifts, wouldn't it seem that the emperor was too stingy? They also told the woman that when she came back, she should be realistic and not exaggerate. The woman did speak the truth, but no matter how realistic the scene was, it couldn't escape from exaggeration. That person jumped down from the boat like a dumpling. The life-saving equipment flew all over the sky. The most amazing scene was when Xiao Bei flung his clothes in the air and jumped into the water. As a result, Xiao Bei gained the title of a Treading Waves Red Dragon. The lively and peaceful days passed just like that. After the fleet went down the Yellow River and entered the sea, they finally arrived at Jili Prefecture. The military examination that the generals were looking forward to was still not held. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were so busy that they couldn't find the time. They could only postpone the examination again and again. They made the generals deeply understand what it meant to be vigorous in the first spurt of energy, weak in the second, and exhausted in the third. They were really physically and mentally exhausted. They couldn't force Wang Wan to compete with them because the military examination wasn't like the literary examination. They had to answer questions in the examination room for 2 days and then wait for the results to come out. Since the military examination was a sand table, it was affected by the terrain and weather. A battle that lasted 3 to 4 months was considered short. When it came to the actual competition, the sand table time was 4 to 1. No matter what, it would take at least a month. Therefore, they could only wait until Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't so busy. Then, they could compete. The sand table was on the boat, so they could go up and compete at any time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really didn't have time. They had to continue with the business at home. They had to read the research reports sent by the Ministry of Works, the Medical College, and the Western Agriculture Temple. They had to check the deposit and loan records of the bank, verify the disaster situation in various places, and then allocate resources. They couldn't fall behind on the lessons of Xiao Bei and the others. Although they said that they were busy, they weren't. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did it with ease. The main thing was that it was trivial and took up a lot of time. Since they weren't busy with the military examination, Wang Wan found that there was still some time left. She went out to chat with Empress Wang and still had some free time. Therefore, she pulled Zhang Xiaobao to do a detailed plan for the economic boom. It would be better if we had a computer. Writing with a pen is too slow. Where were we just now? Oh, right, the first industry to be impacted is the retail industry, followed by logistics, and finally production and raw materials. There are many problems involved in every step. Help me think, if you were a person selling pancakes, what would you do? There are suddenly more people buying things, and the supply of pancakes can't meet the demand. What would you do at that time? Zhang Xiaobao held a pencil in his hand and scribbled on the paper. After he finished writing, he turned the page and continued to write. Wang Wan did the same. It wasn't because the writing speed of the brush was slow, but because the ink dried slowly. If one wasn't careful, they could draw. Moreover, it wasn't easy to change. Unlike a pencil, which could be easily erased with an eraser, if the brush made a mistake, they had to paste a layer of paper on it. How troublesome. Wang Wan stopped and rubbed her wrists. She replied, if it were me, I would take the opportunity to find more people and expand the scale. When other people in the same industry raise the price, I would make a name for myself and spend energy to improve the taste of my pancakes. At that time, my business would become bigger and bigger, and it would be difficult for others to do it. It's not that my pancakes are the best, but because my price has not changed, there are many people who buy my pancakes, and they are used to the taste of my pancakes. Then, I would advertise that other people's pancakes are not authentic. Yes, some people expand the scale, and some people raise the price. I am happy to see the first situation. As for the second, we can't let the price increase too much. Write a supplementary analysis and put it in the appendix. Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and continued to write. Wang Wan put the paper in her hand aside for the time being and took the paper again. She started to analyze. She knew what Zhang Xiaobao meant. He wanted to make some people temporarily unemployed. It was not absolute unemployment, but relative unemployment. There were jobs, but they were not earning enough, so they did not want to work. The timing of unemployment had to be grasped well. It could not be too early. If it was too early, many people would lose their jobs, and that would be called an economic crisis. If it was too late, it would not have an effect. It could only be controlled to 1 month of unemployment. After 1 month, the imperial court would recruit people to help transport supplies to the front line of the attack on Duoshi, and to the smarter people in the same industry. There was a time difference between annexation and integration, so that they could complete the primitive accumulation of capital. What needed to be analyzed was the speed of research by the Ministry of Works and the Sea Agricultural Temple. When the war ended, these unemployed people would lose the advantage of returning to their original industry and continue to compete. It would not be easy for them to do business. Then, they would have to find new jobs for them. The Ministry of Works would release the technology, and the Sea Agricultural Temple would prepare the seeds of crops that could be used to extract industrial raw materials. They would need to cultivate more agricultural talents and go down to guide them. At the very least, they could not let the pancake seller not be able to buy materials. This process would create many problems, both good and bad. On the one hand, in the collective workshop, the waste of raw materials would be reduced. Correspondingly, the environmental pollution would also be reduced. On the other hand, the gap between the rich and the poor would be easily widened, making many people feel that it was unfair. He would not think about it. In the past, when he ate, he could only eat 2 meals a day, and he did not dare to casually eat white flour. He could only eat corn. But now, he could eat meat every day, rice, and steamed buns for every meal. He would only think, why? The steamed buns he ate were not as good as the soup. Some people did not even like to eat steamed buns. His life was too bad. It was better in the past. In the past, a bucket of rice only cost 25 copper coins. Now, it was 50 copper coins. He could barely afford to eat. As for the fact that he was earning 5 times more money than before, he would not mention it. What he saw was that some people were earning 500 times more than before. They could not even compare to others in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Food was expensive, and they were earning so much less than others. What kind of country was this? This was all trouble. Wang Wan was also very distressed, but she could not stop it. She had not experienced what communism was like. Distribution according to one's needs. She did not know if wives and husbands could be distributed according to the needs of men and women. Since she could not make the Tang Empire turn into a communist country, she could only try her best to control the situation with Zhang Xiaobao to gradually make the lives of the people better. As for the lives of the smart and hard-working people, that was fine. The only thing to control was the officials. She tried hard to prevent the officials from embezzling, accepting bribes, and using public power for personal gain. She did not want to intensify more conflicts and create more suitable positions for the unintelligent people. For example, some people could only do well under the leadership of others. They were willing to do things, but they could not think of ideas by themselves. Then let them work for others. They would be the employee, and others would be the boss. Then, they would raise the minimum wage and let them earn more. The boss would earn less on average. If any boss did not agree, they would directly stop their business. The Tang Empire is still the best. Wang Wan praised as she thought about it. It is good. Zhang Xiaobao was also thinking about the same thing. He said casually, when the thief is caught, he still knows shame. The officials who have received feudal moral education still know to listen to the emperor. The people who do business are still willing to take out money for the school in order to obtain good evidence. The people also have their pride and are not willing to take other people's things for free. Of course, the most important thing is that they are still willing to believe in the officials and the emperor. Don't always complain. Since you understand, then work harder. Don't let the Tang Empire change. I have thought about it. The main reason is that the Tang Empire is better than other countries in the world, so the people are willing to work hard to maintain the dignity of this country. What Wang Wan did not want to hear the most was Zhang Xiaobao's sarcastic words. It was probably related to the difference in life experience. That's right, that's right. The environment is very important. The classes of the top students usually have better grades than the ordinary classes because they have to ensure their status. Let's just let the common people of Great Tang suffer. I have a plan for the construction of a railway here. Help me take a look and see what's missing. Zhang Xiaobao continued to prepare the materials as he spoke. Wang Wan was also busy. The rustling of pen on paper could be heard in the cabin. When dawn broke in the east, the singing and dancing had stopped. There were people waiting on the shore for the fleet to dock and then help to unload things. Last night, Li Longji was drunk again. He got up with dry mouth and drank a big bowl of clear soup. He rubbed his temples and asked, "I didn't blow on my hair yesterday, right?" The eunuch immediately replied, "No, your majesty is telling the truth. Yesterday, I said that there was a thing that could carry me in the sky from the capital to Jili in 20 hours. Oh. Li Longji took the hot towel from the palace maid and put it on his face. He felt much more refreshed and said, "You are also telling the truth. I believe that one day, the Ministry of Works will be able to do it because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are more eager than me." That thing is called an airplane. They can use it to fight. Yes, yes, your majesty knows more. I thought you were bragging, the eunuch said with a smile. Pack up and get off the ship later. I haven't seen what Geely looks like, Li Longji said while rubbing his stomach. He remembered what Xiao Bei said at dinner last night. Xiao Bei said that it felt good to fish, swim, and eat at the seaside, so he thought about it. When someone went to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the lights in the cabin were still on. The two of them picked up the things written by each other and looked at each other. Then, they found flaws in them, put forward new ideas, and discussed. The land production this year is good. The price of food will probably be cheap. Let Chongpingsang buy at a certain price. Don't hurt the farmers because the grain is cheap. Our construction group also needs to hire people quickly. When the people have money, they will spend it on food, clothes, and houses. Although a house is not equal to a home must have a house. I think that some people will consider that it is not cost-effective to build their own house, so they will pay for others to build it. Our construction group will push out a few model houses according to the environment of each place. They can choose whether they are cheap or beautiful. Different choices will have different fees. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the things written by Wang Wan and said, "Oh, then change my suggestion of asking the people to store their own food. You are more familiar with this." Wang Wan nodded and admitted. She continued, "At first, I thought that the people will spend a lot of money next year and don't have enough food. I was confused and forgot about Chongpingsang. This way, Chongpingsang can still earn some money to maintain the granary. Xiao Bao, what you said is also not good. We will ask the people who are responsible for transporting supplies to the army to open an account with the bank. Then, we will transfer the money into the bank. This is very messy, and they can't see the money in the bank. Why don't we give them the money first and let them store it themselves? We can help them store the money properly. Don't think that the people are willing to do this. Now that you have brought Li Longji here, what are you going to do for him?" Wang Wan also pointed out the flaws in Zhang Xiaobao's plan and asked about Li Longji's arrangement. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and turned his head. It was bright outside, so he closed the document in his hand. "All right, it's more troublesome. If it were me, I would be willing to store it in the bank. I still trust the bank. Let's go, wash up and eat. After that, we will go ashore. Li Longji is easy to arrange. I plan to bring him to Tianqi to play. It's about time. When we return, the Yellow River will be blocked. We have to go to Shandong first, then take the land route to Luoyang, and then take the train." Wang Wan put down the document and rubbed her face. A night had passed so quickly. She opened the window, and the cold wind blew in. She quickly closed it again. The weather in the north is always fluctuating. Everyone says that there are prehistoric creatures in Tianqi. Let's see if we can find them. I don't think so. Why don't we think of a way to spread poison in there and kill everything? They will naturally float up. Actually, it's very easy to find out. In the past, we could send submarines and other methods, but that place doesn't belong to us. Let's see if anyone dares to say that Tianqi belongs to them. I declare that the Chongbai Mountains and the front line belong to Tang Dynasty. Who doesn't agree? Is there anyone who doesn't agree? Zhang Xiaobao shouted at the window. All right, I give in. Stop shouting. I really give in to you. You didn't sleep the whole night and you can still come up with such a sinister plan. I thought you were going to drain the water. Wang Wan turned off the lights, got up, and walked out. Zhang Xiaobao followed behind with his head lowered. Who said I'm not sleepy? I'll go to sleep after eating. I'll get someone to bring Li Longji to the seaside to enjoy the sea breeze. When they met for breakfast, Zhang Xiaobao was surprised to see that Li Longji's eye circles were darker than his. He seemed to be very tired from bragging last night. "Xiaobao, where are you bringing me today?" Li Longji had already drunk a bowl of soup when he woke up. The water hadn't been digested yet, so he didn't eat much. After eating 2 steamed buns, he stopped and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating a pie. "Your Majesty, follow someone to the seaside first. The water there hasn't frozen yet. Have a taste of the joy of catching and eating now. Go to bed early tonight. We have to travel a long distance tomorrow, and we have to walk on the water. We have to go to the place that belongs to Xinluo. Let's go take it." Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and said to Li Longji, "Is that place good?" Li Longji had already gone outside to feel it. The sea was indeed very big, and he couldn't see the end of it at a glance. However, it was especially cold, so he didn't feel that it was good. Whether it's good or not, it's mainly because that place belongs to Tang dynasty. Don't you think so? It was temporarily used by the people of Xinluo. We have to take it back. If they don't give it to us, we'll cut off their grain. This year, Xinluo's cotton harvest is quite good. Zhang Xiaobao had calculated this matter. If not, why would he let Li Longji come? He would let Xinluo take the initiative to admit that the Tianqi Lake belonged to him. According to the normal plan, Changbai Mountain belonged to Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor, but there were people from Xinluo living there. They were mainly there to pick ginseng. The original Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor belonged to Tang dynasty in name only. Now that Zhang Xiaobao had taken it down, he hadn't gone to clean up the people in other places. Firstly, there weren't many people there, and secondly, it wasn't easy to guard against them. The place was too big, and they couldn't patrol it. That was why he let Li Longji come to the northeast to play. He wanted to strengthen the reputation of the entire region and let the people there feel that they truly belonged to Tang dynasty. Since the emperor had come, it naturally meant that he had acknowledged Bohai Commander-in-Chief's manor. It was no longer awkward when he hadn't been acknowledged. At the same time, he gave Xinluo a chance to perform. He wanted them to be more proactive and gradually acknowledge Xinluo's status as a prefectural road of Tang dynasty. In fact, Zhang Xiaobao himself could also force Xinluo to suddenly be willing to become a part of Tang dynasty. However, it was too stiff. No matter what, Zhang Xiaobao was only a provincial governor, and not a provincial governor of Xinluo. Xinluo was a country on its own. Now that Li Longji was here, he could deal with Xinluo in the future. The nobles of Xinluo would be able to give face. Otherwise, if the resistance was too intense, he would have to spend a lot of effort to appease them. Another point was that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to get a portion of the Xinluo people to live here this winter. At that time, he would let Li Longji say a few words and establish a trade county between Tang dynasty and Xinluo to encourage the Xinluo people to move to the trade county. If they weren't willing to come, he could tell them that the Tang dynasty's grain output this year had been greatly reduced due to frequent disasters. There was no more grain to be exchanged with Xinluo. In order not to break the contract, he would use other things of higher value to replace it. For example, exquisite silk, strong and useful ironware, or exquisite ceramics. He would use these to replace grain and take back the cotton flowers from Xinluo. If the Xinluo people did not want to starve to death, they could only bring these things to the newly established county to exchange for grain. The county would give them some preferential policies and vigorously promote that Xinluo and Tang dynasty were one family. Many Xinluo people would stay. Next, we'll let the Xinluo people who come over become rich first. Then, we'll let them go back and help promote. While Zhang Xiaobao was talking to Li Longji, Wang Wan whispered to Empress Wang about Zhang Xiaobao's plan and plans. Empress Wang nodded repeatedly when she heard this. Good idea. This way, we won't have to fight. You and Xiaobao are still kind-hearted. It's rare that you can't bear to use weapons against the people of Xinluo. Wang Wan was sweating from the praise. Then, she said to Empress Wang, Mother, we have to travel for the next few days. You have to stay in Jili province in Concubine Hui. Otherwise, we won't be able to return if we waste too much time on the road. Li Longji was also asking Zhang Xiaobao, if that's the case, I'll be wasting my time on the road. Next year, when I go to Tibet, I can't be in such a hurry. I want to take a good stroll. How's the scenery in Tibet compared to here? There's no way to compare. They're all different. The only problem with Tibet is that it's hard to breathe when you reach the place. I'll get the Ministry of Works and the Medical College to prepare oxygen tanks before you leave. Think about it now. The sky is very blue, the clouds are very white, and the wind is very strong. You can roughly guess. Zhang Xiaobao took advantage of the time when Li Longji was thinking about the sky and clouds to eat his food as quickly as possible. When Li Longji still hadn't thought it through and was about to ask him, he had already finished eating. The ship was going to be handed over to Axian Luo in Japan, so everyone had to go down. After resting for a day, they set off on their own ship. Many people at the dock had already started unloading goods from the ship. They were all local specialties bought from various places in the capital. They couldn't make a trip for nothing. The matter of providing goods to the locals was also considered. The people who drove the ship and the technicians who repaired it would be left on the ship. Under the protection of the gunships that were also rented to Japan and Axian Luo, they would head to the two places. However, the gunships only allowed Axian Luo and Japan to send people to watch and coordinate on the ship, but they weren't allowed to touch the weapons. When Li Longji and the others were about to get off the ship, the goods were almost unloaded. This time, Xiao Bei didn't jump into the water. Instead, he walked down the ladder while talking. Brother, why don't you ask Axian Luo and Japan for an additional trial fee? We helped them test the ship all the way. With our status, we took the risk to test the ship for them. Shouldn't they do something? That was what Xiao Bei said. Fengxiao Shoji, who had already come down and was standing at the dock, almost fell into the sea when he heard the sound coming from above. Zhang Xiaobao was very gratified. According to the current development of the situation, there would be very few opportunities for his sister to be fooled in the future. Xiao Bei, you have to remember that the friendship between countries can't be measured by money. We helped them today. Perhaps we will need their help in the future. If it were any other child from the great Tang, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't dare to say this. He was afraid that the child would take it seriously. However, Xiao Bei was definitely not a problem. As expected, Xiao Bei looked as if he had been taught a lesson and said, Brother, I understand. Actually, there's no need for the future. We need their help now. Why don't we ask Japan to send 50,000 more people to work for us to prove their friendship? In a little while, I'll go and discuss this with Fengxiao Kun. I'm confident that he'll agree, and so will the Japanese. After all, the great Tang and Japan share a deep friendship. They'll definitely think the same and not reject us as enemies. Fengxiao Shoji, Sanben, and Sanji all sat on the ground at the same time. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to control themselves and would fall into the sea. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Zhang Xiaobao and his sister were really too immoral. They were clearly saying this for the three of them to hear. When Xiao Bei came, if they didn't agree, then they would be enemies. Xiao Bei didn't care about what the others thought. He happily followed his brother off the boat. He found the other 8 people and ran off to the side to whisper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't sleep the entire night and were still sleepy. After getting off the boat, they didn't bother with the arrangements made by Li Longji and the others. They found a nearby place and the two of them took a hot bath. Then, they squeezed together and fell asleep. The busiest one was Xiao Bei. He ran around and didn't say anything. He just followed along and joined in the fun. Behind him were Li Jun and Pan. When the two girls saw that there were so many people, they also began to run like crazy. From time to time, they would be pulled back by Xiao Bei and pointed at something to teach them. Xiao Hai and the others could only protect them from the side. At the very least, they couldn't let Li Jun and Pan run outside of the protective circle. About 2 li away from the pier, there was an amusement park. It was a small amusement park. The bigger amusement park wasn't at the pier. The pier was deep and there wasn't a suitable beach for them to play on. Although the amusement park was small, it was relatively speaking. It had all the facilities that could be found inside. There was a merry-go-round, a high slide, a maze, a seesaw, and so on. There were also themed houses, crab-shaped, prawn-shaped, and so on. Amusement park. Amusement park. Speak. Xiao Bei brought the 2 younger children to the outside of the amusement park. He pointed at the 3 words and taught them to read. The 2 little brats opened their mouths and tried to say the words twice. Then, they couldn't do it and insisted on going in. Xiao Bei was helpless and could only bring them in. There were no ticket takers at the entrance, nor were there any ticket sales windows. All the rides inside were free. Li Longji followed behind as well. There weren't many people around to protect them. The guards were all monitoring from afar. The people in the theme park weren't chased away. Instead, they were checked over and over again to confirm their identities. Then, they were taken away from them if they were carrying dangerous items that could cause harm to others. Although it was winter, there were still many people playing. The children's faces were red from the cold, but they weren't willing to stop. They couldn't stand the cold, so they ran to the side where all kinds of food were sold to keep warm. This kind of place had a room to eat. It was warm inside, and there were radiators outside. There were also seats on the left and right to block the wind for the adults so they could watch the children play. In fact, the restaurant also had glass windows that allowed people to see outside. However, Zhang Xiaobao had discussed with Wang Wan before. Although it was just a glass window, the adults would feel that they were too far away from the children. If they fell, they wouldn't be able to help them. Therefore, they had to set up seats outside. The truth was just as Zhang Xiaobao had said. No adults who brought their children out to play were willing to leave their children outside, even if they knew that the amusement park built by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family was very safe and had people protecting it at all times. Li Longji looked at the group of children running around and suddenly felt very good. He asked the manager who accompanied him, "Why don't you charge them? I don't see a place to buy tickets." "Your Majesty, because it's a children's amusement park, if you charge them, the parents will choose what to let their children play. If it's expensive, they won't want to spend money." The young master said that he couldn't care if the Tang dynasty's children played in other places, but he could definitely guarantee that they could play to their heart's content in the amusement park built by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Even if... "Your Majesty, please forgive me." The young master said that even if the emperor's child came to play, he wouldn't be able to show his identity in the amusement park. He wouldn't have a chance because other than playing, children also eat for free. What he can eat, other children can eat too. Even if he brought his own food, it might not be better than what the amusement park provides. The manager originally didn't want to say anything, but he still answered honestly. Li Longji wasn't angry. He knew that the so-called not showing his identity was only in terms of playing and eating. Jun and Pan's degree of protection would definitely be different. However, if the child of a certain prince came, Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't dare to do anything. Seeing Jun and Pan being helped onto the merry-go-round, Li Longji asked again, "Can the money be collected?" "Your Majesty, it can. It's just that the amount earned is more than the amount earned. The people who can come to Jiali province to play are either rich people in summer where there's no sea, or rich people in winter where there's no snow. In summer, people look at the sea, and in winter, they look at the snow. After calculating and calculating, it was found that the amount of money they spent to buy tickets, food, and accommodation is exactly the same as the basic cost of the amusement park. The person in charge replied. Li Longji didn't believe him at all. He looked at Gao Lishir, and Gao Lishir also had an expression of disbelief on his face. Thus, he asked on behalf of the emperor, Xiaobao created such a scene just to do charity for the rich people of Tang dynasty. If you're saying that Xiaobao is doing charity for the common people who don't have a good life, I believe it. Master Gao is right. If he's doing charity for the rich, not only Master Gao and Your Majesty, this humble one also doesn't believe it. The little Gongzi earned money outside of the tickets. For example, Your Majesty, and you don't see snow in Jiangnan province. Even if it does, it won't be heavy. If it really gets heavy, it will become a disaster. This is because the people in the south can't be prepared for snow at all times, unlike the north, where they have to be prepared at all times. The manager continued to explain. His words were clear and respectful. After all, not everyone could accompany the emperor. Li Longji and Gao Lishir nodded slightly, indicating for the other party to continue. Your Majesty's family is rich, so you want to come to Jili province to see the snow in winter. Master Gao's family is ordinary. He has a business. Without a foster son like the little Gongzi, when we sell tickets, we only sell one kind of ticket, a set of tickets. If the two of you want to come from Jiangnan province, it costs 60 strings of coins, including the boat fare, and 70 strings of coins if you travel by land. When the two of you buy tickets, you can't reveal your identity. This way, Master Gao will be willing to come. However, Your Majesty is rich, and you still have to think of a way to reveal your identity. Then, when you arrive, you can ask for a better house and better food and wine, and the gap between you and your family will widen. As for you, Master Gao, you have a child or other family members. You can't spend too much money, but you will definitely understand. After all, between the clouds and the water, blue sea, silver sand, and sea of clouds are such places, and our service is very good. We won't be prejudiced against you because you don't want to live in a better house because of the tickets you buy. When she smiles at Your Majesty, she definitely won't dare to show her 7.5 teeth to you, unless she loses half of her teeth. Ha! Ha! Li Longji and Gao Lishir couldn't help but laugh when they heard this kind of humorous and witty words. I know. The food and accommodation can be different, so you should be able to earn quite a lot of money. Li Longji nodded his head even more. This was his recognition of Zhang Xiaobao, which was Xiaobao's style. Yes, you can indeed earn quite a lot of money. Another thing is souvenirs. There is a type of free souvenir that is exquisitely made. Together with the tickets you leave in your hands, it can prove that you have been to Jili province. There are also souvenirs that have to be bought with money, such as deer skin, fox skin, tiger bones, bear paws, and so on. The price is very high. The little young master said that there are not many tourists now. If there are really hundreds of thousands of tourists in a year, then the fur of animals can't be bought with money. The little young master is afraid that he will kill all of them. It is too easy to use guns to hunt. Therefore, in the future, he will have to look at the level of consumption before he starts to breed animals. He can't let the children of future generations understand what kind of animals there used to be in Tang from pictures. Miss Cuckoo also said that when the day comes, the children will definitely not praise their ancestors for their bravery when they use advanced weapons to bully animals. Their weapons will be more advanced. Money can't be earned, but animals can be killed. When the steward talked about the little young master and Miss, his face was filled with sincerity. Li Longji deeply agreed. Yes, we can't only leave behind people for our future generations. We have to leave behind other things. Other than animals and minerals, we have to let them know that their ancestors once worked hard for them. I, Li Longji, can proudly say that when I was alive, Tang dynasty was the #1 country in the world. The children can curse whoever ruined it. Long live your majesty. The surrounding people said in unison again. Let's go. Bring me to see what food and toys there are. Looking at the things in front of me, I'm envious. I didn't play with them when I was young. Li Longji waved his hand casually and strode towards a slide made of snow. Chapter 975. Li Longji and the others walked into the amusement park. They did not attract the attention of the other visitors. They did not know the emperor was here. For this reason, the Zhang family and the Wang family would suffer some losses in today's transaction. They would use other reasons to investigate the matter. After the investigation, the other party would have to compensate them. Although with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's identities, no one would dare to say anything even if they did not compensate them. A transaction was a transaction. The children ran around in groups. From time to time, they would run to where their families were and ask for food. However, before they could swallow the food, they would run off to play again. The concerned voices of their parents rang from behind them. Li Longji did not have many guards with him. The 2 swift shooters who were in charge of protecting Xiao Bei and the others were assigned to his left and right. After all, the result of the investigation was that there was no danger. After all, who would be so free as to come to the Zhang family and the Wang family's territory to cause trouble? If someone had such thoughts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Longji didn't walk quickly, afraid that he would bump into the children running back and forth. He had already seen many children fall to the ground with his own eyes. The children were all wearing thick clothes, and other than their faces that were red from the cold, everything else was covered. Their legs were not nimble to begin with. If they lost their balance slightly, they would fall to the ground. They would roll around like a ball before they got up and continued playing. There was no need to worry about injuring themselves. This scene made Li Longji laugh from time to time. While he was laughing, a child ran toward him and fell to the ground with a thud. The child was wearing thick clothes and could not get up immediately. He looked helplessly at Li Longji and the others who were standing at the side and said, "Help me up. Why are you just looking at me and laughing?" Ha ha ha. Li Longji laughed loudly. He squatted down and helped the child up. Then, he asked, "Where are you from?" "Lingnan Circuit. Luzhou. I'm 4.5 years old this year." The child was not afraid of strangers at all. He drew a 4 with his small hand. Then, he touched Li Longji's clothes and praised him like an adult. "Not bad. Good material. Oh, you even have guards and servants. You must be rich or high-ranking officials. Be careful here. Don't mention how rich you are or how high your rank is. Play with yourself and don't bully others." Ever since Li Longji interacted more with Xiao Bei and the others, he began to like children. He teased the other party. "What if I cause trouble? What can you do? Then I won't play with you anymore. I'll tell others to arrest you. If you dare to cause trouble in Governor Zhang's business, I guarantee that you won't be able to get away with it." Humph. The child put on a solemn expression and warned Li Longji. Li Longji hurriedly nodded in agreement. That's right, that's right. Putting aside the officials, even the emperor wouldn't dare to cause a ruckus here. Even the emperor is afraid that the children of Great Tang will be unhappy. What kind of business is your family in? How much does it cost? You're not allowed to speak ill of His Majesty. His Majesty is a good emperor. He sent Provincial Governor Zhang to Luzhou. My family doesn't have any business. My father has been guarding the lighthouse for half a year. When he's on break, he brings me here to play. We don't spend any money. When he came here, he brought a lot of goods. They're all Luzhou's specialties. When I came here, I thought I'd see Provincial Governor Zhang. However, his family is in the capital now. I handed the goods to the people here, and they'll help me bring them back. My father gave me a beautiful tortoiseshell. It's alive. My father caught it when he was guarding the lighthouse. The others gave me tortoiseshell as well. This tortoiseshell is this big. The child spread his arms wide as he tried to show the tortoiseshell size. Li Longji knew who provincial governor Zhang was. He was not referring to the provincial governor that Lu Zhou always changed. He was referring to Zhang Zhong. The people of Lu Zhou only acknowledged one provincial governor. Based on the child's words, the adults would tell stories of Zhang Zhong to the next generation. Li Longji pretended to be surprised and asked, "A tortoiseshell? This is good stuff. Tell me, how's life at home?" "Sure. When we return, we'll stay for 2 months. Mother will give birth to a younger brother or sister for me. If it weren't for the fact that she's pregnant, she would have come here as well. How about next year?" "Next year, we'll come again as a family." The child was satisfied when he saw Li Longji's surprise. He was more willing to talk now. He was looking forward to having a new family member in the future. "Oh, then, when your father comes, who's going to take care of your mother?" Li Longji asked again. "Huh? Oh, you're saying that my father has to take care of my mother, right? My father can't take care of her at home. When we left, my mother was already living in that pregnancy place. There's a professional who takes care of her. Our Luzhou is the best place apart from Sanshui County. Children are taken care of, and even the elderly who have no relatives are taken care of. Last time. Let me think, it was last time. There was an official in Luzhou who wanted to collect money. He said that he was in the hospital. Even the yamen was helping him. He wanted to collect something called fees. In the end, he was chased away last month. He was only given 1,500 strings of cash. That was because he was quite honest before this. Who asked him to reach out blindly? Otherwise, when he was done, he would have received at least 30,000 strings of cash. The child spoke whatever was on his mind. His little hand that had just finished gesturing his age was now waving 3 fingers. Li Longji nodded. He knew what kind of money the child was talking about. Just like Sanshui County, when an official was in office, he would do his job honestly and think of the people. He would not embezzle or accept bribes. If he did his job well, he would receive a large sum of money when he left office. In fact, it was even more than the money he might have embezzled when he was in office. In retrospect, there was indeed such a thing. The provincial governor of Luzhou had taken the initiative to apply for a transfer. As it turned out, he was forced to leave. His surname was Tang. He really did not know what he was thinking. How dare he interfere with the welfare system that the Zhang family and the Wang family gave to Luzhou? He was really bold. While the two of them were talking, the child's father came over. His son was stopped for questioning. He had to take a look at him. "Excuse me, you are?" The child's father was shorter. His face was a unique color that was blown by the sea breeze. He first glanced at Li Longji and the others. When he saw the rice seedling symbol on the chests of the 2 quick gunmen, he was relieved. Therefore, he leaned forward and asked. The adults were smarter than the children. With just a glance, they knew that the person in front of them had a good relationship with the Zhang family and the Wang family. Otherwise, he would not have been protected by the guards of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Therefore, their tone was respectful when they spoke. At this moment, Li Longji stood up and smiled at the child. "My surname is Li. Your provincial governor Zhang works for me. This time, I'm here with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to take a look. I don't intend to alarm too many people. Li Longji had hinted that the other party would understand. The child's father was indeed smart. His mouth opened in shock, but he quickly covered it with his hand. The shock in his eyes did not diminish as he nodded repeatedly. Li Longji continued to say, I know it's tough to guard the lighthouse. When the sea breeze is strong, it will bring a storm into the lighthouse. You have to protect the light so that it won't go out. You also have to prepare food and lodging for the people on the ship. It's all thanks to your hard work that Great Tang is able to prosper. Thank you for your hard work. The child's father shook his head repeatedly. It's nothing. It's what I should do. Then, you're here. Where are the little young master and the little lady? They're asleep. They've been busy the entire night. They might come in the afternoon. I believe you'll be able to see them then. Since Lu Zhou is here, he doesn't even need to check on you. Li Longji could not help but feel jealous. When the other party spoke to him, he was respectful. However, when he talked about Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, he was friendly. He did not hide the anticipation in his eyes at all. The child's father was delighted when he heard this. He. Coming in the afternoon. I'm not going back to my place. I'll bring the child in to eat and wait. It's worth it. I'll tell them when I get back. They'll be so envious. Li Longji wanted to say that he was already envious. He was not envious that he could see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. He was envious that the people of Lu Zhou still remembered them even though they had left Lu Zhou for so many years. Your Majesty, shall we take a walk in that direction? Gao Lisher spoke from the side. He could not tell the child's father to stop wasting the emperor's time. He could only remind him indirectly. Yes, Your Majesty. Please take a look around. I'll bring the child in to eat. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. The child's father led the child in the direction of the house. Li Longji stood where he was as he reminisced about the past. He said, blessing. This is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's blessing. It's also my blessing. I heard there's an even bigger amusement park at Shallow Beach. I'll go take a look later. There are always people who say that I'm biased toward Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I've always wondered if I'm really biased toward them. Now that I've thought it through, I won't talk about Xiao Bao's economic capabilities or Cuckoo's military capabilities. I'll only talk about why the people in the places where they used to live have better lives and are more loyal to Tang. It's not that I'm biased toward Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. It's just that the people in the places they govern favor me too much. Gao Lisher stood at the side and agreed. Your Majesty is right. If every local official had such capabilities, Your Majesty would also favor them. Your Majesty's preference is the people's will. Your Majesty, why don't you go and play on the merry-go-round? Li Longji followed Gao Lisher's words and looked at the merry-go-round. He found that there were only children. He shook his head helplessly. I don't want to be surrounded. The slide in front looks good. There are adults playing. I'll go and play. As they spoke, the group walked toward the slide. The slide was really made of snow. The slope wasn't steep, but the distance was very long. Those who wanted to play had to wear a special hat. The hat not only protected the head from being hit, but also prevented the snow from entering the clothes. At the top of the slide, there was a row of skateboards for sitting. The skateboards had almost no edges. All the possible edges were curved, giving people the impression that they were round, even if the skateboards weren't round. After the family of three sat on the skateboard and reached the bottom amidst the cheers, the people above allowed the second skateboard to be placed. There were quite a few people waiting. Fortunately, there were many slides. With a row, there were roughly 20 of them. Everyone who wanted to play didn't have to wait too long. After another 3 people slid down, Li Longji was finally placed in position. He adjusted his position according to the instructions of the person in charge of the skateboards. Many people were worried about him as he slid down. There were already people below to protect him. They felt very helpless. Why did the emperor have to play this? It was too torturous. When he reached the bottom, Li Longji patted the snow off his body. He was very happy. He looked around and suddenly asked, where did Xiao Bei and the others go? They brought Jun, and Pan, to play with something good. Gao Lisher also realized that Xiao Bei and the others were nowhere to be seen. He replied according to what Xiao Bei said. When Li Longji asked about Xiao Bei and the others were playing with snowmen. Xiao Bei and the others were in charge of designing and building the snowmen. Jun, and Pan were running around the snowmen. Occasionally, they would stop and help sprinkle 2 handfuls of snow. They were very happy. This was the second place for children to build snowmen. The first place was filled with snowmen. In front of each snowman was written the name of the person who made it. It had to be left for next spring. There was also a person in charge of drawing the snowmen. They would help draw the children and snowmen together on a piece of paper as a souvenir. The numbered snowmen were left for the children for a year. If they came back next winter, they could build another snowman in the original position. If they didn't come back, then there would be no more. If they came year after year, then so be it. It was also a way to promote sales. If you were really rich, then you could rent a spot for a long time. The price wasn't cheap. Xiao Bei found a place that could be rented for a long time. However, she wouldn't pay a single copper coin. Who let it be her family's business? She planned to build 11 snowmen in one day, one for each person. While she and her brothers and sisters were building snowmen, there were also 3 children building snowmen. Not only were they slow, but they also didn't look good. It wasn't because there were few people, but because they didn't have a professional designer. When they cooperated, they couldn't reach a tacit understanding. On Xiao Bei's side, Xiao Zhu drew a 3-dimensional perspective. Xiao Hai did the calculations, and the others followed the design. They were fast and organized. It didn't take long for them to make a cone of a snowman's body. When the time came, they still had to remove the extra parts. They had to put a head on it first. The 3 children next to them had been there for a long time. They were so cold that their noses were running. The medical staff next to them took their pulse, took their temperature, and made each of them drink a bowl of medicinal soup. Only then did they dare to let them continue playing. The 3 children didn't even have time to roll a large snowball, let alone a base. The child in the lead looked to be around 10 years old. Seeing Xiao Bei's group of younger children working so fast, he became anxious. When Xiao Bei and the others made a slope and sent a large snowball to be used as the head of the snowman, the child in the lead finally couldn't stand it anymore. He rushed over and kicked Xiao Bei's snowman. Xiao Bei's first reaction wasn't to stop the child, but to signal the other guards to not come over. Then, she watched as the child kicked the snowman until it was chipped. When the child felt that it was about time to stop, Xiao Bei smiled and asked, "This big brother, why don't we build a more beautiful and bigger snowman together? You guys are big and strong, so you can do the most important work. We are small, so we can help move the snow." The adults who were helping the children to build the snowman had stopped when they saw that someone was causing trouble. They waited to hear Xiao Bei's words and then looked at the calm faces of the 11 children. They instantly understood that the 11 children were definitely not to be trifled with. They were definitely the children of a large family, because the little girl was showing the demeanor of an aristocratic family. To be able to make a little girl who looked to be around 6 or 7 years old say such words, it was obvious how the other party's family educated her. However, the 3 children didn't know that. After the eldest child finished kicking the snowman and heard Xiao Bei's words, he thought that the other party was afraid. He snorted arrogantly, "Humph, no need. I see that you guys didn't build it well, so I'll give you guys a chance to build it again. You guys aren't worthy of playing with me. Alright, we'll continue, but you can't break it again. If you're not convinced, you can build a better one yourselves. It's not good to cause trouble for others. Actually, I don't think it's important whether the snowman looks good or not. What's important is that we built the snowman ourselves, don't you think so?" Xiao Bei continued to endure. If it was an adult who came to cause trouble, she would make the other party regret it for the rest of their life. However, she had always thought of herself as an adult, so she was more tolerant of the little children. The eldest child was embarrassed by Xiao Bei's words. He resentfully returned to his place and vented his anger at the other two children before continuing to build the snowman. Xiao Bei didn't want to pay attention to him. She came out to play just to have fun. She pulled on Xiao Hai's arm. "Brother, what do we do?" "Fix it, what else can we do? I'll measure how much snow needs to be added." Xiao Hai took out a rope and patiently measured the extent of the snowman's damage. After measuring, he said, "There's no need to add any more snow. The snowman we designed is round on the top and round on the bottom. It's more like candied haws. Once the top is done, we'll have to cut off the bottom. I'll draw a line and continue." Thus, the 11 children started to get busy again. Only June, and Pan, glanced at the person who destroyed the snowman with vigilant eyes from time to time. Their young hearts couldn't understand who the other party was to be so strong. They only knew that the beautiful snowman had been kicked. It was the first time they met someone who dared to stop them from having fun. They were very worried that the person would come and kick it again. The surrounding guards disguised as guards of various professions didn't come over. If Xiao Bei didn't let them, then they didn't care. As long as the other party didn't do anything that would hurt the 11 little ancestors, it was fine. Compared to the calm mentality of the thriving and strong protection team, the 6 Jinwu guards disguised as candied haws merchants were very angry. Which family's little brat was this? Was he tired of living? He dared to kick the snowman made by the imperial son and the eldest princess. However, since Xiao Bei didn't want to pursue the matter, they could only endure. They believed that if something really happened here, they wouldn't need to show up. It was fine as long as there was no danger. Xiao Bei and the others worked very quickly, especially Zhang Chang. He was strong and taller than the others, so he was the main force. After a while, the head of the snowman was done, and the body below was also in the process of being polished. Xiao Yuan went to get charcoal and carrots, and also asked someone to bring a small stool. He planned to ask Xiao Zhu to draw on it. At this time, the 3 children were still not done. The oldest one took a look. "Yo, you're quite fast." He walked over again. Xiao Bei was angry this time. Without waiting for the other party to come closer, he shouted, "I'm telling you, don't cause trouble for your parents. Try touching our snowman again." The other party was frightened by Xiao Bei's words. He also felt that it was unfair, so he shouted back, "Do you know what my father does?" Xiao Bei was stunned and turned to look at the others. The others had a depressed expression. Why was this the same thing that happened in the stories told by Big Brother and Big Sister? Chapter 976. Xiao Bei sighed helplessly and said, "All right, then tell me, what do you want to achieve? Even if you destroy all of ours, you won't be able to build your own. You don't agree with us building it together, and you can't do it yourself. From what you're saying, your father should be very powerful, so why don't you just ask him to send a few people to help you build it? Why do you have to make trouble for us? We're younger than you, so as an older brother, can't you give in a little?" Xiao Bei really couldn't bear to do anything violent to a child. She could feel it. Don't look at the other party's age. If she just sent out 2 people, other than June, and Pan, they would be able to beat the other party down. Since last year, the 9 of them had been receiving simple combat training from her brother and sister. In fact, it was just to train their bodies, but their movements were suitable for actual combat. Her sister always said that her brother didn't teach the 9 of them how to train, but wanted to train the 9 of them into killers. Besides, there were many bodyguards around. Bullying a child was really boring. But the other party always wanted to make trouble. It was too annoying. Whose child was this? So immature. Who was his father? June, and Pan's father was the emperor, so they still had to help hold the snow. Everyone was just having fun, so why did they have to be like this? Thinking like this, Xiao Bei was very distressed. The other party's education naturally couldn't compare to Xiao Bei and the others, so he thought that Xiao Bei and the others were more afraid of him, so he said, "My purpose is to not allow you to build a snowman. If you build one, I will break it. If you dare to tell the people here, I won't let you go when I get out." "Why should I?" "You have to be reasonable, right?" Xiao Bei asked. She regretted asking because she already knew what the other party would say. Sure enough, the older child said, "Reason. I'm the reason." Xiao Bei was a little dazed for a moment. She sighed that her brother and sister were really amazing. The story they told was too classic. That story really talked about the joys and sorrows of the world, taking into account all kinds of things. June, and Pan were already pouting, but the other 8 children were speechless. Xiao Bei chose to back down again. "You're too much of a bully. How about this, I'll treat you to good food later. It's not sold here. You definitely can't eat it normally, okay? What can I not eat? Do you know who my father is? Do you know how much I spent to come here? Just the best room alone costs 50 strings of coins a night, which is 50,000 copper coins. Other than the room that is not open to the public, this is the best room. Do you know how much it costs to eat a meal? Apart from those that are not for sale, a meal costs 20 strings of cash." The big boy puffed out his chest, and his 2 followers also looked proud. One of the lackeys even said, "Even if our young master spent all this money, he didn't need to pay for it. In the local area, he could just move his hand and endless amounts of money would be sent to him. Officials, you know. This is an official." As Xiao Bei listened, his face sank. He slowly nodded and said, "I understand. An official, huh? What a powerful official. If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that you've spent more than $100 a day? Alright, I originally planned to let you go, but now I know that if I really let you and your father go, I would be letting down my skin." "What skin? What can you do if you don't let me go?" The big boy was a little afraid of Xiao Bei's solemn and dignified expression, so he asked in a trembling voice. The lackey next to him continued, "Why, can you afford such expensive food?" Xiao Bei shook his head. "We can't afford it because we don't have money. I used to be a county magistrate, and now the county is nominally under my control, but there are too few people. I can't take money from them for my own food and entertainment. If I really did that, I would have to force them to death. So we can't afford the food you said, which costs 20 strings of coins a meal, and we can't afford to stay in your room, which costs 50 strings of coins a night. I can only stay in a free room, which is the room and food that you just said is not open to the public. Because my name is Zhang Xiaobei, and his name is Wang Xiaoyuan. Among the 9 of us, only 2 surnames are Zhang Yong and Wang. We are." When the adults who were helping the children to build snowmen heard Xiao Bei's words, a word naturally appeared in their minds. After counting the number of people, they were even more certain that this was the Tang dynasty's 9-person patrol, who could kill corrupt officials and flick the emperor. The older child still didn't know the identity of the other party, but he felt that the other party was not inferior to him, so he asked, "Who is your father?" "Your father is now the Minister of Works." "Let's not talk nonsense. Men, tie up his family's adults and bring them to me." Xiao Bei was really angry. Since the other party bumped into the muzzle of his gun, if he didn't teach them a lesson, wouldn't his position as an official be in vain? The surrounding adults confirmed Xiao Bei's identity once again and mourned for the older child and his family. This time, it was really over. "Mother, is that younger sister very powerful?" a girl asked her mother. "She's not powerful. Girl, don't worry. She won't bully you. If you want, you can build a snowman with her," the mother said to her daughter. The girl still didn't understand. Then how can she get people to catch people? This is the place of the Zhang Yong and Wang family. She can catch people anywhere here, not to mention the Zhang Yong and Wang family. There are bad people here, so she caught them, the mother explained. "Oh. Bad people, I understand." The girl nodded vigorously. Since Xiao Bei said to catch people, the guards naturally wouldn't let the three of them go. They rushed over and began to restrict the movements of the three people. "Why? Why do you have people catch me? Let me tell you, this is the place of the Zhang Yong and Wang family. I can't deal with you here. Wait until we get out." The older child still didn't know how much trouble he had caused and shouted with all his might. "There's no need to get out. I can deal with you here. You actually dared to kick my snowman. If I deal with you, I won't be called Zhang Xiaobei. Kicking my snowman is one thing, but you even dare to talk about your father, an official. I want to see just how powerful your father is." This time, Xiao Bei let out all of his anger. Pan didn't care about these things. She pulled on Xiao Bei's clothes and pointed at the unfinished snowman, saying, "Su Ren, right, I almost forgot. You go catch them first. I'll finish building the snowman first." Little sister Pan, that's called a snowman. Xiao Bei returned to his senses and continued to build the snowman. "Su Ren. Pan, repeated. "All right, who cares what it's called? Let's finish it first." Xiao Bei turned around and continued to build the snowman. This was a big matter. Catching people was just a small matter. When the first snowman was finished and the second snowman was about to be built, the older child's father and a few other attendants were tied up and brought over. The older child's father looked to be in his 40s. When he saw Xiao Bei, he was stunned for a moment before kneeling on the ground. He cried as he explained, "Lord Zhang, I'm innocent. I didn't know that my son had offended you. I'll break his legs later. You're a great person and don't hold a grudge. Please let him go this time." Xiao Bei curled his lips, "Don't talk to me about these useless things. Do you think I'm a child? Don't you know why I caught you? You're making it sound like I'm trying to kill a child. Say it yourself, where did the money come from? Don't wait for me to have someone take you out for torture. Don't expect anyone to protect you. I believe you know the rules. If you offend us, you'll be guilty and punished. Where did you get the money to stay in a room that costs 50 strings of coins per night and eat 20 strings of coins per meal? Tell me the method and I'll go find a government to embezzle some money. I have a feeling that this is faster than our candy house." Xiao Bei already knew the identity of the other party before he was caught. Jiangnan West Road, Yuan Zhou's assassin, Fang Kong, Fang Huaixing. He had brought his son out to play. When he went back and forth, it would definitely exceed the normal holiday time, and not just by a little. Even if they didn't accuse him of embezzlement, they could at least accuse him of leaving his post without permission. Who would believe that? Fang Kong knelt there, trembling. When he was caught, the other party revealed their identity. When he heard that they were from the Zhuang protection team, he knew he was done for. He could even guess who had caused this trouble. It had to be his son. Because of that, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't come to catch him. His son said that he went to build a snowman. At the place where his son was playing, he must have met Zhang Xiaobao and the others. At that moment, he didn't even feel any regret. He knew the consequences of being caught by Zhang Xiaobao and the others. In Tang, no one could protect him. He didn't even have the opportunity to bribe. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he really wanted to say, "You're just a kid. If I don't lie to you, who will I lie to?" But he knew that it was useless to say this. When he looked at his son again, he couldn't wait to rush over and strangle him. What a wastrel! He had provoked them and even sold him out. Speak. Don't wait for me to take measures. Speak frankly. Whether you live or die will be judged by the Ministry of Justice, the Censorate, and the Supreme Court. Of course, you were caught by us. Naturally, you will be severely punished. I believe you understand. Speak now, so that you won't suffer. Xiao Bei had learned a lot of interrogation techniques from Wang Wan. This set of words was actually a copy of the story. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan told stories to their younger siblings, they didn't deliberately say it. Instead, they brought it out naturally. Jun He and Pan saw that the situation had changed and were a little scared. They squeezed next to Xiao Bei. Only when Xiao Bei hugged them did they feel safe. They blinked their big eyes and looked at Fong Kong in front of them. At this moment, the older child who had his freedom restricted finally knew what kind of person he had provoked. His father had knelt down, but he only knew that these children were powerful. He couldn't figure out the background of the other party. His father was a fourth-rank official. He was in charge of the provincial governor of a province. Why would he be afraid? The surrounding parents thought that it was natural. Damn it, a corrupt official dared to come to Jilin province to play. Even if he gave a fake name and identity, he was still caught. It was true that the net of heaven has wide meshes, but nothing escapes. Fong Kong was very clear that if he really told the truth, even if his family was not destroyed, he would be beheaded. After all, he would die. He couldn't just admit it like this. He shouted, "Lord Zhang, I'm innocent. This official only brought the children out to play. This animal must be talking nonsense. This official admits that I've been away for too long. This official asks Lord Zhang to show mercy on the children's behalf." Xiao Bei was unmoved. When she really wanted to deal with people, it could be said that her heart was as hard as stone. This was because she knew very well that all the people she dealt with were officials. If she let them go, then many people would suffer. It was better for one family to cry than to cry all the way. Most importantly, she had heard too many such things in the stories of her brother and sister. The officials could come up with all kinds of reasons, but no matter which one it was, it couldn't change the nature of the matter. Therefore, Xiao Bei shook her head. "Official Fong, please hurry up. At most, I'll be a good man again after 18 years. Even if my head falls off, it'll just be a scar the size of a bowl. I still want to build a snowman." At this moment, Fong Kong finally understood why Xiao Bei and the others could become Great Tang's patrol inspectors. It could be said that they were impenetrable. However, he didn't want to die. If he confessed, then he would definitely die. I refuse to accept this. I want to go to His Majesty and sue you. What do you bunch of children know? Official Fong, don't talk nonsense, okay? It's not like you don't know our family's intelligence system. Isn't it easy to investigate you? What are you shouting for? Do you want to get sympathy? Do you think we care about what others think? Zhang Chang was vexed and said at the side. The other children nodded. It was too easy to distinguish whether it was true or not. They just had to get someone to investigate. I refuse to accept this. I want to see His Majesty. Your Zhang family and Wang family control the court and deceive His Majesty. I must see His Majesty. Where is the justice? Fong Kong still wanted to resist. Who wants to see us? How did Xiao Bei deceive us? Us want to hear it. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Li Longji also came over with a heavy expression. On the way here, he had already heard the whole story. Xiao Bei had really backed off time and time again because the other party was a child. When Xiao Bei didn't intend to back down, things became troublesome. Thus, a provincial governor was arrested. Li Longji could only sigh. Xiao Bei was too sensible. A provincial governor's son could be so arrogant, but Xiao Bei could endure it. How old were Xiao Bei and the others? How could the provincial governor's son dare to compare to his father? It was clear how his family educated him, and he also knew what kind of people his parents were. When Xiao Bei saw that Li Longji had arrived, she ran over with Jun, and Pan, Uncle Emperor, look, he's really annoying, lying with his eyes wide open. I've already checked, they're all living in the most luxurious rooms and eating the most luxurious food. They're just short of eating bear paws and tigers. I've already sent people to investigate his family background. I want to see where he got the money. Also, his son said that he didn't spend his own money when he went out to play. What kind of money is that? Anyone who isn't an idiot would know, right? Jun, and Pan were also saying things that weren't clear. They were expressing that they were very angry and wanted to complain. Through Pan-er's words of betrothal, the surrounding people also knew what was going on. The snowman was kicked. Oh, come Pan-er, let father hug you. The snowman was kicked, right? It's fine, father will help you vent your anger. At this time, Li Longji turned into a father. He hugged his daughter and kissed her. Fong Kong still had some hope, but when he saw that the youngest girl was actually the emperor's daughter, he was immediately stunned. The emperor actually spoke like this in front of so many people. While he was stunned, Li Longji didn't care about his identity as the emperor. He rushed over with his daughter and kicked Fong Kong. Who told your son to bully my daughter? I'll let your son bully my daughter. Pan-er smiled happily. Her eyes narrowed into a pair of crescent moons. She hugged her father's neck with one hand and waved the other. Xiao Bei's style was unmistakable. Fong Kong was stunned by the kick. Was this still the emperor? The surrounding people were also stunned. This was the first time they had heard of an emperor like this, and the first time they had seen one. But after thinking about it, they felt that this emperor was the real emperor. He wasn't a statue. When his daughter was being bullied, he was a real father. He used the most direct method to help his daughter find an emperor of flesh and blood. Fong Kong was kicked twice in a row. It wasn't that he didn't dare to dodge because of his status, but that he really couldn't. Li Longji was truly skilled in archery and horseback riding. He was very strong when it came to duels. After the kick, his daughter smiled. Li Longji said to Fong Kong, I'll give you a chance to explain. If you say that you didn't do what Xiao Bei did to you, I won't kill you. But if you really did and you don't explain, I'll sentence you to one person. After you explain, I'll search your house and exterminate your family. This subject knows his mistake. Fong Kong really wanted to explain, but he knew that the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence network were very powerful. They would definitely be able to find out. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people understood that Xiao Bei didn't wrongly accuse him. Fong Kong took a look at his son and said while gritting his teeth, this subject deserves death. However, this subject earnestly requests your majesty to protect this subject's family. I'll tell you everything. I'm the provincial governor of Yuanzhou. But my words don't count. Even if I die, I won't let others have an easy time. Everyone understood again that Fong Kong's power had been taken away. At this time, Xiao Bei said, "You don't need to go to Uncle Emperor. I'll guarantee the safety of your family. Say it. If you say it, you may not die. At most, you'll be sent away. If you make enough contributions, I can even let you have an easier time when you're sent away. You won't have a bad life when you're sent away." When Fong Kong heard Xiao Bei's words, he rearranged his posture and kowtowed to Xiao Bei. "This official thanks Patrol Inspector Zhang. This official's family has been entrusted to Patrol Inspector Zhang. This official will tell you everything. You have to be quick too. News travels very quickly." Xiao Bei nodded solemnly and ordered, "Guards, protect the provincial governor Fong and his family. Pay attention to the investigation. I'd like to see who can cover the sky with one hand and temporarily block the telecommunication system of Jili province." Immediately, someone took the order and left. At this moment, no news could be sent out, at least not by telegram. Li Longji found that the situation was serious, so he also promised Fong Kong, "Xiao Bei's promise is my decision. I also want to see how many local emperors there are in Tang." Li Longji didn't need Fong Kong to say too much. He already knew what he was going to say. It was a big deal that someone in Tang could control the government of a province. But what kind of means did he use to do that was the most important thing. After getting the promise from Xiao Bei and the emperor, Fong Kong finally let out a sigh of relief. If the emperor and the Zhang family couldn't protect him in Tang, he didn't need to think about who could. Especially the Zhang family and the Wang family, whose reaction speed was always so reassuring. The parents around didn't know what to do. They wanted to leave, but the emperor's people were standing at the gate. They didn't want to leave, but they were afraid that they knew too much. Gao Lisher saw it clearly and said to the people around, "Today, His Majesty is interrogating the case in person. You can listen, but don't make a noise. Take care of the children." Chapter 977. When the people around heard that, they were happy. The emperor was interrogating the case personally and they could even listen in. This was something that they might not encounter even once in a lifetime. Therefore, they all quieted down and gathered their children. Then, someone brought a stove over. The several families gathered around the stove to warm themselves while waiting to see what Fong Kong would say. This was a big piece of news. If there was a storyteller, he could even say something like, "The downfall of a provincial governor," or "Yuan Zhou, the same sky, but different face," and so on. "Sit." Li Longji sat down first. His chair was naturally different from other people's. He ordered Fong Kong. "This sinner doesn't dare." Fong Kong looked at the stool beside him and continued to kneel there. "Then I'll let someone else interrogate you. What if you melt the snow? Can the children still make a snowman?" Li Longji was still in the mood to joke. When he said that, Pan remembered that the snowman was not finished yet. She pulled Xiao Bei's clothes again and said, "Su Ren, tu Su Ren. Good. You want to make a snowman, right? Make one now. Now, no one will disturb us. We can't even make a snowman secretly. You have to force me to reveal my identity. Do you think it's easy for me?" If Xiao Bei did not go to Fong Kong, how would he be interrogated? He pulled Pan and walked toward the snowman that was still a little bit away from completion. No one disturbed her. Moreover, everyone stopped what they were doing. Who dared to continue making a snowman in front of the emperor? In the entire Tang dynasty, only she dared to do so. If Li Longji was not busy, she would even ask Li Longji what the snowman was and ask him for advice. As a result, in this solemn occasion, the 11 children were busy. Laughter could be heard from time to time. Fong Kong finally sat down. He lowered his head and told the story in detail. Someone beside him was in charge of recording. Fong Kong said that he rose from the county magistrate step by step. He rose from the 7th rank to the 4th rank in 15 years and became the provincial governor of a province, the provincial governor of Yuanzhou. But when he sat in this position, he found that he could not smoothly pass down his orders. He was either dissuaded by the departments or told by the county officials that it was difficult. As a result, he did nothing as the provincial governor for the past year. All he did was deal with trivial matters. It was impossible for him to carry out policies that benefited the people. Furthermore, he had also taken on a lot of responsibilities for his subordinates. Last year, he had actually failed to pass the evaluation. If this were to happen again this year, his official position would be over. Just as he was feeling frustrated, an opportunity came. Someone came to him and said that they could help him get some political credits. What he had to do was very simple. He just had to admit that a residential area was going to be built with the support of the state government. It was so simple, and this part of the house was not only for living, but there was also a lake in the middle for people to play in. There were also other auxiliary facilities, such as a supermarket, a hospital, a school, and so on. This achievement seemed to come too quickly, so fast that Fong Kong couldn't believe it. However, when he asked about the other party's identity, he couldn't help but believe it, because the other party's surname was Wan. This surname was nothing, but what was truly awe-inspiring was that this person was ranked 77th on the top-ranking list of billionaires. Fong Kong understood very well that those who could enter this ranking list were all amazing people. In reality, no one was poor, and they could easily take out hundreds of thousands of strings of cash. Although the most amazing person in the world was not on this ranking list, but outside of it, it was impossible for that person to come personally to help a small provincial governor like him. Just like that, Fong Kong's heart was filled with anticipation and uneasiness, and he chose to believe the other party for the time being. He wanted the other party to give him something concrete, such as money or a detailed plan. He didn't have to wait too long. After the spring of this year, when the spring plowing had just ended, and when there was a lot of free time, the other party found people from Jingjing Construction Group and started to build the houses on that piece of land. He went to take a look and stayed there for a few days. After confirming that Jingjing Construction Group was real, he felt even more relieved. Thus, he listened to the person surnamed Wan and sent an order to the provincial governor, saying that this group of buildings was jointly developed by the government and Jingjing Construction Group, and that the people could live there. When summer came, because it was only a one-story house, the work was done quickly. Jingjing Construction Group finished building the outermost circle of houses on the land, and the quality was not to be questioned. Jingjing Construction Group even gave them a matching drainage system, and according to the plan, they built a methane pool for every 10 houses. Just as Fong Kong was feeling happy, the people from Jingjing Construction Group left, leaving a large area in the middle without houses, and even more so beside the lake. Why did they leave when they weren't done yet? It was a political achievement project, and he was counting on it to make his evaluation reach good this winter. If they left, wouldn't he be good, and could only go down? He could only look for the businessman surnamed Wan and ask him what was going on. The other party calmly said that the flow of funds was inconvenient, so it was temporarily impossible. He would wait until tomorrow, and he would definitely be able to provide the money next year. The Wan guy could wait, but he couldn't. He didn't know where he would be next year, so he could only treat the other party to a meal and confide in him about his difficulties. When the Wan guy heard this, he was also worried, but he also helplessly said that he really couldn't take out the money. After a few more meals, the other party finally helped him think of a way. The money couldn't be taken out for the time being, but they could find other ways to borrow money, such as the Great Tang Bank. Fong Kong went to help with this matter, and the result was needless to say. The Great Tang Bank sent people to look at it, and after looking at it, they said that it was impossible. This project was not profitable, and if they really gave a loan, the bank would leave behind unsold houses and not do it. The Great Tang Bank was not expensive, and the local government was not in charge. If they said that they couldn't take out the money, then they definitely wouldn't. Fong Kong was worried again. Just as he was worried for 2 days, the wand guy came again, and he looked very happy. He said that there was another way, and that was to borrow money from the people. Although the interest was higher, he could still lend it out. Then lend it, hurry up and go. Fong Kong urged at that time. However, the wand guy said that he couldn't lend it out, because he couldn't even pay the monthly interest. What if he lent it out? His property had already been mortgaged to the bank, and the money could be used for other things. Fong Kong was angry. Since you can't lend it out, why are you so happy? Just as he was about to question him, the wand guy said again, and this time, he said a very good idea. Since the people couldn't lend it out directly, they could change it a little. Yuanzhou had a large forest under the control of the government, and the government couldn't use such property to borrow money from the bank. But if it became a person's property, the bank would pay for it as a mortgage. Therefore, they changed the idea slightly. First, the government issued a certificate of sale, saying that the forest belonged to a person, and this person would be the person who borrowed money from the people. He could use the forest to borrow money from the bank, and then take out the money. Part of it would be used to continue the construction of the land, and the other part would be used to continue borrowing money from the people. This way, they wouldn't have to pay him or the bank any interest. The bank's interest would be paid by the person who borrowed money from the people, and the rest of the money would be lent out. If he earned a lot, he could even take out a part of the money to help the government repair the houses, buy some office supplies, and provide benefits for the people and the government. Fong Kong understood the other party's meaning. The so-called benefits were money, and he should be able to get the majority of it. After thinking about it again, he gritted his teeth and gave up the large area of mountains and forests. He didn't take a single copper coin from them. He only needed to wait for the land to be completed before he bought it back. With this clause in the contract, everything seemed to be perfect. They were very impressed with the wand guy for being able to use such a method. And then, the wand guy didn't build the houses, but followed the person who borrowed money from the people. Li Longji asked when he heard this. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. So this was actually possible? The Monopoly ranking list was indeed extraordinary. He had played a lot of tricks in the beginning and left with the money in the end. Impressive. While everyone was admiring, a woman's voice rang out from not far away, "That's impossible." If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to enter the Monopoly ranking list. Everyone looked over and saw a man and a woman. They were very young, and the woman was beautiful while the man was handsome. When they stood together, they looked like a golden couple. The man seemed to be still sleeping and was yawning. "Cuckoo, why are the two of you here? Aren't you going to sleep?" Li Longji asked when he saw the two of them. "I've slept for more than 2 hours, so I can't sleep anymore. I'll sleep for a while after lunch. Otherwise, I'll be awake at night. This one guy's calculations are pretty good." Wang Wan rubbed her face with her hand and yawned as well. She asked Fong Kong, did he start building that place again, but not with Xingjing construction? Fong Kong nodded vigorously, yes, Lord Wang is right. He found a group of people to work on the houses, but they weren't from Xingjing construction. When I asked him, he said that Xingjing construction couldn't find the time at the moment and had to deal with it first. Otherwise, when Xingjing construction came, it would be next year before they finished building the houses. That's right. In the end, he finished building the houses very quickly. Then, he realized that no one was willing to move in, so he asked you to make a compulsory order. He said that if the officials guaranteed that they would live a better life, so you did. In the end, you received a large sum of money, right? Wang Wan asked again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any intention to speak. This case was too classic, so classic that he didn't want to play with it. At that time, the officials had already learned to be smart. If they wanted to use this to cheat money, they would die of exhaustion. Yes, yes, Fong Kong continued nodding. He sold the land for a very high price, then took the money and ran away. My mountain and forest belonged to the private bank. When the people realized that the quality of the houses they lived in wasn't good, they said that the officials lied to them and that it wasn't built by Xinjiang Construction. Just as I was fretting, the people from the various departments criticized me and said that they would help me think of a solution. They told me to come out and take a stroll so that the angry commoners wouldn't destroy the yamen. I listened to them and came out with money. Some of the money in the yamen was given by that one guy. After Wang Wan heard this, she sighed and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Why are you looking at me? It's not like I cheated. My methods are too bad. Why would I use such a method? That's scolding me. The private bank can't return the land. These are two different things. The private bank followed the normal procedures. There was no mistake in the review process, so naturally, the money should be released. Zhang Xiaobao thought that Wang Wan was blaming him and hurriedly tried to avoid it. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that liars really cheat people. It's impossible for all the officials to be smarter than the liars. It's normal to be cheated. Don't the officials want some political achievements? How difficult is it? Wang Wan continued. Zhang Xiaobao continued to refute. He knew that Wang Wan was talking about him. Back then, his methods of deception were even more subtle and incisive. You can't say that. First of all, Fong Kong cares too much about his official position. He's afraid that he'll fall from the position of provincial governor. Second of all, he was not capable enough. He was actually taken over by his subordinates. What's the point of being an official? If it were me, I would have gotten a rope and found a good place. Of course, the local officials of Yuanzhou were even more foolish. In order to send Fong Kong away so that they could have more time to continue doing bad things and then push all the blame to Fong Kong, they couldn't have sent him to Jili province. Don't you know that we are in Jili province? The probability of being discovered will increase. Look, as expected, he was caught by Xiao Bei. Now, no one can escape. Let's all be unlucky together. As for that guy surnamed Wan, I have to check whether he is a fake. Maybe he is not in the ranking list, or maybe his position is higher on the ranking list and he is just using someone else's name. His childish actions were a provocation to me. Look at how capable he is. He knows how to deceive others, and he even played many tricks that he thinks are amazing. There's no need to talk about me. Let's just talk about someone with your intelligence. What's wrong with my IQ? Is it lower than yours? Wang Wan couldn't accept it. You're wrong. I'm not talking about IQ. You're better than me, okay? I'm talking about experience. Yes, experience. With your experience, if you want to cheat money, you're better than him. Zhang Xiaobao immediately changed his words. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao and stopped asking about IQ. She asked, then what should we do? Li Longji also looked over and waited for Zhang Xiaobao to say something. What should we do? Do what you need to do. Investigate Fong Kong. Don't let any of his subordinates go. Also, don't forget about that person who borrowed money. After all, he has signed the contract. If he runs away, we will issue a warrant for his arrest, Zhang Xiaobao said. What about that swindler surnamed Wan? Wang Wan asked. What evidence do you have to prove that he cheated? Is there a contract? If there is, he didn't follow the contract. Then he cheated and we have to catch him. If there isn't, we can only say that he bribed people. Similarly, we have to find evidence for bribing people. Zhang Xiaobao spread his hands. Fong Kong admired Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from the bottom of his heart. Look at them, they could guess the ending just by listening to the beginning. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao talking about evidence, he interrupted. No, there is no evidence. Even if he bribed people, there is no evidence because he didn't give the money to us directly. Instead, he said that he would give it to the government for public welfare. However, he didn't ask for the receipt, and we didn't give it to him because we knew what was going on with the money. See? The matter is very simple. He didn't cheat or bribe people. Otherwise, show us the evidence. Zhang Xiaobao's words sounded like sarcasm. Then what should we do? We can't let him get away with it, right? Wang Wan asked again. There's nothing we can do. If he can cheat, that's his ability. Unless he cheats again and someone catches him, we can't convict him. Of course, you can find him, tie him up, and interrogate him. He might admit to all kinds of crimes if you really want to start with this. Forget it. If we start with this, there will be a lot of false and wrongful cases. I'll listen to you. Forget it. As for how the imperial court will do it, we don't have to care. Wang Wan said helplessly. When the people around heard this, they also couldn't think of any good ideas. If there was someone to blame, it was Fong Kong. He didn't have the ability, and in the end, he lost the land and the manor and even harmed the people. Hearing his words, they felt pity for him, but also felt that he was even more hateful. Xiao Bei, who was building a snowman, also heard her brother and sister's words. She turned around to take a look, then turned back to continue building. She didn't believe that her brother would let that person go. She just didn't want to alert the enemy. Li Longji waved his hand, handed over to the Supreme Court. Arrest all the officials of the province. Don't let a single one of them go. Xiao Bao, come with me. Fong Kong was taken away. Someone would help send his son back to his home, and at the same time, give him protection. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan followed Li Longji to the dining hall, intending to find a quiet place to talk. The others were busy again. Each of them felt that they didn't waste their money. Not only did they see the emperor, but they also listened to an extremely mysterious case. Before coming here, they didn't even dare to think that they would have such a fortuitous encounter. Xiao Bei and the others began to build the second snowman. The first one was already done. It was very beautiful and exquisite. It even wore a red scarf and a small cap. Its big eyes seemed to be able to speak because of Xiao Zhu's drawing. Although they had only captured one of them, there were still some bold ones. A little girl about Xiao Bei's age ran over from afar. She circled the first snowman twice before she moved closer to Xiao Bei and said, "You're so amazing. Even the officials are afraid of you. You're even better at building snowmen. Can you help me make one? Why don't you bring me along? I won't cause any trouble. Really, if you don't believe me, pinky promise." Xiao Bei agreed readily. She brought another person along to play and even pinky promise. She was like a completely different person compared to when she was talking to Fong Kong. In the end, more children ran over and joined in building snowmen. This was especially true for the dozen children who came from Luzhou. They surrounded Xiao Bei and the others and kept talking. At this moment, Li Longji and Zhang Xiaobao found a small room and sat down. Zhang Xiaobao ordered 2 bowls of hot soup and drank with Wang Wan. After they finished half a bowl of soup, they stopped to rest. Li Longji said, "Xiaobao, how should we deal with that one guy? We still don't know what his surname is. Let's find him first. A person like him will definitely do it a second time. When he sees that nobody is condemning him, he will continue to look for opportunities to make his move. I'll wait for him to make his move. If I can't make him bankrupt, I'll write Zhang upside down." Zhang Xiaobao placed his hands on the bowl as he spoke. Wang Wan chimed in, "That's right. If we don't deal with him, more people will be willing to take the risk. Who in Great Tang dares to be a swindler? We'll spoil them. Li Longji liked to see how confident Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were. He agreed, I have the same intention as well. What about the people who were forced to buy houses under Yuan Zhou's coercion? Since they bought the houses, they can just stay there. It's not like they lost anything. It's just that the quality of the houses is slightly lacking. They just need to be renovated and strengthened. If anyone doesn't want the houses, I'm willing to add 5% to the original price. Zhang Xiaobao said nonchalantly. Xiaobao, if you can add 5% to the purchase price, I'm willing to add 10%. I believe in you. I reckon the property prices there will rise greatly after they find out that you're interested in purchasing them. Li Longji said with a smile. Chapter 978. Li Longji had no doubts about Zhang Xiaobao's ability to make money. If Zhang Xiaobao said that the place was good, then it was definitely good. He just didn't know how good it was. When Gao Lishir saw the emperor making a joke, he also said, Xiaobao, you have to leave 2 good houses for me as well. Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaobao nodded seriously, that's settled. Foster father, I plan to build your house in the water and create an island. Your Majesty's house will be on the shore. That will be a large piece of land. It will be useful when the time comes. When Li Longji saw how certain Zhang Xiaobao was, he hurriedly waved his hand, that won't do. Why would I need to fight for a place with the commoners? So long as I am in Great Tang, I will be able to find a place to stay. There is no need for me to fight for a place with the commoners. Gao Lishir was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Xiaobao to really want to find a place. He also refused, I don't want the house in the middle of the lake. Just kidding. Xiaobao, you said that the house is good. There has to be a reason. Wang Wan knew why that place was so expensive. She explained, because a railway is going to be built there. If the population there is concentrated, not only will it be more convenient to manage, it will also provide a lot of collective resources. For example, businesses like the retail industry will be able to develop there. In truth, Fong Kong has done a good deed. When the railway is built there, there will be an additional station. Even if the local government doesn't directly support the local economy, it will still develop passively due to the concentration of the population. Nobody will be able to stop that. When the railway is built next year, the entire Yuanzhou will be able to rely on that place to develop its economy. That place will become a transportation and passenger center. When Li Longji and Gao Lishir heard Wang Wan's words, realization dawned on them. It was no wonder they weren't worried when they heard that the commoners were being scammed. They were only angry. Initially, they thought that Xiaobao was doing this because he had a lot of money and wanted to help the commoners. That was why they weren't worried. Now, it was clear that this had nothing to do with Xiaobao's money. Rather, it was the future development of that place that was approved by Xiaobao and Cuckoo. If what the two of them said was true, Fong Kong should be praised. That was what Gao Lishir thought. He asked first, Xiaobao, in that case, not only did that liar and Fong Kong not commit any crime, but they also did a good deed. Should they be rewarded? Zhang Xiaobao shook his head vigorously. These are 2 different things. Speaking of Fong Kong, his motives were good, but when he found out that something had gone wrong, he began to act recklessly. This shows that he is not capable enough to manage a province. Officials shouldn't complain when they are overthrown by the local authorities. If they don't have the ability, then they shouldn't sit in that position. If they can't produce results after sitting in that position, then they are really harming the people. What about the swindler? Gao Lishir asked. A swindler is a swindler. His motives are not pure. Although the result is good, in the beginning, his purpose was not for the good of others, but to make money for himself. I'm very puzzled now. Since he has the ability to cheat money, why doesn't he earn it himself? If he can really get Hong Kong to gather the population of that place, he can even control part of the local economy. Zhang Xiaobao had an indescribable feeling about this swindler. Should he praise him for being smart or call him stupid? Wang Wan was also confused. She said, "That's right." Why? No matter what a person does, there must be a reason. Even if he is mentally ill, he has his own inner world that controls his actions. Doesn't he know that once such a big case is exposed, he will definitely enter Xiao Bao's line of sight? Could it be that he wants to challenge you and feels that you are not worthy of being on the top of the list of billionaires? If that is his purpose, then he is too hateful. If he wants to challenge you, there are many ways. Why does he need to use the lives of the common people as a foil? Hateful, we also find it hateful. We remember that Xiao Bao has never refused anyone's challenge. In the game of Monopoly, anyone in the top 100 can apply for a challenge. Why can't that swindler just challenge Xiao Bao once? We are even willing to fork out the money, 1,000 strings of coins per person, and not to reveal his identity. He can direct others to invest and do business in real life for a few months, or even half a year, and see who earns more in the end. If he really wants to attract Xiao Bao's attention, then he can go and cheat the Japanese, cheat the countries in the southwest. If he wants to compete with Xiao Bao in trickery, does Xiao Bao have to cheat in the Great Tang? If that is the case, we will not agree. Xiao Bao's trickery is enough to destroy a country. Xiao Bao is not interested in the trickery of a swindler. Li Longji followed Wang Wan's train of thought, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Did Xiao Bao still need to cheat in the Great Tang? If he really said that he was short of money, at least half of the merchants in the Great Tang would contact him and offer him money to spend. If what Cuckoo said was true, then he would not let him off easily. He was clearly a scourge. The people in the court were working hard to develop the Great Tang, but he jumped out to cause trouble. Gao Lisher looked at the soup in Zhang Xiaobao's bowl. It was probably cold. Feeling sorry for his son, he asked someone to send another bowl. When the soup arrived, he first said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Drink it hot. You don't sleep much, drink the soup to soothe your stomach." After Zhang Xiaobao took the soup, he said, "Could it be that he didn't enter the top 100? After all, it is not easy to enter the top 100. Any random person is rich, and he thinks that he is very powerful, but he doesn't have much money at the moment, so he came up with this plan. Then Xiao Bao can't possibly say that anyone can challenge him in all aspects, right?" Wang Wan said helplessly, "If that's the case, Xiao Bao won't have the time to do anything else. He will be playing with them all day." Li Longji also started thinking about the swindler. Suddenly, he said, "Could it be that he owes someone money and is in urgent need of money to pay it back? That's not right. He has been in Yuanzhou for a long time. It takes time to build a house, and it takes a lot of time to gather the people here. I guess he wants to do something big but doesn't have the money. Therefore, he decided to lie and use the money to do proper business. When he has more money, he will return the money to the people of Yuanzhou. At the very least, he can make up for it." Zhang Xiaobao lowered his head and drank a mouthful of soup before saying, "Let's not think about him for now. If he doesn't have the money and still wants to do business, he can get a loan from the bank. If he can really come up with a perfect plan like Yuanzhou's, the bank will definitely tell me. I have seen the plan and feel that it is feasible. Even if he doesn't have the money, I will lend it to him and let him be in charge of this project. The plan is truly perfect. There is no need for him to be a mortgage. I will give him a sufficient salary. So what if he is a manager? That's right. Xiao Bao does things based on the actual situation. This is definitely a good project. There is no need for him to be a mortgage. Let's wait until we find the person to do it." Gao Lisher agreed with his godson's words. Thus, everyone treated this person as a mystery for the time being, waiting to slowly solve it. Zhang Xiaobao gulped down all the soup, rubbed his stomach, and felt comfortable. He continued the previous topic and said, "The matter of buying a house for Her Majesty has to be put on the agenda. I think Xiao Bei and the others are almost done with the animation. They have also made great progress in the research of film without taking any detours." "Xiao Bao, I have already said that I am not buying a house. Are you thinking that the bank is not earning enough and you want me to sell houses? Then I will be too despicable." Li Longji was very unhappy when he saw Zhang Xiaobao bringing up the matter of buying a house again. If this is the first, how can the people live in peace? Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "Your Majesty is a good emperor. You know how to care for the lives of the people. However, I did not say that you will only sell after you buy a house. You don't have to buy too many houses. You don't have to buy too many houses in one place. You have to buy houses in many places in Great Tang. Otherwise, are you going to forcefully seize other people's houses? If you don't have a house, how can I help you advertise?" "Advertise? What advertise?" Li Longji was puzzled. Gao Lisher thought very quickly. This was because Zhang Xiaobao had already started to advertise for the emperor. For example, in the newspapers, every week, there would be a paragraph describing how good the emperor was and how the emperor was taking measures to care for the people. This was especially so when the money earned by the bank was used for disaster relief or road repair. They would mention that the emperor was personally involved in this matter. This made the people feel that the emperor was not only in the capital, but also by their side, constantly watching over them. However, Gao Lisher did not understand what this had to do with buying a house. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao in astonishment and waited for him to explain. "You speak. We thought of this together." Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. "All right, I will speak. Your Majesty, Xiaobao's intention is to record you on film in the future and make it into a movie. You will understand when the movie is shown to Xiao Bei and the others. This movie requires a special place to show it. There are also mobile movies, but we can't let people run around and show it to the people just to take a look. Furthermore, there is another problem at the back. When the time comes, the first movie to be made will be your speech. This will further raise your status in the hearts of the people. It will be best if you can suppress the political influence of our Zhang family and Wang family and consolidate the imperial power. At that time, the people will be able to see what you look like, just like a real person. Unless the film is not good enough, it will be better to make the people hear your voice and see your appearance. Only then will the Tang Empire be stable. Otherwise, when Xiao Bao and I make plans for the next step, it will have a huge impact on your power. What if I take things too hard and rebel?" Ha ha ha. When Li Longji heard Wang Wan's last sentence, he laughed. If it were anyone else, even if they only had 1/10 of the power of the Zhang family and Wang family, he would still worry about whether they could rebel or not. However, when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, even if Wang Wan disrespectfully said that they wanted to rebel to the emperor, he would not believe it. After so many years, the two of them had many chances to rebel, but they never used them. They also never respected him like other people. In fact, they would always do something to attack him and guide him, allowing him to see many things that he could not see in the past. He also never treated the two of them as real officials. In terms of age, he treated them as close juniors. When he asked them about the plan, he also treated them as close friends who could talk about ordinary things. This was a relationship that could not be accurately defined. Gao Lisher also laughed. "You can't say this to others outside. We have to respect His Majesty. We have always respected him." Zhang Xiaobao continued, "What we said is true. We are not joking. Because we need to wait for the Ministry of Works to improve a little. From then on, we will create our own heavy industry. Yes, we have even thought of a name. It will be called the Great Tang Heavy Industry. Cuckoo and I request that this heavy industry must be in our hands, just like the Great Tang Bank. Because its influence is too great, people who do not understand the heavy industry system will never understand what it represents. Just like agriculture, it is the foundation of a country's survival. Li Longji sat up even straighter and carefully listened to every word Zhang Xiaobao said. Your Majesty, foster father, the most direct manifestation of the heavy industry is in the military. Every time a new technology is developed and mastered, it must first serve the military. This is a fact that cannot be avoided when humans first started using tools. The first tool that humans used was for hunting. Even if it was just a piece of stone, when it was first used, it definitely would not be used to carve art. If that was really the case, then the level of human thinking would be too high. Since it involves the military, it must be kept a secret. I really do not trust others, and I do not want to leave it to others. One day, another country will push out 100 cannons and place them in front of our army. Apart from the military, the second is agriculture and transportation. Last time in the capital, Cuckoo already told you too that diesel engines can be used to farm, and they can also be used to pull train carriages. This is called an internal combustion engine. When it is divided into sections, its speed is so fast that the two of you cannot even imagine. It can be said that whoever controls Great Tang heavy industry will control at least half of Great Tang. The reason why it is not all of Great Tang is because advanced weapons are not omnipotent. Unless you want to kill everyone, the will of the people will not change. If it does change, then it is because Cuckoo and I have not done enough propaganda for you. Zhang Xiaobao's words shocked Li Longji and Gao Lishir. Of course, what shocked them was not the words, but the effect that could be achieved. Li Longji knew that the Ministry of Works was important, but he had never thought that after controlling it and forming the heavy industry system that Zhang Xiaobao had described, he could easily shake a dynasty. He suddenly felt cold and asked someone to bring him a bowl of hot soup. Holding the bowl in his hand, he pondered for a while and said, "We understand. Great Tang heavy industry will be placed in your hands. To be honest, other than you and Cuckoo, no one else will be allowed, not even my son. We look forward to you quickly completing the Great Tang heavy industry. When you go back, release the notice and go to the original place of the Tujue. Xiao Bao, your father should not enter the Hall of Secretaries and should stay in the Ministry of Works. We will send another 5,000 Imperial Guards. Let alone people, even birds will not be allowed to fly over. Shoot them all down. Yes, 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 shoot them down. Oh. Let Shueyun go. We believe that Shueyun will not let a single bird go. It seems that we have to go to the experimental site of the Ministry of Works more often when we are free. It's too scary. Gao Lishir nodded vigorously. He never doubted that his godson and daughter-in-law would lie when they were serious. He was being modest when he said that half of the country was good. It was because his daughter-in-law, who was very familiar with military affairs, dared to use a backward military force to challenge the advanced guns and cannons. Moreover, they were full of confidence, making the generals feel as if they were facing a great enemy even before the competition. The simplest example was the sword competition at Mount Hua. Although his daughter-in-law fought fiercely in Tubo and his son did not go easy, many people knew that the sword competition at Mount Hua was the reason why Tubo and the Tujue gave up resisting. At that time, when the cannons were used, the confidence of the kings of the two countries was shattered. They did not know how to resist the power of the cannons. In their countries, there was no one like his daughter-in-law who dared to say that weapons are not everything. When Li Longji spoke, he felt that he could not control the Great Tang. Fast, it was developing too fast. As the Zhang family and Wang family developed at an unimaginable speed, the Great Tang also developed along with them. When he came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan again, Li Longji was very worried. If the two of them suddenly disappeared, what would happen to the Great Tang? Who would be able to manage the banks? Who would be able to guide the research of the Sinongsi? Who would be able to command the Ministry of Works? When he thought of this, Li Longji hesitated and advised, Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, why don't the two of you stop fighting Duoshe and let others do it? The two of you can stay in the capital. We can build a big and beautiful house for the two of you in the palace. When the time comes, the two of you can live there every day. Arrange for your family's protection team to be sent there. We will also send the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia. Occasionally, you can go out and stroll around the East and West markets. We will allow the two of you to kill someone in advance if you suspect that they are trying to harm you. It doesn't matter even if you kill the wrong person. It is too dangerous to run around outside. Not to mention that someone is trying to harm the two of you. What if you have a headache or a fever? If you are too slow, you can easily lose your life. The two of you, tell me, which place in the palace is good? Li Longji felt that only when he could see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo every day would he be able to sleep soundly. Zhang Xiao Bao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. They were both touched and amused. Was there a need to go to this extent? Even pandas did not receive such treatment. How could they be killed in advance? Could it be that they were surrounded by bad people? Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. Cuckoo and I are fine. We know how to protect ourselves. The main problem now is that other people are learning too slowly. When more people know about industry and finance, Your Majesty will not have to worry anymore. Zhang Xiaobao consoled. How can I not worry? I do not trust others, but I trust you all. If others learn too much and cause trouble, what should I do? For example, that swindler. He did not have a bank in the past, so how could he come up with such a method? Li Longji retorted. The more he spoke, the more he felt that he was right. If he wanted to protect Xiao Bao and Cuckoo at all times, it would be worth it even if he had to use a huge amount of manpower and resources. Your Majesty, we will strengthen our own protection. It is not that we do not want others to attack Duoshe, but we need to do it quickly so that we can take the time to transport it back. If others attack, they will not be familiar with it and it will be a waste of time. Wang Wan persuaded Li Longji. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to persuade him back and forth on this topic. He said at the side, let's talk about the movie. This movie is very interesting. If one does not know the movie very well, it will be easy to mistake it for the real deal. Let's talk about how to buy a house. First, you have to choose a place with a relatively dense population. Otherwise, if others want to watch the movie, they will have to travel a long distance and waste time. Even if there are only a few dozen people in a remote village, you still have to let them watch the movie. Doesn't Your Majesty have a pear garden? Follow Your Majesty's pear garden to other places. The pear garden cannot be only for Your Majesty to watch. The last sentence was considered a criticism. Li Longji nodded sincerely. Yes, the pear garden is not my pear garden. It is the pear garden of the Tang dynasty. It is the same as what you said about spiritual civilization. I understand immediately. You want more people to have more fun when they are full and warm. You can buy whatever house you want. My money is all in your hands. I believe you will not ask me to lose too much. There is still money left for disaster relief and road repair for the people. Oh, if I want to build a house, I will need to have money as well. There is also travel. At this point, Li Longji suddenly realized something and said to Zhang Xiaobao, Xiao Bao, I was wrong earlier. I was not asking you to lose a lot. What I wanted to say was, don't earn too much. Especially when you are showing it to remote places, it is best not to ask for money. I was confused earlier. How can you do something like losing money? It is the good fortune of the people of the Tang dynasty that you are not like that swindler. It is too difficult to ask you to lose money unless you are willing to do it yourself. Wang Wan laughed softly. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed. Was he a coin-making machine? However, he could not agree to Li Longji's request. He shrugged and said, "Your Majesty, it is impossible not to earn money. I can guarantee that the people who watch it will not have to spend a single copper coin, especially those in remote places. Not only will they not have to spend money, but they will also be able to bring along the gifts that your Majesty has prepared for them. In places with a lot of people, you will have to charge a little fee. Otherwise, they will crowd to watch it again after watching it once. Others will not be able to squeeze in. Such people are very annoying. However, no matter what I do, the movie will definitely make money. At the same time, it will provide a channel for others to make money. For example, there will be people selling snacks at places where the movie is shown. I can't possibly chase after them. What I can guarantee is that the fee will be very low. For most people, the fee will be low. For those who have good seats, the fee will be high. If I do not charge a high fee, there will be people who will specially go to those good seats and sell them to others at a high price. The most important fee does not come from this. In fact, this is also very important, but if you don't allow it, then I will not earn it. There is one aspect of money that I must earn. If I don't earn money, the merchants of Tang Dynasty will hate me to death. That is advertising. I have thought about it. Since the movie can create my appearance and voice, it can also help the merchants create the advertisements that they need. The fee will probably not be low. No matter how low the cost is, I will have to charge more. Otherwise, any random person will be able to take up the advertising spots. Li Longji's thinking was very comprehensive now. He immediately thought of this problem. He could even think of the advertisements that would be hung in the venue when the movie was shown. Yes. If someone is willing to do advertisements, I will not stop them. It will be fine when they make a television show. How do you make that thing? The principle is very simple, but the operation is very troublesome. When the time comes, Your Majesty will need to record at least once a month and then send it to various places to broadcast. Your movie will not have advertisements, and you will maintain a serious atmosphere. You don't have to worry about other programs. Cuckoo and I have a lot of good scripts. Yes, scripts, all kinds of scripts. But we will create a script that specifically highlights the beautiful life of Tang Dynasty. We will try our best not to reflect too deep of a social connotation. There is no need for that. We will create a series that praises every industry. Praises are not the goal. The goal is to let the people in the industries that are being praised know how much they have contributed to Tang Dynasty. This will make them love their industry more and strive for perfection. Even if he is a sanitation worker in Sanshui County who is in charge of cleaning the roads, Cuckoo and I will let him know how important his work is. Zhang Xiaobao explained his and Wang Wan's thoughts. The first movie to be released would not be a series. First, it would be used to show the glory of Tang Dynasty. He and Wang Wan believed that even if it was a child playing, it would still be able to give people a sense of motivation. Li Longji nodded slowly. I know. But sanitation workers in Sanshui County also earn a lot. Let's start with a less profitable industry. That's the teachers. They don't earn much, not much compared to the nature of their profession. That's because it's not easy for the teachers of the Great Tang to teach children. They pay particular attention to education without discrimination. They're not the kind of teachers who don't care whether the children understand or not after they've finished teaching. Some teachers also have to take care of the students' daily lives. The money they receive is actually very little. The students do not give them anything, but the merchants in charge of the schools provide them with supplies. In other words, they do not have much cash on hand. In the future, I will use your money to give them directly. How about this? After the movie is released, we will give them a portion of the money we earn from advertisements. I am actually very envious of children who can study in schools. When I was young. I am going too far. Let's start with teachers. Zhang Xiaobao also attached great importance to education. Or rather, he attached great importance to it. This was because the ones who were educated were children, and he liked children. Wang Wan smiled at the side. She knew that Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about the past. Zhang Xiaobao always clung to the windows on the first floor of the school. It was not that he could not go to school, but if he really wanted to go, he would be caught and sent back. However, he did not want to go back, because the headmaster was no longer there. At that time, his young heart was filled with thoughts of revenge. As a result, many people later died. For example, they were bitten to death by wild snakes that could not possibly appear in China. How could Li Longji know about this? He thought that Zhang Xiaobao was deliberately provoking people. He was very sure that Xiaobao and Cuckoo had received a very powerful education that was different from modern education. Just like Xiao Bei and the others, they were very smart. Of course, if he really knew about the education that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had received in the past, he would also feel that it was different. Wang Wan had a high IQ and received an aristocratic family education. How could the tutors she hired be ordinary people? Zhang Xiaobao was even more amazing. He often went to a different kind of university and constantly changed his residence so that he could learn the skills he wanted to use. That school was much more awesome than a vocational school. That school contained the top talents of all kinds of professions. There was no shortage of professions, from officials to thieves. It could be said that they had everything. Then what kind of clothes will I wear when the time comes? Li Longji thought about this specific matter. Zhang Xiaobao was speechless. You will wear what you usually wear when the time comes. No matter what you wear, your identity as the emperor will not change. Yes, yes. Even if I don't wear clothes, I will still be the emperor. However, I will not be like the story that Xiao Bei told me, where I feel like I am wearing new clothes when I am naked. If I really do that one day, you will be the first to be punished, because only you can deceive me. As Li Longji spoke, he laughed. He often told the stories that Xiao Bei told him to the other ministers. He used this to tell the other ministers that they should not deceive him, and that they should not expect him to get Xiao Bao out of the private bank. He understood that if others went to the private bank, they would either lose money or cause the common people to die. Only Xiao Bao knew how to maintain a balance. Therefore, no matter how much you praise him, he will still wear clothes. In winter, he must wear a cotton-padded jacket. The four of them had a common goal, so it was easy for them to talk. He was just a swindler. They could deal with him however they wanted. There was no need to waste too much energy on him. When the four of them finished their discussion and came out, they saw Xiao Bei leading a group of children to build the Great Wall. Xiao Bei did not know how to draw, nor did she know how to design. She left it to others to take care of. She only cared about leading the children. She could be considered a commander. Although she always said that she was not as good as the other 8 people in her field and appeared to be a little inferior, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood that Xiao Bei was the most outstanding talent. There were many professionals. It was just a matter of who could integrate and organize. It was a very profound skill. The Great Wall is really not bad. Li Longji saw that the short Great Wall had been built about 1 li long and praised. Although children sometimes understood things slowly, as long as someone explained it clearly to them, they would still do it very seriously. This was especially so when it came to playing. They were willing to spend a lot of energy on a pile of sand to continuously build their ideal castle. If they accidentally broke it, they would not be depressed and would continue to seriously repair it. The Great Wall in front of them was built in this way. The older children were in charge of rolling snowballs from afar and then transporting them over. They were next to each other and then repaired. The younger children were at the side helping to carry the snow and fill in the uneven areas. The Great Wall that was more than 1 li long was formed with the efforts of the group of children. As the children were not tall enough, the Great Wall was shorter, but the shape was not bad. Everyone, pay attention. You have to write your names on the Great Wall now. When you come over next year, we will have to do it again. Those who don't know how to write, raise your hands. I will get someone to help you write it. When it's done, I will treat you to something good to eat. Xiao Bei was still mobilizing and seemed to be very authoritative. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 children voluntarily handed over the position of commander to Xiao Bei. The other children knew from their parents that Xiao Bei was a high-ranking official, so they were also obedient. Didn't she already deal with a disobedient child previously? Hearing Xiao Bei's words, the children cheered and shouted their names. Those who knew how to write helped at the side. The words were written without any calligraphy aura, making the adults feel that it was very beautiful. As for what Xiao Bei would treat them to later, the children did not care too much. They just wanted to eat together. It was more lively with more people because the food here was generally free. The food here was in the form of a buffet. Children of 4 or 5 years old could carry a plate to choose. Every dish was specially guarded by a person. There were also people patrolling the tables from time to time. One was to tell the children not to stir the food in the large basin so that they would not waste it. The other most important was to watch the children and not let them eat the 2 poisonous things mixed together. Of course, the busiest were the cleaners. The children were carrying wooden plates, and there were too many situations where they overturned them. They had to be cleaned up immediately. Otherwise, other children would step on them and fall. However, the children who overturned the plates did not receive any punishment. The adults also smiled knowingly, making Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sigh. It would be great if there were a camera to take pictures. Your Majesty, let's go back first. When Xiao Bei and the others are done playing, we'll find them again. Zhang Xiaobao looked at his younger siblings and did not have the heart to disturb them, so he said to Li Longji. The 2 of you go back first. We still need to go to the big amusement park. It's not easy for us to come out and play. Li Longji rejected Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion to go back together. He still wanted to look around and play more. Zhang Xiaobao did not force him. Your Majesty, you should rest early today. Tomorrow, we will take a boat to the mountains. When we arrive, we still have to walk. We need to rest well. Zhang Xiaobao was actually afraid that Li Longji would catch a cold. If they really wanted to go to Heaven Lake, it would take 3 days just to travel by water. It was impossible for him to be tired. Li Longji nodded, indicating that he understood. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan left, he ran to Xiao Bei's side and asked him to play with him. Uncle Emperor, we are just short of writing. We are all children. Why are you coming over? Xiao Bei was confused by Li Longji's request. Do you think we are also children? Li Longji did not act like an adult at all. He insisted on bringing him along. Okay, you can write in the middle. Write Great Tang Great Wall, okay? Xiao Bei said helplessly. That's what I want. Li Longji really calculated the middle and wrote Great Tang Great Wall, the #1 wall in the world, Li Longji on the snow. The children cheered again. If it was someone else who wrote it, the children would be angry. They did not participate in the construction, so why should they leave their names? However, it was different when the emperor wrote it. He built the Great Wall, and the emperor praised it. It was the #1 wall in the world. Xiao Bei patted the snow on his hands happily and said, Uncle Emperor wrote the #1 wall in the world. This wall is the #1 wall in the world. Who dares to not accept it? Even the king of Xinluo denied Uncle Emperor. I will ask my sister to lead the army to destroy him. When the parents of the children saw that the emperor was playing with the children, they knew that no matter how important it was in the future, they would have to come over in the winter to help the children build the Great Wall. For example, if the neighbors and others asked, what were they going to do? This year, the answer was to go to Jili province to see the snow. But from next year onwards, it would change. The current emperor saw the wall made of snow by my naughty child in Jili province and said that it was the #1 wall in the world. This year, my child insisted that we build it again. There was no other way. He was like an ancestor at home. Sigh, it was not easy to be parents. It was just that people should be modest, right? Don't be too flamboyant. It was all the child's fault. Being disobedient had nothing to do with the adults. There was no intention to show off. Uncle Emperor, we are going to eat. It's my treat. What about you? Xiao Bei waited for the other children to write their names on the wall and asked Li Longji. I want to go too. I want to see what you are going to treat them to. Li Longji stuck to Xiao Bei. Of course it's something that the restaurant doesn't have right now. Even if there is no need for me to treat them. I will treat them to hairtail fish. I found that the restaurant doesn't have it, so I will braise it. Xiao Bei had already thought of what to treat them. Hairtail fish was the main dish. It was just right to eat it with rice. It was fragrant. Seaweed soup would be enough. It was quick to cook and convenient to eat. No matter what the children ate, it was better to have more people. They followed him to the restaurant and chose a large room. It was not open to the public. Then, they really ate something that they had never eaten before. There was a huge hairtail fish that weighed more than 300 catties. It was cut into pieces, and each piece could fill a plate. It was slightly red in color and looked very appetizing. There was also rice produced in the northeast. It was only cooked once a year. It was much more beautiful than what they ate in the south. It looked crystal clear. There were also spoon worms in the seaweed soup, also known as sea chickens. Very few people ate them. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew the value of this thing. There was no need to add MSG or chicken essence in a soup with spoon worms. The soup itself contained a large amount of those things. It was also the first time Li Longji had seen such a huge hairtail fish. He looked at it curiously and asked Xiao Bei, "Is it raised by your family?" Xiao Bei shook his head vigorously. "My family doesn't have the ability to catch it. I heard from my brother and sister that there are even bigger ones. It's just that I haven't seen them yet. When treating people to a meal, I naturally have to treat them with good things. I can't take out ordinary things. Even the child of a provincial governor can be so arrogant. I am the child of a minister. You still remember this?" Li Longji was speechless. He kicked my snowman. Why wouldn't I remember him? I have decided. In the future, I will not say who I am first. I will look for children to play with. When I meet an arrogant child, I will investigate his family. I will teach those officials not to educate their children properly. Xiao Bei revealed his new method of catching officials and starting with their children. Let's see who dares to compare their fathers to him. I won't kill him. Li Longji felt sorry for the officials of the Tang dynasty. They had met people like Xiao Bei. Their future days would not be easy. However, he had to persuade Xiao Bei not to waste his time. Xiao Bei, actually, the people you met are rare. Many officials have good family upbringings. If you look around, how can you find them? You should think of other ways. Don't always think of going far away. Follow your brother and sister and learn more skills. I know, but I am annoyed by people like this. I will not deliberately look for them. If I don't meet them, then so be it. If I meet one, I will catch one. Uncle Emperor, I understand. You didn't give us officials to catch people every day. It's just to protect my brother and sister. But since I am in this position, I have to do something. I want to let the people know that they have a good emperor. The emperor has sent 9 officials who are very honest. They are not afraid of threats or bribes. I have to help you build a good reputation. Xiao Bei cleverly revealed the reason why Li Longji had arranged officials for them. When he heard this, Li Longji was stunned. He secretly decided that in the future, if Xiao Bei and the others caught officials, they would be punished even more severely. Chapter 979. The next day, light snow fell from the sky, making the already cold Jili state even colder. Fortunately, the sea was not frozen yet, so Zhang Xiaobao and the others headed towards the Yalu River. A large number of people were left in Jili state. Xiao Bei insisted on following them, so he had to bring the 9 of them along. The 2 younger ones were handed over to Empress Wang to wait in Jili state. When they were on the ship, Zhang Xiaobao got the news that the cartoon for Xiao Bei and the others was ready. Many pieces of glass were connected to each other, waiting for Xiao Bei and the others to watch. Xiao Bei was very regretful. He chose not to go back to watch the cartoon, but to continue to the Tianqi Lake. This was because if he turned back, his brother and sister would not be able to follow him, and the cartoon would be boring. Li Longji asked a few more questions. He was mainly concerned about his image and voice so that everyone in the Tang Empire could see it. Zhang Xiaobao explained patiently that what Xiao Bei and the others saw was not an authentic movie. It was a very troublesome thing to make using a very expensive method, and they would know what it looked like when they went back. However, Li Longji still liked to ask. He asked twice a day for 3 days in a row. When they reached the destination and started to walk on land, he stopped. It was not that he did not want to ask anymore, but that he did not have the energy. The so-called land road did not have a road, it was just a way to walk. Walking along the river, the mountain road was rugged and there was snow. When it snowed in Jili state, it snowed heavily here. The snow was so thick that if one stepped on it, the deeper the snow would reach one's thigh. Li Longji also wanted someone to carry him. It was comfortable to carry him, but he was worried that the person who carried him would not pay attention and throw him out. He would be buried in the snow and could not be found. Just like that, the group walked for more than a li before Zhang Xiaobao stopped. No, I think I will die of exhaustion on the road. If I had known, I would have brought the sled dog. Get on the skateboard and ask someone to get it from the ship. There are some on the ship. Li Longji remained silent. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hadn't considered this. They were clearly tormenting him so that he, the emperor, would know how difficult it was to descend the mountain. After waiting for someone to bring the skis, Li Longji put them on. As he walked, he asked, Xiao Bao, can we make it today? No, I'm afraid we'll have to set up shop in the snow tonight. Don't worry, I'm fully prepared. I've already thought about how to deal with it before I came here, Zhang Xiaobao replied casually. Then did you ever think that I would walk through a mile of snow? Since you've already thought about it, why don't you just get someone to bring the skis? Li Longji finally found the contradiction in Zhang Xiaobao's words. Ugh! Zhang Xiaobao paused. He had indeed done it on purpose, but he wouldn't admit it. He didn't expect Li Longji to remember this and was waiting for him to say it out loud. It's like this. I started thinking that since there was snow, it wouldn't be easy to see it, especially with such heavy snow. If I didn't properly experience it, I would be letting myself down. I also thought that the snow wasn't that deep and could kill Xiao Bei and the others. Your Majesty, think about it. If I knew, how could I not consider my younger brother and sister? They disappeared when they entered a deep area. Xiao Bei also struggled to paddle and agreed with his brother, that's right, it's really deep. It's really dangerous. What's so dangerous about it? You had someone carry you, Li Longji retorted. It's more dangerous if two people fall in together. Xiao Bei's reasoning was very strong. Li Longji didn't want to waste his energy talking, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing Xiao Bei walking on the snow so easily, he suddenly felt curious. Xiao Bei, aren't you tired? Why do I see that you're so relaxed? Am I tired? I'm just a child. How can I not be tired when I have to travel such a long distance with adults? I'm relaxed because I'm young. When the wind blows, you're all grown up and need to withstand the wind. Uncle Emperor, don't you think so? Only Xiao Bei's eyes were exposed. The rest of her body was completely covered. When she spoke, her voice was very muffled. There were actually things on her eyes, but she didn't wear them. At first, Li Longji felt that it made sense, but then he realized that there was a proportion between adults and children when they were blown by the wind. Moreover, adults were stronger. Xiao Bei and the others weren't wearing the same skis as adults, so there was a proportion between them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to walk. With doubts in his heart, he continued to walk forward. As he walked, Xiao Nan was careless and lost his balance. He cried out and fell sideways. Someone immediately went forward to help him. When Li Longji looked over, he noticed something different. The bottom of Xiao Nan's skis wasn't flat. Instead, there was a row of barbs. They were going uphill now. When walking with skis, most of them had to walk sideways. They also had to exert force in their hands and compete with the ski pole on each side. Seeing the situation of Xiao Nan's skis, Li Longji turned his head and said to Xiao Bei, "Raise one of your feet sideways and let me see." Xiao Bei obediently raised one of her feet. "Let's see. Why do your skis have barbs?" Li Longji asked again. "To save energy. Otherwise, how could I walk so easily?" Xiao Bei said as if he didn't understand such a simple principle. Li Longji was angered by Xiao Bei's words. Yes, I'm too stupid. In order to relax, Xiao Bao, the last two words, Xiao Bao, were shouted. Fortunately, there was no snow on the mountain nearby. Otherwise, everyone would be buried and never be able to return. The upper echelons of Japan and Xinluo would be overjoyed. "Your Majesty, you called for me." Zhang Xiaobao came over. "Raise your feet and let me see." Li Longji said this first. Zhang Xiaobao raised one of his feet. "Mine doesn't have anti-slip teeth. It's to train the body. It's not good to wear that thing." "Wear?" Li Longji found the keyword. "Yes, wear it. You can take it off at any time. Otherwise, what if you encounter a downhill?" "Your Majesty, do you want to wear one?" Zhang Xiaobao introduced calmly. He didn't say why he didn't take it out previously. It seemed that it was right not to take it out. At this moment, Li Longji hated Zhang Xiaobao to death. "Xiaobao, I want to go to Tianqi to take a look. I don't want to waste time on the road." "Understood. Wear it, everyone. But Xiao Bei and the others won't be able to keep up." "Sir, pull them a little." Zhang Xiaobao agreed very quickly. As a result, everyone's walking became easier, and their speed increased. Xiao Bei and the other 9 children were tied by the adults, so it was easier for them to follow behind. Even so, they wouldn't be able to reach Tianqi in one day. Although they came by the Yalu River and Tianqi was the source, the boat was too big. They couldn't cross over for fear of hitting the rocks. That night, everyone lit a fire and set up a tent. They even took out a hot pot to eat. Just as Zhang Xiaobao said, they were well prepared. The next day, everyone was still resting on the road. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that they saw a row of barracks in front of them. Seeing the barracks, Li Longji knew that they had arrived. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I'll come again next time. No matter what, I won't come in winter. Your Majesty, we came at the wrong time this year. It hasn't frozen yet. We will probably see some ice when we go back. It's warm this year. If we really catch up with the ice, the scenery will be good. We can play ice skating on the river." Zhang Xiaobao introduced at the side. In fact, he didn't dare to let Li Longji go up when it was frozen. If he fell, how would he save him? Not to mention others, even Xiao Bei wouldn't be able to hold on for long if she fell in. That was a hole. Of course, if the water wasn't flowing fast, Xiao Bei could swim back to the hole and stick her head out to breathe. I have to go up quickly. It's already frozen. I took a look with my binoculars just now. It's reflective, but it might not be enough for people to stand on. When we go back, remember to build an ice skating rink in the palace. I want the kind that can skate in summer. All the money will be paid by you. Don't take my money. Li Longji was exhausted from walking. He was really training his body. He estimated that he would have to rest for a long time when he reached the mountain. He had never suffered like this before. Zhang Xiaobao was too much. All right, then don't build it in the palace. Build it outside so that others can skate. The Ministry of Works has good technology. We can make more ice skates. It won't be as tiring as before. Zhang Xiaobao answered straightforwardly. Li Longji thought that he had taken advantage of the situation and was in a better mood. He felt that he had more energy when he walked. However, after walking for less than 20 steps, he stopped and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I agree that you can build the ice skating rink. I agree to let you build the ice rink outside, but, when you're operating outside, the money you earn will belong to me. Whether it's the ice skates sold inside, the snacks you make outside, or the advertisements for the merchants, I want them all." After saying those words, Li Longji finally felt relieved. He had almost been cheated again. Places in Beijing were precious, and if Xiao Bao were to use his name to build an ice rink, wouldn't he be taking advantage of the situation? Fortunately, he was smart enough to think of the key points. It wasn't easy. He had improved a lot compared to before. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and nodded. "All right, I'll let your Majesty have all the expenses for these 3 items. There are a total of 4 items. Your Majesty, think about it again. What else do you need? The rest of the income will belong to me." Li Longji's happy mood changed again. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao had other ways to earn money, but he couldn't think of where. "Don't be in a hurry to say. Let me think about it. Logically speaking, there's no other way to earn money. We can't just sell warm clothes outside. Even if we sell them, it will be considered the income of the surrounding shops. Even if we don't open a shop, it will still belong to me. Think about it, I have to think about it. Li Shi, come over and help me think." Li Longji was ready to accept a big challenge. At least, that was what he thought. As the saying goes, one person's head is short. Bring Gao Li Shi over and everyone can discuss it. When Gao Li Shi heard this, he also fell into deep thought. Where could he earn money? What a difficult question. Wang Wan laughed at the side. Xiao Bei also tried hard to think, but after a while, he couldn't think of anything. He went to his sister and whispered, "Sister, how can brother earn money? Not only will your brother make money, but your candy house will also make money." Wang Wan bent down and whispered the same words. Candy house. Why? Xiao Bei felt that it was very strange. What did the ice rink have to do with his precious candy house? If the candy house sold candy, wouldn't it be counted as Uncle Emperor's? Because during the children's competition, you can say that it was sponsored by your precious candy house. Those who get in the top few can go to your candy house to eat candy and pastries for free. The children are free, but the adults need money. Won't you be able to sell your set meal? Wang Wan explained to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei laughed twice, like a fox that had just eaten a chicken. His eyes turned into crescents as he whispered, "Then I will give every child a reward. The first 3 will eat the set meal for free, and the later ones will only be free for their children. The more people in the competition, the more money I will earn. Then, when the adults get in the top few, will they go to Savant's restaurant to eat? No, they will eat by themselves. They are not like children who need to be accompanied by adults. We can give them discount coupons from the supermarket. For example, for every 100 copper coins spent, they can use the coupons to get a discount of 10 copper coins. Some people may only spend the coupons and not buy any more, while some people will buy more things. Shopping is addictive." Wang Wan explained again. Xiao Bei was full of admiration. "As expected of Big Brother and Big Sister, you are really amazing. Uncle Emperor is so pitiful." "Forget it, I will help Uncle Emperor." After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he ran to Li Longji's side and said to Li Longji, "Uncle Emperor, I thought of something. It's like this, I will advertise inside. I will pay for the advertisement and then write that if you eat the candy house, you will not be afraid of the cold when playing. What do you think? You can also ask for this, won't it be fine?" Li Longji listened carefully. After listening to it, he pondered and said to Xiao Bei, "You little rascal, how can we take the money from the merchants? I thought you really came to help us, but it turns out that you came up with a bad idea. Then, who would advertise inside? Oh, that's right. Uncle Emperor is really smart. Then I will think again." Xiao Bei chuckled and ran to Wang Wan's side, meaning that he also cheated a bit, but was seen through by Uncle Emperor. When Li Longji saw Xiao Bei's expression, he was once again amused. He said to Zhang Xiaobao, "All right, I promise you. As for the rest of the money, you can take it yourself. I can see that none of you are good people. Really? Since it is like this subject will first invite your Majesty to be the special guest of the first ice event. This subject has more events, including short track speed skating, long distance skating, relay, adult group, children group, ice dance, and so on. This subject even includes class training. When the time comes, your Majesty can go and take a look. You can get a red packet. When the time comes, you will think that it is very interesting. Do you think that it is very interesting to take advantage of you?" Li Longji knew that he did not think of anything. Fortunately, there would be many people watching, and the tickets would be expensive. The money would belong to him. No, how can this subject think like that? This subject is also helping your Majesty to earn money. With the competition, the clothes worn by the participants will be sponsored and advertised. Your Majesty's income will be higher. Zhang Xiaobao would not admit it no matter what. In fact, there were other ways to earn money. Ordinary people could not make ice skates, and the quality of steel was not good, but the Ministry of Works could. When the time came and ice sports became prosperous because of Li Longji's support, they could sell ice skates. They did not have to sell them next to the ice rink, as long as there was ice. Li Longji lost for a while again. Even if he could earn money, he was not very happy. When Xiao Bao mentioned it, he thought of it. Why did he not think of it when he did not mention it? It seemed that he was just a little bit away. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the military camp. All of the soldiers guarding the mountain were in position. There were a total of 75 people, which was just enough to form a team. There were also 20 or so people who were in charge of doing miscellaneous chores, recording the weather, surveying the terrain, and so on. They were all waiting for the emperor to arrive. The soldiers were wearing thick military uniforms and gloves that separated the fingers to make it easier to fire the gun. They were also wearing hats with ears. When they breathed, the tips of their hats and eyebrows turned white. Just like Li Longji and the others, they were very cold. When Li Longji came closer, all of the soldiers saluted with their guns. The clicking sounds were very synchronized, and it made them look even more formidable. Not bad. The soldiers of Great Tang are all good. It has been hard on you to guard this place. As Li Longji spoke, he took out his hands from his gloves and patted the shoulders of the 75 soldiers. Occasionally, he would stop to help a soldier adjust his hat and clothes. In fact, the soldiers had already adjusted their clothes and hats. How could they not notice the emperor's appearance? He was just putting on an act. Even so, the soldiers were very touched. Tears welled up in their eyes, and they felt that it was worth it to guard this cold and high place. Li Longji walked up to the commander and asked with concern, "Is your daily life very tough?" The commander shook his head. "It's not tough. It's just that it's cold outside. When we're on guard duty, we're very diligent. It's fine as long as we don't stay outside for too long." "Is there nothing good to eat?" Li Longji asked again. Zhang Xiaobao continued, "Your Majesty, how is that possible? They're the soldiers under Cuckoo's command. How can Cuckoo and I not provide them with good food and drinks? Not to mention other things, if there's any lack of green in their food during winter, I'll close down all of the restaurants." The commander nodded his head vigorously in agreement. Oh. Li Longji suddenly understood. Right, Cuckoo was in charge of this place, so it was impossible for the soldiers to lack good food and drink like in other places. Otherwise, the signboards between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand would all be smashed. "Wait for me to ask," Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao, then asked, "What about heating and rest?" "In response to your Majesty's question, we have coal for heating and firewood collected in the summer. Military Commander Wang specially built a boiler for us and installed it 10 days ago. It's more convenient than the previous Kong bed. There are 3 thick beds and we can change the covers. We'll be fine even if we stand outside for a couple of hours. We're wearing thick felt shoes, cotton socks, and cashmere sweaters. Don't worry, Your Majesty, we'll be able to hold on and live a good life." The commander excitedly explained the situation, then turned around and ran into the house. When he came back, he was holding a few cans in his hands. He stood in front of Li Longji again and introduced them. "We also have all kinds of cans, including canned fruit. As for the meat, other than the game we hunted ourselves, we also have all kinds of meat-making tools sent by Shanxian. We can make our own sausages and ham." Li Longji realized that he shouldn't have asked. He reckoned that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo treated the people guarding the mountain according to the welfare of the inner courtyard. As expected, when he swept his gaze, he saw 2 people wearing light green clothes in the crowd, indicating that they were doctors. He could only ask about other things. "Are there any more small problems?" "In response to Your Majesty's question, there are, and they're not small problems," the commander replied seriously. Chapter 980. When Li Longji asked the question, he thought that the other party would say that it was nothing and that they didn't need to worry about food and lodging. What trouble could there be? Who would have thought that the team leader would have a big trouble? Please tell me. When Li Longji was speaking to the team leader, he reached out and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the front. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed. "Why did you drag me out when you're asking me what trouble it is? Why don't I ask it myself? Why do you want me to solve the problem after you ask? Do you want me to be the good guy? Revenge. It must be revenge for the ice skating rink incident." The team leader could guarantee that he didn't see the emperor's actions. He respectfully replied, "Your Majesty, the trouble comes from, Sir Su, are you here? I'm here to send you fish." Before the team leader could finish his sentence, a voice resounded through the mountains. Zhang Xiaobao's heartbeat suddenly quickened. There was already snow here, and it looked like it had been there for a long time. If there was a sudden crash and a part of the mountain collapsed, Tang Empire would be in chaos. Fortunately, the mountain was still firm and didn't move at all. Your Majesty, the trouble is here. The team leader first said to Li Longji, then shouted in the direction of the voice, "Don't shout, come over." Everyone looked over and saw 6 or 7 silhouettes coming out. When they got closer, they could see clearly that there were 8 people. They were wearing clothes of various colors, and with a single glance, it was obvious that they were pieced together from the fur of various animals. Some of them were carrying baskets, some were carrying a roe deer, and there were even 2 people carrying a deer. There was even a wooden basin covered with fur. They were walking very carefully, and there was probably something valuable in it. What's the situation? Zhang Xiaobao pulled out a dagger and asked. He didn't want to shoot in a snowy area. If there was no other way, he would fight hand to hand. He was confident that he could take down 2 people in a single move. Xiao Bei also took out her slingshot that couldn't even kill a bird without hitting its head. Regardless of whether it was strong enough or not, its reaction speed was definitely top-notch. Don't, little young master. Be merciful. He has a hard life. The captain hurriedly stopped him and explained, there used to be other people here. They were Momo's people. After that, the local forces were all destroyed by you and Cuckoo. They were also willing to listen to you. In addition to the benefits given, they gathered together and formed a few counties. The Xinlua people also took advantage of the opportunity to come. In the past, they had conflicts with the Tao Wu, and it was easy for them to die on the mountain. After the Tao Wu left, they were safe. Unless they were careless, no one would die. Last year, it was even later than this time. There were 5 people coming up the mountain. When we were patrolling, we discovered that one of them had fallen ill. We couldn't just leave him to die, so the patrolling people carried him back. He was saved by the Wei medical doctor who stayed behind last year. We still have to provide them with food. This shows how capable your families are and how much care they have for us. Normally, after eating the food that we eat, they are reluctant to leave. Since then, they always come. Sometimes they come in large groups, sometimes they come in small groups. Sometimes they come in groups of 2 or 3, but most of them come in groups of 50 or 60. Every time they come, they bring things and come to us to ask for our usual meals. Hearing this, Li Longji nodded in agreement. How could the food provided by the Zhang family and the Wang family be ordinary? It was even to the extent that it was made according to everyone's taste. Otherwise, how could there be such loyal people? Even if the military camp couldn't make the food according to everyone's taste, it wouldn't be much different. If the Xinlua people saw it, wouldn't they think that it was the most delicious thing in the world? According to what you said, you think it's troublesome for them to come in exchange for food? Zhang Xiaobao made a hand gesture, asking the guards to let them in. He didn't believe that 8 people could do anything to threaten Li Longji. No, they are coming. You will know when you hear it. The leader stepped forward and stood a few steps forward. The soldiers in the team also protected the emperor. The guards closest to Li Longji didn't move. If they moved, they would be killed. For them, there was no concept of subduing. The 2 fast gunmen also put their left hand on the forearm of their right hand that was holding the gun. Mao Zi, stand still first. Don't move. Don't move. Yes, little by little. Slowly take off the weapons in your hands and on your body and gently put them on the ground. When you put them down, don't look up. Xiao Wu, Xiao Qi, go and search them. When the leader saw that the 8 people were closer, less than 30 steps away, he nervously shouted. He didn't want to see the other party be killed directly. There was no need to think about what the guards around the emperor and the 11 children of the Zhang family and the Wang family looked like. The person called Mao Zi was very obedient. He also felt that the situation was not right. There were too many people. At a rough glance, there were at least 800 if not 1,000 people. He said a few words to the 7 people around him and slowly put everything down. As expected, he didn't look up. He waited for the 2 soldiers guarding the mountain to search him again before he was allowed to move forward. When he was 20 steps away, the leader leaned over and whispered, "Mao Zi, be careful what you say. His Majesty is here in person." Also, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from between the clouds and the water and their younger brothers and sisters are all here. Stay calm. Don't make any big movements. While the leader was talking, Mao Zi's body began to pile up. He hurriedly reached out to support him. Mao Zi's legs began to tremble. If he really sat down, the guards would probably think that he was going to do something and directly kill him. Su. Military Master Su, you are not kidding me, right? I am timid. His Majesty is here. Zhang Xiaobao and the others are here too. It's so cold. Why are they climbing up the mountain? Mao Zi didn't need the leader to say more. He already knew what he should do. He had to hold on. He couldn't make any big movements. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go back alive. He came to see our people guarding the mountain. Young Master Zhang said that the entire mountain belongs to the Tang Empire. Let's see if we have guarded it. The leader puffed out his chest and looked very proud. The emperor had brought Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family to see. How big of a face did he have? It could scare people to death. It has always been like this. We only came here to hunt. The other side of the Huangshui and the muddy river is Axian Luo. The rest is all yours. Axian Luo is far from here. When a person is overly frightened, they can sometimes suddenly become calm and steady. Cat belonged to this type of person. Her speech was much smoother and her mind was more open. The worst that could happen was death. Moreover, the other party did not say that they wanted her life. The leader knew what River Mao Zi was talking about. It was indeed quite a distance from here, but he had to explain, didn't we just stabilize not long ago? So the emperor came to take a look. Don't say anything wrong later, especially children. Don't provoke them. Let's go. I'll go over. Stop 10 steps away. I'll instruct them. Mao Zi turned around and came near the other 7 people who were puzzled. They didn't hear what he said just now. Zhang Xiaobao saw that the 7 people slowly squatted down and raised their palms outwards. They lowered their heads and looked at the ground. The person called Mao Zi must have explained it to them clearly. After Mao Zi arranged for the 7 people, he simply took off his outer coat, revealing a patched short shirt inside. It showed that he didn't have any weapons. Only then did he follow the leader to a distance of 10 steps away from Li Longji. This distance was the best distance for a fast shooter to react. It was accurate and the reaction time was enough. As soon as Mao Zi arrived, he knelt there without other people's instructions and kowtowed 3 times in a row. The snow where he kowtowed became hard. Your Majesty, I didn't know that your Majesty was here. I've offended you. I'll be sentenced to death. Li Longji nodded happily. He didn't think that the other party really wanted to die. However, the other party was from Axian Luo. He recognized him as the emperor and kowtowed sincerely. As soon as he was happy, he looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Reward, a set of clothes." Since there were outsiders around, Zhang Xiaobao was very respectful. He immediately made a hand gesture and someone brought out a set of clothes and a cloth according to the cat's figure. He walked over to the cat and whispered a few words. The cloth was wrapped around the cat. When Mao Zi came out, he looked completely different from head to toe. He adhered to the style of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family, except for Xiao Bei and the other 9 people. The clothes were fitting, comfortable, and not ostentatious. However, Mao Zi didn't think so. He braved the cold to change. What material is this? Why is it so soft? It's warm. The things from Tang are the best. Furthermore, this is a gift from the Tang Empire's emperor. This set of clothes is comfortable to wear for a while. I have to take it off and take it back. Li Longji saw that the other party was nimble and nodded in satisfaction. Come closer and talk. Zhang Xiaobao cursed in his heart. He and Wang Wan quickly moved a step in front of Li Longji. If they moved any closer, it would be difficult for the fast gunner to judge and it would be easy to misfire. Furthermore, the fast gunner's identity wasn't suitable to be in front of them. It was the same for the other bodyguards. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stood there so that others wouldn't feel alienated. Their identities were also extraordinary. It gave people the feeling that the three big shots of Tang were meeting together. Mao Zi was really excited. He didn't know Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, but from their positions just now, he could feel that their status was second only to the Emperor of Tang. Looking at their ages, it wasn't difficult to guess who they were. He moved forward again, little by little. When he was 5 steps away from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he stopped when Li Longji opened his mouth to speak. The distance was so close that Mao Zi could even see Li Longji's eyelashes clearly. For some reason, he suddenly had the thought of dying for the Emperor of Tang at any time. If it was his own Xinluo, he wouldn't even stand so close to a chief, let alone a king. He was afraid that he would cause harm to others. But the Emperor of the Great Tang, as well as the most formidable Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, had allowed him to stand at this distance and not go any further. That would be sticking to him. How magnanimous did one have to be to do this? Of course, he knew that if he wanted to do something dangerous, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could make him bleed on the spot within a second. The two of them didn't have much strength when they were young, but they could deal with the Emperor's bodyguards when they cooperated with each other with hidden weapons, let alone when they grew up. Your Majesty, Jidushi Zhang, Jidushi Wang, I'm from Xinluo. I'm here to send something to Captain Su and the others who are guarding the mountain. I don't know, Your Majesty. Mao Zi, who had become bold because of the pressure, was once again at a loss because of Li Longji's friendliness. He stuttered when he spoke. This time, it wasn't because he was scared, but because he was excited. Li Longji understood and made a gesture of pressing down with his hand, indicating that the other party shouldn't be anxious. He said, Xinluo is a vassal state of Tang. I'll have to trouble the soldiers on the mountain. I saw that you brought deer and roe deer. I'll try it today and let Xiao Bao make it. You can eat with me. Consider it as me taking advantage of you. I'll return the favor later. When Mao Zi heard Li Longji's words, he started crying. He wiped his tears and said, Your Majesty, I don't want to stay in Xinluo. I want to come to Tang. I begged Captain Su for half a year. He said he couldn't make the decision. I looked for him but couldn't find anyone else. I could only come here to ask him. Your Majesty, you can consider me as someone from Tang. This time, Li Longji knew what the trouble was. Captain Su couldn't agree as he didn't have the authority. That was a diplomatic dispute. Speaking of which, the trouble was indeed not small. Seeing the other party crying and begging, Li Longji sighed in his heart. He knew very well what the reason was. It was Xiao Bao's plan to destroy the family. He gave them food and then made them grow cotton. How many years had it been? He had already reached the point of forcing them with food. Compared to that swindler in Yuanzhou, Xiao Bao was a truly ruthless person. What was there to be proud of by scamming the officials and commoners of an entire prefecture? Xiao Bao was scheming for the country. Otherwise, how could he be on the top of the list of tycoons? Zhang Xiaobao, who knew Li Longji very well, did not need to turn around to know what Li Longji was thinking. He said, "Your Majesty, this subject is willing to listen to orders and help the people of the vassal countries. Your Majesty, please make a decision." Li Longji returned to reality from his thoughts and nodded lightly. "Very well, I have a plan. Let the people of the Great Tang and the people of Xinluo build a county together and rule it together. Xiaobao, what do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao quickly answered, "Your Majesty is wise." The others followed suit and shouted, "Your Majesty is wise." Only Xiaobei and the other 9 did not shout, especially Xiaobei. She was studying hard. Uncle Emperor was really amazing. At the very least, he was thick-skinned. This was clearly an idea of her brother and sister. Uncle Emperor actually took it for himself and said it in such a righteous manner. Cat did not know what was going on. He had just made a request and the Emperor of Tang immediately came up with a plan. It was too amazing. No wonder he was the Emperor, and he was from a strong country like Tang. He thought that this was an idea specially made for him. Cat was so grateful that he did not know what to do. He wanted to kneel, but he was afraid that his movements would be too big and his clothes would be dirty. If he did not kneel, he would not show respect. Therefore, he did an unimaginable action. He put his feet on the ground and spread his hands apart. It was a push-up position. He let his head touch the ground as a kowtow. Zhang Xiaobao was full of admiration. Could this be the legendary prostration? Xiaobao, you do the specific things. I believe you can do it well. Li Longji spoke again. He did not forget to tell Cat to get up. Cat straightened up and looked at his clothes to see if they were dirty. Seeing that there were only a few spots of snow, he was relieved and became calm again. Your Majesty said it well. Not only the people, but also the people of many places. They have long wanted to come to Tang. If they continue to stay in Xinluo, they will not be able to survive. Why can't they survive? Didn't they give you food? Li Longji asked. He was really puzzled. Xiaobao had given a lot of food. Although they could always use food as a threat, it had not been implemented yet. They had just planned to implement it this year, so how could they starve? Cat sighed, they did, but they did not directly give it to us. They gave it to the chief, the village chief, or some noble or county magistrate. Their houses have many more exquisite furniture from Tang, so we have less food. Before winter came, we gave them a little. Last summer, in June and July, there were many wild vegetables. We did not see a grain of rice for a month. Li Longji understood. The food must have been taken by the officials to the border to be sold at a very low price. Then, they could buy expensive luxury goods. Your Majesty did not send people to investigate? Li Longji asked. Yes, but our Xinluo does not have 3 rounds like the Tang patrol. We will only send 1 round, so this round of people will have many exquisite things. Our Xinluo does not have a patrol like Xiaobei, nor do we have people like Xiaobei's family's intelligence system. Needless to say, we can bribe at least 300,000 strings of coins every year. Even 300 strings of coins can be bribed. Cat had already seen a group of children. When he spoke, he glanced again. Xiaobei stood at the front and returned a bright smile, like a sunflower. Li Longji and the other officials were silent after hearing this. They all understood that Xiaobei and the other 9 Tang patrol were special existences. They could not be threatened, let alone bribed. When Shuichiro Watanabe stretched out a finger, Xiaobei thought it was 100 million strings of coins. Later, he guessed that it was 10 million strings of coins, which was already the bottom line. But who could take out 10 million strings of coins to bribe? That was 10 billion strings of coins. Not to mention a province or a prefecture, even an official in charge of a road, could he take it out? The richest, Jiangnan Road or Jiangyi Road, could take it out, but the premise was that they did not hand over a single coin and gave it all to Xiao Bei. What was the official after? He could not be greedy for money himself. Moreover, it was impossible to do so. What kind of joke was that if a place did not hand over any revenue? The entire Tang Empire's revenue this year was only 130 million strings of coins. It was estimated that the Zhang family and Wang family earned about half of this amount this year. There was also the 100 million strings of coins from the Great Tang Bank. This was the confidence of Xiao Bei and the other 8 patrol. They were so rich that they could rival a country. Why would they bribe? Li Longji waited for a long time. When Cat could not wait any longer, he said, "Come to the Tang Empire. With Xiao Bei and the others here, I will let Xiao Bei watch over the officials in the new district. What do you think?" "Thank you, Your Majesty. If you really let Xiao Bei take care of it, I will definitely take the initiative to pay the rent. There is no need for others to collect it. I will send it up myself. It will only be more and not less." Cat's face turned red. Xiao Bei, that was Xiao Bei. They did not really need to take care of it. As long as they had a name, which official would dare to touch them? Xiao Bei was very embarrassed because his sister had said that in the future, even if it was 100 million strings of coins, he would not accept it. He had been greedy at that time. He turned to look at the other 8 people. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people looked like they wanted him to make the decision. Xiao Bei stood up and walked to the front shyly. "Uncle Emperor, in the future, even if it is 100 million strings of coins, we will not accept it. We will not accept money with the premise of harming the people of the Tang Empire. I suggest that we let this person be the county magistrate of the new district. When the time comes, we will only watch him. If he becomes greedy, we will add all the hatred he had for the officials today to him. Cat, what do you think? When the time comes, it is not just death. Sometimes, death is a kind of happiness." Chapter 981. Li Longji didn't care about who would be the county magistrate. When Xiao Bei suggested it, he immediately agreed. Thus, Cat became the county magistrate of a county that he didn't belong to yet. Cat was very excited. A county magistrate was such a high position. He didn't expect to be a county magistrate one day. However, just as he was happy, he became worried again. "Your Majesty, I haven't been an official before. How can I be a county magistrate? I have to know what to do." "It's simple. I'll find someone to teach you. I was a county magistrate before," Xiao Bei said from the side to reassure Cat. Only then did Cat feel relieved. He happily turned around and told the 7 people who were still squatting on the ground. The 7 people cheered. After confirming that there wouldn't be any danger, Cat and the others were treated much better. They didn't need to be guarded against as if they were thieves. The things they brought could be considered as gifts for Li Longji. There were deer, roe deer, and the wooden basin was filled with fish. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were surprised that there were fish. Didn't they say that the fish would appear later? There were fish originally, but they disappeared after a few eruptions. The terrain now is different from ours. I don't know if we can still find hot springs. Even if we can, the location will be different. Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded gently. I think so too. Why? Do you plan to develop tourism here? Not now. There isn't even a decent road. Who would travel here? Let's wait for the future. When more people have money and are willing to travel, we'll let a few businessmen compete to develop tourism resources. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the beautiful scenery around him and seemed very helpless. He wanted to build a road, but no one would come. Just the annual maintenance cost alone wasn't a small amount. Are you planning to give it away and not develop it yourself? Wang Wan asked. Development. I am also one of the businessmen. There are some things that can be monopolized, and some things that cannot be monopolized. Without competition, the pressure on the businessmen will be reduced. When the time comes, it will be easy for the businessmen to not want to make progress. Let's go and try the fish in the heavenly lake first. It is not easy to catch fish with shaved ice. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the fish that were still alive in the basin and gulped. He really didn't know what the fish in the heavenly lake tasted like. The others were also curious. There were fish on such a high mountain. If word got out, most people would not believe it. If it was sold in the capital, there would probably be people who would rush to buy it. Xiao Bei began to discuss with the other 8 people about bringing the fish back and raising them in glass jars. They said that they would put them in their precious candy house to attract children. Li Longji said that he wanted to eat with cat, so he really ate with cat. The dishes were prepared by Zhang Xiaobao. Of course, not everyone could eat it. If it was soup, there might be enough soup. During the meal, Cat introduced himself. His surname was Li. Because the emperor of Tang dynasty was surnamed Li, many people in Xinluo were proud to have the surname Li. They were called Li Mao because he was agile, so others just called him Cat. Cat said that many people in Xinluo were having a hard time. Those who were close to the water had to fish for a living so that their family would not starve to death. Those who were close to the mountain had to make a living on the mountain. He was closer to the mountain. After walking for more than half a month, he reached the mountain. Then, he would hunt some prey and spend more than half a month to go back. He would eat the meat at home and sell the fur to the people of Tang dynasty. He would then buy food from Tang dynasty. After all, the closest place was only a river. It was very easy to come over. Furthermore, Tang dynasty did not stop them, saying that they were not allowed to come over. There were also people from Xinluo who ran directly to Tang dynasty and worked for very little wages. Women who were slightly more beautiful also went to Tang dynasty to sing and dance for people. If they were fancied, they would immediately go to rest with people. When it was over, they would not ask for money but for food. Cat said that in a village next to him, there were 3 families of women who often went to Tang dynasty to do work. Each time, they could bring back about 50 kilograms of rice. They would go back with it on their heads. Any more and they would not be able to do it. It was too heavy. Furthermore, it was easy for the people of Xinluo to find out and take them away. They usually came at night and went back at night. There was still work to be done at home. Li Longji listened and could not bear it. From time to time, he would look at Zhang Xiaobao, meaning to say, "Look at how you are tormenting people." Zhang Xiaobao was very innocent and mumbled, "What has it got to do with me? I used food to restrict them. That was a strategic goal, but I did not give them food. It was their aristocrats who sold the food. Who is to blame? The officials are the ones who rule, so the people can live. Corrupt officials are the ones who scam people the most. We have to catch more in the future." Xiao Yuan was also very emotional. After the meal, Cat and the rest were going back to recruit people to spread the news of the establishment of a new county. More people would know and take the initiative to come over. When the time came, the new county would be very big. Zhang Xiaobao and the rest went to the side of the Heaven Lake to take a look. He really did find a hot spring. It was a hot spring that the guards here usually used to bathe. Hence, Zhang Xiaobao gave a new order to the guards. He asked them to look for more hot springs and remember the location. In the future, this place would be valuable. Li Longji also made a reservation in advance. He said that he would leave 2 or 3 good soup for him when he came over in the future. As such, everyone stayed on the mountain for a day. They immediately went back the way they came because they could not continue to go against the flow of the Yellow River. They had to change to a land route. Li Longji did not want to be not in the capital during the New Year. How could he celebrate with the people? The speed of returning was faster than when they came. It was downhill, so they just had to control the skis well. In less than a day, everyone returned to the ship. They sat on the ship and went straight to Hunan province. The people waiting in Jili province also set off at the same time. They would gather in Hunan province. The generals were already rubbing their hands together. There should be no other things to do this time, right? It was time to hold the military examination. At night, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed in the cabin to discuss things after teaching their younger siblings. Zhang Xiaobao used this period of time to carefully understand the information of each general. He provided them with food and drink, analyzed their personalities. When they were still on the ship, he let them compete. Their fighting styles were also exposed. Now, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were summarizing and thinking about how to deal with the generals. Where do you plan to compete? Zhang Xiaobao put the information on the table and asked Wang Wan. I want to go back to the capital to compete. If we go by land, how can we have time to compete? But when we go back to the capital, it will be the new year. I don't think we can compete. Do you think that if we keep delaying, they will be angry and not compete? Wang Wan said with a smile. The generals had been waiting for too long, but she and Zhang Xiaobao could always find an excuse to delay time so that they could understand their opponents. Probably not. Zhang Xiaobao said uncertainly, why don't we find some work for them? Don't let them be idle. What work? Continue to let them play by themselves on the sand table. Wang Wan couldn't think of any other excuse. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, no need. They will only be angrier if we use the same method. I plan to go to Shandong and go ashore. Then, on the way here, there will be a lot of local people coming over to reward the army. We will pay for it. Let the commoners drink with the generals, chat, and compete in horseback riding, archery, and so on. Especially the hunters, their methods are not inferior to the soldiers. They have to compete all the way, even if they don't want to compete. Won't that be cowardice before the battle? You still have a lot of bad ideas. Alright, we'll do as you say. Compared to the past, we can further increase the goodwill of the soldiers. We can even ask the soldiers to help the villagers repair their houses when we stop by a village during the journey. Wang Wan happily agreed and thought of other things to add. Sure enough, when the troops arrived at the shore of Hunan Road, a large group of people greeted them. They took out all kinds of local specialties and stuffed them into the hands of the soldiers. They also prepared a place and invited the soldiers to play, holding a military and civilian party. The generals were helpless. They knew that this was Zhang Xiaobao's stalling tactic, but they had no choice but to jump into the pit with their eyes wide open. They led their subordinates to hold a party with the commoners, and then achieved good results in the competition venue one after another. When they got on the train, there were countless houses that had been repaired by the soldiers and the hearts of the people behind them. The train was very fast. After a day, Li Longji returned to the capital. There were 6 days left until New Year's Eve. The generals continued to wait. They would compete again after the new year. The results of the imperial examinations were also released. Zhang Xiaobao got first place, and Wang Wan got fourth place. She was too embarrassed to stand in another position. That way, there would only be one place left in the top 3. The two of them were both ranked in the advancement section. At the same time, their papers were also on the other subjects. There was no lack of their names on the rankings. Their positions on the rankings were relatively high, causing the people who came to see the rankings to exclaim in admiration. Of course, because of the two of them, most of the examinees were unable to go home during the new year. What could they do in 6 days? They could only stay in the places around the capital. Fortunately, the examinees were used to it. Some of the examinees who had planned to participate in next year's spring examinations were caught up in this year's autumn examinations. Regardless of which, they were unable to spend the new year at home. The only thing that made the examinees happy was that their expenses during the new year were still covered by Savant's restaurant. Those who wanted to go home next year would still be paid for their travel expenses. Those who passed the examinations would naturally wait for the arranger. When the time came, their families would also follow them. Finally, I can take a break. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a stool next to the ice skating rink. He watched his younger sibling skating in circles and said in a relaxed manner. Wang Wan wore ice skates on her feet and sat beside Zhang Xiaobao. She said, "The construction is really fast." The news from Changbai Mountain said that the ice skating rink was completed in a month. It's a pity that there are too few people who know how to skate, so we can't hold any competitions for the time being. You actually charged 50 copper coins per person. It's too expensive. It's not expensive. When there are more people playing, the price will increase to 100 copper coins. Otherwise, it won't be enough to cover the maintenance costs. This is not a roller skating rink. Those who use wheels to run on it are ice skates. It has to be maintained every day. Otherwise, if there are too many potholes, how can other people play? This is the price in winter, and it's even more expensive in summer. Can the Ministry of Works make artificial ice machines now? They can only rely on saltpeter and the ice stored in the ice cellar during winter. Speaking of this, I have to get someone to watch the riverside. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of a problem. Once the ice skates in the ice skating rink were released, it would become a trend for a period of time. Those who thought that the ice skating rink was expensive would take ice carts to the river to play. If the ice surface was not frozen properly, it would be easy for accidents to happen. He had to inform the yamen in cold places to send people to guard the riverside. Otherwise, what would happen if a child fell in? There's also the ice skates. We can't be too anxious now. There's not enough iron. Most of it is used in the industry and military. The ice carts don't use much iron. 2 iron wires and 2 thicker iron nails will do. We can't use an ice stick that is made of iron. Zhang Xiaobao added another sentence. You can think about it yourself. I'll go take a look around and bring Xiaobei and the others to play. Wang Wan got up and looked for Xiaobei and the others to skate. There were very few people in the ice skating rink who could skate on the ice as easily as Xiaobei and the others. They had played before. The other children couldn't even stand. Only a few talented people could put on ice skates for the first time and get used to it for a short while before being able to skate. The others could only push a chair. The sound of wood rubbing against ice could be heard in the rink. It was very lively. However, Zhang Xiaobao could tell from the clothes of the people that he had just seen that not many of them were from ordinary families. They were all the kind that had a bit of money. Perhaps only they were willing to spend 50 copper coins to play once. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any good ideas about this. He could have let all the people of the Great Tang play. If it was just a cold place in the north, perhaps with some effort in the winter, most people could afford to play as long as they wanted to without making any money. It rarely snowed in the south, and even when it snowed, it wouldn't freeze easily. The cost was too high, and many people probably couldn't afford to play. They couldn't afford to play because it wasn't worth it. In contrast, they couldn't afford to play. There was always a choice between eating meat and playing. Brother, there's no one competing. Xiaobei turned around and came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. Looking at the scene of people pushing chairs, she asked. Because there are too few people who know how to play. After the new year, when more people know how to play, your precious candy house will be able to give out prizes. Why don't you discuss with the people who play polo and organize an activity? You can give out prizes. Zhang Xiaobao hugged his sister and said with a smile. Xiaobei shook her head. Polo won't do. Those who can play polo are all rich people. If they don't have money, they can't even afford to buy a horse. Even if I don't advertise them, as long as they want to eat sweets and pastries, or give them away, they will choose my precious candy house first. Like you said, eating isn't just a matter of food, but also a kind of identity. I'd better go and play Kuju. There are many people who play this game. I'll set up new rules for them. According to the rules that you and sister said, it's meaningless to always see who can kick high and who can kick accurately. Oh, that's good. Go and do it. When the time comes to organize it, you can make more money. Remember not to get involved in gambling projects. Keep an eye on the players. Don't let others bribe them. Otherwise, the game won't be good. Zhang Xiaobao thought that his sister was just casually saying it, so he followed along and didn't take it to heart. Xiaobei nodded seriously. Okay, I'll do this. When the time comes, I'll definitely come up with the best Kuju team in Tang Dynasty. After saying that, Xiaobei turned around and went back to skiing. Zhang Xiaobao continued to sit and enjoy a rare moment of leisure. Chinese New Year's Eve came just like that. Every household in Tang Dynasty prepared for the new year. Even those who didn't have a good life wanted to have a good new year. If they couldn't afford mutton, they would buy pork. If it was especially difficult, the local government would naturally take care of it. Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao to transfer the money over. During the process, there might be corruption in the price difference, but the people in the local government definitely wouldn't dare to keep the money. Those who didn't buy things and didn't have a good life would be in great danger if they were caught. In terms of living conditions, the best place was naturally the capital. The lives of the people in the capital were generally better than elsewhere. They could do more work, even if it was to help people carry goods, even if it was to sell snacks, there was still a lot of work waiting for them to do. Therefore, the new year was more festive. Every family bought firecrackers. Those with good hands made their own lanterns. Those who didn't had to buy them. There were all kinds of lanterns. In the afternoon, they were hung up with candles inside. There were electric lights in special places. They were also painted with a layer of color on the outside. For example, the Imperial Palace and the properties of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. As for other places, there were no conditions. The first diesel generator that was made was used to light up the streets of the capital. It was heavily guarded and didn't give others a chance to steal it. Although it couldn't be dismantled and made, it still couldn't be done. It had to be kept a secret. There were too many technologies involved. Zhang Xiaobao brought his younger siblings to put up the New Year pictures. Wang Wan went to instruct people to arrange for the villagers from Sanshui County. They couldn't return to Sanshui County for the New Year this year. Therefore, the villagers of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family got together and discussed. They sent many people to the capital to spend the New Year with the main family. As for the expenses, they didn't think about it at all. All of them were very rich. In order to get a place to come, they fought and fought. In the end, they reached an agreement. The children and the elderly were all in the crowd. It couldn't be all adults who came to spend the New Year with them. Without children, it wouldn't be lively. When they arrived in the capital, they naturally had to arrange a place for them to stay. The only regret was that they couldn't spend the New Year's Eve with the main family of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in the same place. Li Longji chose to spend the New Year in the hibiscus garden. People from various industries were selected to accompany the emperor. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's families naturally had to accompany Li Longji. There were limited places. When the dumplings were served, the sound of firecrackers for the New Year sounded almost at the same time. The medical center and the people in charge of putting out the fire were nervous. Although the quality of the firecrackers was good and the people who made them were very serious, it was easy for people to be injured. In the hibiscus garden, Li Longji sat in a relatively high place happily. He ate a mouthful of dumplings first. Only then did the people who were invited eat. They ate very carefully, afraid that the emperor would suddenly ask. How could they eat dumplings in their mouths? Xiao Bei found more than 100 children. They ran around and were very happy. Xiao Bao, in the future, we will celebrate with the people every year. Help me think, where should we go for the New Year's Eve dinner next year? Li Longji looked at the performance on the stage. When the sound of the firecrackers died down, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was accompanying him. It seems to be too early to think about next year. It's better to wait until then. Actually, it doesn't matter where it is. What's important is that the venue is big enough to hold more people. Next year, you can let the people in many places see your appearance and hear your voice. We'll record it in advance and pretend that you only said it during the New Year. When the New Year's Eve comes, we'll show it to the people together with the recorded performances. Unfortunately, there's no live broadcast. That thing is still too far away. Zhang Xiaobao was a little bored as he accompanied Li Longji. The performance on the stage was very good, but Zhang Xiaobao was not interested in it. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to let his younger siblings have fun, he wouldn't even care if they didn't celebrate the New Year. Wang Wan was the same. She sat there and felt sleepy. If it weren't for the firecrackers, she would have fallen asleep easily. The others didn't have the same experience as the two of them, especially the people from all walks of life who were invited. They were able to enjoy such a good performance while eating delicious food. For a moment, they felt that their lives were not in vain. To be able to experience such a thing once in a lifetime was enough. Even Li Longji found it very interesting. This was because many of the performances this year were set by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Not only were there singing and dancing performances, there were also many skits and crosstalk performances. There were also acrobatic performances, magic, and so on. Li Longji couldn't bear to take his eyes off the stage. When the performance that established the positive image of soldiers was over, Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, when do you plan to leave after the New Year?" "I think it will be in March. After the 15th, the new work in the imperial court will have to be arranged. The money collected in the last 2 months of last year will also have to be calculated. After that, Cuckoo will have to participate in the military examination. We can only leave after the examination is over. At that time, the weather will be a little warmer, and it won't be hard to walk." Zhang Xiaobao had long since made up his mind and told Li Longji about it. In fact, even if they left in March next year, it would still be very cold when they arrived. If it snowed this year, the snow might not have melted, but they would be able to see more greenery. Li Longji nodded and looked back at the stage. At this time, Xiao Bei ran over and said happily to her brother, "Brother, when I was playing with them just now, they said that they wanted to form a cheerleading team to cheer for our team. Isn't that awesome?" "Awesome. What's the name of your team?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that his sister had brought up the topic of football again, so he followed along and asked. "It's called the Victorious Kuja Team. There are a total of more than 30 people. During the competition, according to the rules that you and sister said, 11 people can go up. The people I picked are all awesome people, so it will definitely be victorious." "Brother, don't you think so?" Xiao Bei shook her head, looking as if she had a card up her sleeve. Yes. When I heard the name, I also thought that the Kuja team would be very awesome. They would get a few more victories." Zhang Xiaobao naturally wouldn't say anything against it. It didn't matter what name they gave it. Wasn't it just for fun? What he didn't know was that Xiao Bei's 9 people had already established the team a few days before the New Year. They even had an internal competition. They used the name of Precious Candy House to find people and pay them. Xiao Bei's 9 people planned to wait until the 5th day of the new year to find someone to compete with. Okay, I'll continue to talk to them about the cheerleading team. Xiao Bei ran away happily. The lively 30th day passed just like that. The next day, many people woke up very late. The night watch was too long, so they only went to bed in the morning. Especially those who were overly excited because they were invited, they first lay down and couldn't sleep. Then, they didn't want to wake up. Xiao Bei's 9 people were even more so. They only opened their eyes in the afternoon of the first day of the new year when they felt hungry. Immediately, the people in charge of the shift came to serve them. After eating their fill, the 9 children gathered together to discuss their own important matters while they had a few days of rest during the new year. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to follow their families to welcome the people who came to pay New Year's greetings. Due to different customs, the 2 of them had to welcome and send off people. Some people would pay New Year's greetings on the first day of the new year, while others wouldn't go out the entire day. They didn't even take out the garbage. The sanitation workers in charge of cleaning the streets had a harder time. They drove the cars, swept up the firecrackers, and moved them away. When the sun came out, the streets were already cleaned. Li Longji, who was becoming more and more considerate, knew that the sanitation workers worked hard, so he gave them a lot of overtime pay. The money they earned during the new year was equivalent to 2 months of their usual income. Therefore, each and every one of them worked very seriously. They felt that it was worth it to be a little tired. In addition to the sanitation workers, there were also people who had been sticking to their posts. They also received a lot of compensation. Even the farmers who worked for the main family received more rewards than usual. This was all because of the relationship between the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County. With people from Zhuangzi, the relationship between the Zhang family and the Wang family could be written into a big book. Especially the farmers, all of them were very loyal and didn't slack off when they worked. Therefore, they tried to give more benefits to their own farmers. They found that not only did their family's income not decrease, it increased instead. On the 5th day of the new year, Xiao Bei and the others still hadn't gone to do their own things. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found them and went to Xingqing Palace to play together. Are you looking for Uncle Emperor to eat? Xiao Bei had been afraid for the past few days. No matter where she went, she could smell the strong smell of meat. Especially when she went out to do things, as long as she lightly sniffed, there would definitely be a strong smell of meat floating over. In the beginning, she was very happy, because it meant that the people in the capital were living better lives. But after smelling it, she felt disgusted. Only when she was at home did she feel better. There wasn't much meat at home. Except for the food that had to be made during the new year, everything else was about the same as usual. Xiao Bei naturally thought that when she went to the palace, there would be too much meat waiting for her to eat. How terrifying was that? Wang Wan knew what Xiao Bei was thinking. She smiled and said, "We're not going to eat. We're going to take you to watch cartoons. The thing has been made. I think it will be damaged after one performance. Uncle Emperor will also watch it together." "Oh, it's good that you don't have to eat. I'm scared. The cartoons are done. Let's go quickly," Xiao Bei urged. The group of people sped up and directly went to Xingqing Palace. Li Longji was also waiting. There were many people busy in the courtyard. A large shed was first set up, blocking the surroundings, making it dark inside. There were also people carefully holding bundles of glass pieces, gently lifting and placing them. Li Longji already knew the principle, but he hadn't seen it in detail. While watching others busy, he occasionally said a few words to Gao Lisher. He wasn't the only one watching. Many concubines, palace maids, and eunuchs in the palace also gathered to the side. As long as the shed was big enough, more people could go in. When Zhang Xiaobao arrived, the glass pieces were all carried into the shed. There were even people who specially hung a large piece of white cloth in front of the electric lamps. They adjusted the angle of the light so that it shone on the white cloth. Xiao Bei and the others anxiously waited until someone said it was done. Only then did they rush in and find a good place to sit. From time to time, they would look back at the place where the light came from. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also sat down with Li Longji. The others were naturally arranged by others. When everything was stable, the glass pieces on the other side were quickly rolled up. A continuous animation appeared on the white cloth in front of the shed. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were used to this. The others had never seen this before. Although there was no sound, they were very shocked. Li Longji's mouth was opened by Wei Wei. Suddenly, there was a sound. There was the sound of a cat and a mouse moving in the animation, as well as background music. When they looked in the direction of the sound, they saw many people busy there. In fact, the dubbers were already in position when the scene started. They had practiced a few times in private. This time, because the emperor was present, they were nervous. The person in charge of directing didn't do the action properly, so there was a blank period. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan chose the style of a cat and a mouse. This was because there was no need to speak. Just by looking at their actions, they could know what they were trying to express. The cat and mouse were drawn very cartoonish. This was achieved by correcting the animation over and over again. Otherwise, the animators would have to show their own style. The background of the animation was also the current situation in Great Tang. There was nothing that should not be there. For example, there was no television. There were sofas, chairs, and so on. There were also no high-rise buildings in the environment. After Zhang Xiaobao saw it, he curled his lips. The animation was too bad. Sometimes, there would be a short pause. It was obvious that there was a problem with the glass at the back. When that thing was pulled quickly, it was not as good as film. Wang Wan also had a calm expression. There was nothing to be excited about. If there was anything to be excited about, it would be because the first animation had appeared in Great Tang. It would be written in the history books and emphasized that the first animation had appeared because Zhang Xiaobai and the other 9 people wanted to watch it. Yes, it would be written like that. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could be calm, but the others could not. Xiaobei's eyes were wide open. From time to time, he would point at the cat that was being bullied and laugh. The palace maids and eunuchs were also trying hard to hold back their laughter. As long as Li Longji heard Xiaobei laugh, he would definitely laugh out loud. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the animation suddenly ended. It was a little more than a quarter of an hour. About 20 minutes later, the animation was over. Is there more? I still want to watch it. Xiaobei turned around and looked at the area where the light was coming from. Although there would be a pause from time to time when the glass at the back was pulled out, the next roll had to be pulled, so there was a pause. However, no one cared. Everyone had tacitly agreed that the animation was continuous. Even when the scene changed, everyone could immediately understand what was going on. A quarter of an hour was like an instant in everyone's hearts. It had just started and it ended. It was really not satisfying. After Xiaobei asked, Li Longji also asked, "Is there more?" Zhang Xiaobao shook his head regretfully. There's no more. In just a quarter of an hour, more than 20,000 pieces of glass have been used. The people behind have to keep working. If things go wrong, someone might get hurt. I'll ask them later. Even so, the animation speed is still not good. It can't reach 24 times per second. Let's just make do with it. There's no more. Xiaobei also felt regretful. If only we had that much more time. Bro, let's continue. I can take out my pocket money. It's really fun. Okay, let's continue. Furthermore, this can be replayed. If there are any broken pieces of glass, just replace them. If we make another one, we'll have to wait. It's very time-consuming. When the film comes out in the future, I'll make 100 episodes for you first and let you take them to your precious candy house to play. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was not easy to make, but so what? It was fine as long as his younger brother and sister liked it. Furthermore, after it was made, if they let the rich buy tickets outside to watch it, they would probably be able to recoup the cost in just a few episodes. Was it expensive to watch it 100 times per episode? Alright, I still want to watch that cat and that mouse. Why do they look so cute? They look like humans. Seeing that his brother had agreed, Xiaobei happily described the actions of the animals in the animation that he had just watched. Even though he had only watched it once, Xiaobei could still describe it pretty well. The others were also reminiscing about the scene that they had seen in the past 15 minutes. Today, they had broadened their horizons. There was actually such a wonderful thing in the world. They had never heard of it before. Xiaobao, leave this thing in the palace first. We will watch it 2 more times. Oh, when we watch it, we will definitely call Xiaobei and the others. We will wait for the new one to be made. You can take the old one and earn money. Li Longji opened his mouth to ask Zhang Xiaobao. Suddenly, he saw Xiaobei looking up and pouting, so he could only add on. Zhang Xiaobao knew what Li Longji meant. There were many people in the palace. After hearing about it from those who had never seen it before, they would keep thinking about it and would not be able to do things properly. It was better to watch it together and see what was strange. Thus, he nodded and agreed. Even though Xiaobei was still a little reluctant, he could only endure it. When the time came, when Uncle Emperor saw it, he would definitely come. Li Longji went to the back and looked at the people who were busy just now. No one was injured, but a few hundred pieces of glass were broken. They would have to be redrawn. They had been pulling too quickly just now and had broken them. Looking at the pieces of glass, Li Longji suddenly said, according to this drawing method, won't we be able to draw our movements? Yes, we can draw it. Your Majesty, why would you draw yourself? How long will it take you to draw it once? If it suddenly breaks, we will have to redraw it. Moreover, it is impossible to broadcast it everywhere. It is inconvenient to transport it, and it is not easy to repair it after it breaks. It is better to wait for the film to come out. Zhang Xiaobao first admitted that Li Longji's idea was good, but then rejected it. Li Longji's character movements were not as attractive as cartoons. Once it was produced, it could only be shown to a small number of people. It would not be able to be sold outside to earn money. More importantly, the shape of a character was much more difficult to draw than a cartoon. Cartoons only needed to be drawn according to a certain style and look like a cartoon. However, if a character had to be realistic, it would take a lot of effort. When drawing a character, they would have to draw a small piece of glass. It was estimated that the time it took an artist to draw a character would be enough to draw 50 cartoons. Zhang Xiaobao explained this principle to Li Longji. Li Longji's hope that had just risen was gone again. He wanted his character to appear in the eyes of all the people of Great Tang. Just like a cartoon, it had to be coherent and look like a real person. Now, he could only temporarily give up on this plan and continue to wait for the film to come out. He hoped that the production would be faster. Waiting was really making him anxious. The glass piece was put back by the staff and the shed was removed. After the show ended, the palace maids and eunuchs returned to their posts and began to talk to the others about what the cartoon was, how fun it was, what the cat and mouse looked like, why the 2 animals would fight, why the mouse bullied the cat, and so on. Thus, the thing that Li Longji was worried about happened. Although the palace maids and eunuchs who had not seen it with their own eyes did not dare to slack off, they still occasionally fell into a trance even if they tried their best not to think about it. Some of them would even dream at night and say a few words in their sleep. In the end, Li Longji urged the staff to fix the glass piece the next day and play it again. Xiao Bei and the others came again and watched it. On the third day, they continued to play it again. Only after playing it twice did the palace maids and eunuchs finally calm down and get back to work. However, their conversation still revolved around the cartoon. They began to think about when they would be able to watch the next episode together. Xiao Bei and the others began to study again. Most of their time was spent on studying. Occasionally, they could go out to play and participate in their soccer match. The 15th day of the first lunar month was gradually approaching. The people who had just celebrated the new year were once again happily busy. The price of meat and vegetables was also very high, 30% more than usual. However, Zhang Xiaobao did not care. It was the new year, so it was normal. After the new year, the price would naturally fall. On the 15th day of the month, one could also see the moon by watching the lanterns. Taking advantage of the cold weather, many ice sculptures were placed on the streets of the capital. There was space left for candles, making the entire capital look sparkling and translucent. Li Longji, who had just invited people from various industries, once again hosted a banquet at Hibiscus Garden. Those who came last time did not have to come this time. There was a lantern festival, a variety of stuffed lantern festival dumplings, and also a large-scale party. They even played the cartoon, which shocked countless people. They did not know what was going on beforehand, let alone understand the principle behind it. They thought that the animals in the cartoon were real people. Oh, they really looked like a cat and a mouse. They were probably the celestial cat and mouse from the Immortal Palace. Otherwise, why would they be in the cartoon? Furthermore, they could wear clothes. Therefore, after the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the month, rumors began to spread in the capital. It was said that celestial animals had come down to perform for the emperor. Each and every one of them became more and more amazing as the rumors spread. Zhang Xiaobao knew that it was time to open the market and make money. Chapter 982. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were helping out with the last 2 months of taxes, Xiao Bei had already taken out the cartoon and played it. This time, it was free of charge. It was only for the children who had spent money at Baby's Candy House. If they wanted to watch it in the future, they would have to pay for it. According to the price set by Zhang Xiaobao, it was 100 strings of cash. As a result, the sales of Baby's Candy House increased greatly. In order to watch the cartoon, the children bought candy and pastries with all their might. Under such circumstances, Xiao Bei and the others discussed and decided to sell the goods at a discount. This set off another wave of purchases and allowed Xiao Bei and the others to earn a lot of money. Adding on the money they had earned during the new year, they no longer had to worry about not having enough pocket money. If something were to happen somewhere, they could still fork out money to help. Just as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were feeling happy for their younger siblings, they suddenly realized that something was wrong with Xiao Bei and the others during lunch one day. Even June Air and Pan Air, who played with them, were unhappy. Zhang Xiaobao saw this and felt that he had to ask. Xiao Bei, Baby's Candy House's business is not bad. Keep up the good work and let us earn even more. As for your cartoon, as long as you fork out the production costs, the rest of the money will belong to you and be used to realize your dreams. Tell me, what other dreams do you have? Zhang Xiaobao first praised his sister and then gave away the profits from the cartoon. Only then did he casually ask about their dreams. Mine. Our dream is to let the ever-victorious Kuju play and win the game. We have already lost 3 games in a row. Xiao Bei said sadly, as if losing the game was not right. Little Yuan added, we only played 3 matches in total, and we didn't win a single one. Furthermore, we were competing against 3 different teams, all with 11 people. Furthermore, we felt that we had a better grasp of the rules. Who knew that once we started playing, we would still lose? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly understood. So it was because the football team lost the game. The two of them really didn't know about this matter. When Xiaobei said that she wanted to play Kuju, she was actually very serious. Zhang Xiaobao thought that his sister was just casually saying it. He didn't expect that she would be so serious. It looked like he had to find a way to let the football team win. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao asked, "Can you tell me how you looked like at that time? How did you lose? Is it because your defense is bad, or your offense is bad? Is it because your individual skills are bad, or is your overall coordination not good enough?" Xiao Bei and the others shook their heads with every question their brother asked. They had no idea what was going on. Anyway, they just lost the ball and let the other party get the ball into the goal. If he said that his own team did not work hard, he would be wrongly accusing them. When they were on the field, they did not know how to rest at all. They ran back and forth with all their might. Moreover, after losing the competition, the people in the team were even sadder than them. Some people even knelt on the lawn and cried loudly. They were as sad as they could be. But they just could not win. After the first match, they gathered together to discuss it. They came up with many ideas, but they lost the second match. When they discussed it again, they still lost. There was no end to the losses. "Oh, is that so? Then I have to see it for myself. Isn't the lawn prickly?" Zhang Xiaobao could only accompany his siblings to watch the match when he realized that he couldn't get an answer. "It's not prickly. It's just that it's made of hay. There's no green grass, so it doesn't hurt to fall on the hay. It's just that when we kicked the ball, the grass flew everywhere. There's too much dust. We decided to cancel the lawn next time and switch to soft soil. That way, it won't be a problem even if we fall." Xiao Bei explained and continued, "I know that losing the game has nothing to do with the grass. Everyone is playing on the same ground. We can't blame the grass, nor can we blame the people who kicked the ball. They worked very hard." Xiao Yuan echoed, "That's right. If there's a mistake, it's also on us. Where did we not do well?" I saw that they all had a few people on the side giving instructions. We didn't understand, so we could only cheer them on. "No problem. Trust me. After watching the match, I'll be able to make your team win." Zhang Xiaobao wasn't that confident, but he had to act like he could do anything. Who knew if the three teams that won didn't have a powerful star player on the team? A powerful person could do a lot of things. "I knew you weren't worried. You'll definitely make us win. Let's eat. There's a match tomorrow. The people who just finished today can't play. Another batch of people will go up." Xiaobei's mood improved again. The other 8 children also ate happily. Even June, and Pan clumsily picked up their chopsticks to eat. Emotions were very influential. After Zhang Xiaobao finished eating, he continued to teach his younger siblings. In the evening, when he was chatting with Wang Wan, he thought of this matter and said, maybe Xiaobei can really make the Tang dynasty's football rejuvenate. The football played now is too civilized. The confrontation isn't fierce. It's not like what the book said in the past. It said that there's even the art of war in it. I know. We also had the art of war in it back then. I reckon that compared to the ancient times, our football was only stronger, not weaker. That's because football was a very large industry at that time. All kinds of people specialized in studying it. There were also videos for people to watch over and over again. Wang Wan replied. She also compared the football of the two periods and came to a conclusion. Zhang Xiaobao followed and said, it should be said that under the rules of our time, the research on football was relatively good. If the rules were changed, it might not be possible. Fortunately, Xiaobei and the others used the rules that we explained to them. It shouldn't be very difficult. Let's wait and see. Didn't they say that the people of the ancient times were physically inferior to the people of the present? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many records broken. The people of the modern era have good nutrition, and the other have strong professionalism. It seems that Xiaobei is really counting on football to make money. Wang Wan analyzed again. Yes, but if we keep losing, we won't be making money, but losing money. Let's sleep. We'll go and take a look tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao said as he hugged Wang Wan. The two of them leaned against each other and fell asleep. Early the next morning, Xiaobei hurriedly ate a meal, brought a lot of snacks, and organized a large team to go to the football field. The football field was outside the city. It was a place that had not been completed yet. Xiaobei found it with great difficulty. He also found someone to contact the other football teams and told them the rules. The other team was unwilling to agree at first, but Xiaobei's identity was different, so they agreed. That meant that they would play with Xiaobei and the others. At the beginning of the game, the other team was already prepared to lose. They thought that the people that Xiaobei found would be very good. But when they played, they found that they were not as good as they imagined. There was also a possibility of winning, so they won. Xiaobei and the others who lost were very magnanimous. They did not find trouble in other aspects, so there were many people who were willing to play with them. This was because Xiaobei and the others promised the other team that if they lost, they would treat the other team to a meal at the Joy House. If the other team lost, they would take out 10 strings of money to support the development of the team. They would give the money to Xiaobei first. In the summer, Xiaobei would get people to plant lawns and build a good football field. Those who wanted to play with Xiaobei did not think that Xiaobei would not use the money on the construction. They did not lack this bit of money. It was just a wager. In the end, Xiaobei and the others treated them 3 times in a row. Of course, because it was in their own restaurant, the cost of the dishes was not high. The other team was also embarrassed to order expensive dishes. Just like that, more and more people wanted to play with the victorious football team. They had already lost 3 games in a row and were probably not good enough. The team that Xiaobei and the others were playing with today was the team that won the first time. It was called the Victorious. They probably came up with this name at the last minute after hearing the name of Xiaobei's team. When Xiaobei arrived, the other team was already waiting. There were also many spectators. Of course, the spectators now would not pay for tickets. There was a large open space around them, and no one had surrounded it. Anyone could come over if they wanted to. When Xiaobei arrived, he did not say any nonsense. He directly told the other team that they could begin. Hence, the game began. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan waited for the game to start before coming over. They did not want to give the other team any pressure. If they came before the game started, the other team would probably be worried that they were backed by Xiaobei and the others. They would say that they were bullying Xiaobei and so on. How would they play then? The two of them even put on some makeup and squeezed in between the people on Xiaobei's side. They looked at the field and frowned at the same time. What kind of football is this? Everyone is playing together. Isn't there a strategy? Zhang Xiaobao whispered to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also very surprised. How could this be? Other than the goalkeeper who did not move, there were 10 people on each side. Wherever the ball was, they would surround it. There was no formation at all. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 people who were smarter. They would first judge the situation, estimate where the ball would be kicked, and run over in advance. Then, if the point was right, the ball would appear at their feet. They would then attack. If the point was wrong, there would be 1 less person in front of them squeezing to grab the ball. Their own team members would shout at them, saying that they were running around blindly and slacking off. Wang Wan watched for a while and said, "Could it be that there are problems with the field and the rules that make them squeeze together? Because they are now competing to see who can kick the ball higher, they must have a lot of strength. When the ball falls, it will take a relatively long time, so they have more time to run to that place." Listening to Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao pondered and found that this was really the case. When everyone was there to grab the ball, as long as they grabbed it, they would kick it high up in the air instead of passing it low. This had something to do with the current football atmosphere. "If that's the case, I know why Xiaobei's team lost," Zhang Xiaobao said with certainty. "Why?" Wang Wan asked. "Because of bad luck and bad points, they lost 3 games in a row. Or is it because the goalkeeper is not good? The opponent is attacking. This ball is too floating. It will probably go straight out of the end line and can't go in." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, the opponent kicked the ball toward the goal of the team that always won, but it was wide and very high. After landing, it would roll out. But the fact shocked Zhang Xiaobao. It was not what he thought. The goalkeeper on his side took the initiative to greet them and looked like he was determined to get the ball. Then 20 people also ran there with smoke and dust. The goalkeeper on his side was the first to touch the ball. He did not take it with his hands, but with his feet. After getting the ball, he glanced at the crowd that was rushing over. Then he dribbled the ball while avoiding the crowd, and rushed diagonally to the other side's goal. When he saw this situation, Zhang Xiaobao's mouth was wide open, and Wang Wan also had a blank expression. "I admit that the luck I just said is not everything. There are many objective reasons." After the goalkeeper on his side found that he could not outrun the others, he kicked the ball toward the opponent's goal with all his strength, but he did not run back quickly. Zhang Xiaobao admitted his mistake. Then he saw the opponent's goalkeeper also run out and kick the ball. The football spun toward the other side's half of the field, and the 20 people ran back to the ball's landing point. This time they caught up, and then one of the opponents kicked the ball toward the goal of the team that always won. Zhang Xiaobao watched the goalkeeper on his side start to run back and chase the ball. Oh, amazing! The ball was actually stopped by him at the last moment. Damn, he came out again. He is really stupid. Look at the opponent's goalkeeper. At least he did not take the initiative to attack. He just kicked the ball to our side of the field. I guess that's how they lost. Our goalkeeper is too well-rounded. He can play any position on the field and is working hard to do so. On the other hand, the other side's goalkeeper is too lazy and his skills are not well-rounded enough. He can't play the forward position, so he stays behind. Zhang Xiaobao gritted his teeth and praised the goalkeeper on his side. He really put in a lot of effort. His stamina looked good. If it was not for his slow running speed when he dribbled the ball, it was estimated that he could fly all over the field. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan smiled and said, "With your mouth, tell Bei Bei to tell our goalkeeper not to leave the big penalty area. Don't leave the small one either. Just stay there." Zhang Xiaobao called for his sister. Bei Bei came over to listen to his brother, nodded, ran behind his own goal, and shouted to the goalkeeper, "You stay at the door, the small frame. You are not allowed to go out. I'm not tired. Don't worry, I can do it." The goalkeeper thought Bei Bei was afraid that he would be tired, so he said that to himself. No one cares if you are tired or not. Listen to orders now. You are not allowed to go out. Remember, if you go out, I will teach you a lesson. After Bei Bei finished shouting, she ran back to her brother's side and watched quietly. She wanted to see if her brother's words were effective. The game on the field continued. There were still 20 people crazily fighting for the ball. However, Bei Bei's team did not lose the goal as easily as before. This was because the goalkeeper had become a real goalkeeper. He no longer played as a defender, midfielder, or even a forward. The match lasted for 45 minutes, and the first half ended after 45 minutes. This time, Xiao Bei jumped up and cheered, because in the first half, her team had scored 6 goals against the other team, while the other team had only scored 2 goals. The other team's goalkeeper couldn't play as a forward, but he liked to play as a defender, and he also wandered outside. Then, when he could not directly touch the ball with his hands, he could only helplessly kick it with his feet. Sometimes, if he did not kick well, the ball would pass through, and it would become a situation where 21 people chased after it. We won, we won. The first half was not bad. Continue to work hard in the second half. I said before that our team can do it. Goalkeeper, you have to stay at the goal in the second half. Don't always run forward. This time, it's because you stayed where you were supposed to stay that we got the lead. Bei Bei asked someone to bring the warm soup over for the players to drink. She encouraged and praised them at the side. In fact, when they lost the 3 games, she did not show any sadness on her face. Like today, she still encouraged and told the players not to be anxious. This was because she knew that the players had already worked very hard. No matter whether it was on the field or during training, there was no fault to be found. Recently, Bei Bei and the others could always see that during training, when the players were tired, they did not even have the energy to take a shower. They just fell asleep on the kong. The wages given to them were also deposited in the bank, saying that it was for their families to spend together. After losing 3 games in a row, the players did not want to be paid no matter what. According to Xiao Yuan, this was a team that was willing to work hard, willing to train with their lives on the line, willing to know how to save, and also knew shame. It was just that the 9 of them did not command well, and it was not the players' fault. Bei Bei now agreed with Xiao Yuan's statement. Big Brother was Big Brother. He was really amazing. How did he know that the goalkeeper could win the game if he stayed and did not go? At this time, the other side was very depressed. How could they lose? The last time they played, they won very easily. Furthermore, Bei Bei's team played continuously. This time, they sent a substitute lineup. A total of 11 people were changed, and the rules were slightly changed. Could the substitutes play better than the main force? It should not be. It was obvious that these 11 people's skills were a lot worse than the main forces. So they had to figure it out. The head of the football team walked over to Bei Bei's side, wanting to see what was going on. At the same time, he wanted to thank Bei Bei and the others. They had also brought soup out. On the field, they were competitors, but outside the field, they could be friends. Just as he arrived at Bei Bei's side and saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had slightly disguised themselves in the crowd, everything became clear. It turned out that the other side's command was not Bei Bei's 9 people, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. No wonder the substitute lineup played at such a level. Their command was very good. Yes, that was what the head of Sherwin thought. He had never doubted whether Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know Kuju. In his heart, the 2 of them knew everything. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had no intention of coming over to talk, he thanked Bei Bei's 9 people, turned around, hung his head, and returned to his team. It was needless to say how depressed he was. After telling the matter to the team members, the morale of the team members was even lower. One of the team members muttered unhappily, "This is too much of a bully. It's just a game of Kuju. Do the 2 of them have to come over personally? We can't go to the Success residence today." Bei Bei just lost in a row, but he actually called his brother and sister over. They're really bullying us. Okay, stop complaining. Play well in the second half. How are they bullying us? According to you, if we play with Bei Bei and the others, are we also bullying the children? The head of the football team thought it through and encouraged his team members. He also thought hard about where the problem was. Could it be the other side's goalkeeper? Just now, when Bei went over and shouted, the goalkeeper did not move like a decoration. Was that really the case? Chapter 983. While the leader of the sure-win team was pondering, the always-win team scored. The morale of the team played its role at this moment. After Xiao Bei's team won the first half, they came back and saw that the commanders were Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They understood in their hearts. Immediately, their blood surged and they seemed to have endless energy. As long as they didn't win a few games, they wouldn't be able to face the strong players that Xiao Bei had recruited. They were all full of confidence. The other team was discouraged. They felt too much pressure and lost the confidence to win. It wasn't that they were afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would get angry because his sister had lost 3 games, but they didn't think that they could win with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's commands. Zhang Xiaobao made a helpless expression and said to Wang Wan, "Look," their aura suddenly came out. "There's nothing we can do. Come on, don't be so happy. If you really meet a competition team that can perform on the spot, let's see what you can do." The greater the pressure, the better the performance. Wang Wan mercilessly attacked Zhang Xiaobao's narcissistic behavior. "Simple, buy them and make them our team," Zhang Xiaobao said indifferently. Xiao Bei hurriedly pulled on his brother's clothes. "Brother, I believe that our team can do it. If we don't buy other teams, they can definitely do better." Zhang Xiaobao looked at his sister, who was showing her innocence at this moment. He really wanted to talk to her about the cruelty of competitive competitions. On the football field, a talented player was very powerful. An excellent striker could make the other team pay 4 defenders to mark him. But in the end, he didn't say it. Considering the football situation in front of them, even if they didn't have excellent players, they could temporarily achieve an overwhelming victory through tactics. Then, he would do as his sister said. Xiao Bei is right. We don't buy other teams. We can continue to recruit people. When the main team is full, we can put them in the substitutes positions. When the substitutes are full, we can also have a second team, or even a third team, or even a fourth team, including the youth team. We can cultivate our own strong players. Okay. I want our team to win all over the world. The other team's goalkeeper isn't coming out. He's actually learning from us. Just as Xiao Bei was feeling happy, he suddenly realized that after the opposing goalkeeper received the ball, he did not personally pass it out. After passing it out, he obediently guarded the goal. If the goalkeeper didn't come out, it would be difficult to get in. Nowadays, football depended on who could kick the ball higher and more accurately. However, the word accurate was different from what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted. The ball did not have any speed. If it went in a straight line, most of the goalkeepers would be able to block it. What the two asked for was not the accuracy of the kick into the goal, but to be able to accurately judge the position of the goalkeeper and the landing point of the ball. The harder it was to judge the trajectory of the ball, the better. Seeing that the competition between the two teams was getting more intense and that it was harder to score, the other Kuja players around them seemed to have discovered a new continent and revealed expressions of understanding. For a moment, the game entered a state of stalemate. In the midst of the 20 people fighting, they finally found a chance to shoot. When they shot, the ball flew too straight, giving people the impression that they wanted to take the ball and smash the goalkeeper down. The goal was to smash him until he did not dare to defend. At this time, the goalkeeper showed a fearless spirit. Braving the danger of being covered in cuts and bruises, he opened his eyes wide and let people smash him. Wang Wan watched and laughed. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Husband, you're very capable. Think of another way." Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "There's no other way. I really want to let them understand the concepts of the forward, the midfield, the fullback, the midfielders, the side forwards, and the other positions in 1 second. But is it possible? When I saw them play polo, the coordination of their positions was pretty good. Why did it change when they played football? Wang Wan also thought about it. It's probably because the horses are squeezed together and can't run away. Let Li Longji command a football team. Maybe he can arrange the positions well. If you don't believe me, we can try. Let Xiao Bei invite him to play a game. If he loses, he can immediately think of a way to deal with it. More or less. In the story you told me, didn't you say that he defeated a foreign team in polo? Looks like I really have to pick out more sports to develop in the Tang Empire. There are no radios and no movies. Once the sky turns dark, they can only do one sport. Their bodies have not adjusted well, and the quality of their children is not high. I want people to have more children, but I don't want them to have a bunch of idiots and deformities. If not for Xiao Bei and the others being too stubborn, I wouldn't have taken this seriously. Sports that are not intense can also let people train their bodies. It's two different things from working out. Zhang Xiaobao did a deep reflection. He felt that there were many candidates for this. One of them was Li Longji. There was no doubt that Li Longji was very good at playing games. He was also more skilled in politics in the early days. Wang Wan had once said that Li Longji had become careless because the great Tang had truly given off a very stable appearance. Later on, due to his old age, his brain was no longer as good as before. He believed that the rise of the pear garden wasn't because Li Longji wanted to play with it. He must have realized that the people of Great Tang were gradually getting richer, and their pursuit of civilization had lessened. Thus, he set up the pear garden for everyone to play with so that they wouldn't think of rebelling. The results proved that Li Longji did not have the foresight of a transmigrator. He did not know that there was a weapon that could hit his head when Lu Zhou fired it. No matter how he moved, he would not be able to dodge it. There was also a light from beyond the heavens that told him in advance that he would be hit. He would not be able to dodge it. That was why he let his guard down. Now, he's finally afraid. He knows that there's still a powerful country. He doesn't even have the confidence to claim that the Tang Empire is the greatest under the heavens. However, we're not afraid. Who dares to compete with the Tang Empire now? Let's make our lives more colorful, Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile when he thought about Li Longji. Wang Wan thought about it for a moment before she said, in theory, with diesel engines, we can fly. I don't want it to create sonic booms when it flies. It'll be fine as long as it can fly. This will make Li Longji believe us more. What if he finds out that the Earth is round one day? After a few decades, the fleet will have explored many places, Zhang Xiaobao asked. He'll be too old by then. Even if he's still alive and knows that the Earth is round, he should know that there are many planets out there. The people living on those planets can come and attack him at any time. Can he still be the emperor by then? Wang Wan was not concerned about this. That's right. We can't think too far ahead. Let's think about what's in front of us. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, his eyes returned to the field. The score on the field had changed again. The team that always won was far ahead with 8 goals, while the team that was sure to win was behind with 3 goals. The scramble for the ball was still fierce, and the fight for every ball was very fierce. Zhang Xiaobao felt that if a player could show his individual skills when besieged by a group of people, then this player would definitely be extraordinary. He had never seen a striker who could break through the blockade of 10 defenders alone. Zhang Xiaobao saw with his own eyes that one of the forwards on his side ran very quickly and received the ball first. Then, he made a feint to shoot. When the group of people on the other side changed direction and continued to rush towards him, he flicked the ball to the side and then raised his leg to shoot. In the end, the ball still went out of the goal, but Zhang Xiaobao had already memorized him. His feint and sideways movements when he lifted his leg to shoot, with a little bit of training, he could do it like a pendulum and a bicycle. He was a talent. He then asked his sister, who was standing next to him, Xiao Bei, what's his name? He's number 6 on the field. Xiao Bei answered very directly, I don't know. There are too many people, so I can't remember. Is number 6 not good? I think his play is passable. It's very good. Find him later. I want to see how his individual skills are. Zhang Xiaobao confirmed that number 6 was the best player. Oh. Xiao Bei agreed and paid attention to the game again. When the final whistle blew, the score of the game was 14 goals for always won and 8 goals for sure to win. Seeing this score, Zhang Xiaobao was full of admiration. He knew how this big score came about. Because at the end of the game, the players were tired of squeezing. Their energy and physical strength decreased at the same time. The balls that flew towards the goalkeeper were no longer so accurate. Moreover, there were fewer high balls and more low balls. The goalkeeper was still not used to the balls that flew from too low a position. The goal rate increased under such circumstances. If it was the opponent's team that played this game, it could be called a great counterattack. The players who came off the field were greeted with cheers from the audience. They were all exhausted. They ran all over the field. If they persevered, they would win. Xiao Bei's team of 9 was very professional. They even had a medical team to help the two teams massage and relax. The 22 people groaned as they were massaged. It was unknown whether they were in pain or enjoying it. Zhang Xiaobao took a few steps forward and stood next to number 6 on his side. He said to sure to win, in a voice that they could hear, today, I'll invite you to Joy House for a meal. It's my treat. It has nothing to do with winning or losing. You have to hand over the money you lost to my brother and sister. The opposing team's players finally showed a little smile. 10 bowls of money was nothing. Going to Joy House for a meal was far from this amount. Even if they lost the game, they would still earn. The adults also understood that Zhang Xiaobao did not pursue the fact that they won the first match against his brother and sister. Treating them to a meal meant that they would accompany his brother and sister to play. Voices of thanks sounded one after another. Zhang Xiaobao casually waved his hand and pulled a chair over. He sat next to number 6, who was being massaged, and asked, How old are you? How long have you played football? Young master, I've been playing football since I was 20. Oh, I've been playing football for 7, 8 years. When I was brought here, I played the best football there. Number 6 endured the soreness and gritted his teeth as he answered. He understood that playing football was kicking the ball. Oh, when I was watching you just now, I saw you fake a shot and then push the ball away. How did you think of that? Zhang Xiaobao felt that the other party was a little older, but the other party had been playing for 8 years and his skills were relatively fixed. He did not know if he could adapt to his teaching method faster. Number 6 was very nervous. He thought that Zhang Xiaobao said that he should not fake a shot, so he replied carefully, I'm used to it. When I played in the past, they always fought with me for the opportunity to shoot. Seeing that I was easy to bully, they would run over and touch me when I was about to shoot, so I couldn't play well. In order to avoid them, I first made a kicking motion. When they were about to touch me, I kicked the ball to the side. They would dodge it and I could play for a while longer. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood and nodded. Very good. Let's go eat today and drink 2 glasses of wine to promote blood circulation. Go to bed early at night. You don't have to train tomorrow when you wake up. Tell the others that you don't have to train either. I'll find time to watch you and then teach you how to play football well. Yes, young master, I'll remember. Number 6 became excited and shouted to the others, Young master said that from today until tomorrow, before young master comes, we are not allowed to train. Young master wants to teach us personally. His words caused the players of his team to roar. The people of the other teams could only watch. In the past 2 days, they also liked the new rules and felt that it was more fun than before. It was fun, and the purpose was to win. There were also 3 teams that consecutively beat Zhang Wang's team and Xiao Bei's team. They felt proud when they said this, but now they knew that good times did not last long. They had beaten Xiao Bei's team so badly that they called their older brother. From now on, they probably would not have the chance to beat them. It was all the fault of the 3 teams that won. Why didn't they let Xiao Bei's team win? Now it's over. Their older brother came and they immediately won a game. Zhang Xiaobao felt the atmosphere around him and generously let everyone go to Joy House to eat. If everyone was familiar with each other, they would be able to play more comfortably in the future. They shouldn't act like enemies when they meet. It was easy to cause too much emotional and personal harm. When it was time to eat, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not go. They carried the sleepy June, and Pan home. Xiao Bei's team of 9 followed them. They had to properly praise their team members. Zhang Xiaobao returned. Just as he settled June, and Pan down, the eunuch Luobin came over with a food box. Inside was the food prepared by Gao Lisher. It was sealed to prove that no one had touched it. Zhang Xiaobao did not even check the seal and directly tore it off. He did not forget to give Luobin a big red packet. It was not that he did not care if the food was poisoned, but he knew that no one would have the chance to poison it. When his godfather was in the palace, he would send out a few groups of people to keep watch. When he was outside the palace gates, there were other eunuchs following him. There were also people secretly monitoring his own home. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup in the food box. The 4 dishes were all vegetables. The soup was fish soup. It smelled good. He called Wang Wan to eat together and also added a bowl and chopsticks for Luobin. Luobin did not refuse. He picked up the chopsticks and spoon and ate a mouthful of each dish and soup. Then, he rarely ate the dishes and ate the rice in his bowl. When Zhang Xiaobao and Pan were almost done eating and slowed down, Luobin began to speak. "Young master, His Majesty asked me to ask you too, why did you want to play Kuju?" The generals asked about the military examination in the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled. The news spread quickly. They picked up a cucumber stick and chewed it. After swallowing it, they said, "Tell His Majesty that it is not only Kuju, but also the shuttlecock that is often played in the palace. The skating and the skating rink and so on are classified as sports. I will pay more attention in the future. Because sports is not only for fun. It can also reflect the general situation of a country. Countries that are in war all year round cannot develop their sports. If they want to play well, they must first have a safe environment." Luobin listened attentively, trying his best to remember every word so that he could reply word for word when he got back. After Zhang Xiaobao finished, he asked from his own perspective, "Little Gongzi, are there other things you can see from sports?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded in appreciation. "Yes, you can see how the people live from sports. There are bicycles in the palace, but they are not available in other places. It is too extravagant. If one day, every county in the Tang Empire can have their own bicycle racing team, what does that mean? It means that the industrial technology of the Tang Empire has reached a certain level. It is easy to own bicycles." Luobin responded quickly. He had been a messenger for many years and worked hard to understand the situation of the Tang Empire. He really knew a lot. Yes, if there are many people playing polo, it means that there are too many horses and Kuju in the Tang Empire. It is easy to see many people competing in different places and there are many people watching. This means that the people of the Tang Empire have become richer. At least, they don't have to spend all their time eating and dressing. When you go back and tell His Majesty will understand. In the future, we can invite more sports teams from other countries to compete. If we win, it will boost the confidence of the people of the Tang Empire. It will also give the people of other countries a lack of confidence. No one can stand losing all the time. Zhang Xiaobao explained in detail. Luobin thought for a while and admitted, yes, young master is right. If the people of any country completely accept defeat, it means that they don't even have the heart to compete with the people of the Tang Empire. That is what young master said to His Majesty before. When a nation widens the gap with another nation, it is part of the result. That's about it. When you go back, tell His Majesty that if he has nothing to do, he can form a team and play with us. The martial arts examination has passed the first month. We are almost done with other things. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he casually chatted for a while and then sent Luobin out. He believed that Li Longji's football team would not be too bad. He would be able to see a relatively exciting game. The next day, at around 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Xiao Bei came to the factory outside the city. Today's field had been renovated yesterday. The soil was first loosened and then compacted. The stones were picked out so that people could step on them without being too soft. Even if they fell, they would not be seriously injured. Only the players of the always victorious team were on the field. The others did not come. Although they also wanted to see Zhang Xiaobao's internal training, they did not dare to. The players were all full of energy. The people who played the game yesterday did not show any signs of fatigue. This showed that they usually trained a lot and were used to it. When Zhang Xiaobao came, he did not talk much nonsense. He directly took a ball from the basket next to him and tiptoed to the field. After looking around, he waved to player number 6. When he came close, he said, "You take the ball and rush forward. I will stand in front of you to block. You find a way to get past me." Got it? Number 6 took 2 deep breaths and nodded, indicating that he got it. Zhang Xiaobao kicked the ball to him and stepped back 10 steps. He emphasized, "Don't worry about hurting me. Try to show your skills as much as possible so that I can continue to teach you skills." Number 6's expression relaxed this time. He stopped the ball, stepped back 5 or 6 steps, started a run-up, and then swung his leg and kicked the football with all his strength. With a bang, the football flew high, over Zhang Xiaobao's head, and fell into the distance. "It passed," Number 6 said to Zhang Xiaobao's shocked expression. "The ball passed. What about you?" Zhang Xiaobao asked after he recovered. Chapter 984. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Number 6 understood. He wanted both the ball and the person to pass. He switched to a new ball and placed it a dozen steps away from Zhang Xiaobao. He stepped back again. Without waiting for the ball to start, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Let me say this first. Don't think that if you kick the ball so high, you can run in front of me to chase the ball. That way, I will definitely reach the ball before you. And I have to tell you, when I play in the future, one of my teammates will appear a certain distance behind me. If you really kick the ball far away, even if I don't chase, you won't be able to catch up. Of course, if it's a game and I'm a defender, I won't give you the chance to position the ball unless it's a foul. Don't expect to be able to easily kick the ball." Oh. Number 6 further understood that Zhang Xiaobao was not competing with him in terms of speed. He wanted him to use the same method as yesterday to trick people. Since that was the case, there was no need for a run-up. He stood behind the ball and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. He kicked forward little by little. When he was about 6 steps away from Zhang Xiaobao, he suddenly swung his leg back to make a shooting pose. He paused for about half a second before his right leg fell. However, it was the back of his right foot that pushed the ball away. When he looked up at Zhang Xiaobao again, Zhang Xiaobao's position had moved. Wei Wei moved half a step to the left. Her upper body relaxed and her legs were slightly bent. Number 6 had to repeat the action again. Zhang Xiaobao still moved half a step. Little Gongzi, why don't you come and steal it? Number 6 asked helplessly. Because I'm not stupid. There's not enough time for me to tackle the ball. I just need to make you unable to pass. There's no need to steal. Otherwise, I'll lose my position and the teammates behind me will be in danger. Zhang Xiaobao said loudly to number 6. In fact, he was saying this to everyone except for Wang Wan. Number 6 was even more helpless. He lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then, he took a deep breath and lightly tapped the ball in front of him. Suddenly, he sped up, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xiaobao's leg. Just when he thought that Zhang Xiaobao would rush forward to snatch the ball, he found that Zhang Xiaobao was retreating with small, quick steps. Suddenly, he felt that the distance he had imagined to break through had changed. He hesitated, but his body was still charging forward. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly stretched his right foot forward, his body leaning back to the ground. Before number 6's foot touched the ball, he first tackled the ball. With his hand on the ground again, he got up and dribbled the ball away, directly shoveling the ball for number 6. Wow, Big Brother is amazing. Xiao Bei cheered for her brother, who was covered in mud. Wang Wan rubbed her feet on the ground. She was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would bruise himself. This was not a lawn. Fortunately, there were no large grains of sand on the ground, and Zhang Xiaobao was wearing pants. Again. Zhang Xiaobao kicked the ball back. Use your brain to play football. Don't think that others will do as you think. How would I know that I can still retreat? Number 6 muttered. Once again, he prepared to dribble the ball past people. Calculating what Zhang Xiaobao would do, he walked forward little by little. When he walked to a certain distance, Zhang Xiaobao stepped back again. Number 6's eyes turned. He first made a feint to shoot the ball, then made a poke motion. It was still a feint. Suddenly, he kicked the ball diagonally to the left with his right foot and started to chase. However, this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not move to the left at all. Instead, he turned around and blocked number 6 behind him. He caught the ball first and snatched it under his feet. Xiao Bei's cheers naturally came from the side of the field. Little Gongzi, why didn't you move to the left this time? Number 6 was depressed. Because your shoulders didn't move, so your center of gravity also didn't move. Even if you're making a feint, you have to make it more realistic. Again. Zhang Xiaobao kicked the ball over. No, little Gongzi, you can pass me. I can also make you unable to pass. Number 6 felt that the defending side had the advantage on the field, so he passed the ball back, intending to save some face. Xiao Bei asked his sister beside him, brother is attacking. Can he pass? At that moment, Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao still had some skills that he had not shown to her. Based on the two actions of grabbing the ball and reaction speed just now, Zhang Xiaobao had at least a period of professional practice. Therefore, she said to Xiao Bei with confidence, in theory, the attacking side can use more than 10 methods to pass people. I just don't know how many your brother has mastered. Let's see. Oh, so many. I think my brother can use at least 3. Xiao Bei really wanted to say that his brother could use all of them, but he was worried that his words would be too full of himself. Zhang Xiaobao also placed a distance of more than 10 steps. He first asked number 6 if he was ready. The moment number 6 agreed, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly moved. He first kicked the ball a distance of more than 4 meters, and at the same time, his body's speed also approached that of a 100-meter dash. Then, his left foot kicked the ball to his left, and his body suddenly went around number 6's left side. Before number 6 could react, the ball had already passed him. Xiao Bei, This is the simplest way to break through. When the forward dribbles the ball and rushes up, all the defenders can only do two actions. One is to retreat, not giving the forward a chance to break through their defensive position, and limit the forward's angle of shooting. Wang Wan also said loudly to her sister. Other people might not understand the logic behind it just by looking. What's the other action? Xiao Bei asked very cooperatively. Foul. Don't hesitate to use any means to bring down the forward. Once the forward with both speed and skill dribbles the ball and rushes up, even if there are 3 defenders facing him, no one will dare to easily intercept the ball. It's best to pull him down and slow him down. If you can avoid tackling, don't tackle. Wang Wan continued to explain. Number 6 on the field was stunned. It was too fast. He stood there and gasped for breath. Little Gongzi, you're close. Put the ball further away and bring it over. I'll definitely be able to stop it. Put it more than 25 steps away. Are you sure you want me to put it further away? Zhang Xiaobao asked. Yes. Number 6 nodded vigorously. Okay, I'll let you see what it looks like if it's further away. Zhang Xiaobao held back his laughter and put the ball about 25 steps away from number 6. Wang Wan was on the sidelines. It's over. Didn't number 6 hear what I said just now? Xiao Bei and the others didn't completely understand why they couldn't let the forward rush up. At the same time, they watched curiously. Zhang Xiaobao himself took another 10 steps back. He pulled up his pants and accelerated forward. When his feet touched the ball, his speed was even faster than before. At the same time, his upper body began to swing left and right. His 2 legs were wide apart. Every time he touched the ball, he would adjust his posture. When he quickly approached the retreating number 6, his body suddenly swayed to the left. The range was very large. Number 6 hurriedly blocked to his right. The result was needless to say. Zhang Xiaobao swayed to the right and passed over the ball. Number 6 wanted to go back, but the result was that he fell down with a thud. This is called the pendulum pass. You've all seen the clock. It's made long ago. When the body swings, it's like a pendulum, making it impossible for the defender to accurately judge. In fact, there's no way to judge at all. They can only guess. If they happen to be able to block it, it's luck because the attacker's pendulum movement isn't fixed and can be adjusted at any time. Wang Wan continued to be the commentator. As everyone listened, their eyes widened. It could actually be done like this. Zhang Xiaobao continued. This time, although he didn't swing as violently, he was still swinging. Then, he would step over the ball with his left foot and then step over with his right foot. Number 6 watched. He couldn't tell which foot Zhang Xiaobao was going to use to move the ball. In the end, he was swayed and fell down. This is called cycling. It looks very simple, but it's not easy to practice because it's hard to control your rhythm and speed. Every feint can become a real move. It just depends on how the defender reacts. Wang Wan's role hadn't changed. She was still introducing. Again. Slow down a little. I can definitely block it. Number 6 was passed again and again. Each time, it was different. He was very unconvinced. Okay. This time, Zhang Xiaobao's speed wasn't as fast, but it wasn't slow either. He rushed over with the ball. When he was close to number 6, his left foot pulled the ball back and his body turned halfway to block number 6. His right foot dribbled the ball and his body continued to turn. His left foot kicked the ball past number 6. This is called the Masai. Xiaobao spin. It's a method of forcefully breaking through the body's blocking position. Wang Wan hesitated for a moment. In the end, she didn't say the real name of this move. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain it. Again. Number 6. This is called the tail flick. It's a move to confuse the opponent. First, you move the ball in one direction, usually the outer instep. Then, you use the inner part of your foot to flick the ball in the opposite direction. Wong Wan. Again. Number 6. This is called the turnaround to flick the ball. You have to be careful. If your reaction is slow, it's easy for the opponent to turn around first. The key is to lean as hard as possible so that the opponent can't adjust his balance. Wong Wan. Again. Number 6. This is called the back flick the ball. It's one foot in front of you and one foot behind you. Then, you flick the ball from your back to your front, which is the back of the defender. Then, you circle around him. If the opponent is taller or more agile than you, it's best not to use this move. It's too obvious. Wong Wan. Again, this is called, on the field, Zhang Xiaobao used different moves to circle around number 6 again and again. Wang Wan patiently explained it to everyone. Xiao Bei and the others were dumbfounded by what they saw and heard. It was just dribbling the ball around a person. There were so many moves. It was an eye-opener. As the commentator, Wang Wan had her eyes wide open. She did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to be able to execute every move so smoothly and naturally. Although there was also the cooperation of defender number 6, Zhang Xiaobao had indeed executed them in a very standard manner, just like a textbook. Only standard movements could be easily learned, but improvisation was another matter altogether. When Zhang Xiaobao made a sudden stop and change direction movement to shake number 6, he finally stopped and said, "That's about it. I'm a little stupid, so I don't know much. Later, I'll do a few more slow moves. Once everyone learns it, you have to practice diligently. Don't stick to the form. You have to be flexible. Not only can you do it yourself, but you also have to be able to see if others are going to do it. That's it for today. I'll do a few slow moves for everyone. Next time, we'll talk about the key points of formation and individual positions." The players were so shocked by Zhang Xiaobao's humble words that they wanted to find a rope to hang themselves on. One by one, they bowed their heads and stood respectfully. They watched Zhang Xiaobao practice the slow moves over and over again. They secretly swore to themselves that once they learned it, they would be able to win glory for the ever-victorious team. Wang Wan watched from the side and said worriedly, "Don't think about practicing all the moves smoothly at once. Practice selectively according to your own conditions. If you practice one move well, it will be enough for you to make waves on the field. The most important thing is the basic moves. Xiao Bao, go back and write a training plan." Xiao Bei and the other 9 people watched excitedly. Even June Air and Pan Air were affected by the atmosphere. They found a ball and chased after it, giggling from time to time. "We have to close off the training," Zhang Gang suddenly said. Xiao Bei and the other 8 people nodded quickly. Xiao Bei said, "Yes, close off. We can't let others learn it. These are the moves that Big Brother taught us. It's amazing. Reselect the substitutes and let them play blindly with others first. When our training here is done, I'll let them see the power of our ever-victorious team." When number 6 heard Xiao Bei's words, he immediately promised, "We will be on the ever-victorious team in the future. If we really leave one day, we promise not to spread the news and not to play for other teams." The other players also promised. They felt their own insignificance. Even if the ever-victorious team did not look for them, they could just find a random team to play for and nurture them. They already had so many skills just to pass people. There were also defensive skills that had not been taught. There were also the skills of setting up the formation. With so many skills taught to them, if they leaked it, it would be a betrayal. Even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not teach them a lesson, they would still be criticized behind their backs. Their expressions made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan not know what to do. They did not care if someone leaked the skills. It was not industrial or agricultural skills. In sports competitions, there was never a winning strategy. If there was an undefeated strategy, then there was no competition. If there was no competition, then there was no defeat. The purpose of the competition was to win. The spirit of sports was to work hard and cooperate. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan never thought that the spirit of sports was health and peace. That was definitely a lie. In the beginning, the various sports were related to war, such as long-distance running and polo. One was the transmission of information, and the other was the application of weapons and horsemanship. There were also discus, javelin, shot put, bow and arrow, shooting, and so on. However, later on, everyone knew how to do and say different things, so part of the projects that were not directly aimed at war were derived. However, the essence of its creation did not change. The two felt that it was not good to always win in their own country. When the time came, other people would not play with them, but they could not directly tell the team members. They could go and talk about it. If they revealed the skills, wouldn't that be pouring cold water on them? They could only hope that other teams would be smarter and learn after seeing it. At noon, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a working lunch with the team members. It was a lunchbox, not a lunchbox. Zhang Xiaobao specially asked people to prepare wine. When everyone was seated, he raised his glass first. Seeing that everyone is so enthusiastic, I would like to toast to everyone. You have to work hard to train and study skills. Cheers. The players were very excited. They raised their glasses and drank. Today, not only did they learn skills, but they could also eat with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They usually ate with the emperor. But Zhang Xiaobao said again when everyone finished drinking. As soon as these two words came out, the team members became serious. However, you can only drink 1 glass of wine. In the future, you are not allowed to drink at ordinary times, and you are not allowed to drink too much. Our team wants to develop professionally. From tomorrow onwards, your work and rest time, what you eat, and the amount of training will be strictly limited. Every 7 days, you will be given a day off. In the absence of a game, you will go home to see your parents. If you are married, you will see your wife and children. I will give you a bottle of wine. You can drink at most 1 bottle. Remember to bring the glass bottle back. When Zhang Xiaobao's hand reached here, everyone laughed. Wang Wan added, Bei and the others will arrange a place for you to sleep and train alone. You are not allowed to gamble in the dormitory, and you are not allowed to go out to find or call the women in the brothel. Bei and the others will prepare everything for you, including underwear, shoes, and so on. There will also be a lot of wages. You have to spend the rest of your time on training or thinking about your skills. If you are bored, we will arrange entertainment for you. You are not allowed to sneak out to show off to other women. The real time to show off is when you score a goal on the field, when you intercept and save the opponent's tricky ball. The shouts and cheers of the audience on the field will be more pleasant than the moans of women. The players did not dare to laugh at this time. Some of them had done such things before. After playing the game, they would go to the brothel to brag. As a woman, Wang Wan's words could be understood as a threat. This was because she had another name, Demon Fiend Cuckoo. One by one, they put down their chopsticks and sat there, not daring to move as they listened to the lecture. Bei saw that there was an awkward silence and very sensibly interjected, drink another glass of wine. It is not very strong. I only drank it in a daze. If you think that the requirements are too strict, you can leave after eating. I will give you more money. Everyone shook their heads. If they left such an opportunity, they would regret it for life. Since you are not willing to leave, I am very happy. Bei still spoke like an adult. What I want to say is that my brother and sister are involved. You represent the face of the Zhang family and the Wang family. You can lose the game. I allowed you to lose the first 3 games because I saw their hard work in training. What's my name again? Oh, I remember. Even if you lose, you have to lose with dignity. I am willing to lose because my strength and luck are not as good as yours. I don't want to lose because you did not train hard. That will make me very angry, and the consequences. The consequences are very serious. Xiao Yuan added. Let me say it. Bei Bei glared at Xiao Yuan. The players could not help but laugh again. After lunch, they rested for a while. In the afternoon, Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk about the techniques of dribbling the ball past people. It was just the movements, not the psychology, coordination, and so on. Those content had to be taken slowly. For the next few days, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been busy with other things in the morning and came to train in the afternoon. Their progress was very fast, but the team members did not understand. They just wanted to let them have a concept first. Half a month later, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had more or less settled everything. They planned to have a military examination with the generals and then go to the original Turkic Khaganate. Li Longji sent someone to deliver a message. Xiao Bao, they said that they want to play a game with us first before having a military examination, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao while holding a piece of paper with words written on it, or what was called a letter of challenge. Zhang Xiaobao was very surprised. Haven't they been anxious to compete? Now that we are competing, they want to wait a little longer. This shows that they are smarter. If they really agree to compete directly, their momentum and mentality will be at a disadvantage. A game is to tell us that they are not anxious, to let us understand that we cannot steal the will of a general, and that we cannot steal the courage of an ordinary man. Do you want to compete? Wang Wan smiled and shook the piece of paper as she spoke. Compete? I can even guess why they want to compete. It's probably because they see that winning and losing is very common for us, so they came up with a method to beat us. Then they can enter the military examination and suppress us in terms of momentum. That's fine too. I want to see what kind of formation they can come up with. Zhang Xiaobao did not care at all. The team that had participated in the competition recently was the substitute team that had been recruited. The main team was currently in closed-door training. Although the time was short, it was still longer than the time the generals had to prepare. Fine, let's compete. Wang Wan wrote a reply to the letter of challenge. Li Longji received the letter of challenge. In truth, he also wanted to win once. He just happened to discuss with the generals and came up with a formation that he felt was very good. The next day, the competition began. Real lawn, the Sinangsi had been forced to make it. They had sent horses to the south to bring back the soil and raise it in a large shed. This was Zhang Xiaobao's initial idea, and it just happened to come in handy. The grass was indeed not very formal, but it was still a lawn after all. Even if it froze to death after one use, it was worth it. Platforms were set up around the field. There were many spectators, all wearing thick clothes. The general surrounded Li Longji and led the team into the field. In order to reduce the burden, they had dressed the team in thin clothes. They had previously understood the situation of the always victorious team and were full of confidence. But when the always victorious team appeared, Li Longji was stunned. He did not recognize any of them. Could it be that the portrait was not accurate? He had already understood everyone, so why was it not the same? The generals were also stunned. The always victorious team was wrapped in thick clothes. It did not look like they were here to compete, but to see who wore more clothes. Could it be that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had given up? This time, Zhang Xiaobao became the commentator and started talking nonsense. While he was talking nonsense, the members of his own team started warming up. First, they put on their clothes and did some exercises. Then, they took off their clothes, revealing their trousers and short sleeves. Each of them was wearing knee pads and leggings, and the shoes on their feet were different from usual. Li Longji and the general started to feel uneasy. They could feel a different temperament from the members of the two teams. Everyone on his side was arrogant and acted like they were the best in the world. On the other hand, the other side was very calm and did not show any signs of arrogance. They were quietly and seriously doing all kinds of exercises. Li Shi, the situation doesn't look good. Li Longji could feel the pressure coming from the always victorious team from the stands. It was an aura that could only be felt from the vigorous protection team and the golden guards. To be precise, they were as immovable as mountains. Gao Li Shi nodded repeatedly. Your Majesty, are we still going to compete? Yes. I and the generals have come up with a special formation. Are you afraid of them? Li Longji was looking forward to the formation helping them win. As such, the members of the two teams stood in the middle of the field and greeted the audience first. Then, they played a coin toss. Both teams got into formation. Zhang Xiaobao's team got the ball, while the other team got the field. The other team got into position first. Needless to say, the goalkeeper only had one position. As for the other 10 players, 8 of them rushed to the front while the other 2 stayed near the goalkeeper, forming a 208 formation. This was much better than the previous formation where all 10 players rushed forward together. Li Longji and the generals had researched this formation together. It had both offense and defense. But when the always victorious team got into position, they were really confused. There were 4 players at the back, 5 in the middle, and 1 in the front. The one in the front was the number 6 player, and the 5 in the middle were on the left and right. Wei Wei was in a forward position and looked like she was ready to assist at any time. Chapter 985. When Li Longji and the other generals saw the ever-victorious formation on the field, their hearts skipped a beat. Then, they realized the beauty of it. Everyone knew how to set up a formation, and they could tell by looking at the formation. Of course, for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the other side only knew a thing or two. Zhang Xiaobao did not want to set up a 4-5 formation. He really wanted to set up a 3-3-4 formation. But whether it was the defensive or offensive players, their skills did not meet the requirements. So, he could only choose a formation with stronger midfielders and defenders. When the time came, they could win through changes. Especially at the beginning, the midfielders had to withstand the pressure. He estimated that Li Longji would be able to set up a 50-5 formation with a balance of offense and defense. He did not expect the situation on the field to be like this. He was a little regretful. If he had known, he would have put 2 defenders in a 3-4-3 formation. 3 forwards against 2 defenders. That would be a piece of cake. However, Wang Wan felt that it was okay. At least the midfielders could support at any time. If number 6 played well, it would be too difficult for 2 defenders and a goalkeeper to stop him. Zhang Xiaobao taught him the moves to bypass people. Any number 6 could perfectly grasp them. It would be too easy for him to score a goal. Wang Wan was only worried about Zhang Xiaobao's voice. Because Zhang Xiaobao said that he wanted to commentate for real this time. The so-called real commentary was not understanding the situation. It was just 2 people talking in the vernacular. The vernacular was a bunch of nonsense to show how knowledgeable they were. It showed how much they understood football. No, it was a way to understand the situation on the field just by listening to the commentator's words. It was a very old way. It was so old that there were no televisions and only radio. But that was real commentary. It could move the audience's emotions and not force the people watching the game to turn off the sound. Will brother be tired? Xiao Bei was also very worried. Yes, but it will definitely be exciting. Your brother pursues perfection. He will definitely not be unable to keep up with the commentary and then mention how his grandfather was. He will also not make an obviously wrong argument and then shamelessly change his words when he finds out that the facts are different from what he said. Wang Wan scolded the previous commentator in her heart for spouting so much nonsense during the competition. She started talking to Xiao Bei. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaobao began to use the most basic of explanations to express himself. He spoke very quickly, but also very clearly. The victorious team kicked off. Number 5, who was standing in the center circle, passed the ball directly to number 9 on the opposite side. Number 9 took the ball and passed through 4 people on the other side to number 6's feet. Number 6 received the ball and broke through. Number 6 broke through the last 4 of the 8 strikers on the other side. Dribbling and attacking. Number 6 was attacking. The 8 opposing forwards were turning around to chase. The opposing back, number 11, had already approached. Number 12, as the back, was still hesitating. Number 11 approached. Number 6 made a feint to the left. Number 11 rushed to his right. Number 6 took advantage of this opportunity to dribble the ball past number 11's left. The opposing defender, number 12, started to tackle the ball and fell to the ground to tackle the ball. He actually knew how to fall to the ground to tackle the ball. Number 6 jumped up with the ball between his legs and dodged. Was this the legendary Toad jumping over people? Beautiful. Number 6 was already facing the opposing goalkeeper. The goalkeeper pounced towards number 6. Number 6 pulled to the right and raised his leg to shoot. When he was about 20 meters away from the goal, he raised his leg and shot. The ball flew straight towards the top right corner of the goal. It spun, absolutely spun. The ball went in. Number 6 single-handedly broke through, passing through 4 forwards and 2 defenders. Facing the goalkeeper, he successfully scored a goal. Following Zhang Xiaobao's fast and passionate commentary, the entire stadium stood up and cheered like a tide. Li Longji also stood up and waved his fists with all his might. He was waving his fists for the individual skills of number 6 of the victorious team, as well as for Zhang Xiaobao's commentary. At this moment, he finally felt the charm of Kuju. This was the elegance of taking the head of the enemy's general on the battlefield. Number 6 continuous breakthroughs were so beautiful that it made people unable to suppress the surge of emotions in their hearts. After waving his fists, Li Longji finally realized that it was the opposing team that had scored, not his team. He could only sit back down and say to Gao Lishir, who had stood up and was still in a daze. Lishir, we lost the first goal. Sit back down. We know that your adopted son is good, and that daughter-in-law of yours is also good. You don't have to stand there and let the wind blow on you. Gao Lishir was really excited. When the victorious team formed a 4-5 formation, he started to get excited. When the 10 of them stood in front, it gave people a pleasing feeling. When he saw number 6's strong breakthrough and his adopted son's passionate commentary, the instant the ball went in, he hated that he couldn't rush to his adopted son's side and give him 2 big kisses. It was too beautiful. In Xiao Bei's words, it was too handsome. This was his adopted son and daughter-in-law. They were a pair of swords and could do anything. They could play Kuju so brilliantly. If the 2 of them were serious, they would be invincible and invincible. It was a kind of feeling that people would never doubt. It was a kind of. His Majesty seemed to have lost. Gao Lishir found a very important problem and sat back down to Li Longji's side. He said insincerely, "Luck, Your Majesty, they were lucky. We don't care. Whether it's luck or ability, it's a manifestation of ability. Look at the victorious team. Our 10,000 generals team has started. When Li Longji spoke, his eyes were fixed on number 6 of the victorious team. How could he run so fast? Why did the ball he kicked have a curve when he shot? How would the goalkeeper defend? Zhang Xiaobao was very responsible. He didn't have any biased thoughts and just explained objectively. When the opposing 10,000 Generals team kicked off, they were still surging with passion. Now let's go back to the midfield. The 10,000 Generals team that lost a goal will kick off. Our 8 forwards of the 10,000 Generals team have already stood in position. Looking at the momentum, there is a faint pressure on the victorious team that has scored a goal. When the ball kicked off, number 21 of the 10,000 Generals team raised his leg and passed the ball to number 15 of the other team. Number 15 dribbled the ball to attack. Number 1 of the opposing team intercepted. Number 15 was the captain. Number 15 kicked the ball forward and the ball passed through number 1 of the opposing team. Number 15 chased after it. Just as he was about to catch up, number 20 of the opposing team received the ball first. Number 20 dribbled the ball to attack from the backfield. The 8 forwards of the 10,000 Generals team rushed up. Number 15 was the closest. He was about to touch number 20 of the opposing team. Number 20 of the opposing team passed the ball back to the goalkeeper at the crucial moment. The goalkeeper received the ball and didn't stop. He kicked the ball and the ball flew to the left side of the midfield of the victorious team. The left midfielder was number 14 of the victorious team. Number 14 stopped the ball. Was he going to dribble the ball to attack? No, he didn't. He immediately passed the ball to number 6 in front of him. Because there was no one around number 6 to defend, the ball was passed to the back. Number 6 didn't jump up and try to catch the ball with his head. Instead, he turned and accelerated. Number 6 was still accelerating. The ball flew in front of him and immediately reached the opposing team's penalty area. Number 12 of the opposing team came out this time. Number 12 once again made a tackle action. What would number 6 do? What would he do? Oh, he raised his foot to receive the ball. The ball stopped. He actually used his left foot to receive the ball and stopped it. Beautiful. The opponent's number 12 slipped by himself. He slid far away. He was running too fast just now and couldn't stop. Wow. Number 11 came out. The first defender to come out just now rushed out. What was he going to do? He actually raised his leg to kick the head of number 6 of the victorious team. Number 6 bowed his head and dodged. He continued to dribble the ball forward. Once again, he faced the goalkeeper. Number 6 shot the ball, upper left corner. Oh! Faint, he retracted his foot, the goalkeeper fell to the ground. Number 6 took another step forward, adjusting, yes, he was adjusting, the right foot pushed inside, the ball went in again, the always victorious team's number 6 scored again. Hello, audience friends. Now on the field is a match between the victorious team organized by the Tang dynasty's Inspector Zhang Xiaobai and the 10,000 Generals football team organized by the Tang dynasty's generals. The current situation is that less than a quarter of an hour after the start of the match, the victorious team is leading 2:00. They are temporarily in the lead. Number 6 of the team has scored 2 goals in a row. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, he wiped his sweat. The audience was still cheering, and accompanied by the applause that they had learned from Zhang Xiaobai and Wang family. Applause sounded everywhere. Countless girls shouted number 6. At this moment, the teams that had won and lost against the victorious team in the past half-month also understood that the other team was not playing with them seriously. The strong players were only on the field today. The formation was already in place. This was the real strength of the victorious team. All the generals stared with their eyes wide open. What kind of mess was this? It was fine when the other team was attacking, but why did it become the other team's goal after a few moves? While many people were happy, Xiao Bei could not take it anymore. He stood up and walked over to Li Longji angrily. He pouted and asked, "Uncle Emperor, let me ask you. Is it a battle or a soccer match? If you say battle, I will immediately change the player. I will change the player for the seedling protection team. If you say soccer, you can change the player and change number 11 from your side. I will not count as your substitution. If you don't have the ability, then don't play. Why do you have to play dirty? Who isn't raised by their parents? Is there a need to kick someone to death? If you really want to do that, can we just admit defeat? We won't play anymore." Li Longji's face turned red from Xiao Bei's words. He had also seen the actions of number 11 from his side. It was too embarrassing. If the ball was really flying in the sky, you could just raise your leg and kick it. The problem was that when number 6 was dribbling, the ball was below. You kicked it above your head. Are you a sore loser? Stop. Li Longji could not stand Xiao Bei's gaze, and he could not convince himself. He shouted, and someone immediately used the microphone to stop the match. Li Longji reached out for the microphone and said, "Number 11 from the 10,000 Generals team, get off the field and give him 20 lashes. In the future, you are not allowed to touch Kuju. If someone else comes up, you can make a technical foul or accidentally touch someone, but I don't want you to cross the bottom line of morality." Number 11 from the 10,000 Generals team got off the field. He did not roll off the field by himself, but was dragged off by someone else because his legs were weak. The Emperor had personally said 20 lashes. Even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of his skin. All the generals had ugly expressions on their faces. They were not afraid of losing the match, but they were afraid of losing their morale. Number 11 had violated the rules. How would Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan view them? If Zhang Xiaobao added that the 10,000 Generals team's players were carefully selected by the generals, when he was commentating, would they still be able to live? Fortunately, the commentator, Zhang Xiaobao, was very professional and did not mock them. Instead, he took a sip of water and explained, "Number 11 from the 10,000 Generals team violated the professional ethics of the game and was personally kicked off the field by His Majesty. The one who replaced him is number 13, a very spirited young man. Let me take this opportunity to explain why the referee did not blow the whistle just now. It was because number 6 from the attacking side had dodged, and the situation was in the attacking side's favor. If he had not dodged, the whistle would have sounded." While Zhang Xiaobao was commentating, Xiao Bei ran back into the field, trying to find someone to talk to. In the end, he was kicked out by the referee, so he ran back to Li Longji and snatched the microphone. "I'm Zhang Xiaobei. What happened just now was an accident. His Majesty was not biased. So, to the players of the 10,000 Generals team, don't feel burdened. Just play as you should and when you should. Thank you, referee, for not kicking me off the field. Thank you." The audience applauded again and cheered for Xiao Bei. Friends in the audience, players on the field, I just heard my sister's voice. She is still so cute and sensible. Just as she said, let's play without any psychological burden. The ball kicked off at halftime. Number 15 from the 10,000 Generals team still dribbled the ball forward. Similarly, number 1 from the opponent came up to fight for the ball. Number 15 did not kick forward this time. Instead, he used his heel to knock the ball back to his own team. He plugged in alone. Number 9 of the 10,000 Generals team received the pass from number 15 and moved diagonally to the left of the attacking side. He wanted to play on the flank, and the other 6 players cooperated with him to rush to the flank. The 2 midfielders of the victorious team chased back. The rightmost midfielder, number 4, was already in position in advance. He made a move to grab the ball. Number 9 swayed past. The right back of the victorious team met him, and the center back made up the position. Number 9 of the 10,000 Generals team suddenly accelerated. His right foot moved horizontally, and he moved horizontally. He got rid of the two midfielders of the victorious team. He was still dribbling the ball to break through. He passed the ball. He raised his foot to make a long pass. Oh, the ball flew toward the victorious team's goal, where number 15 of the 10,000 Generals team was. Number 15 received the ball. He got the ball. The referee's whistle sounded. Oh, the side referee raised the flag. Number 15 of the 10,000 Generals team was offside. He ran ahead of time to a place 10 steps behind the victorious team's back, and then received the pass. Zhang Xiaobao's voice was as passionate and nervous as ever. Some of the spectators cheered, while some sighed. All the generals were dejected. They thought they could score a goal, but it turned out that they were offside. No wonder number 15 on their side had taken the ball so easily. The opposing defender was too bad. Why did you run forward? Li Longji frowned and said, I remember now. Kuju is the art of war. It's just that I played it too casually and forgot all about it. A good soldier, such as number 6, with a good formation, has a strong offensive power. Isn't that right, Li Shi? Li Shi. Li Shi, why don't you go sit on the other side? Which side are you on? Gao Li Shi was still in a state of excitement. It was not easy for the 10,000 generals to have a chance, but they were actually offside. It was really too delightful. When he heard the emperor's words, he once again wanted to wake up. He should be sad because the formation was figured out by the emperor and the generals. He had to side with the emperor. Your Majesty, I was too excited just now. I thought number 15 could score a goal. When you said that, I just remembered that he was offside. Sigh. What a pity. It would be strange if Li Longji believed him. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Xiaobao's voice sounded again. The ever-victorious team serves. The center-back makes a long pass to the left side of the midfield. Most of the 10,000 Generals team is still on the right side of the ever-victorious team. They use the speed of a 100-meter dash to the left side. The ball comes to number 14, the left midfielder of the ever-victorious team. He does not pass the ball directly this time. He dribbles the ball forward. Number 6 takes a look and runs diagonally to the middle. Number 4, the right midfielder of the ever-victorious team, who had just returned to defend, also accelerates forward. The three of them run toward the opposing ball together. There are no opposing players behind them for a long distance. There are only two defenders and a goalkeeper in front of them. The first captain of the victorious team, who was in the center midfielder position, also rushed up, and the center back filled in the middle of the field. From the 4-5 when defending to the 3-3-1 when attacking, the victorious team completed the formation change in an instant. The two defenders of the 10,000 Generals team seem to have a tacit understanding. Number 12 goes out to block number 14, who dribbles the ball forward, while number 13, who is newly brought in, goes to meet number 6, the forward of the ever-victorious team. Number 12 was close, and number 14 passed the ball. With a long horizontal pass, the ball flew to the top of number 6's head. Number 6 squatted slightly. He was about to jump up to receive the ball. No, he suddenly used the momentum to rush forward and blocked the opposing defender, number 13. The ball passed over, and with a curve, the ball flew towards the side of the 10,000 Generals. Here is number 4 of the ever-victorious team. He is still some distance away from the landing point of the ball. He roars to the sky and swings his upper body vigorously. He accelerates and catches up. He does not stop the ball. He swings his leg and the ball spins toward the goal of the 10,000 Generals team. No, it is flying toward number 6. Number 6 has just completed a reverse offside. Number 13 of the 10,000 Generals team is trying to compete with number 6 for position. Number 6 jumps up first to head the ball. He heads the ball, and the ball flies in the direction of the ever-victorious team. Oh, number 1 of the center back, number 6 is passing to number 1. Number 1 stops the ball with his chest and dribbles the ball forward. Number 6 gets rid of the opposing defender number 13 and runs horizontally. Number 13 goes to number 1 to grab the ball again. Number 1 passes the ball to number 4, who is running toward the middle. Number 4 shoots. The goalkeeper pounces. Number 6 heads the ball and shoots. He falls down and the ball is held by the goalkeeper. The whistle for the goal sounded. The ball is in. The goalkeeper of the 10,000 Generals team is very good at holding the table. He firmly holds the ball in the goal. The ever-victorious team is now leading the 10,000 Generals team by 3 o'clock. The 10,000 Generals team kicks off again. The ball is suddenly snatched by number 1 of the ever-victorious team and stuffed straight to number 6 in the front. Number 6 receives the ball. He raises his leg. He kicks the ball out of the boundary. Oh, I see. A member of the 10,000 Generals team, number 26, fell to the ground. He holds his leg and falls to the ground. Number 6 of the ever-victorious team saw someone on the sidelines make a gesture and kicked the ball out of the boundary. He gave up an attack. The doctors of Day Hospital, who are always on standby on the sidelines, entered the field. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, his voice sounded lower. After all, someone is injured. It is not suitable to be too passionate. The doctors made a gesture and said that there is no big problem. It will not affect number 26 to continue to play in the future. Wait a moment. When number 26 is carried out and replaced, the game will continue. When the audience saw that there was no big problem, they shouted again, "Ever victorious, number 6, ever victorious, number 6. The Generals knew that the audience was not saying that number 6 played well, but they were saying that the ever-victorious team had the bearing. The game could have continued, but number 6 did not hesitate to kick away a ball that should have had a chance to score after receiving the gesture from the people on the sidelines. Compared with number 11 of the 10,000 Generals team just now, it could be said that there was a world of difference. Number 6 was the king of the field at this moment, and the ever-victorious team was naturally the king's team. The Generals were almost suffocated by this invisible aura. Bei Bei hugged Wang Wan's arm and said, "Sister, we will definitely win. The players are very good. When the game is over, I decide to double the bonus, okay?" "Okay." Wang Wan nodded. She had to admit that she could not find any fault. It was not because of the victory, but because of the cooperation of the players, number 6's breakthrough, and the assists of the two flanks. In just more than half a month, even if the original players had a little foundation and a breakthrough in personal skills, it was not surprising. The main thing was the change in their formation. Just now, there was no one to command them. They could give people a very normal feeling, turning the 4-5-5 formation into a 3-3-1-3 formation. From a distance, it was very simple. It was just a running position. But from the field, to be able to make such accurate judgments and cooperate with such tacit understanding, it could only mean one thing. Other than sleeping, eating, exercising, and training, the players spent all the rest of their time on studying the evolution of the formation. Wang Wan could even imagine the scene at that time. It must have been the main team and the substitute team gathering, constantly deducing, and then on the field to compare. How much effort did they have to put in to make their performance so natural on the field? Wang Wan admitted that when the left midfielder dribbled the ball and rushed forward to sit on the winger, number 4 on the right immediately followed. She felt that she was not watching the game in the Tang Empire. When the first captain of the center midfielder followed suit and the center back filled the position, she felt that this was an international football game. It was too sharp and too smooth. She believed that even if the opponent was not the midfielder and center back at that time, her team would still play the necessary cooperation. That kind of awareness was not easy to cultivate. It had only been more than half a month. Could it be that they were thinking about it in their sleep? Such players, not to mention winning, even if they lost with a score of 0-100, they should be rewarded. Sometimes, spirit was more important than victory. On the field, Li Longji was also very speechless. He was depressed for a while and said to Gao Lishir, admit it now. The team led by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo is definitely not bad. Whether it is the military, economic, industrial, agricultural, and other teams, as long as they are there, they will definitely be better than others. Do you admit it? Yes, yes. Your Majesty is right. Gao Lishir was depressed. Who said that he would not admit it? They are my godson and daughter-in-law. You are the ones who want to compete, not me. I have already admitted when Xiao Bao was very young. Otherwise, would I have acknowledged him as my son? He is smarter, and more sensible than Xiao Bei and the others. Why must you always push the blame to me? It's good that you admit it. However, even if you admit it, we cannot weaken our morale. You have to continue to hold the line with the generals. We will go and see Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei was unhappy just now. Number 11 was too much. We will accompany them and talk. Don't worry about our safety. As Li Longji spoke, he got up and walked towards Xiao Bei and the others. A few guards followed beside him, and their eyes were wide open. Gao Lishir could not say anything. He watched as the emperor walked away and sighed. He quietly muttered, of course, this subject is not worried. The defense there is only stronger than here. You could have just said that you were going to the winning team. Why did you have to go around in a circle and persuade Xiao Bei? Do Xiao Bei and the others need others to persuade them? They have older brothers and sisters. Can't they persuade them themselves? Could it be that they are going to ask for number 6? That is giving up what is near at hand to seek what is far away. Number 6 was trained by Xiao Bao. The game in the field was still going on. The 10,000 generals team was beaten by the winning team. They did not even have the strength to block, let alone fight back. They were beaten miserably. The 10,000 generals team could not break through the defense line of the winning team at all. Not only did they stand in a good position, but their personal skills were also not bad. They could always play little tricks. Just the habitual action of the defenders when they were attacked made the 10,000 generals team feel very uncomfortable. Because retreating did not mean losing, they could also retreat in order to advance. When the 10,000 generals team did not know how important the position was, the other side had already started to move and fill the position. From the beginning of the midfield, there were obviously 9 people. Why did it feel like they were facing the Great Wall? When the other side attacked, they would definitely press forward with all their strength. It was really overwhelming. The most important thing was that at the beginning of the second half, the 10,000 generals team's physical strength was significantly reduced. It was all because of the passing of the winning team. Seeing the winning team score one goal after another, the generals had no way to do anything. What they admired the most was that the winning team's defenders could assist, but there was never a defender who would ask to shoot to score. After the assist, they would retreat. They did not fight for the glory of scoring. But the generals all understood that on the battlefield, defending one's position was the glory. Of course, they also believed that if that, what was it again called, no, the midfielders and forwards could not score, then the defenders and even the goalkeepers would be able to put up a fight and let the team score. It was like the logistics camp of Izhou. It was originally a logistics team, but in a situation where they lost, they could only go deep into the enemy's rear and complete the task of being the vanguard. Watching and thinking, the generals could not calm down. After some discussion, the UG General Zhao Hanzhong stood up and came to Zhang Xiaobao's side. He first smiled at Zhang Xiaobao, then grabbed the microphone and said, "You may not know, but the real commander of the winning team is Zhang Xiaobao. Do you want to see Zhang Xiaobao go down and play? This general is willing to accompany you." The result naturally did not need to be said. The sound of the audience pierced through the clouds. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned at first, and then he smiled and asked indifferently, "General Zhao, do you really want me to go down?" Zhao Hanzhong's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded without confidence, "Yes, I will accompany you." "That's good. Madam, come over and help explain." "I will go to the field and accompany General Zhao to play." Zhang Xiaobao waved towards where Wang Wan was. Wang Wan smiled and walked over, taking over the position. When Zhao Hanzhong and Zhang Xiaobao walked onto the field, she advised, "Xiaobao, enough is enough. We have already scored 11 goals. Keep it under 30, okay?" Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand towards the back, replacing a midfielder on the field. He raised his hand and gestured twice. The winning team quickly changed, from 4 to 5 to 4 to 4. Zhang Xiaobao did not stand in the vanguard position. In the vanguard, other than the original number 6, there was also the number 1. He gave the captain's armband to Zhang Xiaobao, and Zhang Xiaobao steadily stood in the center. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's position and began to mourn for him. Chapter 986. Zhao Hanzhong stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao. He couldn't help but feel excited and worried. He hoped that Zhang Xiaobao's skills wouldn't be as good as the midfielder who just went down. He was worried that Zhang Xiaobao would make a mistake and secretly practice. "Xiao Bei, tell Uncle Emperor, how's your brother's skills?" Li Longji disregarded the code of brotherhood and sat on the winning side. He asked Xiao Bei, who was looking at the situation with a pair of binoculars. Xiao Bei put away the binoculars and said uncertainly, He's okay. He should know some basic skills." "Really?" Li Longji was also unsure. "More or less." "Uncle Emperor, have you ever seen my brother touch a bowl?" Xiao Bei tried to find evidence to prove that he was right. "I haven't seen him perform kung fu yet. That time at the sword competition of Mount Hua, he went up like he was flying." "Xiao Bei, I think your team's number 6 has a great future. As long as you leave him to me, I'll train him well." "Uncle Emperor, look at the game. It's starting. Look at my brother." Xiao Bei once again put the binoculars in front of his eyes and shouted. "A family of smart people," Li Longji said angrily. The game had indeed started. Zhao Hanzhong called the two forwards to his side and imitated the victorious team's formation of a midfielder, forming a 2-3-5 formation. The 10,000 Generals team had lost 11 goals, but number 15 was still in charge of offense. Opposite him was Zhang Xiaobao. He also didn't feel confident, but he still bravely rushed up. He was betting that Zhang Xiaobao had so many things to do every day and couldn't find the time to practice. Zhang Xiaobao saw his opponent's serious expression. Wei Wei smiled and stepped up to meet him. "Cover!" Number 15 shouted. Number 9, who was next to him, quickly ran to his left, ready to receive his pass. Zhang Xiaobao faced the opposing number 15. He stretched his right foot forward and made a hooking motion. Number 15 did not hesitate. He kicked the ball with his left foot and passed the ball towards his own number 9. Zhang Xiaobao's right foot suddenly landed on the ground. His left leg stretched back horizontally. With a bang, the heel of his left foot blocked the pass from number 15. This was the simplest form of blocking. Defensive players would often use it to confuse people by extending their legs in the opposite direction to block the ball. Number 15 was stunned. He had seen Zhang Xiaobao's action just now. He had clearly used his right foot, so he should have been able to pass the ball. Why did he suddenly do that? By the time he wanted to chase the ball, it was too late. Not to mention that he was stunned for a moment. Even if he was not stunned, it was too late. He needed to turn around to chase the ball. Zhang Xiaobao directly started. There were still 3 strikers on the opponent's side. They were a little distance away from number 15. Zhang Xiaobao caught the ball. When the opponent's number 8 stretched out his leg, Zhang Xiaobao gently flicked the ball under the football. He just flicked the ball over the opponent's head. Without waiting for the ball to fall naturally, Zhang Xiaobao rushed forward and jumped. He quickly tapped the ball with his head. His right knee gently pressed and smoothed. His body leaned to the left, just in time to block the opponent's number 17. The opponent's last striker in front of Zhang Xiaobao thought that an opportunity had come. He stretched out his leg. Zhang Xiaobao moved his right foot ahead of time and pulled the ball back to the right. His body continued to lean against the opponent's number 17. He stuck close to the number 17 and completed a 270-degree turn. In the process of turning, his left foot touched the ball. The ball was kicked out. It was an irregular Maasai roundabout. From the beginning of the kick to the head, the knee pad was removed, the right foot came back, and when he completed the turn, his left foot kicked away. Zhang Xiaobao passed 3 opponents in succession. Every movement seemed to be about to let others grab the ball, but he always touched it a little bit earlier. The spectators watching the game went crazy. They watched Zhang Xiaobao's movements from stealing the ball to leaving the 5 people behind him in just a few seconds. The spectators jumped and shouted like crazy. Zhao Hanzhong was dumbfounded. He secretly cursed, "Is he still human?" and braced himself to rush up. Zhang Xiaobao had already sped up. There were still 5 people behind him who wanted to catch up, but it was too late. Looking at the opponent's 3 midfielders, Zhang Xiaobao's feet moved quickly. His body's center of gravity kept changing. He used the dual technique of pendulum passing and bicycling, so that Zhao Hanzhong and the other 2 could not determine what he was going to do. Was he going to pass, or pass? Which direction was he going to pass? Where was he going to pass? General Zhao, be careful. Zhang Xiaobao was getting closer and closer to Zhao Hanzhong. With a shout, his left foot kicked the ball to the left, and his right foot lightly pushed forward. The ball directly passed under Zhao Hanzhong's crotch. Just now, when he saw Zhang Xiaobao kick the ball with his left foot, his right foot moved. He wanted to stop Zhang Xiaobao, but he thought that Zhang Xiaobao passed by his right side, so the ball passed through his crotch. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao pass by his left side, he wanted to turn around, but found that his center of gravity was still on his right leg. He could not use any strength, so he could only turn his head and shout behind him, "Stop him." Then he fell because of this turn of his head. Zhang Xiaobao was facing only one midfielder at the moment. The other one wanted to learn from the always winning team's midfielders and run to the side. Now he could not run back. The midfielder who had the opportunity to intercept was number 20. He saw Zhang Xiaobao break through from so far away, and then pass the ball under Zhang Xiaobao's stride. Then he saw Zhang Xiaobao dribble the ball and rush towards him. A sense of powerlessness suddenly rose in his heart. The only thing he could do was to learn from the other side and retreat. The 2 defenders, number 12 and number 13, did not care about the opponent's number 1 and number 6 positions. They gritted their teeth and came up one after another, intending to cooperate with number 20 to defend. As for who Zhang Xiaobao passed the ball to, they did not care. The most important thing was to not let Zhang Xiaobao pass the ball into the goal from their backfield. Zhang Xiaobao did not have the slightest intention of passing the ball. He quickly came in front of the opponent's number 20 and directly did another Masa spin. He dribbled the ball and rushed towards the last 2 defenders of the opponent. Number 20 could do nothing about Zhang Xiaobao's action. He just pulled Zhang Xiaobao when he turned around, but it did not affect him. When facing number 12, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly slowed down and sat back to pull the ball back. Because number 12 was a little to the left in front of him, the opponent's number 13 was a little to the right. If he pulled the ball to the left, it would be very difficult to pass from the right of number 12, and the opponent's number 13 would be able to run over. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao finished pulling the ball with his left foot, his right foot tapped the ball. The left side of his body was facing number 12. Number 12 and number 13 suddenly had an idea in their minds. He still wanted to use that move, so they moved to their right side together, intending to wait for Zhang Xiaobao to turn around and dribble the ball to directly stop him. But Zhang Xiaobao did not do the Masa spin this time. He tapped his right foot and suddenly pushed the ball forward again, leaving the straight line of number 12 and number 13's front defense. His left foot kicked the ball, and his right foot kicked the ball again. His body had changed direction and was facing the opponent's goal. When he turned sideways just now, he was facing the opponent's left side. Number 12 and number 13 had just run to their positions and were waiting for Zhang Xiaobao to finish that move so that they could stop him, when they found that Zhang Xiaobao had run so far away from them. The two hurriedly chased back. Number 13 was closer and ran faster. He bit and chased with all his strength. Zhao Hanzhang, who could not catch back in the midfield, shouted, "Foul, foul, the goalkeeper can't stop him." "Ah!" Number 13 shouted. It was unknown whether he was answering Zhao Hanzhang or encouraging himself. He bent down and retracted his hands in front of him. Zhang Xiaobao glanced out of the corner of his eye and was very helpless. He could guess what number 13 was going to do. He must want to do the goalkeeper's save action, but he was going to pounce. When he looked up again, the opponent's goalkeeper took 2 steps forward and also bent down to wait. He probably had the same purpose as number 13, to pounce. Zhang Xiaobao saw that he was already in front of the penalty area and was not in the mood to play a penalty shot with the opponent. He adjusted his posture slightly, twisted his waist, and raised his foot to the middle of the football. The instep of his foot went up. With a muffled bang, the ball was whipped up like a cannonball. Under the gaze of the audience, it flew toward the 10,000 generals' goal. The generals in the stands were shocked at first. He shot, but when they saw the way the ball flew, they were relieved. According to this situation, it would fly out of the goal. Some people in the audience sighed first. Zhao Hanzhang also let out a long breath and said, "Zhang Xiaobao is not a... Damn, how did it get in?" "It got in, it got in." The audience was also stunned. Then, someone was the first to cheer. Everyone waved their arms and shouted. Li Longji also wanted to get up and clap, but next to him, Xiao Bei pressed on his shoulder and jumped, so he could not stand up. On the field, Zhang Xiaobao saw the ball go in. He gently exhaled and smiled at number 13, who had just stopped pouncing in front of him. "If you really pounced on me, you could have easily been sent off with a red card, but it's better than number 11 from before." "No, no." Number 13 shook his head vigorously and refused to admit it. Zhang Xiaobao would not force him to admit it. He just said it. He raised his hand and waved it in a circle, causing the audience to cheer even louder. It had already surpassed the cheers for number 6 of the victorious team. Because no matter how good number 6 played, he was still just a Kuju player. Zhang Xiaobao represented the prestige of Tang dynasty. Together with Wang Wan, he had long become the idols of Tang dynasty's people. Idols were always the best. Even if they did something wrong occasionally, they could be forgiven. Moreover, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never missed a chance. Tang dynasty, Xiaobao, Tang dynasty, Xiaobao. It was unknown who started shouting first, but the audience adjusted and followed suit. Unlike the slogan of a victorious team number 6, when they shouted for number 6, the audience shouted for Tang dynasty when they shouted for Zhang Xiaobao. They believed that Zhang Xiaobao was qualified to represent Tang dynasty and represent them. The goalkeeper of the 10,000 Generals team was still looking at the football in the net behind him. He was stunned and motionless. He could not understand why this happened. It should have flown out. Sitting in the commentator's position, Wang Wan, who had not spoken until now, finally spoke. What everyone saw just now was an attack by the victorious team. Team member Zhang Xiaobao successfully stole the football, broke through all the way, brought the ball to the opposite goal, and kicked a beautiful falling ball. Let us continue to enjoy the game. Wang Wan's eloquence was far worse than Zhang Xiaobao's. Not to mention commentating on football, she had not even sold 13 spice before. She had just wanted to imitate Zhang Xiaobao to commentate once. Unfortunately, she did not know where to start. Zhang Xiaobao's actions were too fast, so she had to keep silent. She could understand, but she could not keep up with the rhythm. After Wang Wan finished speaking, the cheers of the audience gradually subsided. Zhao Hanzhang also reacted. Looking at his own goal, he frowned tightly. He regretted it. If he had known earlier, he would not have let Zhang Xiaobao come up. Was it not enough to have a number 6? Who came up with the idea? It was too much of a scam. Now, they had one more main force. No wonder Wang Wan advised Zhang Xiaobao not to take in too much. So this was the reason. Kick the ball out. It's time to kick off. You find your own position and learn from the victorious team. Zhao Hanzhang first shouted to the stunned goalkeeper, and then to the rest of his team. The players of the 10,000 Generals team were really obedient. They also learned the way the players of the victorious team stood. They found the opposite position and set up a 4-4-2 formation. After Wang Wan saw it, she was even more speechless. Have you practiced before? You dare to set up a formation. Do you really think it's okay to stand in a position? That was something that would constantly change. While Wang Wan was cursing in her heart, the game started again. It was still the 10,000 Generals team who kicked off because they had been losing. Number 15 looked at Zhang Xiaobao and was a little scared. As soon as he got the ball, he directly avoided Zhang Xiaobao and ran elsewhere. Zhang Xiaobao really did not chase after him. He just guarded his position. If it were not for his identity, he would not have wanted to score himself. The pressure he was under just now was not small at all. But he understood that he had to do this. He had to play strongly. Giving his team confidence was secondary. His players already knew his ability. The ones who needed to give confidence were the people of Tang Empire. Only an omnipotent Zhang Xiaobao could mobilize the people well and organize them to develop Tang Empire. So, no matter how difficult it was, he had to work hard to do it. Just like the construction of Tang Empire, even if he was tired and had no strength, he would cry with Wang Wan at home when he encountered difficulties. In front of outsiders, he had to be very strong. Of course, it had not reached the point where he and Wang Wan were weary. He should be glad that the officials still had morality in their hearts, that the people could still understand and still be simple, and that the court had not lost its credibility. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about things in his heart, changing with the team. There was no need to think too much about the situation on the field. It was impossible for the opponent to score, unless the opponent had a very, very strong striker who could kick a full moon scimitar 40 meters away from the goal. The victorious team intercepted the ball and was organizing the attack. The ball was passed to Xiao Bao's feet and he was in charge of it. As a commentator, Wang Wan could only explain in a simple way that she looked down on. There was really nothing she could do, but she did not feel ashamed. She had listened to professional commentators in the past in the same way. The audience clearly did not agree with Wang Wan's explanation. With Zhang Xiaobao's explanation in front, the gap was obvious. However, the audience did not make a fuss. They knew that the fairy was in charge of fighting, not being a commentator. Moreover, she had said so many terms, which showed that she usually worked very hard. Just as Wang Wan was weakly explaining, Zhang Fong, who was in Xiao Bei's group, came over. There were only 2 people from the seedling protection team around her. Along the way, the audience made a path for them. What moved Zhang Fong the most was that the audience who made way for them would nervously stare at the people beside them. At this moment, they were the guards of Zhang family and Wang family. Zhang Fong, who was older than Xiao Bei, nodded and smiled at the audience on both sides. She swore in her heart that she would do well with Xiao Bei and deal with bad officials. This was a special kind of care. If any official bullied the people, she and the others would bully that official to death. Otherwise, how could she have the face to accept this kind of treatment? Xiao Fong, why are you here? Wang Wan looked at Zhang Fong and asked. Sister, can you let me explain? I can also learn from my brother. Zhang Fong whispered back. Wang Wan's face showed a gratified smile. She nodded and said, okay, you can do it. Don't be nervous. Say what you want. Don't be afraid even if you say something wrong. Zhang Fong also smiled sweetly and took the microphone. She first tried to say hello before sitting on her sister's lap. She looked at the situation on the field and said, now the ever-victorious team is organizing an attack again. Xiao Bao in the midfield dribbles the ball forward. The opponent's midfielders come forward to block. The opponent's forwards are also desperately chasing back. The 6 people are about to surround brother Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao passes the ball. The ball is passed to the left side of the ever-victorious team's number 14. The pass is a point forward with a certain arc. Number 14 directly passes the ball forward. He uses the bicycle technique. With a fake move, he shakes the Wanjiang team's midfielder number 20 and continues to dribble the ball forward. Number 6 and no. One of the forwards are running forward, looking for a suitable position. Oh, number 4 of the midfield on the right side also runs forward under the signal of brother Xiao Bao. Number 14 passed the ball. The ball traversed the entire field and landed at the feet of number 4. Number 4 moved forward and similarly raised his leg to pass the ball. The ball landed at the feet of brother Xiao Bao, who was assisting. Brother Xiao Bao did not continue to pass the ball. He continued to dribble forward. The Wanjiang team's midfielder number 17 and Zhao General ran toward brother Xiao Bao together. The 2 men were ready to join forces to intercept brother Xiao Bao's ball. Xiao Bao did a Xiao Bao spin, and then did a tail swing, relying on the opponent's defender number 12 to pass the ball. He passed a lonely high penalty. The ball went straight to number 14 of the ever-victorious team's left winger. Number 14 stopped for a moment, jumped up and crossed the ball from the air to number 6's head. Number 6 also jumped up, swayed his head, and made a fake move. The ball passed, and number 6 blocked number 13's starting position. It fell to number 1's feet. Number 1 leaned sideways, swung his left leg, and faced the football flying horizontally. He volleyed, and the ball rushed into the Wanjiang team's goal with a whistling sound. It's a goal. Audience friends, the score on the field is now 13 goals in the lead. Brother Xiao Bao showed me the importance of the center midfielder. This position not only needs to defend, but also assists. At the same time, it is the soul of the whole team. It is not a marshal, nor a general. It is a general who organizes the team to kill on the battlefield. It can be killed by itself, but it is also necessary to organize the team. Commentator Zhang Fong will explain for you. Zhang Fong's voice resounded on the field. The audience's cheers were also like a tide. They cheered for the goal of the ever-victorious team, and also praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's sister. It was almost as if the audience's eyes were all looking at the commentator's position. Chapter 987. Feeling so many gazes on her, Zhang Fang shyly lowered her head. Wang Wan was also very surprised. Zhang Fang usually didn't like to talk. Why did she suddenly change today? Her imitation of Zhang Xiaobao's way of commentating was too realistic. If it wasn't a girl's voice, people would have thought that Zhang Xiaobao was commentating. On the field, Zhang Xiaobao was also stunned. He turned his head to look at the commentary platform. He didn't expect his sister Zhang Fang's performance to be so outstanding today. The commentary just now, even if compared to his and Wang Wan's era, would make countless commentators who thought they were good feel ashamed. Zhang Fang saw her sister Wang Wan looking at her and explained in a low voice, "That day when brother was teaching the team, I thought it was very interesting. It was the first time I realized that the ball could be played like this. So when I had time, I thought about how brother played the ball. Later, when brother was talking about the formation, I also tried my best to memorize it. I realized that the Kuja field needs the overall cooperation. Even if the team is not very good and has no outstanding players, as long as they cooperate well, they can still win." Then brother brought up the concept of king. I also realized that under the circumstances of good cooperation, the team also needs a soul. He must have the ability to turn the tide in adversity. I've always been thinking about who is the soul of the team and which position he belongs to. I don't understand. Although number 6 played very well, I knew that he wasn't. Only when my brother stood at the center midfielder position did I realize. The center midfielder is the soul? Wang Wan asked. When the two spoke, their voices were very soft, but it was still transmitted to the entire field through the microphone. The game stopped, and the audience became interested and listened carefully. Zhang Fang shook her head. No, because I know that brother can play any position, even the goalkeeper. I believe that brother can use his wonderful diving to lead the whole team. When brother was organizing the attack, I suddenly felt that the real soul of the team is every position. As long as you perform well, even if you stand outside the field as the commander, you can give the team a strong sense of confidence. I want to say that we should do our part well. For example, Xiao Bei's part is very good. And Xiao Yuan, Xiao Hai, and the others. I'm the same. As long as we do well, we'll be the soul of the team. Therefore, when my brother was teaching, I was looking for my own position. I have been looking for it for a long time. Actually, today, I finally understood that I am Zhang Fang. My position is among the 9 patrol inspectors. Wang Wan gently clapped her hands. In an instant, applause came from the audience and the field at the same time. Countless officials who had followed Li Longji here looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who was standing beside Zhang Fang, and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. How could the two of them teach their younger brother and sister to have the innocence of a child, but also to have a way of thinking that wasn't much worse than an adult's? How could they unify two opposing things? Wang Wan followed the topic and said, "Therefore, everyone in the Tang Empire is very important. Whether it's a government official, a farmer, a businessman, or a soldier, as long as they find their position, they can also become the soul of the Tang Empire." The pure mutton soup pancake chain store in the West City that sells soup pancakes earns no less money than the Joy House. Last year, the farming king of Wanyan County, the agriculture temple, also came to ask for advice. Just the gifts they prepared for him alone cost 300 strings of coins. There's also Auntie Sue, who sweeps the streets in the capital. In order to let her son use the same broom as her, she invented a broom with a telescopic handle. The Ministry of Works rewarded her family with a courtyard. Her son also connected a dustpan that could be turned back to the garbage truck. The Ministry of Works also used it to add coal to the boiler. Similarly, she also received a lot of rewards. In every industry, as long as you do your job well, you can achieve results. Of course, the key lies in whether the relevant people and officials notice it. However, if the officials don't notice it, it also means that they don't grasp their position well. After Wang Wan explained Zhang Fang's words, she listed out two common things as if she was familiar with them. Once again, she won applause from the audience. This was because these things couldn't be made up randomly. They had to go and find out about it regularly. This showed that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had always been concerned about every little thing. Li Longji was also interested. He also waved to the side and asked for a microphone. He said, "My thoughts are the same. Just like the several degrees ready-made clothes shop beside Vermilion Bird Street, the clothes they make are divided into 3 layers, the inside, the outside, and the outside. The inside and outside can be removed and washed, so the business is prosperous. Another example is the painter in the zoo. He first draws the shape of the animals and leaves the empty space for the tourists to fill in. Then, he draws the sugar-blowing figures. The people who make the figures blow their own trumpet, and the buyers don't eat it because they think it's dirty. In the East City, I know of a one-eyed sugar-blowing figure who often has bamboo pipes for the buyers to blow their own trumpets. Each person has one pipe and changes them one by one. Thus, there are countless buyers. Perhaps it's not easy to make the shapes, but the buyers are happy. Even if they blow the sugar into pieces, they will still be happy." Wow! The applause grew louder. The audience felt that it was worth it to spend money to watch this match. Not only did they get to watch an exciting match, but they also got to hear the exciting commentary. They even got to see Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the Emperor, whom they could only look at but not reach, casually talk about trivial matters of the common people. This was the Emperor, after all. He even knew about the clothes making and the sugar-blowing figures. Could they say that he didn't care about the common people? It turned out that the Emperor had always been watching them and was always with them. "Don't look at me. I'm not going to play today. Look at me, I'm not going either. Let's talk about it again when I'm able to defend against Xiaobao. The match will continue. The time we wasted just now will be counted into the injury stoppage time." Li Longji was proud of himself, but he still had to show an appropriate amount of humor. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. On the field, it was still the 10,000 Generals team who started the match. They were already used to it. Zhang Fang's voice also rang out along with the situation on the field. The audience watched, listened, and felt that it was very enjoyable. Those who felt that time passed the slowest and the most difficult were the generals. That ball only had a chance to cross the opponent's half of the field and reach the penalty area when their own team kicked off. Except for the kickoff, the football was mostly in their own half of the field at the rest of the time. Zhang Xiaobao, who had just been brought on, was full of energy. He stood in the center midfielder position, and every time he mobilized to attack, there was a high chance that he would score a goal. Although their own team imitated the other team's positioning, they were running around the field blindly. It was not easy to get the ball, so they did not dare to stay at their feet for too long. They needed to pass it out immediately, or else it would definitely be snatched away. One could also see the standard of this pass. The ever-victorious team rarely passed high balls. They basically passed the ball below the head. Only Zhang Xiaobao liked to play long passes. But he was very accurate and the speed of the ball was also fast. The person who received the ball was very comfortable when receiving it. As they passed the ball was kicked high up. When it fell, the time used was enough for the other team's defender to run back and forth. The ever-victorious team has scored a goal. The ever-victorious team has scored another goal. Such a voice lingered in the ears of the generals, making them annoyed. They could not get up and leave the field angrily. Not to mention what their own team members thought, the Emperor was still sitting and watching. Who would dare to leave first? In the last few minutes, the generals did not know how they spent it. When Zhang Xiaobao saw that the referee was about to blow the whistle, he volleyed the ball about 32 meters away from the ball in advance and sent the ever-victorious team's 29th goal into the opponent's goal. The whistle at the end of the game finally sounded. Ladies and gentlemen, the game between the ever-victorious team and the Thousand Generals team is over. The ever-victorious team beat the Thousand Generals team with an absolute advantage of 29 goals. The Thousand Generals team was not very lucky today, so they did not score a single goal. But I believe everyone has seen their performance on the field. They were very active when they fought for the ball, and they also put in a lot of effort in the running process. Continuous losses did not make them lose their morale. When the last goal was scored, everyone could find that their goalkeeper still used all his strength to save. They did not surrender without a fight, nor did they blame each other. They have been working hard. They are heroes. The commentator Zhang Fang was very sensible and praised the Thousand Generals team. As for the ever-victorious team on her side, the number of goals scored was the best praise. The audience really gave the Thousand Generals team a warm applause. They did not underestimate the members of the Thousand Generals team. They believed that if it was another opponent, they would definitely win, and even win the game with the same big score. They lost because they were not prepared enough. They lost in the hands of the team taught by Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If it were another team, it might not be as simple as losing 29 goals. Which team dared to say that they could play better than the Thousand Generals team? The people of the other teams on the viewing platform were also nervous. After a little comparison, they found that their teams could not beat the Thousand Generals team. As for the ever-victorious team, they could not compare for the time being. The substitutes that the ever-victorious team usually sent to play against their teams were not at the same level as their main team. They were all fooled. At first, they thought that the ever-victorious team was not that good. They had to go back and think about it carefully. Otherwise, they would have to take a detour when they met the ever-victorious team in the future. Zhao Hanzhong limped to the commentary platform. He did not feel uncomfortable on the field, but once he came off the field, his whole body was sore. He had been shaken by Zhang Xiaobao no less than 10 times. There was no other way. When Zhang Xiaobao attacked, he had to work hard to defend. He could stand still and not fall, but it was too embarrassing. So he had to be on guard every time. But for some reason, he would always fall. He did not understand why Zhang Xiaobao did not fall when he was shaken so much. When he came to the commentary platform, Zhao Hanzhong said to Wang Wan, "Thank you." Wang Wan did not understand what he meant. Zhao Hanzhong continued, "Thank you for letting Xiao Bao keep the number of goals under 30. Otherwise, I would have fallen to my death. My waist. My leg. Is it broken? It hurts. There is not a spot on my body that does not hurt. What should I do?" Wang Wan finally understood what was going on. Zhao Hanzhong had come to question her because she had said that 30 goals were too many, and that was why he had fallen. Alright, she was from the military after all, so she couldn't just watch others suffer. "General Zhao, the doctor will be here in a while. There are a few good medicines where Xiao Bei is sitting. Let the doctor give you a massage. Tonight, Savant's restaurant. How about a seafood feast or a mountain feast? You choose. It's a promise." Zhao Hanzhong instantly felt much better. Savant's restaurant, a set of banquets. What should he eat? Seafood. Crabs did not have yellow or meat in this season. Oysters. There should be bears for mountain delicacies. There were also tigers and deer. Does flying in the mountains and forests count as mountain delicacies? Zhao Hanzhong remembered that he had eaten a few days ago from the north of Hebei province, the Bohai commander-in-chief's office. The taste of the soup was really good. He asked. Yes. Wang Wan nodded. Even if a sea turtle crawls ashore and runs to the side of the mountain, it is also considered a mountain delicacy. If a seagull lands on the cliff, it is also considered a mountain delicacy. Alright. Eat a mountain delicacy. Oh, my waist. Where is Xiao Bei? Your Uncle Zhao is here to see you. Xiao Bei, your Uncle Zhao is about to be killed by your brother. Zhao Hanzhong was satisfied. He placed his hands on his waist and went to find where Xiao Bei was. The medicine there was relatively better. Wang Wan shook her head and left the commentary platform. She went to see Zhang Xiaobao, who was talking to his team members at the side of the field. Are you tired? Wang Wan handed him a bowl of water and asked. It's okay. I will play in the second half after a while. They are tired, especially those who have finished the whole game. The pace of the game is very fast. I guess they need to go back and rest well. Zhang Xiaobao took the water and poured it all over his body. He looked at the exhausted team members who were full of energy, but were still full of energy. The players of the always victorious team who were on the field were panting heavily with a relaxed smile on their faces. Today, they finally proved their value to others. Their physical fatigue, coupled with their mental excitement, made them not have too many other thoughts. They were just happy and were waiting to go back to Xiao Bei and the others to take credit. At the same time, they also wanted to thank Xiao Bei and the other 9 people. The 9 people chose them, so they had today's victory and the audience cheered for them. The medical team had come to them, put thick blankets on them, and then immediately massaged them. The players of the 10,000 Generals team were treated the same. When they were wrapped in blankets and massage, someone brought them hot soup and asked them to smoke it instead of drinking it directly. However, they were not particularly disheartened. Today's loss was not unjustified. Their own team could not adapt to the opponent's formation at all, not to mention so many dazzling defensive moves. They were clearly using big swords to deal with guns and cannons. Today's loss was worth it. They learned a lot. Only through contact, they knew the gap. When they went back to rest, they could practice according to what they saw. Wang Wan personally massaged Zhang Xiaobao's legs. She looked at the other doctors and said, "It is estimated that in the future, with the prosperity of sports, there will be more doctors in the profession. We have to prepare in advance. It is best to cultivate medical ethics first." Doctors who were not good at medicine were bad people, but doctors with good medical skills but bad morals were even worse. Diseases that could be easily cured, but because the patients believed in them, they delayed the treatment. They kept treating minor illnesses into major illnesses or chronic illnesses. When we earn more money, other than the current pregnant women and very young children, we can also put other people in the list of free medical treatment. This can stop doctors from doing bad things for money. Tisk, be gentler. You hate those doctors. Don't vent your anger on my leg. What you said won't work. If we really do as you say, no one will learn medicine. We can't just use morality to ask people. For a doctor's profession, you have to let their income exceed the average income. It doesn't have to be too much, about 10% is good enough. Otherwise, they will feel psychologically unbalanced because they are more tired than usual. For example, a street sweeper is just a little more careful. When he is tired, he can rest. When a doctor is performing an operation, can he rest when he is tired? How much psychological pressure does a gynecologist have to bear? On one hand, it is morality, and on the other hand, it is instinct. Now in the Tang Empire, morality restrains instinct. I hope it will be like this in the future. But when it restrains instinct, it will inevitably have an impact on him, so his income should be higher than the average. Otherwise, he will only treat people who can afford to buy diesel engines and cars every day. He doesn't even have a bicycle. He will doubt his profession. What is the point of living? Zhang Xiaobao grimaced from Wang Wan's pinch, but he still maintained his rationality and analyzed the profession of a doctor. Wang Wan's hand movements became mechanical. Thinking about Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, then we can only increase the tax of people with high income to balance the gap between the country's financial income and subsidies. Because some professions are paid by the country, but for people who earn money with their own abilities, it is not fair. They earn more because they are capable. Why should they pay more tax? Because they are better than others. Just like the businessmen who are contributing in the Chaoyang operation now. You can't use your ideas to replace them. If you ask them if they are willing, many of them are willing. I alone can support all the expenses of a school. Can you? Look at Hongnong County, where Xiaobei and the others went to the school that was flooded. We didn't say that we would let the businessmen keep some of their goods and wait for the school to have something to eat, right? We just want them to be willing. Yes, willing to give some of their goods to the school children. But there, the children can live well with the goods they deliberately left behind. The nutrition is balanced, and there are fruits, vegetables, meat, and eggs. This shows that when most people have the ability to contribute, they feel proud. This pride is selfish, but to society, it is selfless. So we should take more money from the rich. Zhang Xiaobao said a lot of principles, which confused Wang Wan. She thought carefully and said, let's do this first. If there is no good way, then we can use pure capitalism, the law of the jungle, and the law of the jungle. Anyway, it can't be communism. See, you admit it too. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said. What did I admit? I'm just saying. Maybe we don't have enough thinking now. When we have enough in the future, our thinking will be different. Wang Wan exerted strength in her hand. Aya, are you trying to squeeze me to death? Yes, I admit that our thinking isn't enough. Not to mention now, even in 1,000 years, it won't be enough. Xiaobei is here. Xiaobei, come and help your brother rub his legs. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he turned his head and saw his sister coming. The other 8 people followed, and their expressions didn't look good. Xiaobei held a newspaper in her hand and pouted. She came in front of her brother and helped him rub his legs. Then she said, brother, sister, we have to go on a long trip. Okay, we can go out and play. Where do you want to go? How long will it take? I have to prepare the things you want to learn. You can't just play and delay your studies. Zhang Xiaobao didn't even think about it before agreeing. Let's go to Hongnong first. The business in Old Willow Village was unexpectedly dealt with by the officials outside. They let our brothers and sisters in charge there send gifts to them. We didn't do anything illegal. The telegram just arrived. We have to go there and take a look. If it's our fault, we will accept the punishment. If it's not our fault, I won't be able to deal with them. It's not the officials of Hunan Province in Hongnong. It's Jiangnan Province in West Province. Yuanzhou is there, and Yuanzhou is there, Xiaobei said angrily while waving the telegram in her hand. Chapter 988. Zhang Xiaobao reached out, took the telegram, and read it carefully. It said, Sister Xiaobei, I'm Lu Feifei from Old Willow Village. We made a lot of dolls. After my brother finished the reconstruction of Hongnong, he came back with the dolls to sell elsewhere. He saw where they needed a large number of dolls so that we could develop the company. My brother didn't come back during the new year. He went to Jiangzhou. There is a big lake in Jiangzhou. I know about it. My brother also sent a telegram saying that he found a businessman there who was willing to cooperate with us to sell dolls. But as soon as my brother made the deal, he was caught by the government. They said that my brother made charms to harm Tang. They asked my brother who ordered him, but my brother didn't say you. Later, the government asked us to give them a share of the money for every doll we sold. They sent the telegram to the county. My brother didn't agree, so he was locked up. I didn't want to trouble you, but I really had no choice. You helped me. They are all officials, and your position is very high. You asked them to release my brother. I asked a roast duck seller in Sanchue County to help me send the telegram. My father took me to the county. I saw it. The county is more beautiful than before. Remember to send the telegram. It was the government office in Jiangzhou's Dukang County who caught my brother. After reading it, Zhang Xiaobao understood that either Lu Feifei's brother was tricked by the businessman, or the local government wanted to share the benefits directly because the business would be big in the future if the businessmen cooperated with them. As for why the telegram was so long, it was naturally because the people in the roast duck shop helped to send another message, the intelligence system of Zhang family and Wang family. Otherwise, it would cost a lot of money to write so many words. Your old Willow Village doll group has been investigated. Are you going to send a telegram? Zhang Xiaobao handed the paper to Wang Wan and asked his brother and sister. Xiao Bei shook his head. No, we've discussed it. We'll directly send a message to our local intelligence organization and ask them to protect Sister Lu's brother. We'll go personally. We have to find out who's behind this. How dare they ruin my business? Are they still lawless? Xiao Bei was very angry. Wang Wan laughed. I guess they didn't mention your name. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for the Tang Empire to find an official with the guts to investigate your transactions. Wouldn't it be better for you to send a telegram to ask? You can't investigate others without reason. Let's go and come back quickly. At that time, you and Big Brother can finish the martial arts examination with them and go to the place where the Tujue used to be. We also want to go to Hongnong to see the current site of the amusement park. We can bring Xiao Yuan's mother and my mother and treat it as a trip. Xiao Bei explained. The other 8 nodded. It seemed that they had already discussed this matter. Wang Wan neither agreed nor disagreed. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky. After thinking for a while, he said, That's fine. Let's take our mother out for a walk. I'll prepare things for you to learn so that our mother can accompany you to learn. My request is to kill as few people as possible. Don't kill if you can. Capture them and hand them over to the Ministry of Justice. Send back news every morning, noon, and night. Listen to the person in charge of the team. Don't fall sick because of the cold. Okay. We'll remember all of it. Ha! Xiao Bei jumped up happily. They could go out to play again. The other 8 were also very excited. The 9 children rushed back to the manor together to make preparations. They had spent a lot of manpower and resources on this trip. Just the supply team that followed behind them was huge, not to mention the various weapons that were carried by the people who were supposed to protect them. Seeing her brothers and sisters walk away, Wang Wan helplessly shook her head. Xiao Bao, you should just spoil them. Look at how wild they have become. What do you mean by spoiling them? If they want to go out to play, then let them. It's not like they won't come back. There's no need to worry about their safety on the road. Without our personal guidance, their learning will be delayed. But when they go out, they can walk around more, see more, and broaden their horizons. A lot of life's insights can't be learned from books. I don't expect them to be full of wisdom. Besides, we're going to participate in the military examination with them. Where would we find the time to teach them? Speaking of the military examination, we don't know how long it will take. Using cold weapons to fight hot weapons, even if they're hard, will take a lot of energy. With the time ratio of 1 to 4, do you think they'll finish in a month? Zhang Xiaobao might have been used to wandering around when he was young, so he didn't dislike his younger siblings going out under protection. In fact, he supported it. Wang Wan thought about Zhang Xiaobao's words and said, how long they can fight will depend on their ability. I don't necessarily need to annihilate them all. Even if my 100,000 people all die and I destroy their 80,000 people, they can't say they've won. But I reckon that we won't be able to play tomorrow. We'll have to wait for another 2 days. Who asked you to score so many goals today? If I say 30 goals, you'll score 29 goals. If I say 100 goals, will you score 99 goals? That'll have to be basketball. Football won't do. There's not enough time, and the field is big. I can't run over. Zhang Xiaobao had a serious expression as he argued with Wang Wan about why he couldn't score 99 goals in football. Things were just as Wang Wan thought. The generals left, leaving Zhao Hanzhong to enjoy a massage. When Wang Wan came to Zhao Hanzhong's side and told him about the military examination tomorrow, Zhao Hanzhong shook his head vigorously. I'm too tired today. I need to rest. Otherwise, I won't be able to keep up. Tomorrow. The other generals aren't tired either. Why not? Wang Wan asked even though she already knew the answer. It's tiring to watch the competition. Besides, I'm part of them. If there's one less link, we'll lose a war. Am I not important? Am I dispensable? Zhao Hanzhong pretended to be angry, but he grimaced from the pinch. In his heart, he was cursing, you two are too unreasonable. You dragged us out for so long. Just as we were about to start the military examination, you made a football match. I wanted to win a match to raise morale, but in the end, we lost by a large margin. Right now, not only did their morale not improve, their condition was even worse. According to the current situation, if they were to fight against you in the sand table, they would probably lose first. Only a fool would agree to your proposal to carry out the military selection tomorrow. Fine, then you can set a time. You can't make us wait too long and delay our other things. As a general, you must have the courage to be decisive. If you keep avoiding the battle, you'll definitely lose. You can't do that. Wang Wan said in a teaching tone. Zhao Hanzhong was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Who avoided the battle at the beginning? You made us so tired. Now that you're in good condition, you have to compete. What kind of logic is this? He thought in his heart, but he said, 3 days, at most 3 days. When my body is not sore anymore, the military examination will start. Fine, then I'll give you 3 days to prepare. At the same time, you can pass on a message to the generals. That is, fighting a war is like playing football. You have to think about your own shortcomings. Don't think that you're fully prepared, only to find that the opponent has a more powerful formation on the field. You must remember this. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she flew away like a butterfly. Zhao Hanzhong sat there and enjoyed the various tastes of the massage. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence, you guys are too immoral. Didn't you just want us to hesitate when making decisions? Didn't you just lose 29 goals? Don't tell me you want us to keep thinking about football in the sand table game. Sir Zhao, you're right. Don't be affected. 29 goals is really not a lot. A match is 90 minutes, not even a third of the time. The doctor who massaged Zhao Hanzhong advised. Fine, don't hurt me. I've thought about it just now. I know how to arrange a formation. Zhang Xiaobao was merciful. They were originally 4-5-1, and the midfield and backfield were very strong. I was worried that the midfield couldn't withstand the impact. Later, when Zhang Xiaobao came on, it became 4-4-2, which showed that he had the confidence to defend the midfield. But we also changed. If he also went forward, then they would have 3 forwards. I can guess that he didn't do that. Otherwise, it would have been 4-3-3. With our defense, not to mention 29 goals, he could have scored 39 goals. Didn't you see his last attack? How many people did we send to stop him? In the end, he still got the ball into our goal. What if he did that the moment he came on? It's all my fault. Why should I believe what the generals discussed? I should have found Zhang Xiaobao and let him play. I should have known that he could play. Tell me, where did we lose? Zhao Hanzhang's analysis was not wrong. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed being lenient. He did not turn into a forward to cause trouble every time. However, there was one thing that he did not consider. If Zhang Xiaobao really wanted to score more goals, he would not have played in a 4-3-3 formation, but 3-5-2 formation. But Zhang Xiaobao usually would not do that. First, it was easy to lose the ball. The training time was too short, even though the players were very hardworking. Second, the formation was changed too many times, and it was easy for people to learn. There was a lot of knowledge in this football formation. If you could keep some secrets, then keep some secrets. The doctor in charge of the massage was very talkative. He said to Zhao Hanzhang, "If you ask me, we mainly lost in 4 aspects." Oh. Which 4? Zhao Hanzhang was interested. The first is that the offense is not good enough. The second is that the defense is not good enough. The third is that the organization is not good enough. The fourth is that the individual skills are not good enough. The doctor quickly said the 4 aspects. You just have to say that there is no good place. There is no need to say 1-2-3-4. Zhao Hanzhang also mocked the doctor at the same time. For example, you did not massage well. I will not say 1-2-3-4. I will just say that your skills are not good. Oh, good. I found that you are good. Gentler. It's so sour. Master Zhao, it's not that I want to take revenge on you. I don't think that way. It's just that the muscles next to your thighs are trembling so much. Feel it yourself. It's like strands. You haven't relaxed yet. The doctor quickly explained. Coincidentally, he rubbed that place. He asked with concern, Master Zhao, have you thought about how to win the military examination? Let me tell you, the young master and young lady are actually afraid that you will compete tomorrow. I believe your first explanation. As for the second, you are definitely on the same side as them. Tomorrow, humph. Do you think we are afraid of tomorrow? I am not afraid. I just don't know the sky. Zhao Hanzhang felt that he was very manly. Chapter 989. That night, Zhang Xiaobao had a good sleep. He had not done any strenuous exercise for a long time. After he was exhausted, he slept very soundly. When he woke up in the morning, there were still a few small places on his body that were sore and numb. He slowly got up and did some exercises to ease the discomfort in those places. Wang Wan came in. Last night, she had stayed with her mother. Today, her mother-in-law, and Xiao Bei were going out. She had arranged for a train to go to Hongnong first. Wash up and eat. After eating, we can go to the station to send them off. Xiao Bei and the rest want to play around, so you indulge them. You even specially accompanied them on a train. In addition to the guards and the people who carry things, there are 1,500 to 600 people. It's good to save this money and do some public welfare. Moreover, it's wasted. Once they go out, it's enough for a normal county's annual revenue. Wang Wan came over to help Zhang Xiaobao rub the uncomfortable places and complained. All right, I don't object to investing money for public welfare. Haven't we been investing all this time? We have money, so why can't we spend it? What kind of logic is this? I let Xiao Bei and the rest spend the money we earned. If this is not allowed, how can we live? Tell me, have I done anything immoral ever since I brought you here? I don't think so. If people in the past knew about this, they would laugh me to death. I realized that after so many years, the halo on my head is getting brighter and brighter. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan with a cheeky smile, making Wang Wan laugh. Do you dare to say this to the Tibetans, Turks, Japanese, and Xinlua people? What halo? Let me see if there are any wings. Don't. That place on my back hurts. When I attacked yesterday, who was behind me? It's bruised. I guarantee it's bruised. These people don't have any skills at all. Where are the Tibetans and Turks? There's only the place. Now, they're all Tang people. Don't cause ethnic division. Do the Japanese dare to oppose me? Wife, take the soldiers and let me kill them. As for Xinlua, you can ask Li Mao. He's the one who wants to be county magistrate. Am I good? Without me, would they be able to recognize the evil nature of their officials? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care at all. After all, he had already done what he had to do. If there was any infamy, he would bear it himself. Maybe if he attacked a few more places, he would be praised as a general contributor. As Wang Wan pushed Zhang Xiaobao outside, she said, "Time really flies. We don't have to worry about the small income of the farmers like before. The farmers are all rich now. Look at how many people came to accompany us during the new year. Back then, they were half-grown boys. Now, their children have all gone to school. Oh, if it were you, you could just do whatever you want. Every one of them has at least 10,000 strings of cash at home. When you ask them to go out and live on their own, they insist on keeping their indentured servitude contracts and refuse no matter what. Where we come from, there's no such thing. If we're talking about people with backbone, the Gu family's zhuangzi is also not bad. After Gu Fugui's days are good, they say that they don't need to pay a ransom and that they can change families or go out to live. At that time, I thought that some people would come to our family, but in the end, not a single person moved. When the martial arts examination is over in Xiaobei and the others come back, when we go to the original place of the Tujue, we have to go back to Sanshui County to take a look. After a long time, I want to. Okay, I want to too. I even dreamed about it. The old man in the dream scared me so much that I broke out in a sweat. When I dream about him again, I have to find him and have a good talk. The Gu family's zhuangzi is their good days. Think about it, if it were you, would you come to our family's zhuangzi? That's called treachery. They have to consider it. Today, they can betray the Gu family in the future. Tomorrow, they can betray our Zhang family and Wang family. Also, the people of the Li family's zhuangzi are not bad. They are really lucky. Li Sun wanted to snatch our family's zhuangzi between the clouds and the water. In the end, he found someone else and got them a zhuangzi. Now, I don't know how they are doing. When this topic was brought up, Zhang Xiaobao was also filled with emotions. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. In the blink of an eye, a lot of things had changed. Many people who should have died did not die. Many people who should have had their positions were no longer there, and there were fewer wars. Wang Wan sighed and said, "Time really can't stand the passing of time. The Li family's zhuangzi is not bad." Although Li Sun left, the people of zhuangzi still recognize Li Sun as their master. They even arranged a marriage with our people of zhuangzi. Before the new year, they held a banquet. Didn't you hear the villagers say that it was very extravagant? Just the hot air balloons alone were rented. The 4 people of zhuangzi all went to the banquet. Taking advantage of the half-price discount between the clouds and the water, they booked all the surrounding pavilions. Many people who went there to play cursed. In the end, they had no choice but to invite the people who went there to play as well. Only then did the matter calm down. That wedding cost at least 8,000 strings of cash, if not 10,000 strings of cash. They are really willing to spend money. How can they not be willing? He is marrying our daughter of Zhuangzi. How can 10,000 strings of cash be considered money? Just you wait. When we get married, look at what I have prepared for you. That's... Og. Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Xiaobao was proud. He puffed out his chest as Wang Wan pressed his head into the basin of hot water. Wang Wan chuckled. Hurry up and wash up. Aren't you good at swimming? Look at how well you have taught your sister. She even dares to jump into the yellow river and can even fling her clothes in the air. If there is a diving competition, she will be considered an athlete. Don't brag about your achievements. I know you are capable and rich. You have made Beijing people want to keep a low profile when they want to get married. You only know how to use money to cheat your wife. How can you brush your teeth so cleanly? Brush your teeth for a while more. Zhang Xiaobao had just taken out the toothbrush from his mouth, but he had no choice but to put it back. He continued. After he was done, he let out a sigh of relief. I can't let you follow me around next time. It's so torturous. On the day of the wedding, I will prepare slightly less. I will only spend a few dozen strings of cash. For ordinary people, a few dozen strings of cash is considered a big banquet. You dare. I want the best wedding. It's your fault for making so much money. Wang Wan objected again. Let me give you a plane, okay? The kind with double wings. I don't have the ability to fly at supersonic speeds. It's easy to fly. Install 2 diesel engines and fly. When the time comes, we will fly on the Yellow River and not go anywhere else. If something goes wrong, we can jump down. What do you think will happen if we get a few planes on the Yellow River? Zhang Xiaobao opened his arms and flew towards the direction of the dining room. Wang Wan quickened her pace and entered the house first. When Zhang Xiaobao flew in, she said, with your flying speed and height, a stone can show the effect. It's not important that you can fly. What's important is how much you can carry. Who says it's not important? What are we eating this morning? Master Zhang, what did you make? Is this porridge? Zhang Xiaobao sat at the table and looked at the food in the bowl. He did not recognize what it was. There was something black in the bowl. It was cooked like paste. This was not to his taste. He liked to drink soy milk, the kind without sugar. It's dog food. Zhang Hu found it and asked me to make it. Puppies just came out. Female dogs don't have milk. He waited all night yesterday, but the milk has not been squeezed out. He can't wait, so he asked me to make some porridge first. Master Zhang, who made breakfast, directly told him what was in the bowl. Okay, I'll taste it and see if it's suitable for dogs. Zhang Xiaobao said and lowered his head to eat. Wang Wan stopped him. Zhang Hu knows whether it's edible or not. If you eat it, what if the puppies don't have enough to eat? Wang Wan did not think that Zhang Xiaobao ate dog food. The dogs raised by Zhang Hu were good helpers, just like Zhang Ying's Shui Yun. When they hunted with their masters, the dogs were really risking their lives. Even tigers were afraid of bears, but the dogs would rush up to protect their masters. She was really worried that if they did not make enough food, the puppies would starve. I don't have any status in the family. Master Zhang, I eat soy milk and youtiao. Cuckoo eats porridge and steamed buns. What's the filling for the steamed buns today? Zhang Xiaobao had to put the food that the puppies ate on another table and ordered something. There are a few dandelions growing in the greenhouse of the Sinong temple. They were sent here and I wrapped them into steamed buns. I don't know if you like it. What Master Zhang meant was that he thought the best today was this. If she was not used to it, there were other options. Wang Wan was happy when she heard that. It was just the beginning of spring, and the dandelions had not grown yet. It was really good to eat them. She nodded and said, "Just eat this. Don't eat porridge. Change it to tofu pudding with meat sauce." Master Zhang quickly sent the food over and went back to teach his apprentice how to make breakfast. He told his apprentice what breakfast should be like and what the master usually liked to eat. Although it looked simple, it was very particular. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the youtiao with chopsticks and pressed it into the soy milk. He took it out and took a sip. He closed his eyes and savored the taste for a moment. He said, "It's good that I can eat something in the morning. I like this. People should be content. For example, when the oldest plane is built, it doesn't need to fly too fast. It just needs to be able to carry people. Reconnaissance planes are more useful than hot air balloons. If you carry 3 people, 2 of them can become airborne soldiers. During a battle, they can be thrown to key positions, such as the enemy's back, and scare them to death." Wang Wan did not immediately answer. She ate in small bites. When she ate a steamed bun, she first praised Master Zhang's good cooking skills. Then she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "There are still some small territories in our territory. There are still a few small countries in the territory we occupy. Before the war starts, you should deal with them first. I don't want to be stabbed in the back like that guy surnamed Gao. He fought the war smoothly but neglected many things. In the end, he lost. Once he lost, it was all over. It's different. We are not like that guy surnamed Gao. He only wants to use force to conquer. I have other means. When the time comes, I will give them an order in advance and ask them to raise Chinese medicinal herbs or more yaks. I will give them money first and then send more food over. It's easy to fight them, but after the fight, who will live there? If you ask people from Jiangnan to go there, 8 out of 10 people will die of illness. People in the northeast can't do it either. They can't adapt to the climate. It's like Tufan. Now it's said to belong to the Tang Empire. But it's still Zuzan child who was released to take charge of the affairs there. We have to do it bit by bit and let people adapt to the environment there. Only then can it truly become a place of the Tang Empire." Zhang Xiaobao didn't stop eating while talking. After a while, a fried dough stick was in his stomach. This was not a single one, but a double one. He also finished the soy milk. He carried the bowl to the kitchen and said, "Master Zhang, 1 more bowl. I'm thirsty today." Master Zhang personally poured the soy milk for him and then turned around to busy himself with his disciple. It was as if he didn't hear what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said at all. Because he and his disciple were the inner courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they knew the rules. They didn't avoid talking about the master's family. Wang Wan was still eating in small bites. When she saw Zhang Xiaobao coming back, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Xiaobao, I just remembered that Zuzan child is coming over. He said 2 months before the new year, so he should be here soon. He said that Princess Jincheng is homesick and is bringing him back for a visit. There's such a thing. Okay, then let's invite them to watch the military selections. Don't give him a chance to be arrogant. The weapons used during the sword meet of Hua Mountain are much worse compared to now. Princess Jincheng is having a good life now, right?" Zhang Xiaobao stopped eating and followed Wang Wan's words. "How can it not be good? You scared them like that. A woman who should have the least status is now in Tufan. Her words are more effective than Zuzan child's. This shows that Tufan is not democratic enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this," Wang Wan said casually. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, "Don't mention democracy. Everything is relative. Democracy is their own business. Speaking of this, I have to say a few words. Don't look at me." Speaking up to this point, Zhang Xiaobao's mouth was moving, but his voice was gone. "Even though I was always outside at that time, I didn't look down on the country. That's because I knew that those who looked down on the country should feel lucky that there was a country that they didn't see as good. That's why they had the chance to look down on this country when they were enjoying equality and democracy outside. The stronger this country that they looked down on was, the more democracy they could enjoy outside, and the more they could look down on it. However, when this country was gone one day, they would have to consider whether they would be looked down on by others when they wanted to look down on them again. The Jews used to be so powerful and controlled a large group of non-Jews. In the end, they didn't have a country and were killed like animals. Later, they had to find a place to revive their country. That was how they got their status. That's why I never scold my own country when I'm outside. I can nitpick and oppose some situations, but I'm really worried that she's gone. If that's the case, I'll be a real animal. It won't be as simple as being scolded as an animal by the people living in this country when I scold this country. Wang Wan nodded silently and didn't say anything. Eating the buns, she felt that the person she should thank the most was the director. Not far from Chang'an, in a place that was only a day's journey, there was also someone who was thanking her country. She was the princess of Jincheng, Li Nunu. In October before the new year, she wanted to come back and take a look, so she made this request to Zizan Child. Zizan Child didn't say anything. He immediately organized people and started to prepare all kinds of things. There were gifts, tributes to the emperor of Tang Empire, and little things to give to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Then, the group set off slowly. During the new year of Tang Empire, they were all on the road. Hearing the sound of firecrackers from time to time, Zizan Child would always think of that letter, the sound of the firecrackers on Mount Hua. That letter said, "West meets Brahma, north is full of grass. Yuzhou hangs, Penglai immortals. For barbarians come to court, 8 sides celebrate together. I invite you to visit Mount Hua to discuss the sword." Then, he came. He was forced to come because his wife wrote a letter to Zhang Xiaobao and the others. There was also a letter inviting his wife. Oh, that letter had many mistakes. It was written by Zhang Xiaobei. From then on, Tufan didn't seem to belong to him anymore. "Husband, look, the grass is green again. There are some places where the snow hasn't melted, but the grass is already growing." The carriage that Princess Jincheng was in also had glass windows. She pulled open the curtains and looked outside happily. She was talking to Zizan Child. She changed the way she addressed him because Zizan Child was no longer the king of Tufan. He was just a governor of a province. "That's right, another spring has arrived. This time, I brought you back because I want to stay for a few more days. I heard that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo followed the emperor to the north of Hebei province before the new year. After the imperial examinations, I don't know what they are planning to do. Sigh, they finally have some free time." Zizan Child looked at Li Nunu beside him. His heart was filled with emotions. Li Nunu was indeed beautiful and had a good upbringing. But when they were in Tufan, he didn't need to pay too much attention to her. If he doted on her a little, she would be very grateful. Now that she was in a good mood, he felt more at ease. It wasn't important whether she was a weak woman or not. What was important was her identity. Her status in Great Tang and Great Tang's strength. In the past, the princesses that were married off were treated like weeds. Now, the pigs and dogs that were given away were treated like treasures. This was because Zhang Xiaobao had said, in the Great Tang, let alone a person, even a dog would not be killed by any country. Princess Jincheng, Li Nunu, was very clear on how she obtained her status. In the past, when she was in Tufan, her husband was bullied by his other wives. She was always worried that she couldn't coax her husband. When she was bullied, her husband wouldn't even say a word of fairness. Now, in Tufan, who dared to not look at her face? Even Xiao Bei calls me aunt. Can't I control you all? Could it be that I have to call Xiao Bao and Cuckoo over and ask the hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed nearby to come over? Just like how I came back this time, I can come back as I wish. I don't care if you all have to wait for the new year or not. If anyone is unconvinced, come forward. Li Nunu was very grateful to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Without them, she wouldn't be where she was now. Of course, Li Nunu also knew what Zhu Zanqi meant. Just like the previous time, he wanted her to help put in a good word for him. Especially, he wanted her to think of a way to meet Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and ask them about their plans. That's right, he was asking the two of them what the great Tang would do to Tubo. Would they suddenly kill Zhu Zan of Red Virtue and send someone else here? She also didn't want them to kill her husband. After all, he was her husband. Furthermore, she already had a son who was almost 2 years old. This time, she brought him back for everyone to take a look. Princess Jincheng didn't know that from what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew, she didn't have this son. Instead, she had another son who was very controversial. Hearing Zhu Zanqi's words, Li Nunu thought for a long time before saying, "Husband, you don't have to think too much. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo won't send troops to Tufan again. Furthermore, husband is managing that place well." When Zhu Zanqi heard his wife's words of assurance, he finally felt a little relieved. He said, "Then I still have to meet Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, as well as Xiao Bei and the others. I miss Xiao Bei too. What a good child." When Zhu Zanqi spoke, he was very sincere. He knew that he had to constantly think that he was a family with great Tang. Otherwise, if he showed even a little bit of dissatisfaction, Zhang Xiaobao would realize that Zhang Xiaobao shouldn't exist in this world. He was clearly a demon. He still remembered that when the team from the sword competition on Mount Hua was blocked by a protruding rock, he rushed over and said, "I'll do it." Tufan was schemed against time and time again because of him. However, he still wanted to ask them what they were going to do this year. They couldn't have set their sights on Tufan, right? Tufan had already recognized the status of a local government. Yes, he wanted to ask the two of them. In Great Tang, Li Longji would support whoever they wanted to attack. Li Longji rarely schemed against such things. Unless he had a good idea, or if some country's envoy angered him. It was only at this time that he would take the initiative to care about Great Tang's foreign wars. However, even if he went to war, he would still ask for advice from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He would send other generals to attack first. If they couldn't win after a long time, that country would have to pray for its own good. This was because at that time, Li Longji would probably send Wang Wan to battle. If it was just Wang Wan, it would just be a clash of swords. What he feared the most was that Zhang Xiaobao would play tricks behind the scenes. Zhang Xiaobao's methods were almost always to destroy the enemy. When Zhu Zanqi thought of this, he sighed. "Madam, to be honest, I am really unwilling to accept this. I lost so vexingly. In a daze, I was schemed against by Zhang Xiaobao. Only then did I know that a knife doesn't have to be used to kill people." Princess Jincheng understood Zhu Zanqi very well. However, understanding was one thing. She couldn't agree with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have her current status. She could only persuade him, "Husband, the lives of the people in Tufan are much better than before. In the past, they would always come over to steal things. When did they not die? It's because we don't have enough food. Now that our food supply is slightly affected, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will immediately send a large amount of food over. Not only will we be able to eat delicious rice and noodles, we will also be able to eat seafood by the seaside. In the past, we could only eat fried and barbecued food. It's because Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't say that there wasn't enough pressure and that we couldn't cook rice with water. Last year, they sent something called a pressure cooker. We can steam rice and eat it. I used to eat it when I was in Tang Dynasty. That pressure cooker has some kind of sealing technology. They weren't worried that we would leak it out. They even sent us a lot of radio stations so that we could send the news over in time. Last year, there was a heavy snowfall. If there wasn't a radio station, how many people would have died? After we sent out the news, 7 days later, the horses that they sent over came. Didn't you understand before? That time, they exhausted more than 3,000 horses. Isn't that good? Good, good. It's indeed better than before. Even though Zhu Zanqi wasn't willing to admit it from his perspective, when he evaluated objectively, he couldn't help but admit that Tang dynasty did a good job. When Zhang Xiaobao was scheming against the Tufan Empire, he was sharp. But when he helped them, he was just as swift. More than 3,000 horses died from exhaustion or cold just to deliver the goods. He didn't even say a word. When the person who delivered the goods came over, he asked about how many people died and whether there were any diseases. I know that they are good, and I know that they are amazing. Last summer, you said that you wanted to eat drunken crabs. You even specially ordered the Lake Tai drunken crabs. In the end, they immediately picked out the best crabs. While the southeast wind was blowing, they took over 30 hot air balloons and flew to our place. Along the way, they used the water from Lake Tai to raise the crabs. In autumn, which was right before you returned to Tang Dynasty, they sent the crabs over. At that time, the crabs were ready to be eaten. They cooked them in front of us. When I was the king, I couldn't do this. I know that they didn't just send us crabs. They also wanted to show Tang Dynasty's strength. But I'm afraid that they... When Zhu Zan said this, he didn't know what to say. If he said that he was afraid of death, he would be too weak. But if he didn't say it clearly, he was worried that he would be killed. Princess Jincheng quickly persuaded, "No, my husband, we have always been together. There's also our little Yi Tang Puzan. Even if it was according to the thoughts of the previous emperor, if my brother emperor wanted to kill someone, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would not agree. Xiao Bao likes children the most." Zhu Zan thought for a while and nodded, "I know. I hope that little Yi Tang Puzan can be liked by Xiao Bao. Tomorrow, we will arrive at the capital. I heard that the capital is bigger than before." That night, Princess Jincheng and the others set up camp in the wilderness. They didn't want to trouble other people, so they stayed in tents. They were used to staying in tents. When Zhu Zan was waiting for dinner, he suddenly found something. His subordinates reported that after entering Tang Dynasty, the soldiers in charge of protecting every place should be the soldiers of Shannon East Road. Hearing this news, Zhu Zan was not happy. He thought that the other party was not guarding against him. Instead, he became worried. He thought that the other party was looking for an excuse to get rid of him. So he quickly went into Princess Jincheng's tent and picked up his son. No matter what, he didn't want to go out. It was too dangerous outside. Princess Jincheng was also a little nervous. If Zhu Zan died, what would she do? No matter what happened in the past, they had been together for so many years. They even had a son. She didn't want her child to lose his father. Just when the two of them were worried that the child would be curious about everything, the curtain of the tent was lifted. A soldier came in and said in a panic, "There are people coming from the direction of Chang'an. There are many of them. Listening to the sound of the horses, we can't guess how many people there are." What? Zhu Zan was shocked. He ordered the soldier who came in, "Check and report again." The soldier obeyed and left. Zhu Zan lost all his strength and threw his son to the ground. The child started crying. At this time, Princess Jincheng pulled out her knife and said to Zhu Zan, "Husband, don't worry. If they want to deal with you, I will die in front of them." Zhu Zan was really touched. He couldn't pull out his knife. "Let's die together." At this time, it was suddenly bright outside, and a lot of light shone down from the sky. Needless to say, Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng knew that the light was from the hot air balloon. They heard that the great Tang had developed a new thing that was very useful and could do anything. The two of them took a deep breath. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. Tang Dynasty's emperor has arrived. Hebei Province's Jidushi Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan have arrived. With a pa sound, the two of them dropped their knives and heaved a sigh of relief. The emperor of Tang Dynasty, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan had arrived. Naturally, they weren't here to kill anyone. There was no need to alarm the three of them. If anything were to go wrong during the killing, the three of them would be finished. The entire Tang Dynasty would be finished as well. Li Longji had indeed arrived. When he heard that Zhu Zan was coming, he looked for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to discuss whether they should go and take a look. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and finally agreed. If he didn't agree, Li Longji wouldn't be able to come. This meant that he wasn't prepared and was in danger. However, Wang Wan, who was accompanying him, knew very well that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to see a child. A child who was about the same age as Pan Er. As for danger, what danger could there be? When they arrived, the guards had to be changed to Tang Dynasty soldiers. They couldn't let Zhu Zan's guards stand by the side. Thus, the three of them came out on horseback. Li Longji didn't have an imperial carriage. That thing was too troublesome and slow. Most importantly, Li Longji's personality had become very mild. He felt that putting on airs in front of his sister was too hypocritical. What was the point? Back then, his sister had married him for the sake of peace between Tang Dynasty and Tubo. She had suffered a lot in the beginning. At that time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hadn't fully revealed their abilities. If he really wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being useless. He had sent his sister away, regardless of whether she was his biological sister or a distant relative. Who would dare to propose a marriage alliance with him now? According to Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo, if they couldn't deal with him, Tang Dynasty no longer needed to sell women in exchange for peace. Whoever dared to cause trouble would have a taste of guns and cannons. Thus, Li Longji always felt that he had let down his sister, Princess Jincheng. When he came to welcome them, he just rode a horse and didn't put on any airs. In the sky, there was also a group of eagles led by Shui Yun. They were responsible for part of the protection mission. Shui Yun's children were already able to fly. However, his 11 children were still unable to do so. Their bodies were too big, and he was afraid that the children's wings wouldn't be able to handle it. One was probably because of good genes, and the other was because they had sufficient nutrition. With 11 children, even if they wanted to eat grasshoppers in winter, the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would still prepare it for them. That was how arrogant they were. They didn't care about money. They had strength. Thus, the intelligent Shui Yun decided to wait a while before letting the children learn to fly. She had to inform the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family first and have them prepare everything. Otherwise, what would she do if they fell to their deaths? She had to be good to her own children. There was nothing to be afraid of if they could fly later. She couldn't compare them to other eagles. What was there to compare? Could the children of other eagles sleep in nests made of cotton flowers? Could they eat lamb every day? In this way, even if Li Longji didn't show off the imperial carriage of an emperor, he was still very awe-inspiring. Just by looking at the eagle in the sky that covered the stars and blocked the moon, ordinary people couldn't enjoy it. When the sound of horses' hooves surrounded the tent, Zhu Zan and his family came out. Under the illumination of the lights in the sky, they saw the flag of the Tibetan Metro Cavalry Battalion, followed by the Imperial Army, followed by the Jinwu Guards, and finally the flag of the Rice Seedlings, which was the protection team of the Rice Seedlings. Li Longji and his family's horses came over. He didn't need others to take care of him. He directly turned over and dismounted from the horse to show his horse skills. Under the accompaniment of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he came to the front of Zhu Zan and his family. This slave greets the emperor. Princess Jincheng was so moved that she was about to cry. Her eyes were red. The emperor personally came to greet her. She knew that he was giving her face. Li Longji nodded to her and took 2 steps forward to help Zhu Zan, who was about to kneel down and kowtow. He didn't let him kneel down and said, "You're finally here. I've been looking forward to it every day. Ever since you said you were coming, I've been counting the days and asked people to report to me several times a day. It's too slow. Why don't you walk faster? I'm so impatient." He was very easygoing. Zhang Xiaobao was very nervous. He was really afraid that Zhu Zan would suddenly pull out a knife. Wang Wan also prepared the knife in her sleeve. At this time, the use of a gun was not very useful. It was too close to the enemy. It was not as convenient as a knife. Zhu Zan was stunned for a moment. He had imagined countless possibilities, but he had never imagined that the emperor of the great Tang would not ask for him to be excused, nor did he put on airs. Instead, he very naturally supported him and did not let him kneel. Then, he said something that ordinary people would say when their relatives came. At this time, Li Longji spoke again, "We'll talk later. There's no need to be polite. Carry my nephew over and let me see. Isn't he very handsome? Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, you two also take a look. It's a pity that you were far away when you were born, so you didn't see it. Xiao Bao, you have to build the railway as soon as possible. When Nu's second child is born, I have to see it personally. Otherwise, I won't be at ease." Zhu Zizan's tears began to flow. He had never imagined that the emperor of the great Tang, Li Longji, would become like this. The words he said were truly heartwarming. The sovereign of a country was speaking to him, the sovereign of a fallen country, in such a manner. At first glance, he didn't care about him and knew. But he mentioned his son, which meant that he didn't regard him as an outsider. Otherwise, why did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan appear in the Tang Empire? The emperor was so good. He couldn't compare to him. Zhu Zan was very happy today. There was something flying in the sky, and it was so bright. The night was almost the same as the day. There was also a person who smiled and made him feel very comfortable hugging him. Beside them, there were 2 people who were also smiling. There were so many people around. It was very lively. "Xiao Bao, help me with this." Li Longji took out a big jelly from his sleeve. It was wrapped in oil paper and handed it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look to know that it was definitely something from the precious candy house. He cursed in his heart. "Li Longji, you are too careless. You even want something that belongs to my younger brother and sister. Do you think it's easy for them to earn some money?" However, his hands didn't stop moving. With a flip of his hand, the knife first came out. Then, he kept it back and replaced it with another small knife wrapped in oil paper. He cut the jelly into small pieces and carried it over with the oil paper. Zhu Zan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's movements. His body couldn't help but tremble. He understood. Just now, Zhang Xiaobao was ready to kill at any time. That knife changed too quickly. Li Longji didn't care about what other people thought. He used a very small spoon to scoop up a small piece of jelly and fed it to Zhu Zan. He said, "My good nephew, try this. This is the jelly from the precious candy house. It's very expensive." Zhu Zan didn't know what precious candy house was. When he saw food, he opened his mouth and ate it. When his tongue touched the jelly, he narrowed his eyes. The taste was really good. The texture was also not bad. He swallowed it in 2 mouths and continued to ask for more. He even said in a vague voice, "Good, good, delicious." Of course, How can the things from the precious candy house not be delicious? This is something that your sister Xiao Bei and other brothers and sisters eat. Zhu Zan, Nu, you guys try it too. It will be convenient for you to eat it in the future. Li Longji kissed Tang Puzan and said. Zhu Zan wasn't stupid. He immediately realized that the last sentence was not simple. He really took a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth. He asked, Your Majesty, is Xiao Bei's precious candy house going to open a branch there? It's not just the precious candy house. Many businesses have to open there. Xiao Bao said that the railway is too difficult, but the land road also needs to be fixed. At least hundreds of thousands of people need to transport food. 1 year later, in the northwest, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will make a move. Li Longji was still chatting casually. Zhu Zan's heart twitched. He said seriously, Your Majesty, this subject understands. This subject guarantees that the logistics and transportation will be unimpeded. This subject will bring my head to you. Don't, it's not a big deal. It's a small matter. When the time comes, I will also go to your place for a stroll. I always wanted to go, but I never had the chance. The main reason is that the people in the court opposed it. Fortunately, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo supported it. When I go, there will be a lot of good things. You should prepare to receive them. Li Longji was still so peaceful. Chapter 990. Hearing Li Longji's words, Zuzan Chai's heart was both warm and shocked. Li Longji's words implied that he did not intend to transfer him to the capital and wanted him to stay in his original place. He was shocked that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were finally going to make a move. After a period of silence, he pointed his sword at Duosher. Yes, Duosher, not those small countries. Fighting those small countries was not worth the two of them personally making a move. Furthermore, his own country was gone, so how could those small countries dare to not submit? Zhang Xiaobao and Zuzan Chai probably just need to send a messenger and those small countries would submit. Princess Jincheng was relieved and was also happy. Your Majesty, what are the good things? It would be best if they are horses that can farm. At that time, a large number of horses were exchanged for food to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Princess Jincheng said that it was an exchange, but in reality, it was a gift. Since there was no resistance, why did Tubo still need so many horses? Could it be that they were still thinking of reviving their country? Thus, they were all given to the Iron Cavalry camp in Tubo. The Iron Cavalry camp used them to fight a few battles. They were all Tubo's nobles who did not agree to submit. In the end, they were trained by Wang Wan into 8 battalions of elite cavalry. Although there were only 8,000 people, as long as there were not many mountains and rivers, they could destroy cities and strongholds. Li Longji thought for a while and waved his hand. The horses are gone. They were all taken out by Xiao Bao and rented to the people here. There are steam engines for you to use. The Ministry of Works is still researching hydroelectric power. It is very difficult. When the time comes, if they can make a small unit, they will send it to you. However, this thing requires too much technology and must be heavily guarded. If it is attacked, it is better to destroy it than to let it fall into the hands of others. My main purpose is to deliver seeds to you. Corn, potato, and other seeds can't always eat highland barley. Wudo, eat. When Tang Puzan heard the familiar name, he clasped his hands together and made a eating action. He did not forget to wipe his mouth with the back of his hands. As soon as he did this, everyone understood that he had eaten the roasted potato and had a black mark on his mouth. Ancestor Cheetah's eyes lit up. Last year, he had eaten various new varieties of food that the great Tang had sent to Li Nunu. The taste was really good, but it was a pity that it was gone after a few tries. There were many people, and they all wanted to try it. It was said that the requirements for the growing environment were not too high, and the output was high. There was also news that the various nobles in the capital were going crazy over this year's seeds. If they could really go over and plant them, the lives of the people in his area would be much better. Those 2 years without food would be really hard to bear. Thinking of this, Ancestor Cheetah couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaobao. It was all his fault. He had used all kinds of underhanded methods. Zhang Xiaobao pretended not to know. He reached out and took Tang Puzan over. He hugged him and said, "Potato, let's eat potatoes again today, okay?" Tang Puzan probably understood. He swallowed twice and wiped the corner of his mouth to express his agreement. "A child came once, and you gave her a potato," Wang Wan said unhappily. "Are potatoes not good? If it's not good to eat, it means that the person who made it is not good enough. I'll roast potato chips for her to eat. Roast them until they are golden brown and crispy, and then put tomato sauce on them," Zhang Xiaobao retorted. Ancestor Cheetah and Princess Jincheng looked and listened. They were completely relaxed. Zhang Xiaobao really liked children. He was willing to personally cook for his son to eat. Princess Jincheng took Wang Wan's hand and pushed a string of beads from her arm to Wang Wan's arm. She said with a smile, "Cuckoo is getting more and more beautiful. It makes people feel happy when they look at you." Wang Wan glanced at the string of beads and understood. The golden outer layer was wrapped with smaller red beads inside. There were 12 of them. This was the Z beads, the top-grade Z beads. If this string was sold in Chang'an, it would cost 500,000 strings of coins. There would be people who would fight to buy it. This kind of golden and red color, this kind of jelly-like texture, it was usually difficult to find one, let alone 12 of the same size. But it was really a treasure. However, Wang Wan understood the value, but she didn't seem to be excited. She accepted it with a smile. "Thank you, princess. Don't call me princess, call me sister. I'm not much older than you. Princess is too far away." Princess Jincheng didn't expect a string of Z beads to make the other party not dare to accept it. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention giving it to them, they would probably be scared to death. But what was Wang Wan's identity? With Zhang Xiaobao's money box next to her, why would she care about jewelry? How many people were shocked when Najing shocked? Countless gold and silver were scattered. Just the house made of crystal made countless people tremble, not to mention the countless hot air balloons covering the sky above Chang'an. She was already giving face by accepting the gift. Perhaps she would give a more valuable gift in return. As expected, Wang Wan accepted the gift and agreed with the title of Princess Jincheng. She said, "Sister Nunu, Xiao Bao and I came in a hurry and didn't prepare anything. We also brought a pair of little turtles. They're still alive. I want to give them to you to raise. Men, bring the pair of little guys that Lu Zhou sent here." Immediately, someone came over with a tray covered by a layer of silk. The tray was brought to Wang Wan. Wei Wei squatted next to her. Wang Wan lifted the silk and revealed the glass jar inside. The glass jar was not expensive. What was precious was the 2 little turtles. They were actually hawksbill turtles. If one didn't measure them carefully, they would be the same size, the size of a palm. When the light shone on them, they opened their eyes and looked outside curiously. Princess Jincheng had seen the world, but when she saw the so-called little turtles, she could not help but take a deep breath. Everyone, including Li Longji and Zhu Zan, was shocked by the pair of hawksbill turtles. This was because the patterns on the back of the 2 tortoiseshell that were bigger on one side were almost exactly the same. Even the shade of the color couldn't be seen at once. The rest of the tortoiseshell shell patterns were evenly distributed like squares. There was a small circle in the middle, and in the circle, there were inhuman words. One of them had the word li, while the other had the word gue. Just taking out one of them was enough to show its value, let alone 2 of them at the same time. The meaning behind this was extraordinary. All right, I've seen it now. Xiao Bao, you're really rich. You're quite capable as well. I can't believe you can take out such things. Li Longji did not expect to see such a pair of hawksbill turtles. Compared to the Tian jewels, they were even better. Princess Jincheng sighed softly and said to Zhu Zan, "Husband, do you like these two things?" Zhu Zan looked at the pair of tortoiseshell shells with complicated feelings. He understood what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan meant. One was polite and the other was noble. It was a saying that the use of politeness is precious. This came from the Analects of Confucius. It meant that he, who was once the king of Tubo, had to admit his current position, be polite, and behave in peace. It did not mean that everyone should live in peace and be friends. There was absolutely no such meaning. These two words were from the Analects of Confucius. It meant that he had to admit defeat and follow the lead of great Tang. Tubo would no longer have a country. As long as he accepted these two little guys, it would mean that he had admitted his position as a direct subordinate. From today onwards, he could forget about reviving his country. What if he did not accept them? Once he thought of the consequences, Zhu Zan could not help but tremble. He immediately said happily, "I like them. They are so beautiful. It's just that your majesty can't go back on your promise. If I accept these two hawksbill turtles, your majesty will have to send the items over." Li Longji and Wang Wan quickly said, "Don't keep calling us subjects. We are a family. With you there, I can rest assured. When the time comes, we will only send more and not less. You have to keep an eye on the key technical items." At this moment, Li Longji was also filled with emotions. They thought about how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had forced Zhu Zan to accept his position as a gift. It was just a pair of hawksbill turtles. From today onwards, Tubo would belong to him. How much would these two little turtles be worth? Even the jade annulus of He clan, which could be exchanged for 15 cities, could not compare to these two turtles. What was that string of Tian jewels worth? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were indeed powerful. They were really the sea stabilizers in the stories they told to Xiao Bei and the others. They could rule the country internally and help the people externally. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng accepted the two hawksbill turtles. Regardless of the additional meaning of this item, just the two items themselves were already priceless. If they were not given together, it would be even better if one of them was given out alone. Regardless of whether it was a gift or a gift, the value of each one was much higher than that of the string of Zi beads. Since they had accepted the items, Zhu Zan had also thought it through. What else could they do? Revive the country. With Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan around, they could dream on. Their cannons were not just for decoration. 5 beans. At this time, the little girl, Yitang Puzan, who was in Zhang Xiaobao's arms, looked at the jelly in Li Longji's hand and pointed at it. "Well, 5 beans it is. It's fine as long as you like it. Don't worry and eat it. Baby, there are no additives in the candy house. It's just that the shelf life is a little short. Additives can't be made." Zhang Xiaobao did not correct Yitang Puzan's words. He took the jelly from Li Longji and began to feed it to Yitang Puzan. Wang Wan looked around and said to Princess Jincheng, "Sister, let's continue to go to the city. The construction there is still not finished. It's still working. It's more lively on the road." Princess Jincheng heard this and went to see Zhu Zan. She was not sleepy. If it were not for the large group, she would have gone in directly. Zhu Zan was not sleepy either. He had been on tenterhooks before, but now he became energetic again. Since Wang Wan said to let them enter the city, they could naturally go in. They did not have to worry about walking too fast when they were close to Chang'an and causing misunderstandings. There was also no need to report in advance. The emperor was next to them. Who should he report to? The Ministry of Rights. There was no need. So he nodded. Thank you for coming, Your Majesty. Shall we go? Let's go. Can we ride? Li Longji asked Zhu Zan if he could ride a horse. He looked at Princess Jincheng. He was afraid that his sister could not ride a horse. As for Zhu Zan, how could he not know how to ride a horse? Zhu Zan did not stupidly explain that he could ride a horse. That would be stupid. Instead, he said, this slave also likes to ride a horse. That's good. Get on the horse, let's go home. Li Longji stretched out his hand and asked for the reins. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng also followed and got on the horse. They looked down at Zhang Xiaobao. They were looking at their son in his arms. They didn't want him to fall. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not care and put Tang Puzan in his right hand. He jumped up directly. After jumping up, he patted the horse's neck with his left hand and then straightened his waist. His body was flat on the horse's back. He twisted his waist and swung his right leg. He steadily landed on the horse's back with Tang Puzan in his arms. He did not even touch the reins. Wang Wan used the same movement to get on the horse. She did not carry the child. She was lighter. There was a burst of applause around. Li Longji once again said to Zhu Zan, the two of them liked to play around. When I first paid attention to the two of them, they were still very young. This big. Li Longji stretched out his hand and gestured. No one knew how big he was compared. He continued, then, they followed Shang to play outside. When something happened at home, the two of them cooperated with each other to get on the big horse. Xiao Bao used his hand to hold Cuckoo's leg. Cuckoo ran over and jumped on the horse. Then, she pulled Xiao Bao up. Her riding skills are amazing. Zhang Xiaobao did not refute Li Longji. He did not say, do you know who I am at that time? Instead, he shouted to the sky, Shui Yun, let's go home. Retreat. Retreat. Tang Pusan, who was in Zhang Xiaobao's arms, stopped crying out happily when he was carried onto the horse. He also looked up at the sky and shouted. Shui Yun swooped down at a low altitude and let out a cry above Zhang Xiaobao's head. Then, it returned to the sky and let out another cry to the surrounding group of eagles. A group of eagles circled above the group and protected them as they headed towards the capital. Using the light, Zhu Zan deliberately looked at the eagle with white feathers in the sky. This was the Shui Yun that Li Longji had conferred the title of general. It was an eagle that had once looked down on all the heroes in the sky of Tubo. It was an eagle that could cooperate with sneak attacks. It was an eagle that could scout in the sky like a human. It was an eagle that could defeat all of the eagles in the sky if there were less than 10 of them. It was an eagle that could cooperate with Zhang Xiaobao to use a spear and knew how to scheme against other eagles in the sky. It was such a plaything. When he and the others arrived at the Tang Empire, they heard from storytellers that it already had children. It even had 11 of them. Its glory was all based on the failure of their side, Tubo. Princess Jincheng also looked up. She liked Shui Yun and still remembered the storyteller's evaluation of Shui Yun. In Lingtian, who dares to fly the Peng's wings, guarding 1,000 miles of the Peng alone? How heroic was this? At that time, Tubo had also sent eagles over. In the end, there were only a few eagles in the beginning. They were actually intimidated by Shui Yun and did not dare to fly. Later on, when more eagles arrived, they did not dare to do anything to Shui Yun. The heroes of the sky were only so-so. Perhaps only people like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were qualified to own Shui Yun. Shui Yun did not care about those who were not strong. Eagles had their own pride. Yes, yes. A child's heart was the purest. Tang Pusan also took a fancy to Shui Yun at first glance. He might not understand Shui Yun's domineering aura, but he was able to like Shui Yun first and not other eagles because Shui Yun was also so agile. No more this year. All 11 of them have been divided. Your little brothers and sisters will each get one. There are still 2 left. You can ask His Majesty for them. Zhang Xiaobao was up to no good. He pointed at Li Longji and said to Tang Pusan. Tang Pusan immediately looked at Li Longji and kept blinking. It looked like tears were about to flow out of his eyes. Li Longji was depressed. Xiaobao, I don't want those 2. I will give them to June, and Pan, You can decide. There are only 11 in total. I will give them to whoever you want. Ah. Zhang Xiaobao was confused. What should he do? Shui Yun and Hong Luan only had 11 children. Fortunately, he and the others had taken good protective measures and didn't let other children who were born before them push their younger siblings down. As an eagle, Shui Yun also had the status of a general and could eat a salary. How many people wanted his children? There were too many monks and too little meat. Oh, there was too little porridge. It wasn't good to give them to anyone. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the white dot in the sky and shouted, Shui Yun, come down. It's all your fault. Can't you give birth to a few more? If you give birth to 15, it's only 4 more. Look at how stingy you are. Shui Yun replied with a cry. Everyone could hear the dissatisfaction in his cry. Come down first. Let's discuss. You can play with the little guy for a while. The sky doesn't need you, right? Come, give me a gun. I will support him. Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk to Shui Yun. He asked for another gun. He put it on his shoulder and held the gun with his hand. Under the gaze of Princess Jincheng and Zhu Zan, Shui Yun really did come down. He stood on the gun and lowered his head to look at Tang Pusan. Tang Pusan wasn't afraid at all. He stretched out his small hands and made gestures. He said something that no one could hear clearly to express his excitement. At this moment, Zhu Zan was finally convinced. No wonder Shui Yun could be made a general. He was too smart. How was he an eagle? He was clearly a human. He had seen people raise dogs and horses like this, but he had never heard of someone raising an eagle like this. Good eagle. A priceless treasure. If I had it, I wouldn't sell it no matter how much money you give me. Zhu Zan praised when he found that Shui Yun was very cooperative with his son's actions. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. Shui Yun, I have always regarded him as a brother. Who would dare to say that they would buy him? Back then, I even flew side by side with him, side by side in the sky. Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything about fighting side by side because the loser was right next to them. Zhu Zan also didn't talk about this topic. He admired Shui Yun very much. Such an eagle could no longer be used for hunting. That would be a blasphemy to Shui Yun. When there was nothing to do, accompanying Shui Yun to eat and chat was the most normal thing to do. With envy in his heart, he said, Xiaobao, I promise you that next year, if Shui Yun and Hong Wan, which is also very smart and beautiful big red eagle, have another child, you must leave one for my son to grow up with him. Princess Jincheng also nodded at the side. Shui Yun was really too beautiful, especially those eyes. When he looked at her son, it always made people feel that he revealed a kind of affection. When her son touched his neck, he didn't object. Would it be possible for other eagles? Who could say that Shui Yun was docile and honest? How many eagles had died under his claws and beak? How many people had died in his hands? She then said, it seems that there's no need for next year. As long as the situation is right, Hongwon can give birth to many children. Once every few months is enough. Isn't that right, Cuckoo? More or less. After all, they are different from other eagles. Other eagles are affected by the pressure of survival in the 4 seasons. They give birth once a year or once every few years. They don't have to worry about food and shelter, and they don't have to worry about being disturbed. When Wang Wan heard Princess Jincheng's words, she also realized this matter. Since Shui Yun and his wife had less pressure, it should be easier to have more children. That's great. When the 2 of you go to the northwest to fight, Shui Yun and Hong Wan will be able to use their strength. Zhu Zan said enviously. At this time, Li Longji spoke up, there's no need for that. This time, the military selection will be held in 2 days. By then, Cuckoo will be able to use the Aqua Cloud. Since the Aqua Cloud is not affected by hand technology, why don't we watch together? Military selection. Can the generals win against Cuckoo? I heard that Cuckoo always gives them lectures. Zhu Zan asked in surprise. That's not the case. The generals use guns and cannons, while Cuckoo commands the soldiers with swords, spears, and bows. They fight in an asymmetrical sand table. Li Longji explained. That's fine. Zhu Zan's heart suddenly moved, but he calmed down in an instant. He said, maybe only Cuckoo can do it. I will definitely go and watch. Chapter 991. In that instant, Zhu Zanchai's thought was that if cold weapons could win, even if the other party was severely injured, wouldn't his tubo be able to stand against the great Tang? Just as this thought appeared, he crushed it. He had just taken the other party's tortoiseshell, and now he was thinking about reviving his country. This was a very dangerous action, and he had to control himself. It didn't matter if Great Tang had cannons or not. What was important was whether they had Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. They didn't have to use cannons, and it was the same as using cold weapons. Furthermore, the people of Tubo had already calmed down. Those who didn't want to submit would be hunted down and killed. Why should he think about starting a war again? Is Cuckoo confident? Princess Jincheng asked. How can there be a definite victory in a war? We can only do our best to prepare. When the time comes, we will look down on the enemy strategically and value the enemy strategically. Zhang Xiaobao carried Yi Tang Pusan and helped Wang Wan. It turns out that Xiaobao is also a person who understands soldiers. Princess Jincheng praised. Zhang Xiaobao's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't panic. He calmly accepted this praise. Shuiyun also called out, appearing very happy, as though she was praising him. I know that Shuiyun knows soldiers. It's better for you to fly. I will support you with one hand and carry the child with the other. Don't throw me down. Zhang Xiaobao felt that it was a little difficult to maintain his balance. As long as Shuiyun moved her wings, the weight on his arm would change, and it was very unstable. Shuiyun actually let out a continuous goo-goo sound, as though she was laughing. She then spread her wings and used the force of Zhang Xiaobao's push to fly up. Yi Tang Pusan looked up at Shuiyun in the sky and clapped his hands. Fly, fly. Okay, when we enter the capital, I will bring you to fly in a hot air balloon. Zhang Xiaobao coaxed Yi Tang Pusan, afraid that he still wanted Shuiyun to come down. Seeing that his son could be doted on by Zhang Xiaobao, Zhu Zan was very happy. He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, do you feel tired to welcome me in the middle of the night? Zhu Zan knew that other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was probably the first person to enjoy such treatment. To be personally welcomed by the emperor gave him a lot of face. Although the emperor said that he was welcoming his younger sister and wanted to see the child, it was still not enough. Li Longji waved his hand. I'm not tired. I don't have much to do at the moment, so I've left most of the matters to the officials. The commoners weren't like before, where they didn't have enough to eat and would always cause trouble. Now, there was an announcement. No matter how far away the commoners were, they would know. If they really encountered a problem and didn't have enough to eat, they could go to the local yamen. The yamen had a house that specially served the commoners and they could eat there. The food might not be good, and there's no money, but it can guarantee that you won't starve to death, so why are you still making a fuss? Since the officials had received the telegram, they did things very quickly. There weren't any major matters in the court. Occasionally, I would hold a court meeting to chat with the officials. Otherwise, I would meet with a group of envoys from a small country in the southwest. I listened to them talk about interesting things there, and then looked at the local specialties. They all said not to send living things over, as it's a waste of money and manpower. Furthermore, they always die. If I really want living things, I'll ask Xiao Bao to send them over. It's better than them. I also don't know what Xiao Bao and Cuckoo think of that place. If there's time, I'll send both the army and the navy to the Tang Empire, so that the commoners there don't have to live a hard life. Of course, I'm not their emperor, and they might not be willing to let me manage them. I also don't have good intentions. The main thing is that Xiao Bao said that if they were to plant rice in the future, the yield would be very high. They can't grow such good rice themselves, so it's a waste. Li Longji rambled on like an ordinary person talking about trivial matters. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng were so engrossed in listening that they forgot that they were talking to the emperor of the Tang Empire. They listened to Li Longji talk about the fall of a large number of officials on Hong Nong's side. He said that they needed more labor this year to build 30,000 li of railway. He said that the amount of iron on the railway seemed to be insufficient. He also said that the development of the steam engine had already progressed to the 4th generation. He wanted to sell the 1st generation to Japan and Silla. He told them that the Tang Empire now had something called a diesel engine that would be very powerful in the future. He mentioned the rare things he saw when he went to Jili province to play before the new year, as well as the beauty of the Tianqi Lake. He also bluntly said that he wanted to occupy more territory, but he didn't have much malice towards the people of other places. He just wanted some resources to speed up the development of the industry and make planes. In the future, when he wanted to go out to play, he could quickly fly to the place and see the magnificence of the world. We don't expect the world to be harmonious, because everyone is different. We want to travel to other places where the commoners will welcome us. Everyone is our guard. As Li Longji spoke, he habitually changed the way he addressed himself and reverted back to being the emperor. Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng also woke up from the dream described by Li Longji. After secretly comparing, Zhu Zan realized that he was far inferior to Li Longji. Right now, even if he could restore his country in Tubo, he wouldn't agree. Otherwise, without the Tang Empire, his own people would overthrow him. How could he, who couldn't even eat, compete with others? Unless he could control all the methods of spreading news and not let the commoners know how the people outside lived, then he would be so backward that he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. What was the point of being the emperor like that? Princess Jincheng's consideration was more practical. She asked, "Imperial brother, when the time comes, can you give us dozens or even hundreds of diesel engines? We will use them to farm." "Not for now. Our Tang Empire doesn't have many of them. We need to use them for the military first. When there are a few newer generations, I will give them to you. If the technology is leaked, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will eat people." Li Longji didn't make any guarantees this time. Princess Jincheng was slightly regretful. She asked Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, did the Ministry of Works spend a lot of money? We can also help to produce more food and then send them over to support the Ministry of Works." Wang Wan nodded. "Right now, the things that Tubo sends are just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Our family, the Imperial Court, and His Majesty's own money are all spent on the Ministry of Works every month. Sister, how much money do you need?" Since your side is developing well, we can rest assured. We need to raise more cows and sheep. Many children in the Tang Empire can't drink milk and can only drink soy milk or porridge in the morning. It doesn't mean that children who drink milk will be better than those who don't, but when they drink milk, there will be more food and drink. Children are the future. The attitude of those in power is very important. Princess Jincheng was shocked. The Ministry of Works actually spent so much money. She followed Wang Wan's words and said, actually, drinking milk is better than drinking porridge. It isn't obvious for older children. For newborns, their mothers don't have enough milk. Drinking cow's milk is better than drinking porridge. Sister, it's not easy to send diesel engines, but we must send more pressure cookers. Without pressure cookers, the rice can't be steamed. Now, there are some people in the Tang Empire who like to eat steamed rice and steamed buns. After it's done, we just need to put some butter on it, put some meat on it and sprinkle some salt on it. It tastes good. Wang Wan's stomach suddenly felt uncomfortable. What kind of eating is this? I'm guarding Xiao Bao, why do I need to eat such things? Sister, I will ask the Ministry of Works to make more pressure cookers. Remember to plant more vegetables. If you only eat meat and rice, the nutrition won't be balanced. Even if you can't change the habit in a short time, you have to slowly get used to it. Also, when you eat raw beef and mutton, you must pay attention to hygiene. When you go back, I will ask the medical school to bring you all kinds of medicine. When the time comes, according to the symptoms. Forget it, just send a doctor. The agriculture temple will also send people to see which medicine can be planted there. They will also bring the seeds to see what is suitable for growing. Princess Jincheng listened carefully and tried to remember. These were all useful words that directly affected the people's livelihood. They couldn't be neglected. Zuzan Cheetah was also listening. He felt that he had made the right choice to come here. He had to see for himself what Tang Empire was like now. Actually, he had already seen it on the road. The people here all had a special kind of glow on their faces. When the road was difficult to walk on, he could always see people organizing to fix it, but they never complained about the horses and people trampling on the road. Occasionally, when they passed by a village, there would be local children coming out to see the commotion. He had never seen a child wearing patched clothes. All of them had their hair combed neatly. This was the power of the Chaoyang operation. Because the children wore the same clothes. He wanted to see how different the capital was from what he had seen on the road. The group continued to move forward. Before long, they arrived at the area where the capital was being expanded. This was the west of the city. The torches and light bulbs complemented each other. What you see now is the expansion of the city. Li Longji continued to speak to Zuzan Cheetah, the west of the city. Initially, the plan was to expand the west of the city. However, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo said that we should expand the city in all 4 directions. I thought about it and didn't lack money. Let's expand. However, the amount of work required was too large. Until now, we still haven't finished expanding. Your Majesty, they have been working for a day. They are really working hard. Zuzan Cheetah watched as the group narrowed. He then saw many animals helping to transport the goods. Working hard. When I came here, I had just changed jobs. Now, I am working on the drainage system. We don't need to fix the city walls. The houses have to be built neatly and the roads are wide. If we plant trees, we won't be able to differentiate between the city and the outskirts. Li Longji continued to explain. What about the city walls? Zuzan Cheetah asked again. Demolished. Why does the capital need city walls? The palace walls are enough. I also plan to open a few of the palaces that are usually empty. I will charge people money. If people want to see the places where the emperor stayed, they will have to buy tickets to enter. Xiao Bao came up with a bad idea. He said that the money earned from selling tickets would be enough to repair the other palaces. I thought about it. I am poor, so I can only do as he said. If the money earned is not enough, I will ask Xiao Bao to pay for it. He is the one who gave me the idea. In the beginning, there were some officials who were not willing. They said that it was not appropriate. What etiquette? Zhongli was the one who knew etiquette. The places where the emperor stayed, can't others go there? I will give up the palace. I don't care if you have the money to stay for a night. I will just give up Xingqing Palace and let others live there. Does that make him the emperor? Am I not the emperor? The emperor is in the hearts of the people, not in the palaces. Li Longji said as if he was showing off, causing Zhu Zan to be dumbfounded. You don't believe me, right? Come with me. Li Longji said and turned his horse to the side. When he was close to the construction site, he stopped and said loudly, "This emperor is passing by, so I want to see you. Everyone has worked hard." Zuzan Cheetah first saw the people who were working stopped and turned their heads to look at him. Then he heard a deafening sound. It was a mess. For a moment, he couldn't tell what everyone was shouting. Gradually, the people who were working also found this problem. Some people began to take the lead and shouted together. Finally, it became a shout of "Long live the emperor." Immediately, the other construction sites that couldn't be seen from other places also had the same noise. It was really a wave after wave, mighty and endless. Li Longji simply stood on the back of the horse and fanned out in front of him. He waved his arms with all his strength. Zhang Xiaobao was very worried. He urged his horse to come over. "My dear emperor, please calm down. People are still working." He was not worried about Li Longji's safety. When he came, he had already sent people to guard the construction site. He was afraid that the workers would be too excited and work hard. Lively, lively, ah. Li Longji sat back on the horse and said with a smile. He then shouted to the people in front of him, "This emperor is going back. Everyone, continue to work. Dinner tonight, this emperor will treat you." Thus, the construction site changed the slogan again. After it was unified, it was, "Respectfully send off your majesty." Zuzan Cheetah was deeply moved. Previously, when he listened and watched, he finally understood what "the emperor is in the hearts of the people" meant. Li Longji was really too comfortable as the emperor. There was no need to repair the city walls. Furthermore, he could use the palace to make money. Thinking of this, Zuzan Cheetah looked at Zhang Xiaobao who was holding his son. Renting the palace would not only make money to repair the other buildings in the palace, but also make the people more aware of Li Longji's position. It would also make the palace more lively. The palace maids and eunuchs would be able to interact with the outside world more often and not be too isolated. One plan used many ways. Your Majesty, Xiaobao is indeed capable. There are many benefits to coming up with a plan. Indeed, a plan comes with a chain reaction. Your subject has a rough idea, Zuzan Cheetah said to Li Longji. He was very envious. Why weren't Xiao Bao and Cuckoo born in Tubo? After Li Longji finished listening to Zhu Zan's list of benefits, he shook his head with a smile. What you said is too simple. If Xiao Bao came up with such a plan, he wouldn't be Xiao Bao. What you can think of, I can too. Xiao Bao's idea is to give people with bad intentions a chance to come in contact with us. It will be easier for us to catch them. It will also give people a chance to give suggestions. Those who come to live in Great Tang can write down what they think should be improved and put it in the palace they stayed in before. There are many people who have their own needs in life. They might understand the situation better. Someone will organize it and bring it to the imperial court to discuss. Also, I will be going to other places often in the future. When I go to a place, I will naturally need to have a place. If I leave, the place will be idle and a waste of money. If I start now, I will be able to rent it out in the future. There are other benefits too. When you are well rested tomorrow, I will tell you more slowly. Zizan Cheetah nodded his head. He admitted that he had thought too little. Zhang Xiaobao was indeed Zhang Xiaobao. Just as Li Longji was showing off and Zizan Cheetah was sighing, a horse came in front of them. The rider on the horse bared his teeth and said, "Your Majesty, Subject Zhao Hanzhong represents the generals in the imperial court to invite military commander Wang to participate in the military selection tomorrow." Chapter 992. As he spoke, Zhao Hanzhong appeared to be confident. His eyes moved back and forth between Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything. They only looked at Zhao Hanzhong with a smile on their faces. Princess Jincheng felt that the atmosphere was a bit stifling. She asked, "Cuckoo, they are about to start the military election. Why don't you agree immediately?" Zhu Zan explained, "Because it's past midnight, it's tomorrow. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo must have worked hard to welcome us. They haven't rested yet. In a while, they will arrange a place for us to rest. They are going to compete tomorrow. They are looking for the right opportunity." Ah! Princess Jincheng opened her mouth in surprise. When she looked at Zhao Hanzhong, her eyes were unkind. This is too evil. How can you take advantage of others? Zhao Hanzhong was stared at by everyone. He lowered his head and whispered, why don't we wait a little longer? When we came, the generals said that military matters are extremely urgent. If we don't move, we will lose the initiative. I will go back and tell them that we will compete tomorrow afternoon. How can you be like this? We came from afar and were welcomed outside the capital. You find an opportunity to scheme against us. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to constantly blame ourselves for implicating Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? Princess Jincheng angrily questioned. Tang Puzan, who was being hugged by Zhang Xiaobao, did not know what was going on. But since his mother was angry, he was also angry. He stared at Zhao Hanzhong. No, I don't mean that. Zhao Hanzhong shook his head vigorously. He continued to discuss, wait for 2 days. 2 days. What do you think, Military Governor Wang? Not bad. Before the battle, you plan against the enemy. Good strategy. Wang Wan smiled and praised. Zhao Hanzhong felt that this sentence was very harsh. Wang Wan continued, there's no need to wait. Once we enter the city, we will immediately start the military election. The military matters are extremely urgent. Ha! It was Zhao Hanzhong's turn to be dumbfounded. When they came out, the generals had just rested for less than an hour in order to study this plan. It was estimated that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to accompany Ancestor Qi. Even if they heard about the military selection and immediately went to rest, they would not be able to sleep well. However, he did not expect that Wang Wan would directly compete with him. If the generals slept for 2 hours, it would be better if they did not sleep just now. Right now, they were sleeping comfortably. If they got up and put on their clothes, they probably would not even have time to wash up. The generals just fell asleep, Zhao Hanzhong said. In an extremely urgent situation, when faced with an emergency, one should not move. If the army is negligent, one will lose the initiative. Princess Jincheng reacted and repeated Zhao Hanzhong's words with a smile. Zhao Hanzhong slapped his forehead and said, oh my god, this is so tough. As expected, those who plan to win should plan first. Our opponents are Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Why didn't I think of this? Ha! When Li Longji heard this, he suddenly laughed and said to Zhao Hanzhong, since that's the case, I ask that the generals not delay the military plans. This emperor will also go. Wasn't the location chosen at the Hibiscus Garden? In an hour, this emperor will wait there for the generals to arrive. Turning back, Li Longji asked Ancestor Cheetah, do you want to rest or go together? You don't have to go to the post house or the foreign affairs office to rest. Let Xiao Bao send people to arrange for you to stay in the Joy residence. As for the others, except for the servants, the rest of you will be stationed in the barracks outside the city. Ancestor Cheetah glanced at Princess Jincheng and said, I will go to the hibiscus garden. This servant will bring people to stay in the Joy residence first. When I am tired, I will come back. Princess Jincheng nodded. If it was just their family, they could all go to the hibiscus garden. However, there were many attendants, guards, and Tubo's specialties that would follow them. Someone had to stay and take care of them. Reaching out to take the child who was still reluctant to leave Zhang Xiaobao's arms, Princess Jincheng said, Husband, you can go by yourself. I will arrange everything. I think that the people in Xiaobao and Cuckoo's families can do it well. Ancestor Cheetah touched his son's head and said with relief, Of course. Who doesn't know that the inner courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family in Sanshui County of the Tang dynasty is the most intimate? When your son is hungry, remember to ask someone to arrange food. The group of people just entered the city and went on with their own business. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sped up and rushed to the hibiscus garden. Li Longji, Ancestor Cheetah, and the others also followed. Zhang Xiaobao followed an order from the inner courtyard. The inner courtyard immediately rushed to the mansion at the fastest speed to go back to get things. The most anxious person was Xiao Hanzhang. It was impossible for all the generals to sleep together. They all returned to their own manors and families. He could only send out a large group of people to spread the news, telling the generals who were sleeping to get up quickly and those who were not asleep to come out directly. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the hibiscus garden first, they took a hot bath and let the people in the inner courtyard massage them to relax. Some of the generals were cursing and swearing, some were walking on the road with ugly expressions, and some were being carried to the hibiscus garden by their family members in a daze. No one dared to delay. The emperor had said that it would be an hour, so it must be an hour. Otherwise, it would be delaying the military. When they arrived at the entrance of the hibiscus garden, they met many people. They accused and scolded each other, saying that the other person's idea was not good. They did not admit that they also participated in it. All the generals had arrived. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's people also arrived. They ordered the people who went back to deliver a large stack of paper. With a single glance, one could tell that it was printed material. They were currently distributing it. Everyone on either side of the two was given a thick stack. There was even a sticky note on the top to make it easy to read. Li Longji asked for a stack and read it together with Zhu Zan and Gao Lishir. There were names written on the sticky notes. The first name was Zhang Shougui. Li Longji flipped open the topmost sheet, which was used to prevent abrasion, and revealed the contents. General, Zhang Shougui, rich in military experience and quick wit. He is adept at using opportunistic tactics to break the enemy. With him taking the lead and attacking first, his attacks are bound to be sharp. In order to achieve his goal, he can circle around the enemy's army and throw the enemy's formation into disarray with one strike. However, he has plenty of offense but not enough defense. He has plenty of courage but not enough stability. In the face of an unexpected situation, he has a poor grasp of the overall situation. He is good at joint attacks and surprise attacks. Savant's Pavilion gives out 500 strings of string of coins for free. He has been there many times to eat. He likes to eat mutton and drink strong wine. When the strong wine is served, he drinks it from a small cup. Thus, he has a strong personality and is attentive to details. Give him a voucher. When he buys our goods, find someone to bargain with him. Even though he knows the price, he continues to lower the price. When he is not willing to sell, he will turn around and leave. If he is not willing to sell, he will turn around and buy again at the lowest price we just agreed on. This shows that he is conceited and full of schemes. If you encounter him, you can use a small scheme to lure him into the trap. Then, you can beat him at his own game and find a loophole to break through. After breaking through, you can use a small scheme to trick him again. After that, you can surround him and force him to defend, leaving 3 loopholes for him to break out of the encirclement. Then, you can delay the attack and disrupt the overall strategy of the generals. Li Longji and the other 2 read. Even before it finished, they all shivered. Why, Your Majesty, there's more at the end. Gao Lisha reminded Li Longji to turn the page. Li Longji was not in a hurry to turn the page. Instead, he looked at Zhu Zan. Zhu Zan happened to look at him at the same time. He swallowed twice and said, at that time, Tubo did not complain at all. This should be written by Xiao Bao. I understand now. Cuckoo is in charge of the military formation, while Xiao Bao is in charge of the enemy generals' likes and dislikes. That's right. I was puzzled at that time. Li Longji raised his head and looked at Zhang Shougue, who was yawning not far away. He shook his head and said, I was puzzled as to why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo became so generous and specially gave free vouchers and vouchers to the generals. So that's why. Truly, there is no good wine and no good banquet. When Zhu Zan heard Li Longji's words, he thought of the pair of hawksbill turtles that he had received earlier. Those things were indeed valuable, but they were definitely not a good gift. In the future, he would have to take care of them carefully. He would probably have to find water that was similar to seawater and raise them until they were fully grown. When that time came, he would probably not be able to continue staying in Tubo. He would have to take the money and find another place to live a good life. If he really did not have enough money, he could sell one and it would be enough for several lifetimes. Looking at the report, Zhu Zan suddenly thought of something and said, if that's the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's intelligence network is extremely fast and detailed. They probably have people in all kinds of industries. When Li Longji heard this, he paused for a moment and said, that's right. Their intelligence network is even more powerful than the Great Tang's. It's so powerful that they know what I eat, where I sleep, and what I say every day. The more it is like this, the more at ease I feel. If someone wants to scheme against me, they will know. Even if someone breaks into the palace, they will find the right place to rescue me. Who would dare to poison me? I probably don't know. They have already made a move. Isn't that right, Lisher? Gao Lisher quickly said, Your Majesty, you are more or less right. Sometimes, I will also leak information to them. For example, when the small countries in the southwest send tributes, I will first tell them what the tributes look like and let them see if they can hurt Your Majesty. Also, when the Imperial Kitchen cooks new dishes, such as the dishes learned from the Savant's restaurant or Xiao Bao, I will carefully compare them. If the Imperial Kitchen cooks the dishes themselves, I will also tell Xiao Bao and let him see if long-term consumption is bad for the body. When Zhu Zan heard the conversation between the two of them, he knew that there was a misunderstanding. Perhaps they wanted him to sow discord. He was wronged. He did not mean that. At the same time, he inwardly sighed. It seemed that the other party's plan to sow discord was not going to work. The two of them had spoken too clearly. They did not guard against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. This was especially so when it came to Gao Lisher. He dared to admit that he had leaked information, and he had even taken the initiative to do so. Li Longji acted as if this was a matter of course. This was not just pampering, but pampering. For a moment, Zhu Zan regretted what he had just said. Perhaps Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would soon hear about it. What would the two of them think? Zhu Zan opened his mouth to explain, but he helplessly gave up. The more he tried to explain, the worse the situation would become. He could only hope that Xiao Bao and Wang Chong would be magnanimous and not make a fuss. Li Longji did not continue to say anything. He raised his hand and casually flipped to a page. The label on this page said Jia Shishan. The page he turned to was the third page written about Jia Shishan. It said, Jia Shishan, good at defense. His defense is almost impregnable. If you encounter him, you should take a detour and make him lose his strategic position. If he leads an army to attack, you should meet him head-on. Force him to defend and set his position. Cooperate with others to isolate his army. He likes to drink wine, but he does not like to drink light dishes or a small plate of nuts. He can also drink 2 caddies of wine himself. His appetite is heavy. He is willing to eat salty food. He likes to eat noodles as his staple food. He always has to use his chopsticks to circle the noodles twice before slowly putting them into his mouth. This shows that he has a lot of thoughts and does not like to move forward. On the way to Jili Prefecture, the generals carried out a sand table simulation. In autumn, Jia Shishan led 1,500 men to guard an important mountain peak. He arrived first and ordered his men to cut down trees and pile them on the mountain. He also dug a hole and filled it with water. At that time the enemy was a young general, Wang Zhongxi, less than 20 years old, leading 10,000 men. They surrounded him and attacked first. Jia Shishan looked down from above and threw stones. After a long time the attack failed, he attacked with fire. However, Jia Shishan had ordered his men to cut down trees. The fire was not strong enough to reach the top. Jia Shishan then ordered his men to take off their clothes and wet their faces. He also ordered his men to light the smoke and take advantage of the wind to smoke the enemy's encirclement. The troops at the bottom of the wind were in chaos. He ordered his men to beat the drums to make a strong attack. The enemy at the bottom of the wind was alert with the smoke, but he ordered his men to cover their faces with wet cloth and quietly went down the mountain to attack the enemy's smoke. The enemy slacked, he killed countless and returned to the top of the mountain. 10 days later, the young general, Wang Zhongxi, led his troops to retreat. He lost 3,000 men and delayed the opportunity. Therefore, when he encountered Jia Shishan, he defended and did not attack. He attacked and forced him to defend. Finished reading, Li Longji and the other 2 looked at each other in dismay. Your Majesty, when you went to Jili province to play, did you take the sand table with you? Zhu Zizhen asked. He knew that Li Longji went to Jili province because he heard Li Longji's story. But he did not know that Li Longji took the sand table with him. Not only did I take it with me, the entire 3rd floor of the ship was used to calculate the sand table. At that time we agreed that there would be a military expedition on the way, the generals could not wait any longer. Who would have thought that as soon as we boarded the ship, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo kept talking to me about national policy and all kinds of strategies. I was confused listening to them. Later on, when I finally understood, the ship had arrived at the destination, so there was no need to compare. Tell me, how could I not listen? Is national policy more important, or is the military expedition more important? When it came from Xiao Bao's mouth, how could I not be 120% alert? Also, when it came from the 2 of them, not only did I have to listen, I also had to ponder. If the generals wanted to carry out the military selection, who would dare to come and interrupt the 2's plan, one after another? They were often busy until dawn. They were working so hard, yet they still forced them to carry out a military expedition that was not considered too important. What was the meaning of this? Do you want to harm the country and the people? Li Longji roughly told Zhu Zizhen about what happened on the ship. He imitated Zhang Xiaobao and spread out his hands. That's why we can't compare. Then, the generals should familiarize themselves with it first. Who knew that the attack and defense records of their sand table were also taken by Xiao Bao to study? Do you know how happy I was at that time? The 2 of them supported me to go on a trip. They would rather pay for me to see the scenery over there. At the same time, they also asked me to help them get the Xinlua people to join the Tang Empire and form a county. At that time, I was already very impressed. Xiao Bao was indeed different. A plan within a plan, a chain of plans. I went out for a stroll, and there were so many benefits. It was not a wasted trip. I did many things and learned many things. But you only realized today that his plan had not been revealed, right? Zhu Zizhen asked Li Longji with a sympathetic look. Yes, no wonder when they came back, they had a military and civilian reunion. It was to delay. After so many days, I reckon that Xiao Bao had already studied all the generals. A bunch of fools. They still want to scheme against Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Let's see what will happen when the two armies are set up tonight. Today, I have seen it for myself. Attacking from the outside is not based on the soldiers. Victory in a war is not only about the military, but also other auxiliary and calculations. Li Longji shook the paper in his hand that had information written on it. His gaze swept across the generals who had yet to recover. Zhu Zizhen nodded emotionally. Yes, sometimes people will die if they don't fight at close quarters. Cuckoo is a sharp knife. When she really moves, it will definitely dye the mountains and rivers red. Xiao Bao is a poison that kills without a trace. When he has the help of the knife, he can do many things secretly. In the end, people realized that not many people actually died under the knife that needed to be guarded against at all times. The poison is the most vicious. It is colorless and tasteless, and it kills the throat upon seeing blood. One plays an open scheme, and can meet force with force at any time. The other plays a conspiracy, and will constantly pester you. I really don't understand how the two of them can be together. Why the two of them? Sigh. Why in my Tang Empire, right? My luck is good. Wait a while more. I really can't bear to let the people who just arrived carry out the military selection immediately. It's too much of a bully, even though they asked for it. Li Longji said happily. He was a virtuous emperor. Otherwise, how could he have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo help him? Who was the one who said that he wanted to suppress them? Who said a lot of bad things and hated that he couldn't kill the two families? Who were they? He would deal with them one by one later. While the three of them were feeling sad for the generals, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished their massage. They were in high spirits, smiling modestly and peacefully, and came to the resting place of the generals. The generals were continuously drinking tea to refresh themselves. Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, over here. Li Longji called out. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked over and looked at Li Longji, waiting for him to speak. Show mercy. Li Longji waved the paper in his hand and said. Wang Wan glanced at it and replied, Xiao Bao and I will definitely do our best to make them lose. Even if they win by a fluke, we will let them know what it means to lose 800 of your own men to kill 1,000 of your enemy. Don't think that you can slack off just because you have advanced weapons. There are many cases of the weak winning against the strong. Once we lose to a nation, they will have a certain attitude of contempt for us. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. He knew. Back then, he and Wang Wan had read a history book from more than 100 years ago. It said that because the United States had lost 2 wars in a row, one against North Korea, and the other against Vietnam, even though China's military strength was not that great at that time, its citizens were not afraid of the United States. They were not afraid of the United States like the Japanese, who had been dropped 2 atomic bombs on them. Thus, he said, I'm the same as Cuckoo. We will do our best to win and not give anyone face. If we let them win today, we will hurt them tomorrow. Oh. Alright, then you guys will do your best. But this thing that you guys obtained seems to have violated the rules of the game. Li Longji waved the paper in his hand again. This is not a game. This is war. The rules of war are for victory. Without rules, those who can't bear to kill civilians almost got wiped out. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Zhu Zan as he spoke. Zhu Zan nodded silently. He knew what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. When the Tang Empire's army came, they did not touch the village and were reported. But when Cuckoo's logistics team came, it was really bloody. But who could they blame? If they did not touch the embankment, would they be able to take revenge so ruthlessly? Li Longji also remembered. At that time, he just wanted to give some credit to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. He did not expect them to really fight. He just wanted them to join in the fun. After organizing the logistics team and taking out the money, he could persuade the other officials to promote them. But he did not expect that the logistics team could not only allow the Tang Empire's army to move smoothly in the Tang Empire's territory, but they also received his order. Under the situation where they knew the situation, they resolutely went out according to the order and took the position of commander with the identity of the logistics team. They gathered the defeated soldiers and then went on a campaign to attack the Great Wall. Thinking of this, Li Longji stretched out his hands and rubbed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's heads. He said, "Beat them. Beat them hard. Incompetent generals will tire out thousands of soldiers. This is a military selection for you, but also a selection for them. I will not let them see this information." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and smiled. They nodded at the same time and turned around to invite the generals to start the military selection. When the generals saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan come over, they were speechless. These two were too bad. Lord Pei, aren't you in charge of the Ministry of Personnel? Are you here to watch the fun? Zhang Xiaobao saw Pei Guangting, the Minister of Personnel, and asked in surprise. Pei Guangting's eyes were red. He was sleepy and said listlessly, "I used to be a doctor in the Ministry of Military Personnel. I'm old now, so I have to do my part." "You're not old. You're in the prime of your life. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the same position as the Secretary of the Secretariat. It's about to start. Shouldn't everyone be in their positions?" Zhang Xiaobao was still smiling. He had long since known that Pei Guangting was one of them. This time, the other side was full of awesome people. They had sent out their strongest lineup, and they had also gathered all the intelligence. It was just that the other side had schemed in the middle of the night and deliberately provoked them. Wang Wan was also observing. There were quite a few people. Zhao Hanzhang, Zhang Shougue, Jia Shishan, Yang Xishuan, Xiao Song, Du Xian, Gai Jiayun, Cui Shi, Wang Zhongxi, Yuan Rong, and so on. They really thought highly of her. From the looks of it, even the battalion commanders of a battalion had titles. Zhang Xiaobao followed Wang Wan's gaze and looked at Yuan Rong. Before he could ask, Yuan Rong said, "I'm just organizing the logistics. I don't know how to fight a war. I don't know how to arrange rations or keep accounts." "Oh, this can be considered a national mobilization." Lord Li Linfu didn't come. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't help but admire the other party. To be able to put down his pride and ask the administrator to organize the logistics, Li Linfu's organizational skills weren't bad. There shouldn't be a lack of people who were also good at keeping accounts. "Lord Zhang, I'm here." As expected, a voice came from behind. Li Linfu stood up and waved his hand. Zhang Xiaobao also waved his hand. "I really was afraid that someone would be missing. In any case, there aren't many things to do in the Great Tang right now, and communication is convenient. Since we have nothing to do, let's play together and have some fun. Logically speaking, we can begin now. However, I would like to introduce an important existence to everyone. He is Shuiyun. In the sand table, you must acknowledge his existence. Shuiyun, come down and let your colleagues take a look." Zhang Xiaobao shouted to the sky, and the sky responded with an eagle cry. Then, Shuayan's figure appeared. He circled twice and found a branch with better branches. Once again, he flew high into the sky and swooped down. He grabbed the trunk with his claws and broke it with a crack. This was not the end of it. The water cloud adjusted its two claws, then took the trunk into the air and swooped down again. It directly pressed the broken part of the trunk into the middle of a small ditch nearby, where the ice and the ground were in contact. Shuayan flew up and slowly landed on the branch he pressed on the ground. It was very suitable. Everyone was already used to this. Shuayan was just making a place for himself to stand. Even if he chatted with someone one day and asked if they had eaten in the morning, it was very normal. There were many birds that could talk. However, everyone still looked at Zhang Xiaobao with jealousy. That was because Shuayan had a wife, Hong Wan, who was almost as smart as him. She could give birth to litters of children. All of them belonged to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. General Shui is coming down. What I want to say is that he will fight with us. In the sand table, we must take him into consideration. How smart he is will be the extent to which the generals on the sand table will acknowledge him. Is that okay? Zhang Xiaobao explained what he meant. No, Shuayan is too smart. It's not fair. Zhao Hanzhang, who was still sore all over, objected. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and asked him to speak up for him. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "How is it fair? You use guns and radios, while Cuckoo uses cold weapons. This is unfair in itself. Can you say that there won't be an existence like Shuayan in the places you fight in the future?" Zhu Zizan chimed in, "That's right. Firecrackers can be bought at will in the Great Tang. Can you guarantee that when people from other countries come and buy a large number of firecrackers, they won't make simple guns for war? Can't other countries buy a lot of firecrackers and use them as explosives?" Zhao Hanzhang didn't say anything. Indeed, who said that firecrackers couldn't kill people? He looked at the others, hoping to get some help. The others lowered their heads and pondered. Then, Zhang Shogui stepped forward and said, "Okay, we acknowledge Shuayan. But you and Cuckoo can't receive the signal after stealing our radios and deploy according to the message inside. You have to acknowledge this. We use a separate encryption system. If others get it on the battlefield, they can't translate it. Also, when you get guns and cannons, you can't use them proficiently because you haven't practiced. Although we know that you are more proficient in this, you are not playing the role of people from the Great Tang, right?" "That's right. Even if we get the radios on the battlefield, there won't be people outside to relay information to us when we fight on the sand table. When we fight with the cannons, they will even explode. The captives will also be captured according to the previous rules. Neither side can get anything out of them, and they would rather die than submit. Are there any other changes? If not, let's begin." Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Zhang Shogui's view. He repeated the rules and asked the others. The generals looked at each other, but none of them proposed any new changes. The rules were more or less done, and if there was a need, a panel of referees would be in charge. The only regret was that they couldn't test it in actual combat, because what happened in actual combat was outside the rules. But there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't really fight. Seeing that no one wanted to add anything, Li Longji said, "Since that's the case, we will begin the military election. We will also be a referee. If there is a major dispute over fairness, we will personally rule. Let's enter." Whether the generals were sleepy or uncomfortable, they all went to their respective positions. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and the others did the same. The large group went to their own rooms. Each person had their own room. Only when their armies encountered each other could they gather together to discuss matters. In the middle of the countless small rooms was a large sand table. It was the sand table of the Jiangnan circuit, and many people in charge of relaying information to the various rooms were ready. Chapter 993. Several hundred generals found their positions. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also arranged for the commanders in their homes. 100,000 soldiers against 100,000 soldiers, this could be considered a major battle. Because Wang Wan was playing the role of the defensive commander of a backward region, her soldiers could be arranged first. The generals would attack from the east of Jiangnan, which was the east of Jiangnan. Wang Wan was not allowed to have large ships, only small sampans. However, the main battlefield was Wang Wan, and Zhang Xiaobao could be more flexible in the logistics. Wang Wan had 400,000 indigenous people, and the generals had 50,000 logistical soldiers to supplement them. With Li Longji's order, the battle began. Zhang Shougue was in charge of the Great Tang's vanguard, leading 20,000 soldiers, 50 cannon ships, 200 transport ships, and horses. At the start of the battle, Zhang Shougue picked up an order flag, waved it twice, and whispered, "Order all cannon ships to line up. Move the ships, fire the cannons, and bombard the coast of Haiyan." The messenger glanced at the small sand table and map in front of Zhang Shougue, nodded, and went to the large sand table in the middle of the large room to repeat Zhang Shougue's order. At this time, many people had entered the large room to deliver the message. The referees were staring at the sand table, and the people in charge of recording were also moving their brushes like they were flying. The model ships representing the cannon ships moved across the surface of the sea on the large sand table. Several referees looked at the sand table and shook their heads, giving a result. Tang Vanguard cannon ships are firing blanket fire. Based on the maximum range of the cannons, 0 native casualties. Because there are no troops stationed along the coast, if the Tang Vanguard cannon ships continue to fire, 1,500 shells will be consumed in 15 minutes. Wang Wan also looked at her sand table and map and softly ordered, "All personnel have finished setting up the traps. All lines are to retreat. With Qiantang as the center, form a straight line from north to south. Retreat to Wuqing, Diqing County, Wukong, Yongxing, and Fuyang County in a line. Prepare to retreat again and give up on Lingyi Mountain." If the various vanguard units have already arrived at their designated positions, and no new orders have been received within 72 hours, it means that the command center has already moved, and orders them to freely adjust the troops according to the deployment before the general battle, or to retreat, or to hide, or to feign attack. The person in charge of delivering the message nodded and left. He went to the house where Huzi and the others were and informed the people outside. The people standing outside expressed that they had heard the message but did not go in to inform Huzi and the other generals. Because Wang Wan was a native, she didn't have a radio, so it would take some time for the news to be transmitted. If the referee had set a time limit of 4 days for the news to be transmitted, then the people outside would have to wait for 1 day before they could inform Huzi and the others. If the referee had set a time limit of 8 hours, then they would have to wait for 2 hours, which was a 4-to-1 ratio. 3 minutes later, the general in Zhang Shougue's other room sent a report. Vanguard Scout Team 1 reports that the artillery coverage has been completed. All suspicious bunkers in the coastal areas within Sea Salt's line of sight have been destroyed. No signs of a counterattack have been found. Gunship Command Camp reports that 1,150 rounds of ammunition have been expended. Firing has been halted and awaiting further orders. 1/7 of the total number of rounds have been expended. This was the report sent by the general in another room. Scout again, report again. Order the scout camp to increase the number of troops ashore and carefully search. Zhang Shougue realized that the situation was a little bad from the report sent by the first scout team. The first scout team did not say how many native corpses they had seen, which meant that they had not been able to find them, or that there was no one along the coast and all the bunkers were fake. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao stood up from his room and began to stroll out, heading toward Wang Wan's room. As he passed by Zhang Shougue's door, he even smiled at him. When Zhang Shougui saw Zhang Xiaobao, he froze for a moment, but then he suddenly reacted and said to the messenger, "Objection. Zhang Xiaobao has snuck out on his own and violated the rules." The messenger immediately went to the panel of judges, and after receiving a reply, he returned and said to Zhang Shougui, "The panel of judges has expressed that it's fine. Zhang Xiaobao has not violated the rules." "How is that possible?" "He's already come out, but he hasn't violated the rules. I request that the panel of judges give a detailed explanation. Look, he's already entered Wang Wan's room, so how can the martial arts examination still proceed? What is he in charge of that he can just go over? In a moment, remember to close my door. It's easier for them to hear." Zhang Shougui unhappily pointed at Zhang Xiaobao, who had just entered Wang Wan's room and closed the door. The messenger ran back and forth. "The panel of judges has said that you have no right to know what Zhang Xiaobao is in charge of through the panel of judges. Furthermore, they have confirmed once again that he has not violated the rules. If you must know, then you can first request to withdraw from the martial arts examination. After they inform you, you can only sit in the judge's seat or leave the field." "Ah." Zhang Shougui paused for a moment, then waved his hand. "Forget it. I can't withdraw yet. Order the cannons to follow the northern shore of Hangzhou Bay and travel close to the shore. Use the fastest speed possible to reach Yingguan County. Send a scout team to search the shore. If they encounter an enemy, report back. The special forces will go ashore and enter the forest. If they find traces of the enemy, use the radio to call for artillery support and inform the Central Army. The road ahead is safe." Yang Xixuan was in charge of the Central Army of the Great Tang Fleet. He was in charge of 40,000 soldiers, 20 cannons, and 300 ships. It was not his turn to do anything yet. He sat on the chair and looked at the sand table on the ground. There were a few models of small boats in front of him, representing the vanguard. The messenger pushed the boats forward bit by bit. Every time they moved a little, they would leave. Then, when they received the report from the panel of judges, they would push a little more. After pushing a little more, when the messenger returned, 2 of the boats had stopped moving. Yang Xixuan was stunned. Why did the 2 groups of soldiers stop at the vanguard? This group was requested by Wang Wan. It was represented by the brigade and battalion of the military advisor. It was not that the current military system was not good enough, but that Wang Wan was more familiar with it. It was already good that she did not change the brigade into platoons. When she lectured, she also had the generals get used to the system. Yang Xixuan was only puzzled, but Zhang Shougui was about to go crazy from anger. "Why are my 2 groups not moving? Can someone give me an explanation?" Zhang Shougui was the messenger. The messenger knew what was going on, but he could not say. He could only helplessly shrug his hands. "If Sir wishes to see the details, please withdraw first." Fleet personnel report that the propellers of the Vanguard's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups have been entangled by fishing nets. The panel of judges has determined that the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd groups are unable to move, and their steam engines have been damaged. Half of the 1st group's boats are unable to move, and their steam engines have also been damaged. Zhang Shougui's question was quickly answered by a messenger from another room in the group. How did they get entangled? The lookout just now said that the water was calm. Where did they hide their fishing nets? This is too much of a bully. Zhang Shougui could not figure out what the problem was. In the end, the messenger also said, if you wish to know the exact reason and observe from a third party's perspective, please withdraw first and find someone else to replace you. Can't you just say something else? Zhao Gang, withdraw first and ask what's going on. Have your little brother replace you. If the explanation is wrong, come find me. If the explanation is reasonable, you can stay with the panel of judges. Zhang Shougui shouted as loudly as he could into the room next door. Zhao Gang was the captain in charge of the lookout. When he heard Zhang Shougui's voice, he reluctantly put down the flag, stood up, and walked over to the large sand table in the center. When he got there, he said, "I withdraw. I want to know how the boat was entangled by the fishing nets. In your judgment, there were no tools on the water that left a mark." The people of the panel of judges were very easy to talk to. Since Zhao Gang had withdrawn, they would tell him. He explained, Wang Wan had people place a fishing net in the water at the very beginning, using a levitation technique. It's basically a piece of wood with a rock hanging from it. Only after achieving levitation is it allowed to be placed in the water. The fishing net is hung in this manner. This technique is not difficult at all, and the panel of judges has approved it. Do you have any other opinions? Zhao Gang thought for a moment, then shook his head. No. Have my little brother replace me. I want to join the panel of judges. Give me a copy of the rules. Zhang Shougui did not receive Zhao Gang. What he received was news from the messenger. Lord Zhao has already joined the panel of judges. Zhang Shougui raised his head and sighed. He now understood that the boat had truly been entangled by the fishing net. As for how, he would have to find the reason himself. It didn't take long for the water ghosts to report, discovered floating pieces of wood and falling rocks in the water, neither floating nor sinking, attached to the fishing net. The special forces on shore also reported, discovered countless bunkers and dummies, but no living or dead people. Zhang Shougui nodded vigorously. Formidable. Before we even made contact, our great Tang has already lost several tens of thousands of strings of coins. But I don't understand. As he spoke, Zhang Shougui stood up and headed straight for the center of the sand table. When he arrived at a door facing this direction, he wrapped his clothes around his head and covered his ears with his hands. Unable to enter, he said, "Stop for a moment. I have something to say." I didn't see or hear. Li Longji was eating appetizers and drinking wine while looking at the sand table. Seeing Zhang Shougui enter like this, he raised his hand to signal for a pause. Minister Zhang, someone come and take his hands off. Stop pretending. We don't believe that he can't hear us. Without needing help, Zhang Shougui put down his own hands and said indignantly, "Your Majesty, this subject refuses to accept this. Wang Wan is our general's teacher, so she already understands us very well. And there's also Zhang Xiaobao, who specializes in scheming. If they fight with us, we will be at a disadvantage at every step. What this subject wants to ask is, if it really was the Great Tang's army, how many aboriginals would be able to come up with such a plan? But Your Majesty, look at the way they fought. They've been scheming from the start and understand us very well. Is it possible for them to be true aboriginals?" Li Longji earnestly listened. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Then, according to Minister Zhang's meaning, you admit defeat?" Wang Wan directly became the martial champion. This subject does not mean that. What this subject means is that the referees should not have allowed them to be as smart as they are now, Zhang Shougui argued. His voice was so loud that others could hear him. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao walked out of the room and to the sand table in the center. Zhang Xiaobao spoke. "General Zhang, yes, Cuckoo understands you, but you don't understand her. She's always giving you lessons, so you don't understand her style. I also didn't hide. I used schemes, and everyone seemed to understand that once my schemes were out, they would always be connected. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Could it be that you want to push the blame onto us and say that you don't understand us? You say that we schemed against you, but could it be that on a real battlefield, you would discover that the enemy general was scheming against you and you would stop fighting? And then because they were in the wrong, they would agree to a truce and withdraw their troops. This is not the case. On the battlefield, there is only life and death, nothing else. Everyone uses their own methods to determine victory and defeat, but are the Aboriginals as smart as you? Wouldn't they be scared silly by the sound of cannons? Zhang Shogui first shook his head, then continued with his reason for opposing. Oh. Scared silly by the sound of cannons. Fine, General Zhang, take a look and see what this is. Zhang Xiaobao took out his gun and pointed it at Zhang Shogui. A gun, Zhang Shogui replied. Very good. Then now, General Zhang, I want you to bring your mother, wife, or daughter over and take off their clothes so that we can all humiliate them. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death, Zhang Xiaobao said. Brat, you dare. Zhang Shogui's eyebrows shot up and his eyes widened. He stepped forward and charged at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao, if you have the guts, beat me to death. Beat me. Stop. General Zhang, I'm apologizing. I'm just saying. Later, I'll kowtow to Auntie and apologize. I'll go with Cuckoo to apologize. Please don't be impulsive. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly ran behind Li Longji. Minister Zhang, don't be impulsive. We will uphold justice for you. Someone, seize Zhang Xiaobao, Li Longji urged. Gao Lisher was on the side. He pressed down on Zhang Xiaobao and snatched the gun from him. Only then did Zhang Shogui stop his charge and angrily glare at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao, I'll remember you. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I'll buy a cart full of firecrackers and blow up your house. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and fearfully said, Okay, General Zhang, please don't be angry. Later, Cuckoo and I will kowtow to Auntie, okay? There is an explanation. It's like this, General Zhang. I was just saying, and you're already like this. You also know the power of a gun, so why didn't you back down? The natives also have their own parents, wives, and children. If you're not afraid of guns, should they be afraid of cannons? Living in humiliation or dying in battle to protect their loved ones, I believe that many men know what to choose. Even women can be forced onto the battlefield. Thus, your explanation is not valid. Zhang Xiaobao sincerely spoke this time. Zhang Shogui took a few deep breaths. In the future, you're not allowed to use my family as an excuse. There's no need for you to go to my mother's place. I admit that the natives also have men, but are they as smart as you? On the side, Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Of all the examples he could use, why did he have to mention his family? Following which, she said, General Zhang, Xiaobao and I have been wanting to pay a visit for a long time. Please don't refuse. You must go. Xiaobao's words just now offended you, so please be magnanimous. Later, we'll pay a visit and apologize. Now, I'll answer your second question. Our Great Tang's technology is limited, but the gunships are there for all to see, and the steam engine ships are shuttling back and forth. Let's not talk about the natives of other places, just talk about Japan. Do you think they can't figure out how to stop the propeller ships? If a foreigner studies in the Great Tang long enough, he will know how the weapons of the Great Tang are and will definitely think of a way to deal with them. No one is a fool, and there are also some extremely talented people. If a tribe sends 100 people to study in the Great Tang, when they return, how can they not compare and think about the Great Tang's economy and military? Yes, they might not understand the Great Tang as well as I and Xiao Bao, but you won a battle, so how can the other tribes not think about it? You say that it's unfair that Xiao Bao and I know a lot, but it's unfair to use guns against cold weapons. You can't always treat others as fools. In fact, no matter how backward a place is, as long as they fight to the death, you can't win unless you kill everyone. Zhang Xiaobao took back his gun and continued, Actually, not all the men in all places are like men. In some places, you don't even need to fight. You just need to spend money, and women will take off their clothes and perform for you. This is actually more tragic than being conquered by force. General Zhang, think about it this way. You are not fighting against the natives, but against a smart people. You just have advanced weapons, but these people are not afraid of death and are eager to learn. Moreover, they have sent many people to study in the Great Tang. You also have to understand that the person participating in the military selection is Cuckoo. You have the advantage of weapons and are making it difficult for her to move. We are competing with cold weapons and hot weapons, but we are using the natives as an excuse. Don't you even have this little bit of confidence? Do you have to turn Cuckoo into a fool before you think you have a chance of winning? Then what if Cuckoo also uses hot weapons to participate in the military selection? Do you still dare to compete? Zhang Shougue lowered his head in embarrassment. Truly, Wang Wan's military selection was already not balanced. No one knew if the natives would be so formidable that they would not compromise even if their entire tribe was wiped out, or so weak that they would take off their clothes for a little money. But since he had chosen his opponent, he had to choose the strongest. Thus, he said, Your Majesty, this subject knows his wrongs. Correct. Minister Zhang is a man. Since you are willing to risk your life to protect your family, in the future, when needed, you will definitely be able to protect the country. Li Longji didn't care at all about Zhang Shougue's lack of etiquette. If he really wanted to investigate, he would first investigate Zhang Xiaobao. Who wouldn't be angry after hearing those words? Unless he wasn't a man. If things went wrong, he would have to write a decree to console Zhang Shougue's mother. As for Xiaobao, he would have to suffer even more. He would have to pay his respects. Upon hearing Li Longji's words, Zhang Shougue felt much better. He glanced at Zhang Xiaobao, wanting to persuade him not to come and apologize, but Zhang Xiaobao immediately understood. General Zhang, don't say any more. I have to go. Even if it's for my reputation, I have to go. Otherwise, what will the world think of me? If the two of us switched places, you would already be on the ground. Not even a doctor from the Academy of Dei could save you. Once the military selection is over, Cuckoo and I will pay you a visit. Don't reject us at the door. Cuckoo, what gift do you think we should prepare? An apology is an apology, but a gift can't be lacking. There's no need, there's no need. Zhang Shougue actually felt a little embarrassed. This husband and wife pair had been talking about kowtowing and apologizing for nothing more than the fact that it involved his family. It wasn't like they were actually trying to humiliate him. Their usual etiquette was already more than enough. Wang Wan ignored Zhang Shougue's words. Following Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, I heard that Auntie likes to eat Huainan sweet oranges. This is a must. It said that Auntie worked hard in her youth and coughed for a long time. Tubo's golden fungus is also a must. Also, Auntie always has people buy sandalwood to calm the heart. Gifting her a set of sandalwood furniture is also a must. Auntie is also afraid of the cold. When the soldiers of Jilin province went overseas to find seeds, they hunted down a white bear pelt and placed it in Auntie's room. Auntie is also willing to watch the show. How about we bring our acrobatics and crosstalk troupe over to accompany Auntie in her happiness? Also, Wang Wan spoke one thing after another, leaving Zhang Shougue dumbfounded. He realized that some of the things Wang Wan spoke of were things he already knew, but there were still some that he didn't know. For an outsider to know his mother's habits better than him and speak of them as if they were family treasures, wasn't this a little too frightening? Thinking of this, Zhang Shougue couldn't find the words to refuse. She was gifting something to his mother. He felt like Wang Wan was his mother's real daughter. She truly understood everything. Moved, Zhang Shougue couldn't help but sigh. Let's just continue with the military selection. I think we're done for. Chapter 994. Returning to his room, Zhang Shougue stared at the two model boats on the sand table for a while before giving the order. Give the order. The 5,000 men of the 3 regiments of the 1st Vanguard Brigade are to be sent ashore in small boats. Equip them with horses and send them along the coastal land route, moving side by side with the fleet. The 2nd Vanguard Brigade is to send small boats forward quickly. Throw hooks and pull out all the fishing nets in the water. Send the hot air balloons into the air and fly as fast as possible toward Shicheng on the southern shore of Hangzhou Bay. Enter Qiantang along the coast and monitor the situation in the surrounding 100 square kilometers. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also returned to the room. As for why Zhang Xiaobao was able to stay with Wang Wan, it was because Zhang Xiaobao had arranged the logistics in advance. He had put the command center together with Wang Wan's command center. In any case, the speed of information transmission was already very slow. Even if he split up, he wouldn't be of much use. It was better to stay in the same room with Wang Wan and discuss things on the spot. Weather, Wang Wan asked the messenger. Light rain, the messenger replied. This was the result of the dice in the center of the sand table. The season was autumn, and it had just entered autumn. The weather conditions were changed every day. Other than volcanic eruptions and hurricanes blowing up the mountains, all sorts of weather conditions could occur. After a period of time, heavy snow was even allowed. Although it was said that the Jiangnan circuit rarely experienced snow, and even if it did, it was not a heavy snowfall. However, previous records showed that the Jiangnan circuit had indeed experienced heavy snowfalls. Of course, it was impossible for the entire Jiangnan circuit to be completely sunny on the first day and completely covered in snow on the second. That was absolutely impossible. Clouds had not yet flown in or formed. Hearing the messenger's answer, Wang Wan nodded and said, "It's good that it's raining." In this season, when the Jiangnan society plays dice, will there be more options for rain in the corresponding grid when counting points? Of course. That is the actual situation. The Jiangnan circuit is most prone to rain in spring and autumn. I am in charge of logistics and have already made the corresponding preparations. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pointed at Huanchuan County in Muzhou, Jiangnan East Road. I've arranged something here. I don't know if it can be used. Let's wait for more rain. Wang Wan glanced around and did not ask Zhang Xiaobao for the details of the layout. Otherwise, it would be easy to be influenced, and the layout would revolve around that place. He ordered the messenger, "My order, the main force in Hangzhou is to retreat. Call Commander Wang Yi of the Sniper Battalion of the 2nd Division's 1st Brigade over." The smallest military unit in this sand table could be implemented as a platoon. If there was a need, such as arranging for a very powerful person to carry out a special assassination tactic, then he could even let him appear as a platoon leader. In reality, they couldn't have too many detailed commanders. Otherwise, the main force of both sides would be 200,000. They couldn't arrange for one commander for each group of 10. That would require 20,000 people to carry out this military expedition. The current scale was not small. In total, there were more than 3,000 people. This was the largest sand table military exercise since ancient times to the Tang Empire. Battalion Commander Wang Yi had his own position. He ran over from the small house. Because his position in the military exercise was in the middle army and he was with Wang Wan, he was allowed to enter Wang Wan's house. But according to his position on the sand table, it would take him an hour to come over. According to the ratio of 1/4, he would have to wait for 15 minutes before he was allowed to see Wang Wan. After 15 minutes, the messenger guarding the door allowed him to enter. Commander Wang Yi of the Sniper Battalion of the 1st Brigade of the 2nd Division reporting. As soon as Wang Yi entered the door, he stood up straight and reported to Wang Wan. "Commander Wang, our middle army will retreat immediately. Your battalion will be responsible for delaying the enemy's advance. This is the detailed plan of deployment. You can act freely to delay the enemy at any cost. Wang Wan picked up a written battle plan and saluted to Wang Yi. Then she handed the plan to him with both hands. Wang Yi took the plan solemnly and saluted back. He said solemnly, "I promise to complete the mission at any cost. The sniper battalion will be reserved for reinforcements. We will pass on the military spirit," Wang Wan said. Zhang Xiaobao also stood up and saluted. Wang Yi turned around and strode out. The messenger knew that this was just a battle on the sand table, but he still respectfully sent Wang Yi out. Because he knew that even if it was a real battlefield, Wang Wan would still make the same decision. And Wang Yi's sniper battalion would fight to the last person to delay the enemy's advance. Leave the sniper battalion. The middle army will retreat at full speed. Wang Wan gave another order. When the people beside the sand table in the middle received this order, they immediately started to move the small model of the middle army represented by Wang Wan to the back. Wei Wei moved a little, then stopped and moved a little more. At the same time, they took out many smaller models to represent the sniper battalion that had left the group. The small flags had the word Wang written on them. In the middle army, Yang Xixuan was also giving orders. Order the whole army to press forward. Before we reach Hangzhou Bay, send out a brigade of 5,000 people to Wanghai town. After the messenger gave the order, he smiled and said to the other generals in the middle of the room, "I think Wang Wan will deploy a lot of troops in Wanghai town. We'll use the lives of 5,000 people to hold back their ambusher while the vanguard goes around them. Let's see how they can escape then." The other generals laughed. One of them said, "General, you are indeed amazing. No matter how good Wang Wan is at scheming, even if there are 30,000 people here, we may not lose with 5,000 people. In terms of the rules of the game, we have an absolute advantage with our weapons." Li Longji and the others, who were beside the sand table in the middle, heard the different conversations in the two rooms. They sighed and said, "Cuckoo won." Chi Di agreed. "I think so too." Cuckoo and Xiaobao didn't treat this sand table simulation as a game. Their generals also treat themselves as real members of the battlefield. The generals we are facing are still laughing and treating human lives as numbers. They don't care if 5,000 people will be ambushed by the middle army. Wang Yi's battalion only has 700 people. Cuckoo promised to leave a number. I believe that in a real battlefield, the sniper battalion will fight to the last person. The referees immediately gave Wang Yi's sniper battalion bonus points in the evaluation of morale. In other words, if they had the same number of people, the sniper battalion would win in hand-to-hand combat. The generals didn't know that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were playing with them seriously, so the people below them were also very relaxed. They looked at the sand table and map in front of them and felt that it was very interesting. I believe that when they are moving forward, they will be vigilant of every mountain and will send a large number of special forces to scout ahead. So I want to leave people behind to harass every mountain that they may pass through, so that they can't judge the situation clearly. This is the tragedy of backward technology. We can only use the lives of countless heroes to make up for it. Everything is for victory, everything is for the sake of not losing the country. After giving the order, Wang Wan had nothing else to do for the time being. She took a magnifying glass and looked at the terrain on the map while talking to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was also observing the terrain with a magnifying glass. He said, "We can choose Jiangnan province. If we choose the northern part of Hebei province, we can fortify the defense and clear the wilderness all the way. We can drag it out from autumn to winter, and their expedition will be over. Now there are trees and rivers. Even if we can't transport food, we can hunt and dig wild vegetables. The horses can also eat grass. Then we have to cut off their logistics. The rule is that they will arrive here in a month by sea. Every time we cut off their logistics, they will have to live without logistics for at least a month. The wild animals are not enough for 100,000 people to eat. If they eat wild vegetables, their physical strength will be greatly reduced. Wang Wan walked along the map. When she stopped, she had already put the magnifying glass at the location of Dongting Lake. She said, when they arrive here, our army is 20,000 less than theirs. It will be their win. Or they can beat our army to 3,000 people. I want to see how far they can go without supplies. You keep an eye on the logistics. Don't let them steal the food. Don't worry. They can't get it. Even if they get it, they won't dare to eat it. Zhang Xiaobao said confidently. When the chief commander seemed to be a little idle, the people in the various battalions seemed to be busy. They were the lowest commanders and needed to make decisions at every step. Orders were sent out and small models moved on the sand table. Although the two sides had not made any actual contact, they were very careful, especially Wang Wan's people. They used cold weapons because they were afraid of being discovered by the enemy at a long distance. Then they would be attacked by guns and cannons. So the sand table showed that one side was advancing slowly while the other side was retreating cautiously. One side suspected that there might be an ambush at every place but did not appear. The other side wanted to set traps everywhere but gave up hesitantly. We can't fight today. Let's sleep for a while. Zhang Xiaobao could guess the current situation without looking at the sand table. Wang Wan did not intend to fight for the beach when the enemy had just come ashore or not. The enemy had many places where they could come ashore and also had artillery support. Sniping at the beach would not be a big threat to the enemy and would instead cause more losses to their own side. In this way, they could not fight at all today. With 4 to 1 time, waiting for a day would only count as 4 days. So he looked at the map again and found that there were no other dangers. He nodded and said, then let's sleep. Sleep here. Get someone to quietly bring in some blankets. When the sun was about to rise, Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao lay down and fell asleep, telling others that they would not be eating breakfast. Li Longji yawned and stretched. I am also sleepy. Let's go back to the palace. Ancestor Cheetah, you go back to your room. Li Shi, prepare the carriage. Gao Li Shi arranged for a carriage and suggested to Li Longji, for example, go to Savant's restaurant to have some porridge before returning. Fine. Li Longji nodded in agreement. The members of the adjudicators did not sleep well last night and were also called out from their beds. When the sun was about to rise, they had breakfast and passed the content of last night's recording to the people who came to take over the shift. They then went to the hibiscus garden to sleep. At this time, the generals were having a hard time. They did not rest well last night. Now, other than the few shots fired by the vanguard, there was no other sound of gunfire. In other words, they could not find the enemy. So they were always on tenterhooks, guessing where Wang Wan put the soldiers, making people feel that there was a hidden poisonous snake waiting for the right time. They hurriedly freshened up and looked at the map while eating breakfast. When they saw that there was no movement for a long time, they could not bear the sleepiness and fell asleep one after another. They even told the messenger to wake them up if something happened. The generals at the various positions below, Wang Wan's side knew what was going on. They slept peacefully, but the battalion commanders and captains on the other side were worried that their troops would be surrounded, so they did not sleep peacefully either. Just like that, a day passed. Li Longji slept during the day and came to the hibiscus garden full of energy. He walked around and looked. The generals had already woken up in the afternoon and were still sleepy now. They all had dark circles under their eyes and were still guessing where Wang Wan's men were. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just woken up not long ago. They asked someone to bring them a temporary portable bathroom. After bathing, they were eating. Li Longji looked at the generals on both sides and began to feel sad for them. If they did not adjust, they would lose people before the martial arts competition ended. He then said to Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao, Cuckoo, Xiaobao, do you want to find an opportunity to fight a few rounds? If you keep retreating and don't accept the challenge, the generals will not be able to hold themselves back. Being impatient is a taboo for generals. If they can't even handle this, how can they be generals? Wang Wan said as she took a bite of the fried egg. They won't go so far as to deal with others, but their current opponent is you. They keep thinking that you will suddenly scheme against them. Li Longji defended the generals. They are scheming from the start. How can a war be fought face to face? I feel that they don't seem to care. We have to think of a way to stimulate them and make them put in more effort. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and made sarcastic remarks. Li Longji admitted, they really don't take the sand table for real. They just want to win against you. They don't care how many people die, they only care about defeating you. Logically speaking, you are not wrong. But I think that if they encounter a place that they need to conquer, they will lose a lot of Great Tang's soldiers in order to win. How will the Great Tang's people live? I don't want to hear every family cry after a battle. You have to think of a way to get them to put in more effort. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard something else from these words. So that's how it is. Their condition really isn't good. That's good. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be serious and thought hard. He even stopped eating. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, there is a way. I will ask the Ministry of Works to speed up the production of something related to the military. When the time comes, this kind of thing will be distributed according to their performance. Those who do not perform well, those who have many dead generals will not get it. Good idea. We will tell them right now. Li Longji clapped his hands and was about to tell the generals. Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly dissuaded him, Your Majesty, there is no need to be anxious. Wait for the thing to be produced in a few days. Seeing is believing. That's reasonable. Then let's wait a little longer. You all eat, I will go elsewhere to take a look. Li Longji excitedly left. Zhang Xiaobao watched as Li Longji left. He smiled and said, they will be exhausted in a few days. I think so too. Wang Wan agreed. Chapter 995. 3 days passed quickly and slowly. For many people, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, but for the generals, these 3 days were even longer than the 12 days of the 1-to-4 ratio on the sand table. In these 3 days, not even the shadow of the enemy could be found. Zhang Shougui's vanguard would reach Qiantang in another day and a half. The brigade that followed on the shore even took food and soybeans from the ships to resupply. Staring at the sand table in front of him, Zhang Shougui muttered to himself, where are they? Have they given up on defense? Have the entire army retreat? If I really dock at Qiantang and set down the cannons, you won't have a chance. The messenger beside him pursed his lips, not saying a word. He knew what was going on. Men, pass down my order. Expand the search area of the hot air balloons. You must find them. There's definitely something wrong at Qiantang. Check the wind direction. Zhang Shougui passed down the order and rubbed his temples tiredly. His eyes were still staring at the sand table. He didn't believe that Wang Wan wouldn't do anything. The wind direction had already been checked. There was no wind, but it was an inconceivable wind direction. Usually, there would be a south or southeast wind at this time. It seems like the glider wing unit can't be deployed. The hot air balloons will fly on their own. Pay attention to the eagles in the sky. It's really inconvenient without eagles. The eyes of eagles can see further than a telescope. At the center of the sand table, Li Longji came again. He didn't come yesterday because he knew that the battle wouldn't happen yesterday and that the battle would happen today. So many people came. Empress Wang, Wu Huifei, Zhu Zan, and Princess Jincheng were all here to watch the show. In this battle, more than 700 people from Cuckoo's battalion will be wiped out. These 700 people are the Death Army. If they stay, they won't be able to survive. It's just that we don't know how long they can delay the enemy. The wind direction is still, which isn't good for the sniper battalion. They need to change their plans at the last minute. Li Longji was the commentator, explaining to the crowd. To be precise, he was explaining to Princess Jincheng and Wu Huifei. Zhu Zan could see that, so could Gao Lishir. As for Empress Wang, she was born in a family of generals. She loved to fight and had long understood the situation. She looked at the arrangement on the sand table and asked, "Your Majesty, who is the battalion commander of the royal banner?" Li Longji really didn't know. Gao Lishir replied, "Empress, the person from the Wang banner is called Wang Yi. He's the second batch of battle commanders that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo trained. The first batch was Huzi and the others, while the second batch has been training for more than 10 years. 10 years old. How could Cuckoo bear to do that? Those under the death banner are the warriors of my great Tang. Why can't we think of some other tactic?" Empress Wang's eyes turned red. For a moment, she forgot that this was a sand table exercise and thought that it was a real battlefield. If it were anyone else, Cuckoo wouldn't be able to rest assured. She was even willing to give up on herself. Her heart was as firm as steel. People always die in war. At the very least, they died in their homeland. Princess Jincheng lamented at the side. She couldn't help but think of how she obtained her current position. Back then in Lesaw City, she clearly felt that she was being ostracized by others. After that, Cuckoo led the troops and fought for thousands of miles. The more ruthless she fought, the more attention she received. Empress Wang also remembered what happened back then. Yes. The desert is vast and it's hard to judge the age. How many good men of Great Tang have been buried in Tubo? This damn Qi. Qi, Ancestor Qi Dazan, I didn't scold you. I was just saying. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. When Empress Wang was scolding, she realized that Ancestor Qi Dazan was still at the side. She hurriedly covered it up. Ancestor Qi Dazan was very depressed. You people died, but more people died in Tubo. My country is gone. Who can I find to reason with? While thinking in his heart, he said, yes, it's all in the past. I hope that Wang Yi can hold on for a while longer. Even if he dies, he should die in a meaningful way. When they were looking at the sand table and talking, Wang Yi was very distressed. He was already prepared to light the fire. The 700 people had already spread out. The furthest was 100 miles away. With the first firework as the signal, they would burn the mountain together. The 700 people spread out, making it easy for them to hide. If there was a south wind or a southeast wind, they would keep hiding and let the enemy's main force pass by. Then, they would light the fire behind them. This way, because the enemy had cannons, they would be afraid of being burned. There would be chaos. The fire would be driven by the wind and chase after the enemy. Presumably, they would hold a grudge and turn back to chase after them. They could run and attract the enemy's attention until they died in battle. However, there was no wind now. How could there be no wind in Hangzhou in autumn? Who threw the dice? Their luck was too bad. Wang Yi looked at the sand table and scolded the person who threw the dice. He frowned and tried hard to think of a solution. At this time, a messenger came with a few small models of hot air balloons in his hands. He placed them on the sand table in front of Wang Yi. Oh! The enemy's hot air balloon team is here. There are quite a lot of them, at least 200 of them. They are so free that they can get a bunch of hot air balloons. Won't they take up space on the ship? Seeing the small models, Wang Yi knew what it meant. The enemy had sent out an aerial reconnaissance strike force. He was very envious. He didn't know where the eagles on his side were. Otherwise, if they rushed over, they would break all the hot air balloons and let them fly. Just as he was feeling vexed, Wang Yi had a flash of inspiration. His eyes lit up, and he ordered the messenger, "Pass my order. Form a triangle. Light 3 columns of fireworks first." 5 minutes later, light 2 columns of fireworks 100 meters away from the 3 columns of fireworks. Another 5 minutes later, light 1 column of fireworks 50 meters away from the 2 columns of fireworks. Act according to the fireworks signal. The messenger left hurriedly and went to the big sand table to report. Then, many messengers went to the relevant rooms and marked the sand table of the general. Wang Yi's side was divided into 14 teams of 50 people. Because it was a special situation, the 14 people were divided into 14 temporary tents. The team leader closest to Wang Yi saw that 3 models representing fireworks had been inserted into the sand table, which was not very exquisite, and immediately gave the order, "Light 3 groups of fireworks, form a triangle." After 2 more columns of fireworks appeared, he gave the same order. Then, he said, "Order, burn the mountain. Quickly, retreat after lighting the fire. Quickly, gather at the predetermined target." The team closest to him also gave the same order and passed it down one after another. The leader of the hot air balloon team of Zhang Shogui's vanguard was stunned when he saw the models of fireworks on his sand table. Then, he suddenly reacted. "Telegram, enemy tracks have been discovered. There are 3 columns of man-made fireworks." After a while, he said, "2 more columns of fireworks have been discovered." 5 minutes later, he said, "Telegram, 14 columns of fireworks have been discovered. The enemy is using fireworks to convey orders." 3, 2. 5 minutes later, he said, 14 columns, the numbers haven't changed. The order of fireworks is 3, 2, 1. The interval is 5 minutes. Then, the messenger took out a bunch of small smoke-like objects and scattered them on the sand table. The leader was puzzled. Why were there so many ignition points? Could it be that the enemy's main force was here? With so little, wouldn't they be burning themselves? After another 5 minutes, the messenger brought over a large model of fireworks and covered a large area. The leader's hot air balloon was picked up and placed on top of the fireworks. When he saw this, he said, "Telegram, the entire Hangzhou area, estimated to be 100 li, has been lit. The enemy is probably using small groups to delay our attack." "Telegram," I said, "Telegram, why are you still standing there?" After the leader gave the last order, he saw that the messenger was still standing there, so he anxiously asked, "Telegram," I said, "Telegram, why are you still standing there?" The messenger didn't show any dissatisfaction. He replied, "Your hot air balloon team flew between 130 meters and 150 meters. The flames below are burning." Because the enemy was prepared, the flames grew very quickly. Just now, you didn't give the order to evade or take off immediately. Thus, the referee team determined that you all fainted from the smoke. If the wind didn't change direction and the hot air balloons flew out of this area without outside help, you all would have died in battle. The leader understood. He rubbed his face with both hands and asked in disbelief, We died just like that. The wind direction is not wind, but outside help. All the hot air balloons in the vanguard were sent out, where else could there be outside help? Let me ask, why did we faint from the smoke? Isn't this too fake? I predicted that you would definitely withdraw. Let me explain. They have been preparing for more than 10 days. There are many flammable and smoky things, as well as various kinds of feces, pepper powder, oil, and so on. Thus, we collapsed from the smoke. If you don't believe me, you can try. If you don't faint, we will make a new judgment. The messenger slightly violated the rules and told the leader in advance. Because he hadn't been judged dead yet, he didn't count as withdrawing. When the leader heard what the messenger said, he thought about more than 10 days of preparation and admitted, there's no need to try. We fell, definitely fell. If there was really such a big fire, not to mention the pungent smell, even if there was only fire, the sky would be gone. It was only 100 meters high, and there was no wind. Once the heat came out, we would have collapsed from lack of oxygen. I'm sorry, General, I didn't send back the crucial information. The messenger smiled and became amiable. General, your official position is above the 7th rank. You can go to the center of the sand table and watch. His Majesty is also there. Okay, I'll go take a look. Even if I die, I want to know how the other party arranged it. The leader stood up gloomily and was led to the center of the sand table by the messenger. Li Longji saw him coming and laughed. Come, Minister Qin, come to Zhen. Let Zhen see how you've been smothered by the smoke. This official greets His Majesty, the Empress, Imperial Concubine Hui, Her Royal Highness, General Gao, Ancestor Qi De. This official is indeed muddled by the smoke. This official wants to know where Military Commander Wang stayed and commanded this sneak attack. Isn't she afraid of burning herself? The military general surnamed Qin first greeted everyone and looked at the sand table. At the same time, he asked where Wang Wan was. When he saw the flag, he was very surprised. Are you puzzled, Minister Qin? As you can see, it wasn't Cuckoo who specifically commanded the battle, Li Longji said. Then which general is this? How did he know there was no wind? Or was it improvisation? The military general surnamed Qin had just finished asking when he suddenly realized that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any generals under their command. The only general they had was Shui Yun. When he thought of this, he was suddenly shocked. Gao Lishir said proudly, Minister Chen's guess is correct. The one who commanded this sneak attack is also someone who adapts to the situation. He's a member of the inner courtyard of the Wang family. His surname is Wang, and his name is Yi. He's an ordinary member of the 300 people in the second wave who learned to command from Cuckoo. He has no official position, and no rank. Gao Lishir had reason to be proud. Xiao Bao was his adopted son. There wasn't much difference between him and his own son. When he was 100 years old, all of the family's wealth would belong to Xiao Bao. The servants in the family, as well as that wife of his, would have to listen to Xiao Bao's orders. The fact that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's families were powerful was also due to him, the father. Don't look at how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had only risen to power for a short period of time. What they displayed was definitely the foundation of an aristocratic family. When the military general surnamed Qin heard this, he lowered his head and said, This official blushes with shame. This official is unworthy of his current position. This official requests to resign. When Li Longji saw that his official had been dealt a blow and even wanted to resign, he waved his hand and said, That's not a good idea. The Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family aren't only powerful in their commanding personnel. There's also the administrative personnel. Don't tell me that with them around, all of the civil and military officials in the court will compare themselves and then most of them will go home. What should we do? Let their family's inner courtyard take over the position. In the future, most of the court officials will be from their family. From then on, there won't be any need for morning court. We can just hold family meetings in their house. Minister Qin, what do you think? No, Your Majesty, you absolutely can't. Otherwise, the country will no longer be a country. The military general surnamed Qin jumped in fright and shook his head repeatedly. That's right, that won't do. The inner courtyard official named Wang Yi has studied for more than 10 years. All of you have only studied for a short period of time. In the future, you have to study hard. Cuckoo has given her all in teaching all of you. She didn't hold anything back, just like how Xiao Bao teaches economics to others. Cuckoo and Xiao Bao, as well as their family's inner courtyard, I won't use them unless it's a big battle. They are the edge of my scabbard. If I really need them to take action, I only need one result, and that is victory. If all of you do your jobs well, I won't need them. They just want to relax. It's because some people are incompetent that Xiao Bei and the others have to run around. Work hard. Li Longji suddenly thought of Xiao Bei and the others who weren't in the capital. For the past few days, he felt that it was cold and cheerless. It wasn't as lively as when Xiao Bei was chattering by his side. When the military general surnamed Chen heard this, he solemnly said, "This subject will definitely do his best to learn and not disappoint your Majesty's expectations." Good, let's look at the sand table. In this sneak attack, all of you lost. Each hot air balloon had a lookout, an operator to control the fire, a helmsman responsible for controlling the direction, and 2 attackers ready to drop the ammunition at any time. There were 100 hot air balloons in the vanguard, but all of a sudden, 500 people died. Li Longji pointed at the sand table as he spoke. Everyone once more looked at the sand table. The one who was staring at the sand table the most closely was Zhang Shougui. He was currently staring at the sand table, and from his perspective, the hot air balloons on the sand table were still there. This was because he didn't know what had gone wrong, unless he himself determined that the hot air balloon brigade had been completely wiped out, or if some other intelligence agent told him. Otherwise, the model of the hot air balloons on the sand table would continue to exist. But the other side didn't answer the message he sent, much less reply. This left him perplexed. An hour ago, he had been continuously receiving intelligence reports. Just what had happened in this short period of time? Could it be that the enemy flew into the sky and simultaneously controlled or killed all 100 people in the hot air balloons? Otherwise, that shouldn't be the case. Zhang Shougui held a cigar in his mouth and took a drag. As he thought about this, he felt very vexed. Over the past 2 days, he had been extremely fatigued. He had drunk a lot of tea leaves and even asked for the coffee that Wang Wan had worked so hard to obtain. In the end, he had smoked a cigar to refresh himself. But the situation on the battlefield had not improved in the slightest. First, they couldn't find the enemy. Then, when they received the news and thought that they had found the enemy, the news was suddenly cut off. Could it be that Wang Wan's main force is lying in ambush around Hangzhou? Then they're hiding really well. The referees determined that so many people wouldn't be discovered by our side unless they dug into the ground and then suddenly appeared. Then, they mobilized 1,000 eagles and destroyed the hot air balloons at practically the same time, not giving anyone a chance to send a message. Does she have that many eagles? It's definitely impossible. How could the people on our side betray us at the same time? That's also not right. The rules have already been set. The people on both sides would rather die than surrender. Zhang Shougui took a drag of his cigar as he muttered to himself. Lord Zhang, do you think that a cloud suddenly floated down from the sky, and with a crack, it destroyed all 100 of our hot air balloons? Wang Zhongxi reminded from the side. As an advisor, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that he was extremely formidable in history. But he was still young, and when he went to Jilin province, he had lost in the sand table simulation on the ship. Everyone felt that it was a pity that he wasn't allowed to participate, so they had him follow Zhang Shougui and learn from him. I think that your head was struck by lightning. There's no wind, so where did the cloud come from? Zhang Shougui glared at Wang Zhongxi. Wang Zhongxi muttered, I think so too. Recently, I've been waking up from my sleep. Fighting with Wang Wan is too stressful. I finally understand what Zhu Zanchide was feeling back then. Look at how scared you are. You don't have the guts. What are you afraid of? Does she have 3 heads and 6 arms? Go ask the intelligence team on the ship if there's any new information, Zhang Shougui said in dissatisfaction. Oh, Wang Zhongxi replied. Just as he was about to leave, a messenger came in. Reporting, the Vanguard Military Intelligence Team has sent a report. Our special ground forces have been obstructed and have lost contact with the aerial reconnaissance team. In addition, forest fires have been set on the north, south, east, and south sides of Hangzhou. The flames are so intense that they are unable to determine the extent of the fires. Wang Zhongxi slapped his thigh. Fuck, I know. They actually burned down the forest and the mountains. No wonder we lost contact with our hot air balloon team. The referees must have determined that they were burned down. Zhang Shougui glared at Wang Zhongxi again. You don't need to say it. Everyone understands. In one day, our army will land. What do you think we should do? Zhang Shougui shrunk his head and watched as the messenger took away the model representing the hot air balloons under Zhang Shougui's signal. He also placed the model representing the forest fires in several places that Zhang Shougui had suspected on the sand table. Arching an eyebrow, Zhang Shougui said, I feel like Wang Wan doesn't want us to advance. We can beat them at their own game. We can circle around them and quickly advance, catching them off guard. After saying this, Wang Zhongxi suddenly shook his head. That's not right. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao definitely haven't thought of this. They'll definitely think of a way to launch a sneak attack while we're dividing our forces. Then we can concentrate our forces and circle around them, but what if their main force happens to be hiding in the other direction? Zhang Shougui interrupted Wang Zhongxi and closed his eyes in thought. Stop talking. Based on what you're saying, we don't need to do anything. All we need to do is wait. Wang Zhongxi resentfully circled the sand table. As he circled, he sighed. What a pity. There must have been plenty of 100-year-old wood in the forest. Why didn't they think about such a loss? Think about what? Zhang Shougui opened his eyes. If there really was a war and they didn't burn it, then it had nothing to do with them. 100 years. 10,000-year-old trees no longer belong to them, and the people of a fallen country don't even have any dignity left. Zhang Shougui felt like he had a few ideas. Then could it be that Cuckoo chose to temporarily give up space to buy time? Lord Zhang, what can they do by buying time? They can't develop the industry and build cannons, right? Our great Tang's cannons truly were developed by those two clans, but that was because they said they wouldn't let the industry take a detour. It was the work of those two. Right now, we're fighting natives. Even if I gave them 50 years, they still wouldn't be able to build cannons. The panel of referees wouldn't agree. When Wang Zhongxi mentioned the experts of the Zhang clan and Wang clan, he became extremely cautious. Those two people had shadows in the hearts of many people, but no one was willing to directly mention them. Respect and fear coexisted. Zhang Shougui was vexed by Wang Zhongxi's analysis. Let's not think about it anymore. If we keep thinking about what they're doing, will we still fight or not? Let's move ourselves and let them think. I don't believe that they can guess what I'm thinking. Send a report to the Middle Corps. The vanguard has been obstructed at Hangzhou. After landing tomorrow, prepare to circle around from the south. Send a brigade to the shore and circle around from the north. Have the Middle Corps act accordingly. Zhang Shougui issued another order. In Wang Wan's room, she and Zhang Xiaobao had just taken a short nap. The two of them knew that with the arrival of the enemy vanguard, they would begin to get busy. They needed to conserve their energy in order to deal with an even more intense battle. Using a hot towel to wipe his face, Zhang Xiaobao brought over the booklets with the names of the important generals. As he read, he recalled, and he analyzed, his mouth never idle. Dear Madam, normally speaking, we should use a plan. We should send someone to write a letter to the great Tang to ask for peace, or offer up a lot of things so that the enemy vanguard can come to a designated location to pick them up. We can play a game of sowing discord. What do you think? Don't be so corny. There's an outsider here. Wang Wan rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. In the room, whether it was the soldiers of the middle corps or the messengers in charge of communicating with the central sand table, all of them earnestly busied themselves with their own tasks. The messenger closest to the two of them stubbornly stared at his shoes. They were a pair of tall cloth boots with 1,000 layers of soles. They were dark blue and had dark patterns on the surface, elegant and comfortable. They were from Lu, or an Xian Air's ready-made clothing store. They could be considered a benefit given to those related to the military examination, so he was looking at them very carefully. Look, no one heard me. Zhang Xiaobao blinked at Wang Wan, then he said to the messenger looking at the shoes, "Go and ask them if they're allowed to use the strategy of sowing discord I mentioned just now." Understood. The messenger's ears finally worked, so he turned and left. The soldiers on the front lines are putting their lives on the line, and you still have the mind to talk about other things, Wang Wan said unhappily. I also know that camp won't be able to return, but I also know that their sacrifice is not to make the people of their homeland cry, but to make them laugh. Damn invaders. Zhang Xiaobao angrily said. Then what is the real us? I think we're the invaders, but I believe that many people will sing our praises. Who knows who's suffering? Anyway, it's fine as long as the people of Great Tang don't feel pain. When wolves eat sheep, they don't think too much. Zhang Xiaobao's character as a so-called nationalist who had been criticized had not changed. Li Longji hadn't returned yet. He felt that the situation tonight would definitely be interesting, so he stayed to watch the show. After all, there wasn't much to do in the imperial court. If there really was something important, the officials could come to the hibiscus garden to hold an impromptu court session and suspend the military examination. Just as he was discussing how the situation would develop with a few people around him, a messenger came and told him what Zhang Xiaobao said. Before the judges could make a decision, Li Longji immediately refuted, "No, what strategy of sowing discord? It's not useful to our Great Tang. If Cuckoo and Xiao Bao led the troops to fight, and others tried to sow discord between them, would I believe them? Would they need to go outside and start a rebellion? If the other generals were to go out, I could even let them bring their families along. Would they be able to rebel with the few men and guns they have? They're trying to force Cuckoo and Xiao Bao to bring Great Tang's most advanced weapons and not the cold weapons used in the military examination." The messenger nodded and turned to leave. However, Li Longji stopped him and said, "I'll take a look at them personally." Just like that, the group of people squeezed into Wang Wan's command center. Wang Wan had just issued 3 orders when she saw the group of people walking in. She was astonished. "Cuckoo, let me ask you. If you were outside and someone tried to sow discord, would have you go to a designated location to retrieve something? Would you go?" Li Longji asked as soon as he saw Wang Wan. "I wouldn't go. Do you think I'm a fool? When a general is outside, he won't obey the orders of the emperor," Wang Wan replied without hesitation. Li Longji turned to Zhang Xiaobao and asked, "Xiao Bao, what about you?" "Me? I'll go. I'll leisurely walk the entire way and publicize my past. My Great Tang is proud, and they're afraid. That's why they're sending things over. Once they're close enough, I'll tell them to send the things over. Tell them to send the things over. If they don't send them over, they're not sincere. They'll set up the cannons and bombard them with all their might. If they send them over, who cares if they ask for extra money? You gave it to the Great Tang Emperor, but did you give it to me? This general is proud." Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei raised their heads and replied. Other than Wang Wan, the others were rendered speechless. In this comparison, Wang Wan was better. Xiao Bao was truly too evil. "Good, with the two of you here, we can rest easy." Li Longji didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reactions, so he happily praised them. Zhang Xiaobao calmly accepted the praise. He looked at the sand table in front of him, then looked at Li Longji, and said, "Your Majesty, you should go to the sand table in the center. You'll be able to see the overall situation there. There's no need. We came to chat with you all. We're idle anyway." Xiao Bao, has Xiao Bei and the others sent any news over the past 2 days? Where are they? They ran out and played so much that they forgot about us. Li Longji waved his hand indifferently and began to ask about Xiao Bei and the others. Zhang Xiaobao felt depressed. "I'm in the middle of a war. You're asking about my younger siblings. You're idle, but I'm busy." Just as he was about to reject and send Li Longji away, he suddenly thought of an idea. He smiled and said to Wang Wan, "Madam, let's talk to His Majesty about Xiao Bei and the others." Ah! Wang Wan was very surprised. She was still in the middle of commanding. Chat. That didn't seem right, right? When she saw Zhang Xiaobao's calm smile, she immediately understood. Xiao Bao definitely had a plan. All right, let's see what Xiao Bao wants to do. She played along and said, "That's fine. I'm also tired. Today's already past. When night comes, even generals need to rest. I'll just treat it as sleeping on the battlefield." That's right. Where are Xiao Bei and the others now? Li Longji nodded. Wang Wan thought for a moment and replied, "They sent a message in the evening. They said that they've already arrived in Hongnong and are on their way to Old Willow Village. They saw the construction site of the amusement park in Hongnong. It should be operational before summer. They also asked us to help them think of a way to earn money. They said that if the imperial court can exempt them from paying taxes for 3 years, they're willing to take out half of the profits for the children of Great Tang every year." Wang Wan wasn't lying. Xiao Bei and the others had indeed sent this message. When Li Longji heard the news from Xiao Bei and the others, he was very happy. In his heart, Xiao Bei was like a princess, cute and sensible. When he imagined Xiao Bei and the others writing the telegram, a smile appeared on Li Longji's face. When he thought about the telegram again, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiao Bao, do you think we should exempt Xiao Bei and the others from paying taxes? They seem to be able to earn a lot of money, right?" When Li Longji mentioned this, the others remembered that Xiao Bei and the others were in Hongnong's amusement park. When Zhang Xiaobao went there, he had already thought about it. If he deliberately thought about it, how could they earn less money? Only Zhu Zan and Princess Jincheng didn't know about this matter. The two of them looked at each other and asked Princess Jincheng. "Cuckoo, tell sister, Xiao Bei and the others still have business in Hongnong." That's great. In the future, they won't have to worry about money. What kind of projects are there in the amusement park? Wang Wan glanced at the sand table and instantly came back to her senses. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaobao answered, "Sister Nunu, Xiao Bei and the others went to kill people. You have to ask His Majesty about this." Originally, Xiao Bei and the others were playing in Wanyan County when they were instructed by a telegram from Xingqing Palace to go to Hongnong that night. At that time, it was still raining, and there was a vast ocean in Hongnong. When the adults fell into the water, they disappeared. However, Xiao Bei and the others didn't hesitate to use the forced march plan. They traveled in the wind and rain in the starry night. Xiao Bei and the other 9 children fell into the water many times. Xiao Bao, can you not be so sad? Li Longji was amused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. Xiao Bei and the others went by themselves. Don't you know who you sent with them? Who were the only 2 fast shooters of Great Tang with? You keep saying that Xiao Bei fell into the water. Xiao Bei is an existence that can save people in the bone-chilling Yellow River. How could she be drowned? You're making me sound like a heinous villain. Nunu, listen to me. Li Longji was afraid of being slandered because he saw tears in Princess Jincheng's eyes. Xiao Bei and the others were the ones who wrote the invitation letter. There were many wrong words in the letter. Li Longji patiently explained. Princess Jincheng became happy again and praised, Xiao Bei and the others are better than other children. I knew this long ago. They should be exempted from taxes, even if they don't give half of the profits to the children of Great Tang. There's still the story of 1.3 million strings of cash. Zhang Xiaobao reminded again. Sure enough, Princess Jincheng looked at Li Longji curiously again, waiting for him to explain. Li Longji was most afraid of hearing about 1.3 million strings of cash. It was really not a lot. Regardless of whether it was the money that Xiaobao worked in the Great Tang Bank or the money that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family earned, 1.3 million strings of cash was just a small change. However, this money was taken out from the pocket money of Xiao Bei and the others. It was not comparable to Great Tang's annual income, but it was also the entire fortune of Xiao Bei and the others. In other words, it was all they had. Sighing, Li Longji told Princess Jincheng about the 1.3 million strings of cash again. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not listening to the story. The two of them were gathered together, communicating with their lips and discussing strategy. The happiest people were none other than the generals. Li Longji couldn't hide his whereabouts, and since it didn't involve the military selection, they all received the news. It was said that His Majesty went to chat with Cuckoo and Xiao Bao. It was a good thing that they had been delayed. It would be best if they could chat for an entire night. Thus, Zhang Shougue, who loved to look for opportunities, excitedly issued an order. All troops, speed up and assemble in Hangzhou. Quickly, increase the power of the steam engines. He also sent a message to the Middle Army, telling them to use this opportunity to immediately send their troops to land and not let them float in the sea. When Yang Xishuan, who was in the Middle Army, heard the news, he felt that something was wrong. Intuition, it was purely intuition. This was because he had never thought that he would be able to defeat Wang Wan in the military selection, even if she used cold weapons. He was thinking that the losses on his side would be smaller and that they would not be captured alive by Wang Wan. As for defeating Wang Wan, what kind of joke was this? The hot weapons tactics that he and the others could use were all left over from Wang Wan's experiments. Yes, although I haven't seen Wang Wan personally command artillery and air force, but I don't know why, I always have a special feeling, that is, Wang Wan is very familiar with the joint operations of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. Oh, even including electronic information warfare, a battle strategy that was just proposed by Wang Wan. Sometimes, even in his dreams, he would dream of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao in the command center, using one order after another to have the three armies cooperate with great tacit understanding to attack and defend. If Wang Wan could really do it, then it could only be said that she had learned it well. Against this sort of person, in a situation where they were not proficient with the weapons in their hands, the chances of victory were too small. Yang Xishuan hesitated, but in the end, he still gave the order to quickly approach and disembark. He was afraid of delaying the military. In Wang Wan's command center, Princess Jincheng was already moved to tears by Li Longji's story of Xiao Bei and the others. Chapter 996. Brother, Nu has decided. We will wait for Xiao Bei and the others to come back and discuss with them about opening the candy house in La Sa City. We will find the best location in the city for them, and we will not charge them any taxes or housing fees. Princess Jincheng imagined that Xiao Bei and his 9 children were helping the Tang Empire. They were even willing to take out all their savings for the local construction. What if they were in danger? What if they were cheated by others? That Shuichiro Watanabe almost cheated Xiao Bei and the others. Therefore, she wanted Xiao Bei and his 9 children to open a shop. In Tubo, she and Zhu Zan still had the final say. It was not a problem to make a place for them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not care about what Princess Jincheng was thinking. They continued to study their strategy. Zhang Xiaobao used a small stick, which was a baton, to point at the sand table. He mouthed to Wang Wan, "I think Wang Yi should have already taken action. I just don't know how they are doing. Will they be harassing them from behind or blocking them from the front? The information transmission method is really troublesome." Wang Wan was also not clear about the situation at Wang Yi's side. Her sand table did not indicate the location of the fire, so the referees judged that she was not clear about the situation there. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao say this, she replied, "Don't worry. Wait for Shuiyun. We will know the situation when Shuiyun comes back." What is a hot air balloon? How far can they see with their telescopes? With Shuiyun, I am not afraid of not having a high-altitude reconnaissance expert. Li Longji did not notice that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still busy with their own matters. He was already very helpless after hearing Princess Jincheng's words. He also understood that as a woman, she was very caring for her children. However, the actual situation was not like that. He explained, "Nu, Xiaobei and the others will not have any accidents. You don't know the configuration of the people around them. If I had a choice, when I go out, I would rather change my defense team with Xiaobei's. She does not need to worry that they will be cheated. She has a special think tank in her team. It's just that they usually do not speak. If they really find that the decision they want to make is not good and irreversible, they will naturally come out and stop them. Even if they are cheated, what can they do? His sister is bullied. As her brother, Xiao Bao will definitely help her get back. You must not know about the various football teams and competitions in Beijing recently." Football. Princess Jincheng wiped her tears and asked in confusion, "Is it Kukyu or Kuju? I've seen people play polo there as well. The ball flies very high and very accurately. It can always fly over the tallest pole between two vertical poles. What did this have to do with Xiao Bei and the others? If they kick, don't fall. A few days ago, the ground in the capital was hard. Li Shi, you do it." Li Longji was truly at his wit's end. He realized that his little sister was always thinking of Xiao Bei and the others as weaklings. However, in reality, were Xiao Bei and the others weak? With Xiao Bao and Cuckoo as her brothers and sisters, she couldn't be weak even if she wanted to. Before Gao Lishir opened his mouth, a smile appeared on his face. He thought about Xiao Bei and the other 9 children. Every time they went out to play, they would always give some gifts to some of them when they came back. This put him in a good mood. When he got the 2 dolls last time, he took the time to personally water them. They were already very lush. Although their actual value was very high, he was happier than if he had received gold, silver, and jewelry. He didn't lack money. What he lacked was a home and family. Thinking of this, Gao Lishir's eyes turned red as Weiwei. He laughed and said to Princess Jincheng, "Xiao Bei and the others found a group of people a few days ago and formed a football team. They changed the rules. I'll accompany the princess to take a look tomorrow." In the end, they told the rules to the other football teams. When they played, they lost 3 games in a row, all by a large margin. Thus, the situation that Your Majesty described happened. Seeing his sister lose the game, Xiao Bao, as her brother, wasn't willing to accept it. So he went to command. That day, he won a game and taught them a lot of kicking skills. Before the military selection, the generals chose a football team to compete with. During that time, Xiao Bei's football team was always winning against other teams. They both had their wins and losses. It was a very common team. Xiao Bao helped his sister vent her anger. Princess Jincheng was slightly dissatisfied. How could there be such an elder brother? At this time, Empress Wang said, "Nunu, it's not what you think. The team that usually competes is a substitute team. They don't receive any training at all. When they play against the 10,000 Generals team, the main team will be sent out. You definitely won't be able to guess the result. 29-0, the 10,000 Generals team didn't score a single goal. Until today, the 10,000 Generals team has won 5 games in a row and hasn't lost a single goal. They have scored more than 20 goals in every game. So, you don't have to worry about Xiao Bei and the others being bullied. Their brother is there. Princess Jincheng was happy. At the same time, she was curious. New rules. Xiao Bao is so good. He still has time to play football? I must go and take a look tomorrow. Zhu Zan was also curious, but he was thinking more about how Xiao Bao and Cuckoo learned. When the two of them were together, they were practically all-rounders. That's right. There's a game tomorrow. I also want to go and take a look. It's a pity that Xiao Bao can't play in person. Otherwise. Xiao Bao, Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao, didn't you say you would accompany me to chat? What are you doing by the sand table? When Li Longji mentioned Zhang Xiaobao, he realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't looking at him at all. Instead, they were drawing on the sand table. Ah. Me. I'm thinking about where Xiao Bei will live when we arrive. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and said with a smile. That's the sand table of the Jiangnan circuit, not the Hunan circuit. Xiao Bei and the others are in Hongnong. Li Longji very bluntly pointed out the fact that Zhang Xiaobao was lying. Yes, but Xiao Bei and the others are being investigated in the Jiangnan circuit's Jiangzhou. They'll be heading south in a few days. As her older brother, can't I take a look in advance? When we were in Jili Prefecture, Xiao Bei was still thinking about the oysters in winter for you to eat. You don't think about her, but I do. If she eats something bad and gets sick, I won't be able to bring back the delicious local food for you. Zhang Xiaobao used the move of retreating in order to advance. It seemed like he was explaining, but it was actually more ruthless than directly cursing. As expected, Li Longji's face suddenly turned red. At the same time, he was very angry. He glared at Zhang Xiaobao. His original intention was to ask why Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't talk to him. In the end, in just a few sentences, Xiao Bao made it sound like he didn't care about Xiao Bei and the others. Then you continue to watch. Don't let them get sick. If they really get sick from eating something bad, not only will I not be able to eat the food they bring back, but the most capable group of doctors you sent to them will also lose their heads. Li Longji also challenged Zhang Xiaobao. What he meant was, could Xiao Bei and the others get sick from eating something bad? This time, Princess Jincheng didn't say anything. She only covered her mouth and chuckled. Right at this time, a messenger came in from outside. He moved a small model of a white eagle that was originally placed in the sky above Hangzhou to the position of Wang Wan's middle army. He also moved the model that represented fire to the 3 directions of Hangzhou, which had a radius of 100 li. He said, according to the judgment of the judges, General Shui Yun has already received the information and returned to the middle army. According to General Shui Yun's IQ, he can clearly express the matter. Wang Wan smiled with satisfaction. What did Shui Yun say? General Shui Yun flew to the vicinity of your sand table and used his mouth to draw a circle of 100 li. Then, on a piece of paper with many words written on it, he used his mouth to point to the word fire. He flapped his wings in 8 directions and shook his head, indicating that there was no wind. The messenger answered Wang Wan's question according to the answer given by the judges. Is Shui Yun really that smart? Princess Jincheng knew that Shui Yun was powerful, but she didn't believe that he could convey such specific information. Zuzan Chide also had a look of disbelief. Tubo also had eagles that could detect the enemy, but what the messenger said was beyond his imagination. The messenger nodded. Princess, Shui Yun is at the center of the sand table. Zhang Ying let him perform for a while, and only then did the judges recognize his ability. It's already so late, and you're still tormenting him. His child is about to learn to fly. Well, call him over. Do you want me to go there? Zhang Xiaobao was very unhappy that the judges deliberately called Shui Yun here for the sake of judgment. Shui Yun was indeed an eagle, but more often than not, he and the others treated Shui Yun as a human. It was wrong to torment people casually. Gao Lisher walked to the door. Xiao Bao, don't go out so easily. I'll go get Shui Yun. After a while, Gao Lisher came back with two people behind him carrying a wooden pole. Shui Yun was standing on it. It wasn't that he couldn't come over himself, but he was afraid that he would damage his claws. Also, he occasionally needed to use the power of his wings, which could easily create a strong wind. There were also a few grindstones tied to the wooden pole. There were coarse sand and fine sand, and they were used to sharpen Shui Yun's claws and beak. Normally, eagles would grind their own stones. Shui Yun was getting smarter and smarter, so he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. How could rocks be better than grindstones? It was like making a nest for children. Only a fool would pick up a branch. How could it be warmer than cotton? Zhang Ying followed behind with a cage in his hand. Zuzan Chide greeted Shui Yun as soon as he saw him. Here, we've met before. I know you're smart, but I didn't expect you to be literate. I'll say a word, and you can point to it. It's the word, Jiang. Shui Yun glanced at Ancestor Qi De and ignored him. She turned to look at Zhang Ying and called out twice. Zhang Ying had dealt with eagles all year round and said, Shui Yun wants to look at the sand table. Carry her near the sand table and be gentle. The two people carrying the pole carefully carried Shui Yun to the sand table. Shui Yun folded his wings tightly, afraid that the wind from his wings would disturb the model on the sand table. Zhang Ying lifted the cage. Inside were two injured and bandaged squirrels. Their big tails were shaking. These are the squirrels Shui Yun caught. He told me for a while before I understood that he caught them to give them to Xiao Bei and the others to play with, so their wounds were relatively shallow. When the squirrels were sent here, they only had the skin on their back scratched. They didn't die. The doctor applied medicine on them and fed them. He said that the wounds would heal in a few days. Everyone looked at Shui Yun. Shui Yun only nodded to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, indicating that he could understand human language. That was exactly what he meant. Zhang Xiaobao came over and touched Shui Yun's head. He said, "You've worked hard. Xiao Bei and the others will be very happy when they know. It's a pity that they're not here now. They won't be able to see your children learn to fly. When the little ones start learning to fly, don't forget to give them a heads up. Although our family's power isn't big enough, we still have the ability to protect the little ones." No one around agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Longji's reaction was especially obvious. "Xiao Bao, this isn't called modesty, it's called hypocrisy. General Shui, it's a waste of your ability to catch squirrels. You should be proud of yourself. How about this? I'll confer you a low-ranking official, General Yunhui, with a goldfish bag. What do you think?" Shui Yun didn't understand this time. He looked at Li Longji and then at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao pointed to the goldfish bag at his waist and said, "The goldfish bag is this thing. You don't usually use it. General Yunhui is a third-rank official, a lower third-rank official. He's the same as Xiao Bei and the others. Anyway, it's about the same." After a few words and gestures, Shui Yun finally understood. He nodded and whistled at Li Longji. Perhaps he didn't know what a lower third-rank official position meant, but it was a good thing to know. Zhang Xiaobao said again, "Shui Yun, they don't believe in your ability. Let them test you. Your Majesty, test Shui Yun." Don't ask questions that are too difficult, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji again. The crowd soon began to pay attention to Shui Yun. For example, they asked what 1 plus 1 was, what language Shui Yun could understand, and so on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the opportunity to run to the sand table to discuss the situation of the battle. Wang Yi acted. When there was no wind, he made his own decision and roasted the hot air balloon of the enemy vanguard. Fortunately, there was Shui Yun, otherwise, more people would have died. Even so, they won't be able to easily rush over and find our main force. Do they really think they're invincible just because they have a hot air balloon for reconnaissance? Even if they use a plane for reconnaissance, I can prevent them from finding our main force. Wang Yi did a good job. I hope they can stall for more time. War is like this. You know that the troops left behind will die, but you have to make a decision. Wang Wan's words made one feel helpless, but her expression remained resolute. A marshal could not be weak, or else the soldiers would have sacrificed themselves in vain. Even if she had to grit her teeth, she had to cut her own flesh. Zhang Xiaobao used his baton to point at the burning area. A mountain fire can't be extinguished just because you say so, especially in an autumn environment. The vanguard can only make two choices. The first is to stay put and wait for the army behind them to arrive. Wang Wan continued, the second is to take a risk and charge forward, demonstrating the value of the vanguard. We already know that the vanguard of the enemy is Zhang Shogui. Who told him to run over to the sand table and make a ruckus? He saved us the trouble of analyzing the path and method of the vanguard. After Wang Wan finished speaking, she turned to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a few moments, then said, Zhang Shogui's personality is rather easy to grasp. In my judgment, he won't split his army into two groups and advance side by side to circle around the burning mountain region. He'll concentrate his army on one path and then snake forward, bringing in aerial reconnaissance units from the central army. Yes, I estimate that his hot air balloon unit will be completely wiped out. I don't believe that they'll temporarily adjust the ratio of the various groups in the army structure you've been teaching them. One reason is that they're used to fighting according to the army structure you've taught them, and the other reason is that they were tormented so badly that night that they couldn't gather together to discuss the changes and come to a consensus. When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he did not use lip language, speaking directly. Li Longji and the others were conversing with Shui Yun, but when they heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, they immediately fell silent and listened to Zhang Xiaobao's analysis. Wang Wan didn't care. Right now, she and Xiaobao were discussing war. She was confident that even if Li Longji wasn't satisfied and wanted the two of them to chat with him, she could directly refuse. Thus, she said, based on the intelligence we've gathered over the past few days, Zhang Shogui is an opportunist. He has enough offense, but not enough defense. My guess is that he'll send a small group to advance from another path and then use the telegraph to quickly transmit information. Does he really think that he's invincible just because he has a radio station? With every advantage, there's always a disadvantage. Let Shui Yun rest. Otherwise, if they lose, they'll think that they lost because of Shui Yun and won't accept it. This time, I'll let them know that rapid transmission of information can also be used by the enemy. Li Longji and the others were watching. When they suddenly saw Wang Wan point her baton at the location of Mount Huangshan and heard Wang Wan's words, they suddenly felt that the generals were about to face an extremely difficult test. Zhang Xiaobao didn't pay attention to the others. Looking at the location Wang Wan pointed at, he nodded. Okay. If we eat up the enemy's main vanguard at Mount Huangshan, we'll probably have to sacrifice at least 10,000 people. You're planning to use the sparrow tactic to set up a path, using the enemy's advanced intelligence network to confuse and mobilize the enemy's main force. Then the soldiers we'll send down will have to fight on their own. The enemy's artillery fire is still very fierce, and my logistics won't be able to keep up. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's analysis, she chuckled. How could that be? Why would their artillery fire be so fierce? Do they think that artillery shells are sesame seeds? If they put them in their pockets, they'll have a whole bunch. I want to see how Zhang Shougue will judge if I give them a field of fire. At this point, Wang Wan turned to the messenger and said, "Orders." The scouts of the Central Army are to act as messengers and use the fastest speed to pass down the new orders. The commanders of the scout teams are to gather the Central Army for a meeting. Soon, all the commanders of the Central Army scout teams were present. They ignored Li Longji and the others, treating them as if they didn't exist. All of them were looking at Wang Wan. Orders. Send the orders to the other units. Each unit is to divide into 100-man teams. Pay attention to concealment and scatter to lure the enemy. With Hangzhou as the central line from east to west, carry out a serpentine movement. If you discover a small group of enemy troops north of the central line, work with the nearby friendly units to surround and annihilate them. If you discover a small group of enemy troops south of the central line, there's no need to engage them. Quickly retreat and force your way out of the enemy's line of sight. You're not allowed to merge with other units. If the enemy pursues you, continue to scatter and fight on your own. If you hide in the forest, set fire to the forest. The goal is to lure the enemy's main force to the foot of Mount Huangshan. Logistics commanders, listen up. After Wang Wan finished arranging the messengers, she continued to talk about logistics. Zhang Xiaobao gave a clean military salute and said, "Chief Logistics Commander Zhang Xiaobao has arrived." Zhang Xiaobao, I order your troops to supply our main forces with bows and arrows without delay. Wang Wan was not Zhang Xiaobao's wife at this moment, but a real commander. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't treat Wang Wan as his wife. He said seriously, "Zhang Xiaobao accepts the order. Messengers, pass on my order. Dispatch messengers from the logistics camp. Dispatch messengers to each division as soon as possible. Contents, in the logistics camp, except for the 1st and 2nd Independent Brigades, the ambush troops will not move. The logistics and supply team of the 1st Logistics Division, 1st Logistics Division, 1st and 4th Brigades, 2nd Division, 1st and 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 3rd Division, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 4th Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 4th Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 3rd Regiment, 3rd Division, 2nd Brigade, 1st and 2nd Regiment, 4th Division, 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions, 4th Division, 3rd and 4th Independent Battalions, all will move at the same time. Gather all 20,000 troops, bring food and long-range weapon supplies, and quickly deliver them to Mount Huangshan. The other two end divisions 3rd Brigade, the 2nd Brigade of the 4th Brigade, the 3rd Regiment of the 2nd Brigade of the 3rd Division, the 2nd Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 4th Division, the 5th Regiment of the 1st Independent Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division and the 5th Regiment of the 1st Independent Regiment of the 1st Brigade of the 1st Division. If the feint attack team does not receive the order within 10 days, they will move along the southernmost border of the Jiangnan road map, moving forward on their own to lure or engage the enemy's middle army. Chapter 997. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaobao's order, Li Longji and the others finally realized that while it was true that Zhang Xiaobao did not participate in military matters, this did not mean that he did not understand military strategy. That's right. Back then, Xiaobao was the one in command of the logistics camp in Yizhou. He made it so that the vanguard didn't have to worry about the terrain or the weather, allowing them to move unimpeded. Who said that logistics couldn't provide support? Who said that the rear guard had to be on the other side of the field? Goalkeepers also have times when they can assist. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's order to attack, he finally understood. When the Great Tang attacked Tibet, the first to display its ability was the logistics camp in Yizhou. Just because they did not display their abilities did not mean that they did not know how to fight. The vanguard of the generals, Zhang Shougue, still did not know that Zhang Xiaobao had pushed the logistics camp forward and feigned an attack to confuse him. He was still staring at the sand table, enduring the immense pressure. There was only one thought in his mind: faster, faster. Lord Zhang, what is your holiness worried about? In one day, our entire army will come ashore. At that time, our guns and cannons will fire. I don't believe that they will be able to resist. Wang Zhongxi had also heard that the emperor had come to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's room to chat. He believed that his chance had come, but when he saw Zhang Shougui's brow furrowed, he tried to persuade him. You don't know. Things aren't as simple as you think. Since Wang Wan arranged for people to light the fire, she definitely has a rough idea of what we might do. I have to take advantage of the fact that they aren't well informed to move faster so that they won't be able to react in time. Zhang Shougui pointed his baton at the location of the fire on the sand table as he spoke. Wang Zhongxi also found a baton and pointed it at a model of the river next to Hangzhou. Then wouldn't it be better if we didn't get off the ship and just went against the current to Zhejiang? That way, our gunboats would be able to use them. You're dreaming. You can think of using a ship, so how could Wang Wan and the others not? If we stop in the middle of the sea, we'll have a chance to escape when the fleet is suddenly attacked and run to Zhejiang. How wide is that river? When the time comes, they will put down a lot of sharp logs upstream, or use fire ships to attack from upstream. Where will we hide? We still have a lot of supplies on board, but they'll all be gone by then. Zhang Shougui used his baton to draw a line across the Zhejiang River, effectively rejecting this suggestion. Wang Zhongxi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he held himself back. He walked to the side and sat on a chair. He leaned his head back, intending to rest. These past few days had been tiring for him, and he hadn't had a good night's sleep. Now that the battle was about to begin, he could finally relax. They were not afraid that they could not win, but they could not find them previously. Although their own team had been tricked and lost all of their vanguards and hot air balloon troops, they had finally met someone. They could do whatever they wanted in the future and would not have to worry about finding them anymore. While this was what Wang Zhongxi was thinking, Zhang Shougui was thinking from a different angle. He circled the sand table twice and softly muttered, "Is this Wang Wan's vanguard, or is this a scout?" If it was a scout, they would have either run away or been burned to death. After muttering to himself, he opened up the map. This map was much more detailed, unlike the sand table in front of him. Due to the small number of maps that had been made, a batch had been made at the last minute, so the quality could not compare to the earlier ones. Upon looking at the map, Zhang Shougui once more narrowed his eyes and muttered, "If it's a vanguard, where would Wang Wan's main force be? They don't have good information, and they don't have telescopes for reconnaissance, so, not good." As Zhang Shougui spoke, he suddenly shouted, waking Wang Zhongxi from his sleep. Wang Zhongxi placed a hand on his chest and looked over in confusion. "Lord Zhang, what happened? Do you know that our army is in danger?" Wang Zhongxi could only get down from his chair and return to the sand table. He looked at Zhang Shougui and waited for his explanation. Zhang Shougui gravely nodded. "That's right. We ran into a very troublesome situation. Only then did I remember that they have hawks. Other hawks might be bad at delivering information, but the water cloud will definitely be acknowledged by the referees. If that water cloud flies 10,000 meters into the air, it can see our layout from very high up in the sky. Won't it tell Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan when it gets back? You agree with this theory, right?" As he spoke, sweat began to drip down Zhang Shougui's forehead. He had no idea how much Wang Wan had learned about the situation on his side through the water cloud. Wang Zhongxi and the other officers in the vanguard also sensed the threat from the sky. Some of them even raised their heads to look up. There was a canopy above, so there was naturally no water cloud, and the water cloud did not need to actually fly. Then what do we do? Our every move is probably under the control of Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao. There's no way we can fight this battle. That hawk flies so high that we can't shoot it down with our guns. It can see us, but we know nothing about it. In other words, Wang Wan can make arrangements according to our arrangements at any time. When Wang Zhongxi thought about the water cloud, he felt very helpless. If he had known that this would happen, he would have never allowed Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao to carry the water cloud. Just as everyone in the room was feeling troubled by Shui Yun's existence, a messenger came in from outside and said to Wang Zhongxi and the others, His Majesty said that from now on, General Shui Yun will become a normal eagle and won't be as smart as the real him. Really? Did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agree? Wang Zhongxi excitedly asked when he heard that the water cloud would not be used. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who proposed not to use the water cloud. They said that using the water cloud would be bullying you, the messenger replied. After saying this, he left, leaving the officers in the room looking at each other in dismay. They're looking down on us. Wang Zhongxi was clearly very dissatisfied that he had been looked down on. Zhang Shougue was neither happy nor angry. With a calm expression, he said, It seems that Wang Wan wants to move against us, or else she wouldn't have specifically mentioned the water cloud. When the other generals heard this, they all nodded in agreement. If Wang Wan continued to hide, the water cloud wouldn't be too important to others. It was impossible for 100,000 people to hide without leaving a single trace. But now, Wang Wan had emphasized the water cloud, which meant that she had already made arrangements. The battle was about to begin, and they were worried that with the water cloud's existence, they would not be able to display their abilities. Although this was a military examination for Wang Wan, wasn't it also a sort of test for the officers? With this thought in mind, the officers calmed down and became more serious. They reckoned that after this competition, someone would judge them. If they performed poorly in this military examination, their positions might be changed. If the emperor really promoted him from a 4th-grade official to a 6th-grade official, it would not only be a difference of 2 grades, but also the salary and the land at home. Of course, the gifts given by the Zhang family and the Wang family would also be gone. They would only give gifts to the officials who could attend the imperial court. Wang Zhongxi thought of this and decided not to rest. He stood next to the sand table and pondered, muttering to himself as he pondered. This matter is troublesome. If I don't perform well in this military examination, will I be kicked out of the academy? Then my benefits will be gone. In the future, if I want to eat the food of Savant's restaurant, I'll have to pay for it all myself. Also, the dried seafood will also be gone. If I want to be promoted in the future, it will be difficult. No, I have to be more serious. I can't make a fool of myself. With Wang Zhongxi's words, the emotions of the other officers also fluctuated. Just now, they had only had this thought. Now that they heard someone directly describe the problem, it would be a lie to say that they didn't feel pressured. Very soon, this news spread to the various rooms, allowing everyone to understand that the water cloud had become stupid. At the same time, it also made many people worried, afraid that they would fail this examination. Lord Zhang, what should we do? Wang Zhongxi became serious and began to think of a strategy. Zhang Shougue watched as the model of the ship that represented their team was slowly moved by messengers on the sea. He was very anxious. He wished that he could just take the model and place it at the port of Hangzhou. That way, he could immediately give the next order. But now, he had to wait. He had to wait at least 6 hours for the model of the ship to reach the location he needed. This was the most painful matter. Who knew what kind of arrangements Wang Wan had made? Hearing someone ask, Zhang Shougue lowered his head and carefully looked at the sand table. Suddenly, he pointed at the sand table and said, "This is Mount Huangshan, and this is Mount Linli. There are 2 mountains. If I were Wang Wan, I would arrange for the soldiers to hide here. Mount Huangshan is high and steep. After saying this, without waiting for others to express their opinion, Zhang Shougui shook his head again. No, if that was the case, the enemy wouldn't even need to attack Mount Huangshan. They could just send the hot air balloon troops and drop bombs. The other troops could then surround them. Wouldn't that be forcing them to their deaths? Wang Wan is definitely not that stupid. Otherwise, she would have been caught in Tubo. At this point, Zhang Shougui raised his head and looked at the officers around him. They nodded without thinking, because what Zhang Shougui said was right. Who would send themselves to their deaths? How could Wang Wan not know the application of such a simple tactic? Thus, even if her main force was not too far from Hangzhou, it would definitely not appear in Mount Huangshan. Hearing the analysis, Wang Zhongxi said, then shouldn't we go around the burned area from the south and directly find the enemy troops to attack? After all, in the mountains, our cannons won't be easy to transport and will move very slowly. No, we won't go from the south, we'll go from the north. I know that the cannons won't be easy to transport, but we still have to go from the north. We'll have the 1st Brigade go from the south and increase our momentum to confuse the enemy. The main force of our vanguard is 15,000 people. When we move forward, we have to snake our way forward, not directly. It's best if we can capture all of their scouts so that they can't transmit any information. After that, we'll go all the way to Mount Huangshan and wait for the Middle Army to send us the follow-up supplies. Zhang Shougui really did as Zhang Xiaobao had analyzed. He had chosen to snake forward without the slightest error. But while others might not understand, Wang Zhongxi was very confused. He asked, General Zhang, why must we go to Mount Huangshan and snake forward? Zhang Shougui gave a self-satisfied smile and said, snake forward can make it difficult for the enemy to determine if we are the main force or not. Even if the enemy scouts are hiding, they will worry that we have surrounded them. The scouts won't be able to see how we snake forward, but that our troops are moving back and forth from the north to the south. This way, they will think that we haven't discovered their main force and are currently searching for them. Since it's a search, it naturally won't be the main force. And our path forward is also toward Mount Huangshan. Do you think that Wang Wan will think of a way to eat up this portion of our troops? When she lectured us, she said that besides achieving the true strategic objective, what is even more important is constantly wiping out the enemy's strength. She said that we can't just give up on a tactical arrangement because the enemy has too few people. We have to persevere and find a way to obtain small victories. When these small victories are gathered together, they will become a great victory. When the generals heard this, they felt that it was very reasonable and nodded once more. Wang Zhongxi excitedly clapped his hands and said, oh, so it turns out that Lord Zhang wants to draw Wang Wan's troops to Mount Huangshan and then wipe them out in one fell swoop, or at least kill off as much of their strength as possible. I think this plan is feasible, because Wang Wan uses cold weapons. If she wants to directly clash with us, let alone 100,000, even 1 million wouldn't be enough to kill us. So she can only think of a way to scatter our troops and then concentrate her superior forces, slowly using numbers to win. I'll go and arrange it now. Not only do we need to snake forward, we also need to tell the soldiers that when we advance, we need to loudly announce that we are going to Mount Huangshan to rest and reorganize, and that the mission of searching for the enemy must be completed. After saying this, Wang Zhongxi really did go to find a messenger to give the order. The rest of the generals also continued to look at the sand table, especially the area around Mount Huangshan. They imagined that Wang Wan's troops would be fooled and then completely wiped out at the foot of Mount Huangshan. Cui Shi was one of them. When he looked at the sand table, the more he looked, the more he felt that victory was in sight. This time, even if they couldn't completely wipe out Wang Wan's 100,000 troops, they would be able to wipe out the troops she sent, which had a great advantage in terms of numbers. Looking at the model representing Mount Huangshan, Cui Shi echoed and said, I know why Lord Zhang wants to come to Mount Huangshan. Although the road is not easy to walk on, once we reach Mount Huangshan, we can set up the cannons and attack from above. At the same time, even if we don't have the hot air balloon brigade, we don't need to wait for the Central Army to send them over. We still have the glider wing brigade. Jumping down from the mountain is much easier than jumping down from the mast. I don't believe that the referees will be able to say that Mount Huangshan is windless. Correct, precisely so. Perhaps many people think that sending an army to Mount Huangshan isn't a good idea, but it's precisely because other people think this way that Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao also think the same way. They know that it won't be easy for my main force to go to Mount Huangshan, so they must have sent a small force. So this is our chance. As long as we win this battle, we won't need to be on edge, and we can also let the Central Army, the Rear Army, and the logistics officers relax. As Zhang Shogui spoke, he let out a long sigh of relief. He had truly been tormenting these last few days, and now he needed a victory to raise morale. To be more precise, it was to allow his generals to relax so that they could perform better. Zhang Shogui had only spoken of this plan in the vanguard's room. He didn't have a concrete plan, so he couldn't tell the Central Army for the time being. Just as he had expected, Yang Xishuan and the Central Army had been receiving non-stop reports from the vanguard for the last few days. Other than not being able to find the vanguard, they just couldn't find the vanguard. Just as they were about to make contact with the vanguard's hot air balloon brigade was shot down. They hadn't even seen the vanguard, but the vanguard had already been lost. The entire army was under immense pressure. Yang Xishuan had also received news that the vanguard would be able to reach Hangzhou tomorrow. At the same time, he ordered the Central Army to hurry over as quickly as possible. One reason was to continue using the 5,000 soldiers as bait, and the other was to work with the vanguard as quickly as possible to open up the situation. When he thought of the current situation, Yang Xishuan didn't even have the mood to eat. He looked at the egg-fried rice and soup that the kitchen had brought over, as well as a few plates of pickled vegetables. Several times, he wanted to pick up his chopsticks to eat, but he stopped every time. He said to the person in charge of taking care of them, "Take them away first. I can't eat them. Do you have cucumbers? Wash one for me. I'm grinding my teeth." The person quickly went to wash the cucumbers and brought them back. After taking a bite of the cucumbers, Yang Xishuan endured the pain of waiting for the vanguard to reach the shore. He said to the other generals, "If the vanguard fights with Wang Wan, we have to be very careful, because Wang Wan is definitely someone who likes to command battles on multiple fronts. If we are careless and think that she can't find the time to send people to scheme against us, then we are gravely mistaken. I think she even wants us to think this way." There were also many generals in the room where Yang Xishuan was. They all listened carefully, and at the same time, they continuously passed down orders to command their own part of the fleet. Yang Xishuan continued, "What I want to know the most right now is where Wang Wan's troops are hiding. And what methods do they have to use cold weapons against hot weapons? Since we haven't docked yet, you should all think about it. If it were you, and you were asked to use cold weapons to face the cannons and guns, what would you do to minimize your losses while ensuring the effectiveness of your attacks?" "Sir Yang, I thought of something." Someone stood out from the crowd in the room. It seemed that he had considered this question before. He said, "It's actually very simple. I just need to not be discovered by the enemy in advance, and then lie in ambush on both sides of the path that the enemy needs to take. When they pass by and we suddenly attack, their cannons will be useless. A bayonet on a gun is not as good as a cold weapon. As for their pistols, they have very few of them, and at the same time, it doesn't mean that they will definitely kill with a shot. Other than this sneak attack method, I also thought of using bows and arrows. Use a large number of bows and arrows and find a high place to shoot down. That way, it won't be worse than bullets. For example, there are many mountains on this sandbox. Here, this is a very big mountain, Yellow Mountain. If I were Wang Wan, I would ambush people here and think of a way to lure the vanguard over. Even if the price is high, as long as I can eat the vanguard, everything will be worth it. After this person finished speaking, he retreated. However, young Sishuan's eyes lit up. He was not interested in the two ideas that this person had suggested, but in the yellow mountain that this person had mentioned. His gaze immediately landed on the model of the yellow mountain, and then he looked at the 100-li radius of the forest that had been burned. He worriedly said, "It's possible that Wang Wan really did place the main force on the yellow mountain. If that's really the case, the vanguard is in danger. This won't do. I have to tell them. Someone, send a telegram to the vanguard. The Central Army guesses that Wang Wan's main force is in the Yellow Mountain area. The vanguard should not move and wait for the Central Army to arrive." After sending the message, Yang Sishuan ate the cucumber bite by bite. He anxiously paced back and forth in the room, afraid that the vanguard would not take his message seriously. It didn't take long for the vanguard to receive a signal from the radio. Someone wrote down Yang Sishuan's message on a piece of paper and sent it to Zhang Shougui. Upon seeing the words on the paper, Zhang Shougui smiled and said to the others, "The Central Army has sent a message saying that they're guessing that Wang Wan's main force is in the Yellow Mountain area. They want us to wait for the Central Army to arrive before moving." Lord Yang is very interesting. All the generals chuckled. Zhang Shougui's words were very interesting. They all understood that the people in the Central Army wanted to contribute, but they were also worried that their vanguard would get a higher score if they killed too many enemies. This was a competition between two parties. When the time came, the rewards would be different depending on who won or lost. This was especially true of the Yellow Mountain area. They had already analyzed the situation. If Wang Wan really dared to place the main force on the Yellow Mountain area, their vanguard would not even need to fight. They could just surround the area and guard the key entrance. When the Central Army and Rear Army arrived, their vanguard would be able to take down the Yellow Mountain area in one fell swoop. Not only did Zhang Shougui think this way, he was also a little dissatisfied with Yang Sishuan and Wei Wei. The greatest taboo in battle was to steal credit, but now, they were telling him not to advance and to wait in place. If that was really the case, what need was there for the vanguard? Wouldn't it have been better for everyone to come up together? If he really waited, when the martial selection ended, he might be accused of delaying the battle. If that really happened, would he, Yang Sishuan, take the blame? With this thought, Zhang Shougui immediately sent a message to Yang Sishuan. When Yang Sishuan saw the message, he helplessly shook his head. "I'm not in the mood for that. It's just a misunderstanding." "Fine, you're right. If Wang Wan really is on the Yellow Mountain, then the vanguard just needs to guard the key entrances and exits and not let the main force come out. Once we reach the place, we can attack together. Naturally, we can eliminate Wang Wan. Going by that logic, it's not wrong. Wang Wan probably also understands this principle, so she won't run to the Yellow Mountain." After analyzing the situation, Yang Sishuan regretted sending this message to the vanguard. He shouldn't have made them suspect that he was trying to steal credit from them. Why bother? But he also knew that his explanation was useless. The other party wouldn't believe him. Handing the report to a general beside him, Yang Sishuan said, "Pass it around. Then think about where Wang Wan is most likely to be." When everyone saw the message, it was the person who had suggested the idea. At this time, he spoke again. "I feel that Wang Wan had people light up the mountain because she wants to delay our attack. They need to set up a huge trap to trap us when the time comes. For example, if they empty a mountain or block a river, when we see that the river is shallow and halfway across, they will release the water. The people who cross will panic and lose a lot of their fighting strength. Those who don't cross will be naked on the other side of the river. In reality, this has a huge impact on the morale of the army. The judges will definitely make this judgment. Thus, Wang Wan needs to buy as much time as possible. I think she's no longer on the Jiangnan East Road, but on the Jiangnan West Road. We need to speed up and catch up. Yang Xishuan nodded and felt that it made sense. It was normal for Wang Wan to do something illogical. When they were fighting Tubo, didn't they do the same thing in the village? That's right. Digging a tunnel can help us avoid detection from above. Furthermore, if we dig a tunnel ahead of time and make the longest tunnel out of the night watchman's field of vision, they can wait for our people to arrive at that place and launch a sneak attack at night. It seemed that they didn't know when they would set up camp and where they would choose, but those who knew that the place to set up camp was similar. If Wang Wan and the others used a portion of their troops to delay or attract their troops, then it would affect the speed of their troops. When they needed to rest, their troops would be able to reach the place where Wang Wan and the others had dug a tunnel in advance. Then, it would be easy for them to be ambushed at night. Yes. This is very important. We can use a tunnel. I have to tell the vanguard in case they fall for it. Yang Xishuan rubbed his hands excitedly and was about to send a message to the vanguard when he suddenly remembered that he had sent a message just now. In the end, it made both sides unhappy. This time, it seemed that he shouldn't be so meddlesome. Yang Xishuan stopped calling for a messenger to send the message and said to the generals around him, "After we get ashore, no matter where we go, we have to investigate under our feet clearly. Especially under the stove in the house. See if there are any tunnels, wells, withered trees, etc." Everyone nodded. They felt that every bush and tree was an enemy. They hadn't even met Wang Wan's troops and they were already scared by themselves. Yang Xishuan also realized this problem. He didn't have a plan in mind. Who could he blame? If there was anyone to blame, it was Wang Wan, who was always lecturing them. When she was teaching, she was really unscrupulous. So when he faced her today, he would definitely think of the situation during her lecture and use that to analyze what kind of method she would use. At this time, another person also spoke up. "I think that Wang Wan has another choice, and that is to use their commoners to disguise themselves as soldiers to confuse us, while their main forces will circle around the vanguard and catch us off guard. They might even go around the vanguard to attack the rear camp and go around the rear camp to attack the supply team. What we need to do is to increase our surveillance. We can't let them pass by us and cause trouble for our allies." Yang Xishuan nodded lightly and didn't make any comments. He realized that if they responded according to everyone's thoughts, not to mention 100,000 people, even 1,000,000 people wouldn't be able to do it. Thus, he decided not to think about it blindly. It was better to send them ashore as soon as possible. At this time, compared to the confusion of the generals who felt that anything was possible, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were much more relaxed. Their strategy was very clear. As for how the enemy would choose their route and method, the two of them weren't very worried. The information they gathered was very useful in terms of probability. Under normal circumstances, if a person's actions could be different from what psychology said, then in a tense situation, that person's actions would be what they were supposed to do and not change their train of thought. Li Longji was still talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. This time, they didn't talk about Shui Yun. Li Longji had just been diverted by Zhang Xiaobao and gave Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan some time to study their strategy. When he found out, he didn't say anything. Now that the two of them weren't very busy, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobei, and the others said that they want to give them tax exemption. This way, they're willing to spend half of the money on the Tang children. We believe that they will definitely keep their word and won't spend less money after tax exemption. But what we don't understand is that the tax actually doesn't even cover half of their profits, right? Why would they rather spend more money but still ask for tax exemption? Li Longji recalled the matter mentioned in the news that Xiao Bei and the others sent back. He didn't understand this point, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao about it. It wasn't just him. Other than Wang Wan, no one else understood. Princess Jincheng helped Xiao Bei and the others think. I think it should be like this. Xiao Bei and the others want to take out more money for the children, but they want to make more profits. At the same time, they feel that the tax they pay might not be used on the children. So, they thought of this method to use tax to exchange for more money to help the Tang children. They're so smart, they'll be more successful when they grow up. Li Longji was stunned by Princess Jincheng's words. He shook his head helplessly and said, "It's not like that at all. They must have used some method to let them not only not pay tax, but also take out half of the money to spend on the Tang children. The benefits they get, or rather the money they earn, are more than paying tax directly. Isn't that right, Xiao Bao?" Zhang Xiaobao's eyes showed a confused expression. He shook his head. "I don't know. I've been busy with the military selections. I don't have time to analyze this. It's probably a welfare measure that they came up with." Li Longji didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's words at all. He looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan's eyes were much clearer than Zhang Xiaobao's. She smiled and said, "That's what I think. Xiao Bei and the others are thinking that if they are exempted from taxes, they can use this amusement park as their headquarters in the future, which is their flagship store. Then, as for the subsidiary companies, they can merge the tax accounts with the headquarters. But the money for half of the profits would only be paid by the main company, not the subsidiary companies. In this way, Xiao Bei and the others would actually get a lot of benefits." Li Longji felt that it made sense. Just as he was about to agree, he thought of something and shook his head. "That's impossible. When your family does business, they never use such methods. This is called cheating. You don't cheat your own country. Since that's the case, it's impossible for Xiao Bei and the others. If they really need money, they can find Xiao Bao and ask him for ideas." Moreover, Xiao Bao didn't stop them, which means that Xiao Bao already knew what they were going to do. "And you, Cuckoo, you almost fooled me. I don't believe that you don't know either. The two of you must have realized that Xiao Bei and the others' plan would benefit you greatly. You were afraid that I would scheme against you, so you played dumb with me. I deny it." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan spoke at the same time, then laughed together. Li Longji was very depressed. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put on an expression that said, "I won't say anything even if you beat me to death." He waved his hand helplessly and let the two of them continue to study the strategy. He called Gao Lisher and the others over and sat in a circle to study how Xiao Bei and the others could take out half of the profits and still make more money than if they were not taxed. Empress Wang sat there and didn't make a sound. For her, this was a very difficult thing to do. She preferred to watch Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao play with the sand table instead of studying economic matters. Wu Huifei's eyes turned back and forth. She was also thinking about how to benefit from this matter. Since the situation that Wang Wan said would not happen with the tax exemption, then no matter how she calculated, she couldn't figure out how Xiao Bei and the others would benefit from it. It's so strange. Could it be that Xiao Bao helped to come up with this idea? Xiao Bei and the others seemed to. Wu Huifei thought carefully for a while, but in the end, she couldn't figure it out. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "That's impossible. If it was Xiao Bao's idea, Xiao Bao would have said it himself. This isn't the first time I've dealt with him like this. Although I always end up at a disadvantage in the end, I can say that it's already very difficult for others to lie." Li Longji denied Wu Huifei's statement and praised himself. He was a little proud. Gao Lisher echoed, "I don't think it was Xiao Bao's idea. Xiao Bei and the others have already thought of many good ideas. They always stay with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, so their way of thinking is almost the same. As for the idea of not paying taxes and taking out half of the profits, I can't figure it out for the time being. Unless it's like this, the tax they have to pay is more than half of the profits they take out. Otherwise, it's not worth it. But if it's not worth it, they won't deliberately say it. Gao Lisher said a lot, but in the end, it was useless. Princess Jincheng blinked and listened. She was very much looking forward to Xiao Bei and the others getting more benefits from the tax exemption. Such a good group of children should be rewarded more. Even though Zhizinchide was once the king of Tubo and controlled the whole of Tubo, he wasn't proficient in economic matters. He was far from being proficient in military matters. The only thing he knew about economic matters was that he used to trade with Tang dynasty. He used horses, cows, sheep, and other products to exchange for tea leaves, salt, and iron from Tang dynasty. Of course, there was also the simplest method, and that was to find a way to marry a princess of Tang dynasty. Regardless of whether the princess was a real princess or a princess who was promoted to a princess at the last minute, as long as he married her, he would get a lot of things and craftsmen. In the past, it wasn't only Tubo who did this. The Tujua and some tribes in the north of Hebei province also did this. Everyone had their eyes on the additional benefits of marriage. But later on, as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo gradually grew up, Tang dynasty stopped sending women out. Even when they sent people to pay tribute, the return gift was so light that the value of the tribute wasn't even enough. Now, although he didn't have to worry about Tubo not having enough food because Tang dynasty would send them, he still didn't understand economic matters. This was really too difficult. Zhizinchide thought and said, "Why don't we ask Xiao Bei and the others? They should know their own ideas." "We can't ask." Li Longji quickly said, "If we ask them, won't it make me look stupid? If the 9 of them can think of a method, I don't believe that I can't think of one myself." Everyone fell silent again as they tried to analyze the situation. After a quarter of an hour, Li Longji slapped his thigh and said, "I know what's going on now. They must have found out that if they want to pay taxes, then they have to pay a proportional tax that includes both costs and profits. In other words, their cost is higher and their profit is smaller. If they pay tax according to the method I said, they will earn less. It's better to take out half of the profit. For example, they sell a piece of candy for 100 copper coins, but the profit is only 30 copper coins. If the tax is 20%, they have to pay 20 copper coins. But after the tax is exempted, even if they take out half of the profit and use it for other purposes, it will only be 15 copper coins. In this way, they will pay 5 copper coins less. How about it? Am I right? Xiao Bao, did you hear that? Tell me, am I right?" Li Longji analyzed and felt that his analysis was completely correct. He was proud of himself again. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and replied, "I don't know either. Maybe it's right. I'm looking at the terrain here. It's autumn now. If it's winter, I don't know if it will snow heavily. If it does, it won't be easy to hide. It'll be difficult." Wang Wan didn't need Li Longji to ask and said, "So you can think like that? Amazing. After this busy period, I'll get someone to report it and ask Xiao Bei. At least I have to understand what they are doing. The profit ratio is so small." Chapter 998. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's answers, he immediately understood that he was wrong. Xiaobei's amusement park project definitely earned a lot of profits, and the ratio was very high. Otherwise, the two of them would have admitted it just now. In this situation, he was wrong, and they did not want to directly deny his words, so they gave such an answer. "We don't believe that we can't think of something. Everyone, continue to think. It's just a matter of money," Li Longji said in a fit of pique, and then he began to think hard, looking very serious. The others also thought with him, and no one disturbed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Li Longji did not know how many losses he had brought to the generals after he went to Wang Wan's room. The generals all thought that since the emperor was talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them would not be able to focus on the battle, so they were a little gloating. But it was precisely this thought that made them slack off, especially the people in charge of the specific battalions and teams. They did not have much to do, and only the brigade that went ashore was relatively busier, but they still did not discover the enemy. This state of not being able to be nervous made them slower to react to unexpected situations. In the hibiscus garden, while everyone was thinking about their own matters and making arrangements, Xiao Bei and the others had already arrived at Old Willow Village. Lu Feifei was on the train to Hongnong to pick them up. When she saw Xiao Bei and the others, Lu Feifei, who had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, felt much more at ease. She did not believe that there were officials in the Great Tang who could contend against Xiao Bei and the others. When Xiao Bei got off the train, the first thing she did was give Lu Feifei a hug. But she was short, so her hug could only reach Lu Feifei's waist and not her shoulders. "Big sister Feifei, don't worry. I've already arranged for people to protect your brother. It should be almost done by now. We plan to let him out, as long as he doesn't suffer in there. Then, when I get there, I want to see how the local officials of Jiang District explain it to me. They should be very honest, but who asked the economy to develop so quickly? All of them are starting to scheme." Xiao Bei knew what Lu Feifei was most concerned about, so he said what Lu Feifei wanted to hear the most when they met. Sure enough, a sweet smile appeared on Lu Feifei's face. She nodded and said, "Since you said it's okay, it's definitely okay. I believe that your people over there can protect my good brother. Let's go. This time there are more people from your family. My mother is here, so there are more people protecting and serving me. Let me introduce you. Come, follow me." Xiao Bei held Lu Feifei's hand and pulled her to the side of the train. After waiting for a while, her mother and Xiao Yuan's mother came down. As soon as they came down, the Jiang Wang clan's mother said to Xiao Bei, "Why are you running? The guards haven't finished yet, and you ran down. What if something happened?" "Impossible. How could something happen? Mother and aunt, let me introduce you. This is Lu Feifei from Old Willow Village. Her brother went to other places to help us sell things, so he was caught by the government office there. Big sister Feifei, this is my mother, and this is my aunt. She is Xiao Yuan's mother." Xiao Bei didn't answer his mother's words, but began to introduce them to each other. Lu Feifei naturally received the good treatment she deserved. She was pulled by the two elders to ask about this and that, and also received a lot of gifts. She couldn't hold them all by herself, so she had to let others continue to help her. Then they went to Old Willow Village. When they passed by Hongnong County, Xiao Bei made a comparison and found that the county was better than before, especially the amusement park that was going to be built as a compensation for them. She looked forward to it being built soon, so that she could have fun first. Then, Xiao Bei and the other 8 people came up with a plan to use half of the profits in exchange for taxes. They were now almost at Old Willow Village. The road under their feet was many times better than the last time they were here. It was mainly because there was a flood the last time they were here, so they had to wade through the water to get there. Now, it was replaced with cement roads. "Big sister Feifei, how is life in the village now?" Xiao Bei sat in the car and looked at the scenery outside that was slowly retreating. She asked Lu Feifei, who was sitting in front of her. "Life is much better than before. Ever since we went to Hongnong to help weave baskets, our village's reputation has grown. Many rich families would point to our Old Willow Village's baskets if they want to buy baskets, saying that they are sturdy and durable. You also know about willow trees. Even if it's just a willow branch, it can still grow if it's inserted into the ground. Therefore, we weave all kinds of things. Not only are the people from Hongnong buying them, we pile them together and send them to Luoyang by train. Our house has already changed. It's no longer the short and weak mud house you saw the last time you were here. Now, we are using bricks and cement. We found someone from Xingjing Construction to build it. When the people from Xinjiang Construction saw that it was our village, they didn't charge us for the labor. They only ate the food we made, so we made a lot of delicious food for them. Lu Feifei spoke as she gestured. She appeared very excited as the smile on her face never faded. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously when she heard that. She was also happy. That's great. Is it a two-story building? Since Xinjiang Construction is here to build it, they will definitely suggest building a two-story building for your house. Yes, yes. 2 stories. I live on the upper floor. Standing there allows me to see very far. Now, at my house, we don't have to go out to buy things. There are people who specially transport the things to the other side of the bridge and wait for us to buy them. Lu Feifei nodded as well before she began talking about all kinds of interesting matters. Xiao Bei listened seriously and learned of the changes in the village from Lu Feifei. First of all, Old Willow Village did not suffer any losses during the disaster. In addition, they had helped to earn a lot of money in the past. At the same time, they helped to build a reputation for the willow knitting business in the village. As a result, their willow knitting business earned more money. Now, unless they organized a train to transport a box of willow knitting, they would not sell it at other places. Usually, other people would buy it and sell it at other places. Speaking of the willow knitting business, the people of Old Willow Village were indeed good at it, but not many people were willing to buy it. Even if the willow knitting business did not look very beautiful, it was fine as long as it could be used. Did the basket used to carry dung need to be very gorgeous? The reason why more people were willing to buy the willow knitting business from Old Willow Village was because this business had saved lives when they helped Hong Nongzhong rebuild the village. A person went up to the top of the 3rd floor of a restaurant and was working there. Suddenly, he accidentally fell from the top. The moment he fell, he grabbed a willow basket. In the end, he used the basket as a cushion under his body. Other than being scared and sweating, nothing happened to him. Not even a small wound was found. Then, everyone went to look at the basket. The only thing that changed the shape of the basket was that Wei Wei used her feet to return to its original shape. The willow branches did not break. Everyone took turns to look at the basket and found that the willow branches used to weave the basket were very strong. The weave was very fine and the outside was very smooth. There were no burrs at all. This was really a good basket. Otherwise, how could it save a life? Everyone went to ask who made the basket. After asking, they found out that it was the people from Old Willow Village who provided it. From that moment on, Old Willow Village's willow knitting business became famous. The material was good, the workmanship was good, and it was auspicious. Just like that, as long as the people around wanted to buy a basket, they would choose Old Willow Village's products. When there was demand, there would naturally be production. The people of Old Willow Village were busy weaving all kinds of things every day. Merchants came over and waited at the bridge for the people of Old Willow Village to bring the things they wanted to sell over. They would pay the money and directly buy it. Many merchants came, but the amount of goods produced in the village was limited. Therefore, the merchants waited for a long time, but there were very few who could actually buy. When a smart merchant saw this situation, he simply stopped buying willow knitting. He found a few people to be his shop assistants and began to sell soup pancakes, noodles, wontons, and so on. The noodles were directly bought in Old Willow Village. The shredded cucumber sprinkled on top of the noodles were also bought in the village. The village's own seeds made the merchant's business very good. When the other merchants saw this, they all thought of ways. Not only did they buy things from Old Willow Village, but they also transported things that the village did not have. When the people of the village came out to sell willow knitting, they would naturally take a look at other things. Therefore, during winter, a market appeared outside Old Willow Village. Now that spring had arrived, the market became even more prosperous. Xiao Bei and the others were very happy when they heard this. As long as the village was doing well, it was happiness in their hearts. However, the two adults and their mother heard a lot of things from the story and recalled things that happened a long time ago. At that time, although the Zhang family and the Wang family could still live a normal life in Zhuangzi, it was definitely not very good. Compared to now, it was a world of difference. Later on, it was Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who helped develop it bit by bit. First, they set up a market. Then, they kept making things outside. All kinds of good things were made. Now, Sanshui County was no different from their own family. If you randomly picked a family in Zhuangzi and placed them in a normal place, they would be a local wealthy family. Whether the life of a place is good or not, you just need to see if there is a market and what is sold in the market to know. Xiao Bei, you should let the officials of each place look at the market in the place they are in charge of. Only by looking at the market can you know what the local people lack, their living habits, and so on. You don't need to check the various accounts and tax records. Because many of the markets are organized by themselves, they don't collect taxes. Xiao Bei's mother, Zhang Wangshi, thought about what had happened in the past and the current situation. She analyzed the situation and said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly, "That's right. Don't just sit in the yamen all day. It's better to go out and walk around. A real local official should be a qualified farmer when he sees the land. When he sees the business, he should be a qualified merchant. When he sees the tools, he should be able to make them even without being asked. At the very least, he should know the principles of how to make and use tools. This way, he can truly be a good local official for the people and not just stay in the yamen all day. I have decided. When I return, I will discuss with Uncle Emperor and let him tell us about the investigation by the Ministry of Appointments. Don't just focus on how much taxes the local officials paid this year. Sometimes, it is best to exempt the taxes and give the people a chance to develop and save. Exempt them from paying taxes for 2 years. Maybe the amount of money in the local government's treasury is too little for the people to see. But after 2 years, the people will use the tax-free money to buy good tools or do business and develop. Then, the local government will naturally have money. When Zhang family heard her daughter's thorough analysis, the smile on her face became brighter. Which other family's child would know so much at such a young age? Other than Xiao Bao and Cuckoo, it seemed that she had never seen anyone like that before. Xiao Yuan, you say something too. When Xiao Yuan's mother saw that Xiao Bei spoke well, she immediately asked her son to show off. Xiao Yuan was very helpless. What's there to say? It's just that some officials always want to be promoted. For example, Sanshui County's revenue doubled this year. Then, when the Ministry of Appointments evaluated him, they gave him a high grade and he was promoted. Hence, the second official who came to Sanshui County saw that it was actually so easy to be promoted. Alright, he started to sell the things in the county. For example, there was a piece of land. He sold it at a low price. The land was originally worth 10,000 strings of coins, but he sold it for 5,000 strings of coins. Then, he waited. When it was about to be evaluated, he casually made an account and turned the 2,000 strings of coins into the local government's revenue. However, he did not write that piece of land. Instead, he made a special evaluation and turned a good piece of land into a waste field. The account said that he sold it for 1,000 strings of coins. In this way, the Ministry of Appointments evaluated that Sanshui County's revenue increased this year, and the new county magistrate was also promoted. In this way, groups of county magistrates thought of ways to sell the things in the county, just to create the illusion of an increase in revenue. In fact, every promotion of an official will cause a lot of harm to the people of Sanshui County. When the people can't bear it anymore, Sanshui County will no longer be a high-grade county, but a low-grade county. Yes. That's right. Mother feels that it makes sense. Then you can tell Her Majesty that in the future, it's not about how much revenue a place has, but also the degree of consumption of local resources. Whichever official consumes the least amount of local resources and earns the most income, that official will be evaluated as high grade. Xiao Yuan's mother patted Xiao Yuan's head and praised him. Then, she also analyzed. Lu Feifei kept nodding and said, "That's right. Because of this year's flood, Hongnong County was exempted from taxes for 2 years. My father said that in these 2 years, we can save a lot of money and use it to fill up the depression in front of us. This way, we will have more land to plant willow trees. When the willow trees grow, the forest will be worth a lot of money. My father is also preparing to set up a school in the village, the Willow Weaving School. It will teach people who are willing to learn willow weaving. At the same time, the people in the village can continue to think about how to weave willow branches into more beautiful things. Willow weaving is not only a tool to be used, but also to become an art, right? In that case, your willow weaving in Old Willow Village can become a pillar industry in Hongnong County." Xiao Bei took over the conversation. "Yes." Lu Feifei looked at the willow trees by the roadside and smiled happily. She said, "That's it. But if we don't get rid of the tax for the next 2 years, we have to borrow money. We need all the people in the village to pool their money to buy that large piece of low-lying land. It's like what you said just now. As an official, don't always look at the little benefits in front of you. Give the people time to accumulate, and then the people will repay the government with more taxes. It's like a chicken laying eggs. If you look at the benefits in front of you, you will eat the eggs directly. For the future, you will keep the eggs to hatch chicks. When there are more chickens, there will naturally be more eggs." "Ah, Sister Feifei is so right. I want to tell Uncle Emperor to give you a reward. Let's endure it first, eat less eggs, and raise more chickens. Uncle Emperor has so much money, why do you keep it in the bank? It's better to raise chickens, so that we can eat more eggs in the future." Xiao Bei's eyes were shining. He couldn't wait to fly back to the capital and tell Uncle Emperor about what he saw and heard today. Lu Feifei was embarrassed by Xiao Bei's praise. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, "I'm just chatting with you. There's no reward." Yes, chatting is different from chatting. When we chat, we can know a lot of important things in the Tang Empire directly. Because I can find Uncle Emperor, as long as I say something, Uncle Emperor will accept it. I'll think about it and ask Uncle Emperor to give you an official title. First, you will be a small official. When you learn more, I will give you an official with real power. Otherwise, if you do something wrong at the beginning, it will cause losses. Yes, just do it. Anyway, Uncle Emperor has a lot of officials." When Xiao Bei was talking, he decided to give Lu Feifei an official title. As for what it was and what grade it was, Xiao Bei didn't know now. He had to see Uncle Emperor to ask clearly. Lu Feifei was shocked. At the same time, she couldn't believe that she was going to be an official. She was still a child, so she became nervous at once. I don't know how to be an official. I don't know anything. Xiao Bei, I'm scared. Don't let me be an official, okay? If you don't know how to be an official, you can be an official. I guess some officials are worse than you. They only know how to take the imperial examinations. When it comes to practical work, they are confused and leave it to others. Anyone can be an official like this. Listen to me. If you don't know how to do it, I'll teach you. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask my brother and sister. Xiao Bei continued to persuade her. Lu Feifei didn't refuse this time. Instead, she opened her eyes wide and looked at the things outside moving in the opposite direction as the carriage moved. She was imagining what she would do when she became an official in the future. Lu Feifei didn't wake up from her fantasy until she heard all kinds of noises coming from the market in front of Old Willow Village. She smiled and said, "If I become an official, I will fix the market first. At least, I will fix the drainage ditch. I can't pour water on the ground casually. Yes, I will do such a small thing first. I don't know how to do big things." Chapter 999. Lu Feifei was very practical. She didn't plan to do anything big. She just wanted to solve some small problems. In fact, she knew that the ditch was not difficult to dig. She could dig it out quickly with a shovel and pick and then lead it to the river. The difficult part was how to make everyone obey. Without an official, there was nothing she could do if they didn't listen. Xiao Bei blinked and came up with an idea. "Sister Feifei, you tell them that if they don't obey, we won't sell willow weaves to them." "Nonsense," Xiao Yuan retorted. "Do you want to control people by the city? You don't teach people to be virtuous but use money to command. Why don't you publicize the dangers of messy things? Or you just stand out and see who dares to disobey. If we directly order the guards to arrest them, the censorate won't dare to impeach us, right? Mother is here. Don't scold me." Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan with his big eyes. Just as Xiao Yuan was about to speak, his mother scolded him. "Don't scold Xiao Bei. If you have an idea, just say it. I say just give her an official. We can make our own official seal and official uniform. But the imperial seal can't be copied. We can make it up later. We can just say yes. They won't ask." Xiao Yuan felt that he had no status and said in a fit of pique. Xiao Bei smiled at Xiao Yuan. Then listened to Xiao Yuan. "Let's do it first. We can also make the imperial seal. I'll send a message right away and ask Uncle Emperor for authorization. Yes, we can't wait to go back to the capital. Someone, send a signal to my brother in the capital. Tell my brother to ask for authorization from Uncle Emperor. I want to ask for an official position for Sister Feifei. I don't know what kind of position it should be, but it has to be one who can manage the area around Old Willow Village. Rank 7. Send it there as fast as you can." Xiao Bei shouted outside and said to the servant girl in the inner courtyard in the car, "Let's make the clothes first. Once the message comes, our clothes will be ready. Show the efficiency of our family." Now they were busy. Xiao Bei and his people didn't get off the car. They could see the market from afar. The team stopped and the cook started to cook. The tailor was measuring Lu Feifei's size. The person in charge of the radio adjusted the frequency and took the most urgent route. Xiao Hai got out of the car and stood outside to look at the market with a pair of binoculars. After thinking for a while, he said, "Raise our flag. We're already here. There's no need to keep a low profile." Immediately, someone began to raise the flag. Along the way, they did not hang any signs. From a distance, they could not see the embroidered pattern in front of everyone's chests. It was impossible to guess who made up this vast and mighty team. The main thing was that he was afraid that when he passed by Hong Nong, the officials inside would hear the news and stop working and run out to welcome him. The people in the market also saw the long line of people coming over. Just as they were wondering which large caravan it was, a large flag with 9 rice seedlings surrounding a bonfire floated up. The bustling market instantly fell silent. These banners were far too familiar. They were unique to the Great Tang, and it was very easy to tell which banners represented whom. "They're here, they're here. Xiao Bei and the others are here." A child from Old Willow Village was picking candy in the market. After seeing the flag, he gave up on the candy and the money. He ran toward the bridge with both arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. The candy seller looked at the money and then looked at the candy. He said to a dough maker next to him, "Help me take a look. I'll send the candy over." Don't let people think that I took his money for nothing. A person selling liangpi carefully kicked a cucumber but that had just been thrown to the ground to the back of the cart. A person selling cabbages that had been stored for winter also picked and put the best-looking cabbages neatly in front of him. The people in the market stopped shouting. The shoppers stood motionless, and the sellers began to clean up. No one asked them to do so, but they felt that it should be so. Then, the crowd waited. When the team came over, no one went forward to welcome them. Until the villager of Old Willow Village led a group of people across the bridge, the market remained silent. The villager looked around and said to the people behind him, "Wait here. I'll go." After saying that, the old man tidied his clothes, raised his head and puffed out his chest, and walked unhurriedly toward the team. Xiao Bei and the others were ready to eat. They asked the chef to make a lot of food. There were already more than 1,500 people in their team, so they might as well make more. They even brought along the people from Old Willow Village and the people in the market. The flags that were raised did not belong to the two mistresses of the family. Xiao Bei and the others did not want others to know that their mother had followed them. At this moment, she was waiting for news from the capital. She was still using her family's intelligence network. The speed of transmission was slow in her opinion. Her brother and sister had said that there was a place where no matter how far away it was, if one side wanted to talk to the other side, it would be done in the blink of an eye. The villager of Old Willow Village, Old Man Lu, moved over. The people in the team were doing their own things. Only a maidservant came over. "Third Grandpa, why did you come personally?" The young ladies and young masters said that they would invite you when the meal was ready. Hearing the maidservant's words, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Regardless of whether the maidservant would really invite him, the words coming from the maidservant's mouth made him feel comfortable. "It's not like I can't walk." "Ah, where are Xiao Bei and the others? Take me to see them." "In the blink of an eye, it should be half a year. Let me see how much taller they have grown." The old man's eyes looked at the biggest carriage in the middle. The maidservant came over to help him walk there. When they were 20 steps away from the carriage, someone had already told the people in the carriage the news of the village chief's arrival. Xiao Bei was the first to push open the door and jump out. She opened her arms and ran to the old man's side. She grabbed the old man's clothes with both hands and said happily, "Third Grandpa, I'm here again. Did you miss me?" Old Man Lu was overjoyed. He picked Xiao Bei up and kissed her hard. He said, "Yes, yes. Even if I didn't miss myself, I would still miss you guys. You're really heavy. We missed Third Grandpa too." When we came, Sister Feifei said that every family in our village had built a house. I wished I could grow a pair of wings and fly to that place so that I could see it earlier. I know that if Third Grandpa was not the village chief, it would take at least half a year to build a house. Xiao Bei hugged Old Man Lu's neck with one hand and said, "Your little mouth is as sweet as honey." Ha ha ha. Old Man Lu finally knew why the current emperor doted on Xiao Bei and the others so much. Apart from her brother and sister being powerful, she herself was not bad. She was pretty and had a sweet mouth. She gave people the feeling that she was his own daughter. Xiao Bei also laughed and said, "Third Grandpa, you can choose today. What do you want to eat? I'll ask someone to make it for you. We have to have the ingredients we brought." At this time, the other 8 children also ran over. Li Jun and his sister Pan also followed outside and looked around curiously. The mistresses of the two families also came down one after another. Old Man Lu immediately put Xiao Bei down and walked a few steps forward. He was about to salute them when Jiang Wang clan reached out and stopped him. "Uncle Lu, there's no need to be so polite. We just came to take a look." When Old Man Lu saw that the two of them were wearing ordinary clothes and heard what they said, he didn't pretend to be polite. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask someone to take out the good things stored in the village and ask the chef to make them. Let's all have a taste." Xiao Bei said, "Okay, okay. I like to eat the willow mushrooms in our village the most." "That's good. Quick, measure my third grandpa and make 2 sets of clothes." "Your Majesty, don't you want to rest? A day has passed and it's already noon. Don't even think about tax exemption." Zhang Xiaobao, who had just woken up after sleeping for 4 hours, saw that Li Longji was still staring blankly in a certain direction. He knew that Li Longji was definitely not concerned about the war. According to this schedule, if they wanted to fight, they would have to wait for another 2 days. However, they couldn't shorten the 1 versus 4 time limit. Otherwise, when the people below started to fight, they wouldn't be able to command them. Therefore, they could only wait. It wasn't much different from a real battle. The only difference was that they didn't have to rush to the battlefield. Li Longji rubbed his eyes and said, "I slept for a while last night and didn't think about tax exemption. Xiao Bei and the others don't need to mention tax exemption for 3 years. Even if they want a piece of land, I'll give it to them. You and Cuckoo helped me build up my empire. My empire is so big, why would I lack the tax of a piece of land? I was just thinking, if my great Tang was as powerful as that country, would we be able to wipe out all those people? Also, those who like to fight will definitely die. I see that you and Cuckoo aren't worried about this at all." "Why?" Zhang Xiaobao understood. Li Longji was so bored that he started to think about deeper things. He picked up a cup of cold tea and rinsed his mouth before he replied, "Your Majesty, the first question is it really possible? What if that country lives on the same sea and land as us and waits for us to develop? They didn't destroy us first. In the end, either they don't fight, or even if they do, it'll be a local war. Whoever forces the other into a corner will be doomed. It's said that they're researching a weapon, but they haven't succeeded yet. I don't think they'll succeed in the next 100 years. "What weapon?" Li Longji was afraid to hear the word weapon. He remembered that there was a cannon that could fly from Luzhou to the capital. It's a very powerful weapon. For example, the Hunan province. If you throw one of those weapons, it'll be gone. No one can go there for a few years. Otherwise, they'll either die or fall seriously ill. Zhang Xiaobao revealed something else to Li Longji. Li Longji's breathing quickened. He picked up a cup of herbal tea from the small table and took a sip. He was still thirsty, so he drank it all. There was still a tea leaf in his mouth. How are they going to deliver it? Li Longji asked. "Do you see the sky-cracker monkeys and the disposable rocket launchers used by our army? Make a big one and put that thing on it. In theory, it'll fire wherever you point it at. It can fly very far. However, we haven't made a big sky-cracker monkey yet. It's very difficult." Zhang Xiaobao continued to lie. "Can you intercept it?" Li Longji knew about this. "Yes. In theory, we can intercept it. Then, think of a way to stop it. If Great Tang has that kind of weapon, and there are enough of them, if someone wants to destroy Great Tang, they'll only die. I don't even attack my enemy's country. If I attack my own country, who can they stop me? Suicide. Mutual destruction. If there are enough of them, we'll detonate them all at once. No matter where they are, as long as they're standing on this land and the sky above them, they'll die with us. As for your Majesty's second question, it's very simple. A warmonger is a sure way to die. The first question is that war is a war of population and resources. If you keep fighting, your country won't be able to develop. The second question is that in the end, all the countries in the world will oppose you. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about the first question. I'll control it well. I'll plunder as I fight. The second question will depend on the method used. In war, it's not necessary to use cannons. There are many methods we can use, such as using 2 peaches to kill 3 soldiers or driving a tiger to devour a wolf. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't worried at all. At the very least, he wouldn't use nuclear weapons while he was still alive. As for whether he could make it, that would depend on the speed of technological development. He didn't care about the second question either. In this world, the current Great Tang could be defeated unless something unexpected happened, such as an earthquake, a typhoon, or continuous rain or snow. Li Longji thought about it for a moment before nodding. If that's the case, I'm relieved. You guys can continue fighting and try to minimize the casualties. I'll take out money and have the commoners give birth to more children. The more children they give birth to, the more I'll reward them. I'll help them raise their children. When there are too many and I can't afford to raise them anymore, I'll have them raise them themselves. Li Longji was relieved. Just as he was about to talk to Zhang Xiaobao about something else, a person suddenly ran in from outside. He was dressed in the attire of the inner courtyard of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang clan. Little young master, little Miss Xiaobei has sent a message. Please take a look. The person passed a telegram over. Wang Wan took the telegram and glanced at it before passing it to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao also glanced at it before passing it to Li Longji. For me. Li Longji took the telegram and glanced at it in bewilderment. He wants an official from me, and he even wants a rank 7 official to manage a village. Xiaobao, do you know how big a village needs a rank 7 official to manage? Li Longji asked Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao also laughed. A county magistrate is a rank 7 official, while a village chief is not even considered a rank 7 official. How can a village chief be a rank 7 official? Ah! Your Majesty, how about this? Xiaobei wants a rank 7 official. Can you give it to her? Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Longji and asked. Yes, but rank 7 official authority can only be arranged to be in the government over there. Hongnong is not an ordinary county, and the county magistrate is not a rank 7 official. Otherwise, I would not have sent Xiaobei and the rest out in a fit of anger. Lu Feifei is only in her teens and is still studying in school. She can't be as capable as you and Cuckoo, right? How can I arrange real authority for her? Tell me about your sister's request. Li Longji did not care about a rank 7 official. However, it was hard to find a rank 7 official, and there were none. If he had to arrange for Hongnong to be the registrar, would Lu Feifei be suitable? Zhang Xiaobao was also in a dilemma. This sister of his, it was not easy to get an official position. At this time, Wang Wan said, Xiaobao, why don't we put her in charge of the agriculture temple? Old Willow Village has a lot of willow trees, and there is empty space around it. We can plant willow trees there. Let the agriculture temple come up with a plan, and Lu Feifei can be the messenger. With willow trees as station guards, we will have a rank 7 official. Li Longji clapped his hands, that's right. Lu Feifei, go and be station guard Lu. You will be directly under the agriculture temple. You will help to study the characteristics and use of various willow trees, and also the mutual promotion and suppression of other species. Rank 7 official. Come, Xiaobao, call your people here and use your family's intelligence network. Propose that Lu Feifei of Old Willow Village, Hongnong County, Guizhou, Hunan Province, Old Willow Village, Hongnong County, Guizhou, Hunan Province, Lu Feifei will be station guard Lu under the agriculture temple. All matters will be delegated by the agriculture temple, rank 7 official. The other side will send a telegram to the various levels, and the capital will send a document over. At that time, it will be really confirmed, and it will be recorded in the Ministry of Personnel and the Agriculture Temple. The local yamen will not care. They are directly under the Agriculture Temple, and under the direct control of the central government. Although the rank is not high, and the position is not high, the power is great. They can go directly to the capital if they have something to do. Why don't other local officials have a try? When the news reached Xiaobei's team in Old Willow Village, the food had just been prepared. Xiaobei asked people in the village and the people in the market to eat together. It was lively. Lu Feifei's mood was not stable, and she was always absent-minded. When others talked to her, she would suddenly wake up. Old man Lu looked at her and found that something was wrong. He pulled Lu Feifei over and asked, "Feifei, what's wrong with you? Are you still thinking about your brother?" "No." Lu Feifei shook her head. Xiaobei said that the other side has arranged everything. I am. Sister Feifei is afraid that I can't get the position she asked for. Don't worry, Uncle Emperor will give it to her. It is just a 7th grade official with real power, and it is not a big deal. If he really doesn't give it to me, I will resign from my patrol and retire to my hometown. Xiaobei could think the same as Lu Feifei, and comforted her loudly. When the people heard her say that she would retire to her hometown, they laughed heartily. How old was she? She was already a skeleton. But as soon as they laughed, they suddenly realized what she said before. Wasn't it just a 7th grade official with real power? Now they could not laugh. If a 7th grade official with real power was not a big deal, what would be considered a big deal? Old man Lu's reaction was the most direct. He jumped up and looked at Xiaobei in disbelief, asking in a trembling voice, "Xiaobei, did you really ask for a 7th grade official for Feifei?" "Yes, a 7th grade official, and it has to be able to manage things. An 8th grade official does not sound good. A 6th grade official can be the county magistrate of Hongnong. It is not easy for me to ask Uncle Emperor to do something for me. Later, Uncle Emperor may not ask me to do anything. No matter how low the official position is, I will compensate for it." Xiaobei explained very seriously why it was a 7th grade official instead of a 6th grade official or an 8th grade official. As soon as he finished speaking, the team's radio station received the appointment, and the person in charge came over to whisper to Xiaobei. "Well, Uncle Emperor scolded me. He said that next time when I ask for an official position, I should pay attention to the place and the grade. Don't ask for one that doesn't exist. Isn't this cheating?" He, congratulations, Sister Feifei. From now on, you are Station Supervisor Lu under the jurisdiction of the Agriculture Temple in Old Willow Village, Hongnong County, Guizhou, Hunan Province. You are a 7th grade official. Come, give something to Sister Feifei. Xiaobei shook his head and clapped his hands to congratulate her. The family took Lu Feifei to the carriage. When Lu Feifei came out again, her clothes were changed. It was a green robe with a small flower on it. If one smelled it carefully, one could smell the smell of cloth. A group of people had just rushed out and had not rinsed it yet. Lu Feifei also held a small official seal in her hand. It was carved out of jade and had not been inlaid with copper, but it was still too much. The official document will be issued in the future. Now, Sister Feifei, you are an official. You can use your seal for now. Don't think about whether it's beyond the limit. It's Uncle Emperor's fault for not giving it to you. If someone asks, you can tell them that it's an ordinary stone. That means you don't recognize it as jade. I'll also give you a silver fish pouch." Xiaobei knew everything, but he insisted on teaching Lu Feifei to play dumb. Chapter 1000. Lu Feifei didn't know how to express herself. She could only listen to Xiaobei and nod her head. She had a lot of thoughts in her mind. This was an official. Her brother was bullied by an official when he was selling dolls in Jiangzhou. Perhaps the official who bullied her brother wasn't even a level 7 official. A level 7 official was already a county magistrate. With an official position, he could do whatever he wanted. If he wanted people to build drains, he could do so. If he wanted people to plant willows, he could do so. If he wanted people to plant willows, he could plant willows. If he wanted to plant any species, he would have to ask the experts in the village. Xiao Bei, don't worry. I'll do my best. If you don't know how to do it, you can ask third grandpa first. Our group is rich, and I'll get a lot of money in the future. I promise that I won't be greedy when I become the supervisor. If I use my power for personal gain. Bring me your head. We're sisters, so I'll give you a quick death. Speaking of this, Xiao Bei seemed to be a different person. I asked Uncle Emperor for an official position because I want to use his favor for personal gain. But since I want Old Willow Village to develop well, and I can't guard it myself, I can only arrange it for you. If you do something wrong, I won't say that the world is righteous. I'll only say that for Uncle Emperor's trust, even if you don't deserve to die, I'll impeach you. You know that all the officials we impeach are innocent and have 5 grades. So, Sister Feifei, if you need anything, tell me first. We'll help you think of a way. You can't do it secretly. Lu Feifei didn't think that Xiao Bei was wrong at all. She still nodded. I know. When you investigate officials, you'll have the help of your family's intelligence network. So, you can't be wrong. I won't learn from Yan Zheng. I heard that he's still alive and is on the street outside the palace. At most, yes. If I can't make a decision in the future, I'll ask third grandpa. If third grandpa can't make a decision, he'll ask you. If you can't make a decision, you can ask brother Xiao Bao and sister Cuckoo. Can they do it? That's right. My brother and sister are very capable. Uncle Emperor and the civil and military officials have to ask my brother and sister for help when they can't figure it out. When Xiao Bei heard others mention her brother and sister, she immediately became proud. When the two of them talked, they did not avoid the people around them. The people in the village and the people in the market listened and watched. They found that they could not find Xiao Bei even if they wanted to. This was because they discovered that Xiao Bei was very calm. She did not mention the righteousness of the world, nor did she talk about the morality of the past and present. They only thought that she had selfish motives. She liked Old Willow Village, so she used her connections to directly ask for an official position from the current dynasty's emperor. If she said it was a 7th rank, then it was a 7th rank. If she said it was a real position, then it was a real position. They didn't fear her authority, but they couldn't accuse her of having bad intentions. Moreover, she was so cute and beautiful, and she was also the little sister of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Not far away, Xiao Hai stood up. He was relatively calm. He held his sister's shoulder and said to the surrounding people, "There are rules in every trade, and every country has its laws. Even if you are a thief, you are not allowed to rob if you can't steal. Those who sell things, don't play dirty tricks, such as pouring water into the meat. You should earn the money you earn, but when you shouldn't, don't let me see it. Who dares?" A butcher continued Xiao Hai's words. His voice was very loud. It was not that he was not afraid, but he found that the 9 children were very reasonable. Therefore, he gathered his courage and said what he wanted to say. "The pork that I, Ding Yidao, sell are all pigs that I carefully selected. Those who buy my meat know that when the pigs are driven by me, they are so hungry that they are crying out. Pour water. Even if they want to drink, I won't let them drink, right?" The person who called himself Ding Yidao shouted to the side. Those who had bought meat in the surroundings also shouted, "Yes." Xiao Hai ignored him. His character had always been like this. He turned around and walked to his mother's side. Xiao Yuan was more easygoing and always took the blame. He stood up and agreed with the other party. "Yidao, I think it's a knife in and a knife out. His skills are good." Ding Yidao didn't care about Xiao Hai's attitude. He didn't mention Xiaohai's identity and only said that he was a businessman. He had encountered many buyers who were difficult to talk to, so he was already used to it. However, when Xiao Yuan praised him, he was happy. Although he was a butcher, his mind was still alive. He knew that when Xiao Yuan praised him and he worked hard, Ding Yidao's title would be set. There was no need for the emperor to praise him. As long as one of the 9 people praised him, he would be able to stand in the Tang Empire. After all, Xiao Bei casually asked for a 7th rank official. Thinking of this, Ding Yidao turned around and ran. His legs moved so fast that he almost knocked the 2 people down. Just as Xiao Yuan was wondering why he was running away, Ding Yidao came back, dragging a fat pig that looked like it weighed about 200 pounds. There's still one alive. I'll kill it for you. If I can't kill it with one knife, I'll bite it to death. As Ding Yidao spoke, he took out a 2-foot-long knife from his waist. It was a narrow knife, not a chopper. The knives used to kill pigs were different from those used to cut meat and bones. He didn't dare to hold the knife to Xiao Yuan to show that he was not aggressive. If he held it like that, his hand would definitely be broken. Instead, he bit the back of the knife with his teeth, put his hands behind his back, and looked at Xiao Yuan. Stand down. A person stood out from behind Xiao Yuan. It was Zhang Chang. He asked the 2 fast gunmen to step back and said to Ding Yidao, "Where's the blood basin? I'll help you with the blood. Don't waste it. Some people like to eat blood tofu." Ding Yidao was stunned for a moment. Because he was trusted, his eyes turned red. Tears welled up in his eyes. He spat the knife on the ground, turned around, and ran again. When he came back, he held a basin with blood inside. He shook it vigorously and handed it to Zhang Chang. "Walk east from here. About 15 to 6 Li Ding village is my home. My name is Ding De Shaw. The people standing here know me. I have a father and a mother. My wife is also from my village. I also have 2 children. Dewa is 5 years old and Nerwa is 3 years old." Ding Yidao picked up the knife and rubbed it twice on the 3 layers of pig skin belt that reached his thigh. Xiao Bei smiled and said, "Well, I can tell that your skills are good from the way you wipe the knife. Sister Fei, in the future, if you want to buy good meat, you can go to his village and ask him to choose good meat for you. If he doesn't choose good meat, he won't pay." The originally tense atmosphere eased up after Xiao Bei's words. Zhang Chang didn't hesitate. He carried the basin to the pig. The pig found that the situation was not right. He didn't move. Ding Yidao didn't stop. He held the handle of the knife and pulled the pig's ear. When the pig raised its head and struggled, his right hand suddenly stabbed the pig's lower left neck. "Ow!" The pig cried out miserably. Ding Yidao flipped his wrist half a circle and threw the knife to the side. He rode on top of the tied-up pig, whose 4 hooves were lying on the ground. His right arm wrapped around the pig's neck, while his left hand pulled on his right hand and tried to lift the pig's head up. The pig's blood splashed into the basin that Zhang Chang was holding. Zhang Chang said that he wanted to get the pig's blood, but he couldn't free his hands. It was Xiao Yuan, who hated blood the most, who grabbed the chopsticks and mixed it with the water mixed with wine. The blood foam had piled up to an inch high in the basin, and the blood below could hardly be seen. The strangled pig reflexively struggled a few more times, but in the end, it stopped moving. Zhang Chang had a hard time holding on to half a basin full of blood. He sat on the ground and gritted his teeth. "Okay, remove the pig's hair." Ding Yidao loosened his hand and shouted to the people next to him. A person who looked like his disciple took the pig and pulled it to the side. "It's so fishy." Xiao Bei came over and sniffed. She looked scared. "It's too cruel. I'm afraid of seeing blood. The pig is so pitiful." Xiao Yuan, who was splashed with blood, threw away the chopsticks. Okay, don't pretend. Are you afraid of pig's blood? Haven't you seen human blood? Dingy Dao is really a knife. The pig only struggled twice. Unfortunately, its heart was broken. How can it be the same? I eat pigs, not humans. When I eat pigs, I think of the scene when I kill pigs. I'm the most soft-hearted, right? Xiao Bei seemed to be saying to Xiao Yuan, but also seemed to be calling on the people around to support her. However, no one said anything because they all thought of Yan Zheng. After almost 3 seconds, the people in the inner courtyard near the Zhang Chang and Wang families suddenly shouted, "Yes." See, many people agree. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I'm happy to hear it. Xiao Bei said with a smile. She didn't have high expectations. Of course, the happiest person was Ding Yidao. The 3 treasures of the Zhangchang and Wang families were so close to him just now and even helped him. He had to brag about this trust when he returned to the village. He would brag about it every day, and for a year, others would crowd around him to listen. Lu Feifei, who had just become a Shengwan, saw that the killing was over. She carefully came over and looked at the blood in the basin. She asked puzzledly, "Can't we just cut the blood vessels? There's no need to use such a long knife." Ding Yidao rubbed his hands on his body and answered, "Okay, but pigs live a long life. When we kill animals, we pay particular attention to one cut. We kill as fast as we can. 1 cut to kill a chicken, 1 cut to kill a pig, 1 cut to kill a cow, 1 cut to kill a cow, 1 cut to kill a chicken, 1 cut to kill a pig, 1 cut to kill a cow." Lu Feifei nodded in understanding. She looked at the blood on the ground and where Ding Yidao's disciple was. She pursed her lips and worried. Ding Yidao's disciple was there to remove the pig's hair. There was a stove made of mud and a big pot boiling water. The dead pig was placed on a wooden board. Ding Yidao's disciple was splashing hot water on it while removing the hair. His movements were skillful and fast. Someone was standing nearby. It seemed that he wanted to buy a piece of meat after he was done. He didn't think about the taste first. He only thought about the fact that it was Shang Chang's children who helped to kill it. Ding Yidao followed Lu Feifei's gaze and found this matter. He shouted, "Don't wait. I'm not selling. I'll give it to Old Willow Village. I'll let the officials divide it. What do you think, Official Lu?" Ding Yidao's joking words didn't make Lu Feifei laugh. She looked at the water on the ground and shook her head. "This won't do." "Why not?" "I don't need a pig," Ding Yidao said generously. "It's not a pig. I want a pig. It's the blood from killing the pig and the dirty water from cleaning the pig. After a few days, it will be warm. Won't it be full of flies? There are also the vegetable leaves and fish intestines from the market. Previously, I told Xiao Bei that we should dig a drain and flush it into the river. Now it seems that it won't work. The blood and the fishy smell can't be washed away. Third grandfather, what should we do?" Lu Feifei became an official and began to exercise her power. She had the right to decide, but she couldn't do anything. She could only ask the village chief, who was also the village chief. Old man Lu had been in a special state of excitement ever since he saw that the little girl in his family had become an official. The Lu family of Old Willow Village had first produced him, a person who could get money from the government every year, and now they had produced a 7th-rank official. There were many children who did business with Xiao Bei. If he died, he would have something to say to his ancestors. When he returned, he would take Fei to the ancestral house to worship the ancestors. Fei's branch would also be promoted. While he was thinking, Lu Feifei had asked him twice. She touched him again, and he came back to his senses. After listening to her again, he waved his hand generously. "It's okay. Just throw it away. The market will disperse and go to the river. What's there to be afraid of? They won't kill people. Why won't people die? I learned in school that flies will make people sick. Even if they don't die from the bite, they will die from the illness. It can't be like this. I'd rather not go to the market. Lu Feifei became a senior official, and her temper became worse. Xiao Bei listened to them and was also worried. She was not worried about the market in Old Willow Village. She had a way to deal with the problem of a village. She was worried that there were many villages in Tang like this, and many people had the same idea as Third Grandpa. Lu Feifei said that she did not want to go to the market. Xiao Bei walked to her side and pulled her arm. It's easy. I'll ask people to build a big methane pool. Throw the dirty things in, but don't throw the wood. It's just like the one in Old Willow Village. Xingjing Construction should have built it for us, right? It has been built, but it hasn't been used yet. We have to wait for the first thing to turn into gas. Then, who will take care of it after it's built? We have to allocate some people to collect the methane pool. Then we can't work and earn less money. Lu Feifei said a very practical problem. You're right. Xiao Bei also thought of this problem after hearing Lu Feifei's words. It was not good to rely on the people who sold things. There had to be specialized people to do it. However, this kind of market did not collect taxes. If you charged them 1 coin per month as management fee, they would not accept it. Wait. It's time to eat. Let's eat first. I'll discuss it with them. Xiao Bei first asked people to distribute the food one by one. After greeting herself and Xiao Yuan's mother, she asked the maids to serve them. She asked Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people to sit together. They did not want to be disturbed. They discussed things while eating. Xiao Yuan and the other 8 people had been used to the meeting. They gathered together and whispered, not in the mood to eat. Those who were invited to eat ate quickly. After a quarter, many people finished eating and went back to where they were supposed to be. The people who sold things in the market cleaned up consciously. Lu Feifei had just said this, so they could not go against her. At this time, the group of 9 people finished their discussion. Xiao Bei hurriedly finished half a bowl of rice and came to Lu Feifei's table. She said with a smile, "Well, the problem is solved." Lu Feifei's table was full of important people with the surname Lu in Old Willow Village. Old Lu, as the patriarch, sat in the north and faced the south. It was the main seat. Lu Feifei sat in the first seat on the left. From today on, her status changed. The people around the table were all sitting on folding stools to eat. When they saw Xiao Bei coming, they all stood up. Lu Feifei went to the front, held Xiao Bei's hand and asked happily, "What should we do?" "Find a person in charge of our village and pay him a salary every month. As for the money, let the Sinongxi temple pay for it, or let the people who sell things do it. What do you think? Awesome, right?" Xiao Bei showed a look of, "I am awesome." Lu Feifei smacked her lips and shook her head gently. Why should the Sinongxi temple pay for it? The people who sell things are even more unwilling to pay. Let's talk about the people who sell things first. There are people who sell soup pancakes in the market, right? There are people who sell tea, pancakes, fruits and other things. Even if they want to kill a pig, they have to shed its hair. They bring firewood to burn. It takes time to pick up the firewood. They can use this time to do other things, such as buying firewood, which is also expensive. Let's do it like this outside our village. In the market next to the Hongnong amusement park, there can be a night market at night. Whoever lights it with methane will pay. Xiao Bei stretched out a finger and said while shaking it. Not only Lu Feifei, but also the people who heard it nodded to show their agreement. Secondly, why should the Sinongxi temple pay? Because they need to try planting all kinds of seeds in various places. They can't ask people to bring fertilizer from the capital. If they use the fertilizer in our methane pool, we will charge them. The Sinongsi Temple will research good seeds suitable for local planting and sell them to the farmers. The farmers will increase their food supply and earn more money. Isn't this a good idea? When Xiao Bei mentioned the second point, the number of fingers on his finger increased from 1 to 2. The people who heard it were all stunned. It should have been a difficult problem to deal with, but after hearing Xiao Bei's words, they felt it was a good deal. Xiao Bei, you are so awesome. Do you want to do this in all places in the Tang Empire? You have to tell His Majesty first. Lu Feifei jumped happily and looked at Xiao Bei with admiration in her eyes. Xiao Bei was very embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "What's so great about it? I was just bragging. When we discussed it just now, we found that there were many problems. There were problems with the specific construction, management, rules, laws, and follow-up development. Anyway, you know there are many problems. We can't figure them out. Later, we will send a message back to the capital and ask my brother and sister. I will pay to build the methane pool in the market of our village." Everyone was stunned by Xiao Bei's words. It was just building a methane pool. Why did it become so troublesome in Xiao Bei's words? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also felt it was troublesome. Xiao Bei sent the message to them. When they saw what was written on the paper, they immediately had a headache. This is a system of independent departments, and at the same time, there must be contact with other departments. Who will pay for the methane pool? How to recover the cost? How to calculate the extra profit after paying the management staff? Who will be responsible for collecting the money? This alone is a special arrangement, not to mention other problems. Zhang Xiaobao had never thought that so many things would happen when his younger brother and sister went out. Wang Wan snatched the paper and gestured for Zhang Xiaobao to look at the sand table. There's no need for us to think about it ourselves. Let them worry about it first. Come and look at the sand table. Where is the main force of the enemy's vanguard? Zhang Xiaobao looked at the model left behind by the last message from his side. He really wanted to get a sand table of the enemy and compare the two. That would make things easier. If it's not in the south, then it's in the north. In any case, it can't be in the middle. The fire is still burning. Zhang Xiaobao said. Around the same time, Zhang Shougue said the same thing as Zhang Xiaobao. However, there was someone called Wang Yi who said something different. My camp is still lying in ambush within the forest fire region. I request for the referee group to show me the detailed data of the forest fire within our field of vision in theory. My camp still has people there. Chapter 1001. Wang Wan was also looking at the sand table. At this time, her Central Army model had already arrived near Mount Huangshan. She frowned slightly and remained motionless in thought. Li Longji and his group were still in her room. After arriving, Li Longji did not want to leave. He had sent over a few official documents, all of which were handed over to Gao Lishir for approval. In his words, it was, "Don't bother me with small matters. You can discuss the important matters with your son and daughter-in-law." Zhang Xiaobao also did not bother with his sister's matter. This kind of problem involved an entire department, so it was impossible to casually come up with a solution. As for his younger siblings carrying out their plan in Old Willow Village, he would let them do it. If they did well, he would summarize his experience and see if he could replicate it in other places. If they did not do well, at most they would lose some money. For this small amount of money, it would be enough if his younger siblings ate one less abalone or one less bowl of shark's fin. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were fixed on the Jiangnan East Road. Fuyang County was a good place. It was surrounded by mountains. The mountains were not tall, but they were connected. There was not much water, but it was a good place to develop tourism. But at this time, this place was lacking a sliver of comfort and had an indescribable strangeness. It just so happened that it was at the edge of the forest fire. Today, it was blowing west wind, so the fire had not reached here yet. Zhang Xiaobao felt that this was normal. In theory, Fuyang County could not have so many north winds. It was a coastal area. If it was always blowing north winds, wouldn't it become the climate of Sichuan, Shaanxi, Mongolia, and the northeast? The big dice also had to be played with the highest probability. In the current season, if one were to play a hailstorm, the first to be dealt with would be the referees. What if it was Guizhou? Zhang Xiaobao was looking at this place because it was his logistics team. Logically speaking, a regiment of people should have arrived at this place. This regiment's weapons were slightly inferior, but they were definitely not arranged to provide logistics for the vanguard. Instead, they were arranged to be in this position as an infant. The logistics team's banner was that they were an independent regiment of the main force. They surpassed the number of normal regiments, reaching 2,000 people. Zhang Xiaobao was trying to guess whether Zhang Shougui's vanguard had placed its main force on the south or the faint force on the south. Logically speaking, the adventurous Zhang Shougui should have placed his forces on the north, where transporting artillery and supplies was more difficult. The adventurous and opportunistic Zhang Shougui had a high chance of catching the enemy off guard. But he was also worried that Zhang Shougui's subordinates would dissuade him. If he changed his mind, the regiment he had arranged would be easily wiped out. If Zhang Shougui couldn't do it, then there was no need for him to follow Wang Wan in the military selection. He would just go to Zhang Shougui's room, drag him out, and give him a beating. Damn it, with such good weapons and support equipment, your main vanguard can't even take care of a logistics team that uses cold weapons. To die, to live is to waste food. Zhang Xiaobao was now waiting. According to the 1:4 ratio, the other side should have sent someone over. The army was not on a tour. They clearly knew that there were many mountains here, so why didn't they hurry over to seize a good position? Zhang Xiaobao wanted to see if a messenger had suddenly placed a model of a fireworks signal on the sand table. If it was placed, it meant that his logistics team had encountered the main force of the enemy. Similarly, a fireworks signal would be used to send a message. Pass down my order. Have my people transport 5,000 dan of dry rations to Xinchang County near Chongjiang. Zhang Xiaobao gave the order to the messenger. The messenger left, but not long after, he returned. Young master, the judges are asking you, your 50,000 logistics team is busy. Where are you going to find people to transport the dry rations? My tribe is all dead. Take all the boys above the age of 10 from my tribe and send them to transport the rations. If they really don't allow me to transport them, ask the judges if the great Tang general's team needs to transport artillery and supplies from the mainland. My motherfucker country is about to fall, so why would I care who the logistics team is? Ask His Majesty, if the enemy attacks the periphery of the capital, who can hold weapons in the capital, will they pick up the weapons and fight for their lives or stay at home and wait for the enemy to rush in to rob and rape? Ask the judges to randomly grab 100 people outside the Furong Garden. If that's really the case, how will they choose? Go and ask. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at the messenger and said. Li Longji stopped thinking at this time and raised his head. If that's really the case, I'll stand on the Vermilion Bird Avenue and fight with the people of Chang and until the end. Your Majesty, you can't do that. If that's really the case, you can fly in a hot air balloon. When you fly to the north of Hebei province, you'll be safe. That's where Xiaobao and Cuckoo live, so the defense won't be bad. Gao Lisher quickly dissuaded him. Li Longji didn't insist at this moment because he himself couldn't think of what choice he would make when that time came. Would he follow the people in the city or go far away? Things hadn't happened yet, so he couldn't test his own humanity. Then, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, what will you and Cuckoo decide at that time? Fight first and run when we find that we can't win. If we don't have other places to reorganize the army, Cuckoo and I have to die for our country. If the north of Hebei province isn't occupied, Cuckoo and I will naturally take you with us. It's not that Cuckoo and I are cowards. We're not afraid of death, and we've never been afraid. When I'm needed to die, I can die for a child. When she's needed to die, she can die alone for a duty. But we definitely won't follow Xiang Yu's example. We'll leave because from our current position, our lives don't completely belong to us. When Zhang Xiaobao answered, he didn't look at Li Longji, but at Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled sweetly and nodded. She agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words because they had already done it once and had no regrets. Li Longji was speechless for a moment. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very contradictory. Since they were going to run, why did they have to say that they weren't afraid of death? But he still nodded to the messenger, indicating that Zhang Xiaobao's words were correct. He told him to go find the adjudicators. When the adjudicators heard this, they took it seriously and really sent people outside to find 100 people in the capital. Wait a moment. When the person sent by the adjudicators arrived outside the hibiscus garden, he saw a person carrying a pole and making clay figurines. He reached out to stop him. The man looked at the person who stopped him in surprise, his face full of confusion. Hello, I'm one of the adjudicators in the hibiscus garden. Over there, we're giving Cuckoo an exam. I know. What's the matter? The clay figurine maker didn't wait for the other person to finish and interrupted. Oh, you know. The adjudicators smiled and suddenly asked seriously, let me ask you something. If the enemy is outside the capital, will you hide or go to the palace to get a gun and fight with them? The clay figurine maker's expression suddenly changed. Who's fighting? They're attacking the capital. Where are they from? Where are Cuckoo and Xiaobao? You don't need to know where they're from. Cuckoo, Xiaobao, and the Emperor are on the streets organizing people to fight against the enemy. What's your choice? The adjudicators asked. The clay figurine maker threw the pole aside. They're really fighting. Damn it, what's there to choose? Give me a gun. No, I don't know how to use that. Don't we have grenades in Tang? Give me a few and I'll rush out and fight with them. Don't be agitated. It's fake. I'm just asking. How can Xiaobao and Cuckoo let the enemy attack the capital? You can sell it yourself. The adjudicators quickly explained. Fake. Then why are you asking me? Don't ask such a stupid question next time. The clay figurine seller angrily picked up the pole again and continued to walk around the hibiscus garden selling clay figurines. The adjudicators bowed. Yes, you're right. Take care. Another adjudicator found a woman who had just finished shopping on the streets. She was carrying a basket and laughing with several other women who were also carrying baskets. Sister-in-law, I'm from the imperial court. The enemy is outside the capital. Do you want to hide or take a weapon and fight with the enemy? When did this happen? How should I tell you? Oh, no, I have to go back and prepare leather armor for my man. They're already here. This woman's reaction was the most direct. She threw the basket away and ran away. Don't, wait a moment. The adjudicators pulled the woman back and said without hesitation, don't be anxious. It's nothing. It's just a hypothesis. In fact, no one is attacking. I'm just asking casually. The other women also stopped. They also had 2 baskets thrown on the ground. When they heard the self-proclaimed imperial court member's explanation, their breathing quickened. You scammer. I still have a pound of wine in my basket for my man. The jar must have been broken. You have to compensate me. A woman who had thrown away her basket grabbed the arm of the adjudicator and said with a glare. I still have 2 pounds of eggs in my basket. Tell me clearly. What are you from the imperial court? You dare to lie. Do you see Yanjing outside the palace? Another woman picked up her basket and lifted the cloth covering it. The eggs inside were all broken. The adjudicator was frightened. He bent his legs and said with a grin, "Compensate, compensate, won't that do? Don't pinch me. When we get home, my wife will ask who pinched me. How much? I'll pay." Only then did the women let him go. They took his money and turned to walk back to the market. They could faintly hear comments like "idiot" and "idiot." Another member of the judging panel stopped a child who was about 12 or 13 years old. "Wait a moment. I'm the one who helped Judge Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the hibiscus garden. I want to ask you something." The adjudicator tried his best to make his expression more amiable. The child's tears immediately flowed out. "I'm not lying this time. I'm really sick. Last time, I wanted to go fishing, so I lied. When I got home, my father hit me. The school also said that if it happened again, they wouldn't want me anymore. I really don't dare. If you don't believe me, look at my hand. I still have cotton flowers. Here, look, do you see? There's a needle mark below. When I was changing my teeth, my face became swollen. The teacher gave me a leave of absence and asked me to go on an intravenous drip. I just finished and want to go back to school." The adjudicator blinked a few times and felt helpless. Why did he meet a child who once skipped school? No wonder there weren't many children on the street. They all went to school. It's okay. It's okay to skip school. I don't care. Why don't your school find a doctor? The adjudicator's mind was very active. He could think of many things. First, he was concerned about the school. "Didn't you catch me and then not let me go to school?" The child asked uncertainly. Seeing the adjudicator nod, he was relieved. "Actually, the school can call a doctor, but I don't want to learn the analects of Confucius. I want to learn how to build a boat, so I asked for leave. Isn't there a place that sells model boats? I said I came here to see a doctor. Anyway, I'm young, and I don't need to spend money to find a doctor anywhere." The teacher was very stupid, so he approved. He also told me some words in the Analects of Confucius. He said that there is no discrimination in education and that I should do things according to my conscience. He said that the world is big, and it's a mess. I don't understand. Anyway, I came out. The adjudicator took a deep breath, touched the child's head, and said, "Yes, you met a stupid teacher. In this case, you should learn how to build a boat well. It's a rare opportunity. Which school do you attend? What's the teacher's name?" "The school affiliated to the Joy House. It's the Joy House opened by the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County. I thought they were very powerful, but they found a stupid teacher. His name is Cheng, and his name is Cheng. I heard that the Zhang family and the Wang family give him a lot of money every month. Is it not worth it? If I have a chance to meet Brother Xiao Bao and Sister Cuckoo, I'll tell them to change teachers." When the child said the teacher's name, he was very solemn, but after saying it, he became mischievous. Foolish, truly foolish. If he was teaching little young Master Xiao Bao, little Lady Wan Wan, or even little Bei, little Yuan, and the others, he would definitely not be scolded. Little young master and little lady would respect him very much. The adjudicator's face didn't look good. Obviously, he was angry. The child didn't fail to see it. He said, "There's something even more stupid. The teacher actually said that when the weather is warmer, he will ask people to dig a pool in the school for boats. He will let everyone learn how to build boats and see who can do it better. Doesn't he know that I like boats? If that's the case, isn't he providing a chance for me, a child who doesn't like to study, to play? right? Yes, yes. The people of the Zhang family and the Wang family are really extraordinary. Even the teacher of the school affiliated to the Joy residence can do this. They are really famous. The referees looked at the child with a hint of disgust. Then, they let out a long sigh. All right, I admit that I'm not as broad-minded as your teacher. You're still a child. I shouldn't treat you like an adult and ask for things from you. Now, let me ask you something. If the enemy is outside the capital and is about to enter, will you continue to go to the clinic or help to deliver ammunition? The child didn't understand what the other side said at all. He only responded to the latter part of the sentence. They're coming to the capital. Then what's the point of looking at the illness? If they really come in, won't they bully me to death? How can the Tang Empire be insulted by others? Do they have boats? I'm very good at swimming. I'll jump into the canal and sink their boats. If they don't have boats, I'll bite a knife and hide along the river bank. If someone doesn't pay attention, I'll climb up and cut his neck. I'm very good at fighting. My classmates in the school all know that. Really, do you believe me? I believe you. I believe that you are a good child. But if you want to build a boat, you can't build it just by looking. You have to learn the skills. You have to know the balance of the boat and calculate the displacement. We can either not build a boat or build the best one. At least in the school, we can't let other people's boats surpass ours, right? When the pool is dug out and you lose, how shameful will it be? The referees thought about many things in an instant and said these words in the end. The child bowed his head and thought for a moment. Then he turned around and walked back. After walking a dozen steps, he turned back and said, I'm going back to the school. There are teachers teaching other things. I have to learn well. When fighting, I have to rush to the front. Goodbye. The child waved his hand and ran away. The adjudicator also waved his hand with a smile on his face. Chapter 1002. Just like Zhang Xiaobao, Zhang Shougue had two additional models representing the pillars of smoke on the sand table. The only difference was that Zhang Xiaobao had not received any other information. He had received a message from the radio station, from the 1st Vanguard Brigade. It said that when they circled around the burning forest from the south, they found two smoke pillars rising from the mountains and determined that the enemy was using them to transmit signals. They sent people to investigate, but Fuyang was surrounded by rolling hills and thick fog, making it impossible to see with binoculars. Until now, they hadn't received any useful information. The commander of the 1st Brigade had the surname Yang, and his first name was Chang. When he saw the messenger placing the smoke pillars on his sand table, he deliberately asked why there were only smoke pillars and no traces of the enemy. We have binoculars, so we should be able to find them. The scout team has already advanced several dozen li. The messenger replied that the referees had found a way to hide the enemy based on the report. Furthermore, the fog was too thick, so they determined that they hadn't found the enemy. Zhang Shougue looked at the smoke pillars on the sand table and ordered the 1st Brigade to protect the ammunition and be careful of the enemy's sneak attack. Find out the number of troops the enemy is in. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have such speed of transmission. Not only did he not transmit the information, he also didn't allow him to steal the radio station and use it. He turned to Li Longji and asked, Your Majesty, who do you think the enemy is? Is there a need to ask? Of course it's. You can guess what it is. Of course, I know. I can go to the central sand table, so don't think of getting any information from me. Otherwise, I'll consider you breaking the rules. Li Longji was just about to say something when he suddenly realized that the information he received was different from Zhang Xiaobao's. He knew everyone's movements, so he glared at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be enlightened and said, Oh, right, you're different from me. I forgot. I thought you didn't know either. Let's guess together. Since you haven't gone to the central sand table, guess, how do you think my logistics team will fight? This time, Li Longji really didn't know. There were many people in the panel of judges, and they had to analyze and evaluate all sorts of information, as well as the tactics given by the commanders of the battalions and squadrons. Only then would they be able to give a rough estimate of the losses suffered by both sides. Li Longji was stumped for a moment, but he didn't want to admit that he couldn't do it. After thinking hard, he said with a firm expression and an uncertain tone, "Isn't that simple? They have guns and cannons, as well as all kinds of auxiliary weapons. If you want to fight with cold weapons, you can only run to the mountains. You can use bows and arrows to attack from a high vantage point, but your troop only has 2,500 people, while the enemy's troop has countless people. Let's not talk about the difference in numbers, but you're at a disadvantage in terms of weapons. I think the enemy will bring their cannons over and bombard the mountain where your regiment is at." Li Longji almost spilled the beans. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the model of a regiment on Zhang Xiaobao's sand table. The model had already been placed on one of the mountains on the sand table, so it was obvious that it was at a high vantage point. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled and didn't care at all. He then asked his godfather, "Godfather, how do you think my regiment will fight?" Gao Lisher was very nervous now. The battle was about to begin, and the first real clash between both sides had been waiting for so long. Who would win and who would lose? In his own situation, Xiaobao only had a logistics team in the Fuyang area, while the enemy had a brigade. It was 2,500 people against 5,000 people, and this was in a situation where there was a huge disparity in weapons. After thinking for a while, he said, "It won't be easy to fight, unless you want to burn down the mountain again. That way, you can hide first and then light up the fire. Perhaps you can take the enemy down with you before they know it." However, the enemy general isn't stupid. He's someone who has been learning from Cuckoo for 3 years. Since she put him in this position, it means that he's capable enough. Gao Lisher had also unknowingly let his mouth slip. When he said that he had been learning for 3 years, Zhang Xiaobao knew that the other party wasn't Zhang Shougui. Seeing that his godfather still wanted to say more, he hurriedly stopped him. "Godfather, you can't say any more. That's not fair. Let's just watch." Li Longji was vexed because he couldn't see anything. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any advanced communication tools, so he couldn't reflect the real-time situation on the battlefield. After watching for a while, Li Longji got up and left the room. He walked towards the sand table in the center. When he got there, he was shocked. Just now, he had seen a model of an entire battalion on Zhang Xiaobao's sand table. Now, all that was left on the model was the flag of the regiment and the number of people in the battalion. The rest of the people had spread out. 2 battalions had run to the 2 mountains in front of the regiment headquarters, while less than a battalion of soldiers had hidden in an even higher mountain behind the regiment headquarters. Seeing this situation, Li Longji suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Because Xiao Bao's communication speed is slow, he doesn't know how the regiment is arranged. All he knows is that there's a symbol there. This is the previous arrangement. After muttering to himself, Li Longji was puzzled. Then why is Xiao Bao smiling? Could it be that he knows the current situation of the regiment? When the referees next to him heard the emperor's question, they explained, "According to our judgment, Zhang Xiaobao does know, because he was the one who came up with the idea. Wang Wan's troops are the same. They are using the tunnel tactic, and it's not the ordinary kind where they directly dig a tunnel. Instead, they are using a trench. Their people are staying in the trench. When the cannonballs fall, their casualties will be very small, and it will be more difficult for the bullets to hit them. If the 2 sides are fighting, when they are 100 steps away, their bows and arrows and throwing spears made of local trees won't be in a disadvantageous situation." Li Longji stood there and thought carefully for a while. He nodded and said, if they are looking down from a higher ground, within 100 steps, they won't be in a disadvantageous position. Both sides can attack each other. The difference is that if the battle goes on for a long time, they won't be able to draw their bows, but the other side won't have a problem shooting. The difference between the bullet and the arrow is also different. How do you judge? In reply to your Majesty's question, we have done experiments, and it is indeed so. The bullet is more lethal, while the arrow is less lethal. Therefore, if the battle goes on for a long time, we judge that Zhang Xiaobao's side has fewer arrows, and it will be disadvantageous for them to snipe. The referees had already done experiments on this problem, so when Li Longji asked, he answered. All right, let me see how they will fight. Li Longji didn't continue to ask about the rules this time. He sat on the chair that someone brought over and asked someone to bring him tea. He drank while watching. The people on the battlefield had different thoughts. Yang Chang, the commander of the 1st Brigade at the vanguard, couldn't wait for the report from the scouts. He anxiously circled the sand table twice and gave an order. On the mountain where the smoke pillar was discovered, the artillery battalion, attack. Plow that small mountain for me. After the bombardment, my 1st regiment will go up and occupy the high ground. Zhang Xiaobao's regiment was hiding in the 1st battalion at the front, which was the mountain where the smoke pillar was lit. The commander's surname was Shi, and his name was Chun Jinxiang. Shi Chun also had a sand table in front of him. After lighting his cigarette, he arranged his own battalion according to what he had learned before. Order all members of my battalion to enter the tunnel and prepare to endure the enemy's artillery fire. When the enemy is done, continue to hide. When we see the enemy's ground troops coming up and entering the range, then give them a good beating. The messenger immediately ran out to report. After a while, he ran back and said to Shi Chun, Shi Jinxiang, Sir Shi, the enemy's artillery shells have already landed. The various traps that we have placed in front of us have been determined to be almost completely destroyed. Our scouts at the front have discovered that the enemy has about a regiment of soldiers following behind the artillery fire and quickly charging towards the mountain where we are. Shi Chun nodded. He looked at the sand table and shook his head helplessly. That idiot, actually using artillery to open a path. What's the rush? If it were me, I would wait and slowly grind them down. They have such a good weapon, but they still have to attack. The messenger pouted and muttered, they have such a good weapon, but they still don't attack. What do you know? Ask the referees, how did the enemy charge? Shi Chun gave another order. The referees determined that without prior request, the enemy's 1st regiment is running and charging. The bullets are already loaded and ready to attack the target that suddenly appears. The messenger ran back and forth and answered. Distance, Shi Chun asked again. The artillery fire has already passed. The 1st regiment is about 300 steps away from our front line and is still quickly approaching, the messenger replied. At this time, there was not only one messenger, but two. The situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, so the speed of information transmission had to be fast. Shi Chun nodded. Order, when the enemy is 30 steps away from the 1st line, throw out spears from the trenches. The 2nd line, after 30 meters, use bows and arrows to attack the trenches. The 3rd line, soldiers in the trenches, prepare to become the 1st line at any time. The 4th line to the trenches, continue to hide. Understood, all lines of defense have received the order. Report, our 1st and 2nd trenches are engaged in battle. The referees determined that because the enemy's attack formation is too dense, the front line has suffered heavy losses. Report, the enemy has temporarily stopped attacking and laid down on the ground. They have begun to shoot at our 1st line of trenches and throw grenades. Our side has begun to suffer casualties. Order, the 1st line of troops quietly retreat from the tunnel beside the trenches. As they retreat, throw spears without aiming and meet up with the 2nd line of troops. Shi Chun stood beside the sand table and gave the order. Soon, the enemy's regiment felt that the enemy's attack strength had weakened and gradually disappeared. If they had not just fought, they would have thought that there was no one on the battlefield. The regiment commander of this regiment was called Kong Lu. At this moment, he was standing in the room. He was not happy at all when the messenger came to say that the enemy's attack had disappeared. Instead, he was very angry. His regiment had more than 1,500 people. Along the way, they had been in front of the artillery fire while they were at the back. He thought that it would be easy for them to go up. Under normal circumstances, if you had already lit up the smoke column, how could you still stay on the mountain? You clearly knew that the difference in weapons was too great, so you should have used your fastest speed to retreat after sending the message. In the end, the artillery fire was pushed over first, and his side followed behind. Why did the referees determine that his side had lost more than 100 people in just one exchange? The explanation given was that the people in front of his side had been attacked by arrows and spears. How was that possible? In the end, he did not need to ask. The messenger said that the people in front had sent back information that the enemy's people were hiding in a hole that they had dug. At a distance of 30 steps, his side had been caught off guard. Kong Lu patted his chest. More than 100 people had been defeated just like that. The enemy probably did not suffer any heavy losses. The battle was too cowardly. His side had the most advanced weapons. Send a message to the brigade headquarters. Say that our regiment has been stubbornly attacked by the enemy. We can't determine the exact situation of the enemy, so temporarily stop the attack. In addition, the enemy has a deep hole to hide in. As for the artillery fire, the casualties are not heavy. We can also organize an attack on the spot. Over. This time, Kong Lu was obedient. Just now, he thought that he could easily occupy this hill and wait for the next order. Who knew that the enemy was completely different from what he had imagined? The commander of the 1st Brigade, Yang Chang, quickly received Kong Lu's message. He was so angry that he slammed the small table beside him. Trash, cover the enemy with the artillery fire. You actually scared them in one exchange. What's there to be afraid of with more than 100 people dead? Charge, this is good. They have made the right choice. Order, the 1st Regiment to charge at all costs. Fire your guns and charge. I don't believe that they can stop our attack. Yang Chang did not care about Kong Lu's report that they would temporarily retreat and discuss before attacking. He gave the order to continue the attack. Kong Lu received the order, thought about it, and learned to be smart. My regiment will attack in groups. His regiment immediately showed the formation of waves on the sand table. Report, the enemy is attacking in groups. They are charging towards our position again. The messenger reported to Shi Chun. Again. All right, I'll let them know today that in close quarters, long guns are not that useful other than pistols and submachine guns. Men, pass down my order. When the enemy's first group enters the trench, the second row of trenches will fire smoke arrows into the first row of trenches. Large saber squad, charge out from both sides with wet cloths on your faces. Enter the first row from both sides and kill them. Shi Chun appeared very confident at this time. He was confident that he could beat the enemy down again. The referee's decision was, Kong Lu's 1st Battalion's first group of more than 150 people kept firing as they jogged forward. They did not encounter any attacks even when they reached the trench. Then they looked down and saw that there was no one in the trench. They all jumped down, intending to use the trench as their own trench and then set up a defensive line. But as soon as they jumped down, they realized that there was a problem. The height was different. When they were watching the enemy fight, they were able to expose their upper bodies. But when they jumped down, why were they directly above their heads? When Li Longji heard the referees narrate the situation to him like a story, he was puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" Because Shi Chun's group was standing on a stool, they appeared to be very high. That's why the referees decided that after the enemy's group jumped in, they would not be able to climb back up immediately. The referees explained to Li Longji. That works too. What's the situation now? Li Longji's eyes widened. Who came up with this idea? As expected of the logistics team. Xiao Bao's sinister style could be found in this. Your Majesty, the current situation is that the enemy's second trench is firing smoke arrows into the first trench. The top of the first trench is already filled with smoke. The second attacking group has also jumped into the trench while the third group is still approaching. The two defending groups are wielding large sabers as they slash their way from the two sides of the first trench to the center. The referees took into consideration that the first group jumped into a trench that was too high and lacked morale. On the other hand, due to the smoke, their eyes and breathing were affected. In the end, the attacking group did not even use their bayonets, so they were not a match for the defending group at all. The referees decided that the ratio of casualties was 20-1. This was because the first group that came into contact with the first group was not all of the attacking group. Instead, the referees were more familiar with the terrain. The referees continued to explain the situation to Li Longji. Li Longji frowned and asked in disbelief, the ratio of casualties is that high? Yes. One is due to familiarity with the terrain, one is due to psychological changes, one is due to the smoke, and one is due to weapons not being suitable for close combat. This is the ratio given by the referees. Alright, I understand. Continue. Li Longji fell silent and fell into deep thought. The two armies had just met, but the one with superior weapons was defeated by the other. If the great Tang's army could do this, how could they invade the other side? Oh, did they use military force to help the other side develop? Kong Lu was also angry. Attack, attack, this is great. Send out orders and report that the attack was blocked. Order all troops to stop attacking and slowly retreat. Fire at the smoke and don't let the other side rush over. Open up a distance and ask the referees, how did my men fight? Why is there no specific information sent back? Reporting, Lord Kong, the referees said that because the troops at the front were unable to transmit any information, they did not send back any specific information. However, the third group heard the battle cries and the two groups at the front of our army should be engaging in close combat with the other side. The messenger gave this answer. Kong Lu said angrily, what I want to know is, why can't my men transmit any information? Don't tell me they don't know how to escape. Can't they just run back? Are they stupid enough to use guns without bayonets to engage in close combat with the other side? Lord Kong, you have two choices. The first is to continue sending people to investigate. The second is for you to hand over command and go to the center of the sand table to investigate. The messenger said these words again. These words had become the most common thing they said in the past few days. If I don't hand it over, fine. Send a message to the brigade headquarters. Tell them that our attack has been blocked. The two groups at the front are unsure whether they are dead or alive. The enemy's first trench is filled with smoke and they are unable to continue attacking. Tell them to retreat and rest. Kong Lu was also going all out. Even if the brigade headquarters ordered them to attack, they could not continue. These were his brothers. How could they just send in wave after wave? In the end, they did not even know how many people the other side had.